Chapter 1. At this moment, there are 72 hours left before the fusion collapsed. Jade. Author, Rainy Night with a Knife and Umbrella. Woke up, traveled through the world of death, and became Kokaki Shinji, the younger brother of Kokaki Byakuya. But Kokaki Shinji panicked. Why would Bengayu take the initiative to merge with me here? Wait, why does Aizen always want me to do big things with him? What, the things that I can solve are known by the soul world. It's impossible to be a team leader. Even if I starved to death, died outside, jumped from the stairs in this life, I would never be the team leader. Kamiji, are you going to the mission of stationing in Kuzucho this time? There is only 90% certainty about this. Rounding up is death, and I will stabilize 1 billion hands again. And many more. You said Saifanjai Yuan Yai is my fiancé? Well, it's not impossible to go to Karaza town. But, what about Rukia? And Sister Mao wouldn't hack me to death, right? Shinji fell into deep thought. Reaper. Chapter 001 Duel, Bet Your Life. Next. Kokaki Shinji. At the Mao Spiritual Academy, after school practice field, the teacher yelled with a roster. Then, a handsome young man who appeared to be about 16 years old walked out of the students' queue and stood at the forefront. Fourth Broken Road Ballet. The white electric light jumped at the fingertips. In the next second, it turned into a light and flew out, wiping the target and hitting the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Upon seeing this, the teacher shook his head. The proficiency is not bad, but the accuracy needs more practice. 60 points, pass it. Following the teacher's words, there was a burst of laughter from the surrounding students. This is the young master of the Kokaki family, he thought he was so strong, it seems that it is just that. Do you think anyone can be as strong as Captain Kokaki? This guy is really embarrassing the nobles. In the crowd, there was a lot of discussion. Next, Rukia Kokaki. The teacher yelled at the roll-up list, this time with a smile on his face, because unlike Kokaki Shinji, the half-hanging Reaper candidate, Kokaki Rukia possesses a very high Reaper talent. Hi! The crisp girl voice sounded. The petite girl called Rukia Kokaki walked out and also pointed her fingertips at the target. Fourth Broken Road Ballet. Boom! The target exploded directly in the electric light. Very good, 100 points. The teacher nodded in satisfaction, indicating that Rukia could go back. As a student of the Reaper candidate, it is inevitable that Rukia Kokaki will become a Reaper to be able to use this level of breaking. Even, maybe he might still become a seat official. Hey, it's just a pet adopted by Kokaki's family. What is she triumphant about? Probably you really think of yourself as a descendant of the Kokaki family, ha ha ha. Ignored the discussion of this group of people. Rukia calmly walked to the side of Kokaki Shinji. Rukia was already used to such malicious words that slandered her. Hey, you can do better, why do you deliberately beat it? A little closer, the dull hair on the top of Rukia's head was listless and asked in a low voice. This group of students who are only in the limelight may not know the strength of Kokaki Shinji, but Rukia, as the sister of this guy in name, has some understanding of the power of Shinji. When we get along day and night, even if the priest keeps her secret, Rukia will always notice a trace. There is no longer any need to stay in the Mao Spiritual Academy. I've said it many times, but I stayed here because it's the safest to stay in the college. Shinji smiled and squashed Rukia's head. The hairy girl is still very cute. Rukia puffed her face and kicked him dissatisfiedly, don't touch my head, my hair will be messy. Talking. She watched suspiciously, the nominal brother suddenly came out of the queue and walked towards the other queues. Apologize. Shinji stopped and stared coldly at the boy in front of him. Hey, Kokaki Shinji, what do you mean? Tsuna Yaoya Mine's face was not worried. You should be very clear about what I mean. Even if Rukia is not a weapon, she is my sister. You humiliate her in front of me, I can't be indifferent. Shinji solemnly said, Duel, bet your life. Duel, are you for her? Hey? She is just a lowly wandering soul, fortunately adopted as a pet by the Kukyoki family. Isn't it true that I'm telling you? Ignoring the girl who was seriously injured by his words and looked lost, Tsunoya Shiro Chifeng yelled loudly. Tsunoya Shiro Chimean. Shinji's words were interrupted. My name is Tsunoya Shiro Aamine. Tsunoya Shiro Aamine's face was almost green. Are you insulting me, bastard? After having known him for so long, he couldn't be called by his name. How much did Kukaki Shinji look down on him? Ah, that's not important. Godji said lightly. That's very important. Tsunoya Shiro Aamine emphasized solemnly, and then snarled dissatisfiedly, you are really insulting me, right? The gods looked down and raised his head, then you will treat me as insulting you. Tsunoya Shiro Aamine. You guy. Tsunoya Shiro Aamine burst into a blue vein on his forehead, and he suddenly waved his hand to call the teacher. Teacher, I apply for a duel with Kukaki Shinji. You, this. The teacher hesitated. As members of the same four noble families, neither of these two teenagers could be offended by him. Haven't waited to make the final decision. Tsunoya Shiro Aamine rushed over violently, and the wooden knife in his hand quickly cut off. As a student of the Mao Spiritual Academy, the four basic skills of slashing fist and moving ghosts will certainly not fall so fast. As expected from the Tsunoya Shiro family, this kind of swordsmanship, I am afraid that after graduation in a month, he will be recruited by the Godi I-13 team soon. The eyes of the students around were shining, as if they had anticipated the scene where the wooden knife slashed on the shrine's body and knocked him out. But at this time, Shinji raised his fingertips with a flat expression and pointed at Tsunoya Shiro Aamine, who had already arrived in front of him. The sound is very soft, but it can be heard by everyone. Fourth Broken Road Ballet. Asterisk. Chapter 002 Essay, Come and Help Me Do Things. Boom. A deep hole was exploded in the ground more than 10 meters away. Tsunoya Shiro Aamine stood sluggishly in place, looking back at the shattered ground stupidly. The white thunder just now almost flew past by wiping his face. I lost. I'm sorry. Tsunoya Shiro Aamine lowered his head unwillingly. After all, Kujiki Shinji was also merciful to his men, and Tsunoya Shiro Aamine understood this. Otherwise, ballet just now is not just wiping his face. It hit him on the head or heart. Hey, what's the joke? This ballet might be difficult for the top 10 A-level students to do it. Tsunoya Shiro Aamine lost. When will the white thunder used on the tail of the crane have such destructive power? The students looked blank. Oops, am I acting too much? But I obviously have tried my best to control the power. Kukaki Shinji was also stunned. Just as he was thinking about what excuses he would use to deal with the past, a few students suddenly ran into the distance and shouted cheerfully. Great, Captain Aizen is here to show us the power of Zanpakuto. Chapter 2. Well, Captain Aizen is really approachable. He even spares time from time to teach us how to start solutions. Let me say that Captain Aizen is the most handsome. Don't you have any comments? Stop talking, I will join Captain Aizen's 5th Division in a month and follow Captain Aizen. The students were discussing excitedly. For these beginner novices and Reaper Reserve players, the initial solution is almost an ultimate skill beyond expectation. Once you learn to start, then the lowest grade will also become the official of the 13th team. It can be said that one step to the sky. Then, Shinji rolled his eyes and lay on the ground. Teacher, my brother fainted. So that's the case, it must be the white thunder he used to perform supernormally, releasing all the spiritual pressure in his body, so he will be relieved. You can take him to rest. After the teacher's reminder, all the students who were shocked before were awakened. Sure enough, it was just a fluke. I just said how Kyujiki Shinji could win Tsuneyashiro Aomine. The lounge in the dojo. Your acting skills are too bad. Rukia threw the gods on the bed with a look of disgust. Is it that bad? In the last second, the gods who was still fainted opened his eyes and leaned against the head of the bed. It's the idiot of Renji, whose acting skills are much better than you. Rukia rolled her beautiful eyes, and the dull hair on the top of her head turned up and down. The gods kept their eyes on, trying to slap. What are you looking at? Like a thief, Rukia covered her head with a blushing face, and hummed proudly, don't you think you are standing for me, I can let you kick me. Shinji. Maiden, you seem to be deliberately trying to make me play twice, right? In other words, Captain Eren is too approachable, he came to the academy to show off the power of Zanpakuto. After hesitating for a few seconds, Rukia tweaked for a few seconds before asking curiously in the sweet voice of the girl. Well, maybe he just wants to show it. That's it. The gods were expressionless. AI Ran will do this purely because he takes one step and sees 100 steps, and will hypnotize all the students who will become the of death, so as to avoid small accidents beyond his control in the future. For example, every few decades, there will be several geniuses in the spiritual academy. Like Ichimaru Jin, or Ruisuga Tashiro. Hypnotizing in advance, these will sooner or later become the high-level geniuses of the Hudding 13 team, just the tip of the iceberg in Lan Ran's plan. Why don't you join the 5th division in a month? It seems like joining the 5th division would be a good choice to be able to follow the gentle captain like Captain Aizen. Rukia tilted her head, her delicate little face was serious, as if she had considered this idea carefully. Never. You dispel this unreliable idea as soon as possible. The priest sternly refused. Go to Aizen's team? What a joke! Bang bang bang! Just when the priest was about to complain about her, there was a knock on the door. A man with glasses was standing at the door. He was wearing a white Haori coat with a gentle smile on his face. It seems that I appeared at an untimely time. Excuse me. The god's face froze. Yes. Is it Captain Aizen? Rukia shrank her pupils and quickly stood up. The captain of the 5th division, Ai Ran Soyajuk, didn't he show the Zanpakuto to the students outside? Why does he come here? Kokaki Rukia? Can I talk to your brother in private for a while? Don't worry, the time won't be long, and it won't take up your time with him. Ai Ran pushed his glasses, as if pulling at home, and said with a smile. Who wants to get along with him? Like a shy little girl, Rukia's face burst into steam, her head seemed to be on fire, she rushed out of the room, and closed the door very carefully. It's so cute, Miss Rukia. First of all, Lan Ran looked at the young man lying on the bed with a bewildered voice, Shen Sai-jun, come to the 5th division to do things for me. Asterisk. Chapter 003 This time, of course I want to confess. In Japan, no surname, but only the first name, is a very intimate expression. Generally, only relatives or elders and friends will call each other like this. And Aizen. Now I directly called the name of the gods. He stretched out his hand to the priest, with a sincere attitude. Captain Aizen, I refuse. Facing Aizen, Shinji spoke. Oh? Still refused? This is the 3rd time. Aizen smiled as if she wasn't angry at all, and put her hands down. I'm just a crane tail, I can't help Captain Aizen. But the tale of a crane that can be solved as a student in the Academy of Spirituality is rare in a century. Looking at the Divine Secretary who was suddenly silent. Ai Ran pushed his glasses, his horns raised. A few months ago in the dojo of the Academy, you practiced the Zanpaku knife late at night and I ran into you. You would never deny this? You seem to have begun to come into contact with Jade. Right. Actually, that's Asani Renji. The Divine Secretary has a faint expression. Want me to admit it? Impossible. At that time, you absolutely didn't see my face clearly, Shinji was quite sure of this. Aizen. Shen Sai-jun, a man like you can't be hidden for long. Sooner or later you will shine with your own light and illuminate the world. After a smile, Ai Ran shook his head. But my dream is to be the dude of the Kukaki family, eating and waiting to die. Shinji lay there very salty, completely out of enthusiasm. Finally, Ai Ran left helplessly. Rolling the dead fish eyes, the gods stared at the ceiling blankly, lost in thought. My name is Kukaki Shinji, I am not Wang Sledgehammer, I am not here to be funny, nor by Xiafei, there is no unimaginable disaster around me, not to mention bald strong, I need to fall in love with 2 bears, and I am not ashamed or embarrassed when I start the Japanese intestine life. But there is a man named Lan Ran next to me. He will stretch out his hand to me if he is fine. Sa, God Sai-jun, come and do a big business with me. This. It's so exciting, that's weird. That is, with a single person, the entire corpse soul world, the virtual circle and the world can be played in the applause with the IQ alone, and the entire IQ online is like a monster in the blue die. As for combat effectiveness, there is no need to mention it. And he, Kukyuki Shinji, the only dream is to be able to go safely, ah no, it is to live safely to the end. The world is too dangerous. The of death at the official level possesses all sorts of weird and unpredictable abilities. The captain level death destroying a city is as simple as eating and drinking. Not to mention that at the current stage, there is also the Vastad class imaginary who treats the soul as a meal and can treat the captain level death as a ball. Only after an Aizen who is above all their death gods, above the imaginary. Further back, there is Habich who wants to destroy the world and rebuild the world. UTM, why is this world so dangerous? It's not bad. My background is pretty good. As the head of the 4 nobles, the patriarch of the Kukaki family, and the biological younger brother of Kukaki Byakuya, the Shinji has almost sat dead as the next patriarch of the Kukaki family. But this, not enough. Almost all the captains of the 6th division are held by the patriarch of the Kukaki family. So, when Kukaki Byakuya retires or is killed in battle, the position of the captain of the 6th division basically has to be made by Shinji. Then, in order to live safely to the end, Shinji chose to be the tail of a crane. Do not pretend to be strength. Show off talent thoroughly. Chapter 3. That is destined to participate in the final battle with Aizen's Kora town, or a 1000-year battle with Quincy. Therefore, being a salted fish is the safest. As long as I stay at Kukyuki's house honestly, none of you will notice me. But what the gods never expected was, Lan Ran actually noticed him from a group of students. Perhaps at this time, joining the 5th division is indeed a good choice, but Shen Si's face was uncertain. Just like a certain snake uncle, if Aizen can be used to guide, then the strength will surely usher in earth-shaking changes, and there are various black technologies that can be used. As long as it is not outrageous, it may even be possible to quickly grasp the full power of and the power of Blur with Aizen's help. But why is Bengai here as a bastard? Shinji opened his coat with a black face. In the chest, a gem that seems to be able to twist even the line of sight and space, is quietly fitting there, as if it has been fully grown with him, and will be able to enhance the power of life, and continue to inject into his body. And at the moment, Shinji is about to enter the process of raising his life level, which is the first stage of fusion with Bengayu. By the time, he will definitely be discovered by Aizen. Then, hey, good fellow, so you still have a broken jade. So, the gods are the soldiers. Rukia can give him incense next year. This is not the ending that the gods want. So, Finding a way to survive this crisis is the top priority. There must be a way to cover up the movement of Fusion Bengaiu, so that Lan Ran can't find it. Ah, pervert, why don't you wear clothes? At this time, there was an exclamation from the girl in the room. Rukia turned her back to the priest, her face was hot and shouted. It's just the shoulders, what are you doing so excited? The god squinted, putting on his shirt long before Rukia came in. But you have to look like a elder brother in front of your sister anyway, right? Rukia hit her feet in embarrassment. So, did you finally admit that I was your brother? Rukia. Don't you have anything to say to me? Rukia dodged her eyes, twisted her hands together, and bowed her head slightly. This guy must care about her very much. The girl's intuition has always been accurate, so she has always refused to be called the elder brother of the gods. And in the current atmosphere, no one nearby bothered, it was the time to make things clear. Say what? Shinji raised his eyebrows blankly, and smoothly tucked her dull hair. It feels as good as ever. It's that kind of thing. If it's all like this, don't hide it. Rukia's face turned redder, she leaned her face forward slightly, her eyes tightly together. Oh, I see, are you talking about that? Then, she heard the answer she wanted, and the guy in front of her really understood her hint. Next. That's what Rukia wanted to hear. Rukia, you today. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. A man wearing a school uniform with a red pineapple head pierced with a large area of blue lines above his eyebrows. He poked his head in from outside the lounge door and yelled. Hey, Shinji, I heard that you fainted, and your physique is too weak. Would you like to start following me to practice cutting fist and walking ghosts tonight? Shinji. You really have a face to say such things in the tail of the crane? Rukia. What I want to hear is about to be spoken by the priest. Will you die if you show up a few seconds late? Thinking so. Rukia's expression became gradually dangerous, and her petite body seemed to be stained with some black scary lines. Go to hell, idiot Renji. Asterisk. Chapter 004 I'm dying, wait online, urgent. 3 days later in the morning. Let's meet again, Kinoshita Meiho. I am the real world of Siphon Jin. 2 students, 1 male and 1 female, waved to the priest and greeted them friendly. These 2 people are the teammates of the gods. They are now to stay in the safe area cleared by the death gods to practice soul burial. After this soul burial practice, most of the students can become regular gods of death. Kokaki Shinji. Shinji also nodded, and took another look at Siphon Jin Temple. It was a girl with a sweet smile. The Siphon Jai Yuan family has always maintained friendly relations with the Kokaki family. But soon, Shinji's expression became serious. In memory. This time the soul burial internship had a big problem. In the soul burial area, Aizen has placed a certain amount of Daegzu in advance for experimentation. Finally, only a few students survived. Well, don't look so serious, Shinji. Shi Feng Yuan closed the long hair in front of his forehead, and said with a gentle smile, it's just a soul burial practice. The Grim Reapers have already cleaned up this area for us. There are only some weak ones. There is nothing dangerous. Yes, no matter how bad it is, I am still here. Anyway, I am also an A-level top student with 100 points. Meiho Kinoshita, who was a commoner, was a very talkative person. He smiled and patted the shrine on the shoulder, with an expression that you are messing with me and I am protecting. I hope so. Shinji sighed. It can be seen from the team that the Mao Spiritual Academy is very concerned about him, the crane tail of the 4 nobles. But the problem is, Kinoshita Meiho, who doesn't even know what Hajime is a takeaway when he meets Daegzu. Hurry up and meet Rukia. Shinji took a deep breath, feeling a little uneasy. You too, don't go away. Hey, hey, don't direct me, anyway, my score is higher than yours, right? Ale, does the priest already have tactics? It didn't take long before the expressions of several people changed completely. You won the jackpot. The three people who had already been buried in their souls stood in this area with ugly faces. On the ground, a dozen corpses were lying scattered. Blood and stumps are everywhere. Those are familiar faces in the college. How so? Kinoshita Meho, who had always had a relaxed expression, fell to the ground with the dog's tail dangling in his eyes. He looked pale at the corpse all over the floor. Obviously it was just a cut scene. Siphonjin's Shinshiro endured the nausea and discomfort, and checked the corpse. His face changed. It wasn't long before he died. The enemy is still nearby. At this time, a horrible coercion suddenly soared into the sky. Siphonjin Shinshi and Kinoshita softened their legs and almost knelt on the ground. The sky seemed to be collapsing, and his thinking was almost stagnant, unable to think, even the slightest fear and the thought of running away. Don't stand there in a daze. Do not know when. Shinji suddenly stood in front of them, letting them escape from that deadly state of fear. Okay, it's scary. At that moment I felt like I was dead. In the big gasp, Kinoshita wiped off the cold sweat that was constantly flowing on his forehead, but when he looked at the god, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. This level of spiritual pressure is definitely not a salted fish. I am afraid it is a big virtual. Why is there such a terrible guy in the soul burial area? The real world of Siphonjin's voice trembled, trying hard to stand firm. Then, not just a big emptiness. The god said with a gloomy face. Chapter 4. Perhaps because of his reasons, AI Ran's experiment had some accidents this time. AI Ran simply dropped a few Yachika's class imaginaries. After all, the intuition of early warning came true. That, what do you mean? Hearing this, Siphonjin's face changed. Even ordinary emptiness is an extremely powerful enemy for the students who have not really become the of death in the spiritual academy. What's more, it is the great emptiness of the Akuka's class. That's an enemy that can only be faced by a of death above the deputy captain level. Literally, you two find a place to hide and don't come out. After the priest gave a command, a blue light flashed under his eyes, and the spiritual pressure spread invisibly, quickly capturing Rukia's spiritual pressure. Found it. The language falls. The screamed and disappeared in place. Hey hey hey, what is this speed? Can Shunbyu be able to achieve this level? Kinoshita's eyes widened, watching this scene in surprise. I'm afraid, Shinji-kun has never used all his strength in his previous tests, right? But Siphonjin was really thoughtful. Speaking of this, have you noticed that pure pressure is the spiritual pressure that can make our souls collapse, and it seems to have no effect on the gods of the dead wood? Kinoshita took a breath. This guy seems to be a monster. Boom! The scarlet flash hit the ground and directly blew up a building. Hey, do you gods of death only hide in hiding? It's so boring. A humanoid with a mask on his face and a black monster with a hollow hole on his chest, walked on the street and spoke with ease. His name is Carol, a big Su of the Yakuka's class. Damn it, why are there enemies of this level? In a hidden corner, Rukia looked ugly. Around her, there are Ashani Renji, Hinamori, and Kira Izuru. In the chaos, their friends from the academy quickly gathered together. That's Yakuka's, isn't it? It's definitely Yakuka's, right? Why does the soul burial internship have such a monster? What is the above thought? Asami Renji scratched his hair irritably. Really, wouldn't it be fine to stay there quietly and be killed by me? Why do you have to hide like a mouse? Carol flicked his tail and suddenly took a step back, avoiding a crimson flame. With a touch of bloodthirsty and calm in his eyes, he looked at the death who appeared on his side. The Grim Reaper held a double-headed spiral-bladed sickle-shaped Zanpaku knife strung together in a chain. It's Hisagi Shubing, saved. Akari Renji threw his fist excitedly. Call the vice captain Hisaki, Renji-kun. Kira Izuru corrected. Hisagi Zyubing is the person in charge of this soul burial internship. With him. Before Kira Izuru breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Hisagi Shubing, who was his savior, was hit by a false flash from Akuka's and disappeared from their sight. Kira Izuru. Rukia. Asari Renji. What to do if the savior is beaten up? Wait online, urgent. Next second. Carol's scarlet eyes suddenly looked in their direction, and the crimson light condensed in his open eyes. I found you guys, asterisk. Chapter 005. Haven't you heard? Riki's whispers. Sushin, it's Xian-chan, here it comes. Stop calling, Renji, I heard it. What should I do? It's too late to run. Then block it together. O kings! Masks of flesh and blood, Vientian, flapping wings, things that bear the name of mankind. Scorching heat and conflict, rolling south across the sea, and marching forward. 31 Broken Road Red Cannon. X4. Several people stood up forcibly, pointing their hands in the direction of the virtual flash. Accompanied by the chanting, Lingzi quickly gathered in the palm of his hand, and finally turned into a flame and flew out. Boom! There was a roar, and then the walls and ground began to vibrate, and several alternate reapers who didn't have much spiritual pressure fell to the ground. Blocked! Worse, the level gap between us and him is too big. Renji observed it, and found desperately that the Scarlet Phantom flew towards them unabated. At that speed, almost only a flash of light can be seen. Dying. Rukia sat on the ground in despair. This moment. She suddenly thought. It would be great if the conversation with Shinji the other day hadn't been interrupted suddenly by the idiot Renji. Then. I don't know if it's an illusion. Rukia saw that the gods appeared in front of her like a teleport, and swung the knife towards the virtual flash. Boom! The virtual flash was divided into two halves, and the shock wave produced by the explosion blew them all out. Not an illusion. Shinji. Rukia got up and stared at the center of the explosion with red eyes. A terrifying black twisted line emerged beside her, and even the ground began to appear frosty white crystals. The temperature began to drop. It's painful, asshole. In the gradually dissipating smoke, the voice of the gods came. He walked out of the smoke and stared at the big empty in the street ahead blankly. Are you okay? Are you injured? Hearing the voice of the gods, the low temperature began to disappear, as if it had never appeared before. Rukia rushed over with concern, seeing that the clothes on the arm of the gods were really torn, and she was completely relieved. Don't worry, I'm fine. Shinji glanced at Dumbledore, his expression a bit gloomy. If the is 1 second late, then there is no need for him to be discovered by Aizen, and Rukia will give him incense. Next year, the priest can give Rukia incense. In a hurry. Shinji only had time to slash it down with a knife, and he caught the virtual flash frontally. Bengaiu. The palm of his hand stroked his chest, the god's eyes moved. His arm was obviously injured by the explosion just now, but he recovered in an instant. This is probably Bengaiu's protection. That is, the first stage of fusion with Bengaiu. In the plot. After Lan Ran got the perfect Bengaiu, he inserted Bengaiu into his chest and was able to use his own power and Bengaiu's power to fight at the same time. This is the first stage of integration. Although AI Ran in the first fusion stage still maintained the appearance of the state of death, he was already considered to be a collapsed Jade fusion form, which was stronger than before the rebellion. Its maximum slashing power has been strengthened enough to slash the Black Rope Scourge Ming King with one blow. Its maximum defensive power has been strengthened to the point that even a zero-range cremation in a crescent moon can only cause slight injuries to him. Its maximum restoring power is strengthened so that even wounds deep in the body will instantly recover. And because Bengaiu would instinctively protect the host, Kisuk thought that killing Aizen is almost impossible from this stage. Ran said to himself that at this stage, he was stronger than the combined strength of 10 blades. Shenxi didn't think he was as strong as Lan Ran at that time, and Bengaihu's improvement to the host's strength also depended on the host's own spiritual pressure. But it's enough to hack this imaginary to death at this moment. I didn't die when I picked up my virtual flash frontally. What are you? In the distance, Carol walked over through the smoke and stared at the priest in a puzzled way. This kind of defensive power, he believed that it was a big virtual steel skin. Oh, it doesn't matter, it's just a few little ghosts who are about to be killed anyway. As if thinking of something ridiculous, Carol sneered and locked his eyes to the front. Virtual flash. This time, it is still Rukia who is aiming behind the gods. He likes to torture and kill the gods in this way, and enjoy the desperate process of death. This makes Carol very fulfilled. Stop being triumphant, rubbish. 4th Broken Road by Lei. Chapter 5. In the screams like I'm going to die, you idiot, don't use this low sequence break to resist the virtual flash of Daegzu and Asani Renji's shouts. Shinji raised his fingers, and his eyes were calmly aimed at the front. Bai Lei only broke the 4th road, with limited power. But it also depends on who is using it. Boom! As if thunder, the mighty virtual flash failed to block the white electric light for a second. Almost in an instant, it was pierced and torn apart by the white thunder, and hit Carol's chest whose pupils suddenly dilated. Boom! The ground was plowed in a straight line, and hit a concrete wall for hundreds of meters. It was actually blocked by Bai Lei. Asari Renji's eyes widened, with a question mark on his face. You're Why is Bai Lei so powerful? Are you sure this is a white thunder, not a laser cannon? No, not only blocked it, but even killed the Akukas. Kira Izuru stared at the front in amazement. The former Yakukas, who had played with them, was already lying on the ground without a breath. In the chest, a plume of white smoke and an electric arc rose. Rukia and Hinamori Tao couldn't believe Zhang Dajhen. Damn death! With a squeaking sound. In the sky, a winged Yakukas flew over, his scarlet eyes looked at Carol on the ground, and he locked the gods, and finally turned into an afterimage and attacked. Go to hell! Yachika's fingertips were glowing with cold light, and the afterimage was like a clone, turning into several human shadows to attack from different angles. Then there was a pain in his forehead, followed by a scream, and he was kicked abruptly from the sky. It slammed deeply into the ground with a bang. Hey, just kidding, another Yakukas, and why is your instant step so fast? With this kind of question, Asari Renji's forehead burst into blue veins, and asked loudly. It was agreed to be the tail of the crane together. This is it. You show me this? Kokyuki Shinji, after killing one Yakukas head-on, hit another Yakukas directly from the sky. You irritated me completely. Yakukas, who crawled out of the pit, suddenly raised his head, stretched out his finger like a sneak attack, and pointed at the priest, but I won in the end, ha ha ha. Virtual Flash, who stipulated that it can only be launched from the eye. Boom! Facing the Virtual Flash, the Shinji appeared behind him like an afterimage, and the Zanpaku sword in his hand was entangled with a layer of electric light, slowly returning to its sheath. Yakukas later realized he was surprised, and then laughed loudly, I thought I was killed. It turns out that the thunder is heavy and the rain is small, and there is no power at all. It's so pathetic, haven't you heard it yet? Riki's whisper. Shinji's expression is plain. Zanpaku knife returned to its sheath. A piece of scarlet blood, scattered. P.S. The new book asks for everything, the readers are urgently needed to feed, please asterisk. Chapter 006. Little Lucia Sauce, you guys are so capable, you actually killed 2 Akukas class Daegzu. After half an hour. A blonde and big-breasted woman with a drunken body and a red cheek came over and hugged Rukia and pressed her cheek with a smile. Rukia's face flushed suddenly. Deputy Captain Luanju, you are drinking again, obviously you have a mission. Hisagi Xiaobing clutched his chest and walked over from a distance helplessly. In a hurry. He had only time to block the Zanpi Dao on his chest. Although the explosion was blocked, the impact still broke his ribs and suffered some injuries. People don't want it either. The female gods of death and I are talking to each other, and it turns out that the soul burial practice on your side is in trouble. Matsumoto Renju's face flushed, with a strong scent of alcohol. She looked curiously at the Shinji who was shrinking at the back. That is Kukaki Byakuya's younger brother Kyujiki Shinji? It seems that he is a very handsome boy. By the way, did you solve these two Yakukas? Hisagi Shuhei turned his eyes and looked at the two large corpses lying on the ground. Enemies of this level. Even if it was him, he didn't dare to say that he would win. You said these two big empties? They are. Asani scratched his head and began to explain, but was suddenly interrupted by the Shinji. The two Daigzu were killed by Asani Renji. I can testify. God is righteous and speaks with a serious expression. It is impossible to reveal strength. I asked that these things were done by Asani Renji. Ask again, Asani Renji, a 6th-generation student from the Mao Spiritual Academy, a man who has already learned how to solve it. What does his Asani Renji's work have to do with my Kyujiki Shinji? I'm just a crane tail, I don't know anything. Asani Renji. It turned out to be you, it's really amazing. Hisagi Shuhei sighed. Asani Renji. No, that's really not me. Asani Renji quickly denied, but suddenly felt a cold back, as if being stared at by a beast. Then he immediately changed his words, yes, I killed the two Daigzu. Rukia approached the gods curiously, Riki? Is that the name of your Zanpakuto? It's a nice name. Thanks for the compliment. The Shinji touched his nose and glanced at the Zanpaku knife hanging around his waist, it seemed to be happy too. Where does this sound good? At this time, Asani Renji, who had been questioned for a long time, rushed over with a vague expression of resentment, what is G? It sounds like a girl name. Shinji. Vaguely. Some free electric ions suddenly appeared in the air. Shinji glanced at his Zanpakuto, and mourned for Renji in his heart. Brother, your road is narrow, Riki's temper is not very good. Isn't it the beginning solution? I can do it too. Seeing Rukia's shiny eyes with a trace of worship, Asani Renji had a cerebral hemorrhage. He held the light hit in his hand with a serious expression. Are you coming? The first solution to defeat the two Yakukas. Matsumoto Renju's eyes widened, the lusty body leaned forward, staring unblinkingly. Dance, Orakai! Asari Renji roared. Boom! A blast of spiritual pressure no less than that of the official cedar erupted, and then Renji blew up a ball of flames, blowing the long hair of the chaotic chrysanthemum fluttering. Luanju. Hisagi Shuhei. Renji's whole body turned black. He spit out black smoke while he was still smoking, and opened his mouth blankly, it seems, it failed again. It's so funny to love the way you are now. Kira laughed and teased. Long-winded. Renji's darkened face became even darker. Every Zanpaku knife has a unique Jifengyu because of the difference of the owner. Of course, the wrong Hajime name cannot liberate Zanpakuto. All the time. Asari Renji did not get the real name of Zanpakuto. Renji, you used this, boom to kill those two Akukas. Hisagi Shubbing scratched his head, simulating the sound of Sya Renji just exploding. Suddenly, Renji's corner twitched fiercely. He doesn't want to boom either. Chapter 6. Handsome beginning solution. He wants it too. Can this level of power also defeat Yakukas? At this time, Luanju, who was rubbing her chest, made another knife, and she was blown up by the impact of the explosion. But Renji in front of me really doesn't seem to be any better? Even the real beginning solution, Jafang Zanpo Deo, can't do it, so how strong can it be? Renji. Actually, Renji's face was tangled. He wanted to explain, and then saw the death gaze of Shinji, so he immediately said loudly, I just can't master the initial solution proficiently. My initial solution is very strong. Damn it. Obviously this is not what I want to say, why would I say it involuntarily? Renji roared in his heart. Is that so? Luanju dragged his long voice, seemingly thoughtful, with a pair of eyes, but looked at the gods who had been pretending to be salted fish. Somehow, Rukia suddenly felt a sense of crisis in her heart. She looked at Luanju's head down and couldn't see the scale of her feet, and then she looked at her innocence, feeling worried. Yes. Rukia is worried about her development. It's been over 100 years. It's been over 100 years. Why did she keep this body without developing at all? This is scary. Okay. By the way, did you mention the name Lei Ji just now? Is that the name of the Saijun Zanpakyudeo? Lulu's body leaned over, Luanju leaned close to the face of the gods with a smile, observing the subtle expressions of the gods. Rukia. You stay away from my cabbage, bastard. Sure enough, girlfriends are too terrible. However, did not wait for the desired answer. A gentle voice rang beside them. Sorry, it seems that I am a step late. The enemy here has been dealt with by you. Ai Ran smiled gently, beside him, followed by a man who was smiling like a fox. Then, his gaze turned to look at the gods. Sir, you really surprised me. P.S. Thank you and the Shadow Dragon boss for your rewards, there will be more updates today, rushing. Asterisk. Chapter 007 The Shocked Ichimaru Silver. Yet, what a terrible kid. Before he officially became a of death, he had mastered the power of Hajime and easily killed 2 experimental items. No wonder Captain Aizen valued him so much. Wait until Shensi and others leave through the gate. Ichimaru Silver stood on the spot with a smile, and said with his arms folded. Them. Throughout the whole process, I saw the scene where the gods first solved and killed Yakukas. Silver, it's not just the beginning solution. In the shocked eyes of Ichimaru Jin, Aizen pushed forward his flat glasses and reminded him with a gentle smile. Swastika. Ichimaru Silver's pupils shrank, and there was a touch of shock in the fundus of his eyes. He is already a rare genius in the corpse soul world for 100 years. But now it seems that the young master of the Kukaki family is more like a monster. At the age of 6 rebirth. Have you already started contacting or even mastering they? No wonder Aizen will stare at him for a long time. At dusk, Hisagi Shuhei and Matsumoto Renkiku, as the vice-captains, were promoted to their respective captains immediately after returning to the Sarii Garden. The fact that the Soul Burial internship encountered an Yachika's class virtual attack has aroused the great attention of the captains. Therefore, Shinji, Rukia, Asari Renji and others need to stay outside the captain's room for the time being. Sure enough, as I expected, Lan Ran didn't notice Bengaiu. Shinji leaned on the guardrail outside the room, and brushed his fingers across his chest. It is precisely because he is familiar with the plot, so the priest is very clear. Ai Ran was behind the attack on Soul Burial this time, and he was still hiding behind the scenes, observing the development of the whole process. So, Shinji simply no longer hides the original solution, and uses the power of the original solution to hide his and Bengaiu's fusion into the first state. The first fusion state, this feeling. The is thoughtful, without any explanation, he can clearly feel that his body is completely different from before. With the current defensive power. The gods estimate. Even if it was a false flash before the front, it is estimated that he can only break the defense at best. It is the improvement brought by the integration with Benghayu. And there is no limit to this evolution. At the same time, in the captain's chamber. Are you there, Captain Eisen? In the room, 11 people wearing white Haori coats looked toward the door at the same time. That is, the 11 captains of Reaper. Standing in the middle. It was an old man with a cross-shaped scar on the right side of his head and a silver-white beard tied down with a purple band. His slightly squinted eyes carried an unquenchable terror pressure. Obviously he was only less than 1.7 meters tall, but he exuded a terrifying aura that made his scalp numb. This is currently recognized as the strongest in the corpse soul world. Yamamoto Motoyanagisuk Shigakuni. Captain of the first team. It is also the captain of his first division that is in charge of the other 12th divisions. Its strength can be described as terrifying to the degree of perversion. The 4 basic abilities of the of Death, Kendo, Instant Step, White Fight, and Ghost Way, have all been trained to the point where they reached the peak, and the spiritual pressure has reached the limit that the of Death can reach. Its Zanpaku knife is fierce, has the highest attack power and combat power of all Zanpaku knives in the whole corpse soul world, and is the strongest and oldest Zanpaku knife of the hot system. The initial solution temperature alone is equivalent to the surface of the Sun, and once the solution temperature is equivalent to the core of the Sun. This is a Zanpaku knife that can destroy the world. Captain. AI Ran pushed his glasses and stood in his place. Then, this captain meeting will officially begin. Captain Yamamoto knocked on the crutches and made a dull bang, making everyone's heart sink. Has the captain of the 13th division not come again? A weirdly dressed scientific madman Nirvana, a weird irony of yin and yang. Yukatake Shiro has taken sick leave. Captain Yamamoto glanced at him, and said blankly the reason for Yukatake Shiro's absence. Hey, I've been sick all day long. Nai Yuli smiled unkindly, maybe it will become my experiment material someday. Jingle Chun Shui frowned and scratched his head, well, you all understand the body of that guy Fuzu. It has never been very good. Recently, he often coughed up blood and was very weak. So it is necessary to let him rest more. Jingle Chun Shui couldn't help but explain to his friend and mentor. In recent years, Yukatake Shiro's body has indeed become worse and worse, and he would cough up blood at every turn. Even the affairs of the team were all handed over to the deputy captains Hibohyun to deal with. Only things that Shibohyun can't decide or can't handle, will Yukatake Shiro come forward. Thinking of this, Kirikou Chun Shui sighed involuntarily, his eyes worried about Yukatake Shiro's body. What he said is not a lie. In recent years, Yukatake Shiro's body has gone from bad to worse. Has been absent many captain meetings. Nirvana, who has his own poisonous tongue skills, squinted, then let him retire, and he will have more time to rest. Captain Nayuli, let's just say that. Jingle Chun Shui frowned deeply. Quiet. Captain Yamamoto knocked on the ground again and looked at Nairai, who was still unwilling to stop. Captain Nairai of the 12th Division, are you questioning the judgment of the old man? Whispering sound. Nai Yuli schemed, no longer complaining. Chapter 7. Then you may have guessed about the content of this captain meeting. Just today, during the soul burial practice of the 6th generation of the Mao Academy of Spiritualism, he encountered several attacks from Daegzu and even the Akukas class Daegzu, causing heavy casualties. What needs to be figured out now is how those big emptiness appear in the area that has been cleared. Captain Yamamoto opened his eyes slightly, his eyes drooping. It's really scary. The area that has been cleaned up and even closely monitored by the of Death has inexplicably seen a big imaginary, attacking students. No matter how you look at it, there is a problem. At this time, Ichimaru-jin leaned against the pillar with a smile, meaning something. Captain Ichimaru, what do you mean? Someone deliberately hides Desu in the soul burial area. Shiba frowned. Ale? I didn't say that. It's all your own guess. Ichimaru Silver smiled and waved his hand, and deliberately said, speaking of this, it seems that the young master of Kokaki's family is also in this soul burial practice. Are you talking about Kokaki Shinji? Shiba's expression moved, and he glanced at the cold-faced man who had been silent all the time. Captain of the 6th Division, Kokaki Byakuya. Also, the elder brother of Kokaki Shinji. Ichimaru-jin made a surprised expression, yet, has Captain Shiba also heard of him? Then, he added with a smile, deliberately dragging a long tone to ridicule, our young master of the Kokaki family, it's not as simple as what you see. P.S. I beg the readers for all kinds of feedback, bang bang bang. Kowtowing. Asterisk. Chapter 008 Essay, God Division, Come and Fight Happily. You mean, Kokaki Shinji has mastered the initial solution? Shiba asked in shock. If I remember correctly, that kid seems to be just a 6th student of the Mao Academy of Spirituality, right? Generally speaking, the Mao Spiritual Academy is just a place to provide these death candidates with a learning opportunity. By the time of graduation, even if you can master Zhanchuan Gizu with excellent grades, you can then enter the Hutting 13 team to continue training. Master the initial solution as a student. In the past 100 years, apart from Ichimaru-jin, it seems that no one has done it yet, right? It's not just the beginning solution. Ichimaru Silver grinned and reminded him with a smile. Nani? Could it be swastika? At this time, even the other captains couldn't sit still. Jingle Chun Shui almost fell to the ground. He helped his hat, took a look at the silent Kokaki Byakuya, and then said, you said that kid has mastered the J? Is there any evidence? Just kidding, the little devil from the Kokaki family has mastered the J silently. You must know that after mastering the initial solution proficiently, it took decades or even hundreds of years for their captains to gradually practice the solution. But Kokaki Shinji was just a 6 rebirth, not even a trainee death god. Yet, there is no such thing as evidence for the time being. All this is just my speculation. Ichimaru Silver spread out. Is that so? Jingle Chun Shui was relieved, there was no evidence. I want to come, and I have mastered the solution as a student, but it is not reliable no matter how you think about it. If it was Hajime, Kirikou Chun Shui still believed it. But why did Kokaki Shinji hide his strength? If he has mastered Hajime and started to get in touch with swastika, or if he has mastered swastika, his grades should have been in front of our eyes long ago. Shiba touched his chin with all his heart, thought for a while and asked. Most of the Reapers who just came out of the Mao Spiritual Academy are just cannon fodder to fill the gap in the number of Godai 13 teams. Their battle damage rate is usually relatively high, and the tasks they are responsible for are generally just some miscellaneous tasks. Although this sentence is a bit ugly, it is the truth. With excellent grades, he is destined to become an excellent of death above the official rank. The information will be placed in front of them for their selection, and this part of the talented of death will be given a growth environment and space for protection. Including Kokaki Rukia, Asari Renji, Kira Izuru, Hinamori Momo, and others' names are among them. But only, there is no name of the dead wood. Obviously, Kokaki Shinji was hiding his strength. But why should he hide his strength? The meaning of this is somewhat intriguing. Perhaps, because of the incident that Kyojiki Jinji was attacked and dying 3 years ago, right? In the corner, Uajawali smiled gently and generously, and reminded him. Is it the Daigzu attack 3 years ago? It seems that their purpose this time is still Kyojiki Shinji. The tall man wearing a helmet, with his arms around his chest, seemed to have some enlightenment. He is the left formation of Komamura, the captain of the 7th Division. Perhaps we really have some problems internally. Shiba looked serious, he laughed suddenly, scratching his head and proposed, why don't you send him to the world? To stay in the world should be a kind of protection for him, right? Outside the room. When is it going to wait? Akari Renji squatted down in the corner dejectedly. He is already very tired. When fighting against that kind of monster, Asari Renji has lost his strength, but why is the Shinji still so energetic? Looking at the young man leaning against the wall with his eyes closed and dozing, Asari Renji's eyes almost burst into flames. What are you thinking? A faint and familiar lavender incense wafted, and the gods opened his eyes, and it was silly. After taking a look at her dumb hair, Shinji said, I'm thinking about one thing. Since the Technology Development Bureau can monitor the void and death spiritual pressure fluctuations, then why not just make a one that can detect the spiritual pressure? Where's the machine? For example, make it look like glasses. That way, when the of death is facing an enemy, he can check the opponent's REI pressure. Although it can't be completely accurate, after all, there are vacancies that can hide their own spiritual pressure, but it can reduce a lot of unnecessary casualties of the of death, right? At this moment, a slightly sick voice sounded at the door with a hint of joy. It's really a good idea to create a device that can detect reflex data, so as to determine whether the enemy in front of you can be dealt with by itself, and then determine whether to fight or retreat. Interesting idea. If you modify the current device for detecting Reiki, it should be able to achieve this function. Nayulai talked to himself for a while, and then suddenly asked, Kokaki family kid, are you interested in coming to the 12th Division to help me? N.A. Nanny? I was invited by the captain of the 12th Division personally. Damn it, the Shinji, who has always been a crane tail like me. It's worthy of being a priest. Several people have different expressions. Rukia is worship and joy, Kira Izuru and Hina Moro are also happy for the priest, only Akari Renji pulled a face, and his mentality seemed to have collapsed. The 12th Division? It seems, it's a good choice. Shinji's expression moved. This team is good. As the Technology Development Bureau, the Reapers in it are basically senior technical houses. Generally speaking, the Reapers of the 12th Division will not be on the front line at all. Even in the decisive battle with Iran, the Reaper of the 12th Division was only in charge of logistics or providing some technical assistance. Only the captain of Nayulai and the deputy captain of Nianmen were personally on the battlefield. For the gods whose dream is to paddle, the 12th Division is simply heaven. I refuse. Two voices sounded at the same time. Shinji looked in the direction of the sound, and found that Kokaki Byakuya didn't know when he was standing by his side, and interrupted him. Brother. Shinji and Rukia nodded. You did a good job the other day, and the dignity of the Kokaki family can't be challenged by anyone. After saying something inexplicable, Kokaki Byakuya stood in front of Kokaki Shinji. I know what you are thinking, but I would not agree with Shinji to join the 12th Division. What's more, the captain has personally assigned the next task of the gods. Is Captain Nayulai denying the judgment of the captain? The task assigned by the captain himself? Asani Renji looked incredulous. Hey, what is there to join the 12th Division? If you want to join, Shinji will of course also come to my 11th Division. There was a ridiculous voice in the cruelty, and a tall man almost came over with a yin. The cruel and cold breath suffocated Asani Renji just by approaching. More wood sword 8. Asani Renji's forehead was sweating coldly, but his heart broke even more. What's the reason? How could this kid Shinji know so many captains silently, and make them fight as if they were about to fight at any time? Is this kid so popular? It seems, really popular. Handsome, strong enough, the key is still very low key. But obviously I'm not bad. Damn it. Asani Renji's expression was distorted, and in a huge jealousy, he almost confessed to everyone on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the collapse of Asari Renji happened. In his sight, Zheng Mukenhachi, who had his own BGM exuding the aura of Lao Zi's fight, walked in front of the gods and grinned cruelly. "Sa, Divine Secretary, let's have a lively fight." Asani Renji's eyes were excited. Finally, is Shinji unable to hide himself? P.S. Please vote, bang bang bang, kowtow asterisk. Chapter 009. Chapter 8. So, this is what you call the fight? A few minutes later, Asanjing Renji's face twitched, and he stared forward with the expression of Sima's face. "Come on, Shinji. This is a man's fight, it's so happy. Damn it, it hurts. The next knife must hit you." In front of him, Zhengmu Jianba, who could make himself breathless just standing there, was being slammed with by the of Kukaki. On the small screen, the game character controlled by Zhengmu Jianba was taken away directly by a set of combos. Too much second, there is still such an interesting thing in this world. Menki Kenpeki put down the game console in his hand and grinned. Today's Jianzhong is also very happy, I really appreciate Sijiang's hospitality. The little pink Lolita walked over politely and bowed to the gods cutely. Upon seeing this, the gods gave her a hug directly. In midair, Kualul Yakianyu laughed happily. "Welcome to challenge again at any time." Rubbing her 8,000 streams of pink hair, Shinji smiled and nodded. "This kind of taunting test is very cool. The problem is, I'm afraid Xiaojian and I won't be able to come to play with you again in a short time." Yaqian Liu sat in the arms of the gods, pouting his face, full of unhappy little emotions. "Hey? Why?" Shinji's expression moved. "Perhaps, is it related to the task just mentioned by the captain?" And then, Kukaki Byakuza really confirmed his guess. "Your latest task has been personally assigned by the captain, and you will be responsible for succeeding the of death in this world and staying in this world for a period of time." Kukaki Byakuya said indifferently, he did not tell Shinji that this was the captain's protection for him. "Hey, just staying in this world, I'll go find you at that time." Zhengmu Jianba grinned. "Captain Menmu, it's not allowed to go to the world without permission. It's better not to have this dangerous idea." Shiba reminded him wholeheartedly when he walked out. "Among the people present, you alone are the least qualified to say this, right?" Jingle Chun Shui muffled his face speechlessly. Because he went to the world to drink without permission, Shiba Yuxin has no idea how many times he has been scolded by the captain. This kind of words came out of his mouth, and it was simply not convincing. "Well, don't mind that kind of thing." Shiba smiled awkwardly, and then stretched out his hand to Shinji. "Then, I would like to ask you for your advice." "I am your captain, Shiba Yuxin." "What, is it already assigned to the 10th Division?" Kira Izuru said in astonishment. Before graduating, he has become the official team member of the Godai 13th team, and even the commander of the team has personally assigned the task. He really deserves to be the gods. Young Mori Tao looks adoring. If it weren't for the gods, maybe they had all been killed, right? Damn. UTM, when did you meet so many big people? How many things did your kid do behind my back? When Akari Renji thought of having a 0 score in the ghost test, he estimated that it would be difficult to have a team to himself in a month, and his mentality was a little broken. Rukia's little face also had a hint of joy, but within 2 seconds, her face froze. Reflected in her pupils, a blonde with suddenly squeezed Shiba's mind away, and her lustful body directly hugged Kyujiji Shinji. "I'm your deputy captain Matsumoto Renju, so brother Shinji, we need to communicate often next." Matsumoto Renju almost squeezed Shinji in his arms and said with a smile. Suddenly, Lucia's mentality collapsed. "I'm so envious, I want to have this figure too." A few days later, it came to life. In a warehouse, Kyujiki Shinji was very decadent and sank his body deeply into the sofa. "This is the life I want." Kukyuki Simzizi's hands rested behind his head. Occasionally cleaning up a few hapless vacancies, most of the time Kyuji can use his own arrangements. The most important thing is to be safe enough. This simply can no longer be in line with the plan of the gods. It's just that there is a little problem with the location of the station. This is a heavy spiritual place, Korra town. If you be careful, there shouldn't be any problems, right? As long as I try to avoid the physical plug-in of Subai, there will be nothing more that I need to pay attention to in Kuza town. Shinji touched his chin, thinking in his heart. After a few years of quiet mixing, when he returns to the corpse soul world, he has no merit, stroke, and no strength, hidden. Why can he be the captain of the 6th division or the high level of the 13th team? Then, isn't it just being randomly assigned to which squad? The days of chaos are over? Thinking about it this way, the future is simply not so beautiful. Shinji almost laughed. Boom boom boom. The sound of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, and a slightly bald middle-aged man banged open the door and rushed in, panting. Remember to knock on the door, Yanagawa. Shinji frowned and sat up. The middle-aged of death in front of him, named Sato Yanagawa, is a member of a lower-level noble family in the corpse soul world. He has been stationed in Kuza town for more than 10 years and is a permanent member here. Master Kokaki, something has happened. Without replying to Shinji, Sato Yanagawa took a deep breath and quickly said, a great Reiki appeared in the center of Kuzuko. Desu. With a look in his eyes, the secretary asked in confusion, what are you talking about to me? Hurry up and tell Kong Gaia Sangzi, this should be his responsible enemy. But Master Kong Gaia has completed all the handovers with Lord Kokaki today, and returned to the corpse soul world. Sato Yanagawa grinned bitterly. Cub, so you want me to deal with Desu? Understood. The gods twitched a few times and stood up blankly. Location? Forget it, I found it. After sighing, the figure of Shinji gradually blurred and disappeared from the room. Understand? You understand a hammer. What an idiot, he actually went. Yanagawa's complexion was not so good, and he almost exploded in swearing. To tell the truth, he was only going for a cut scene. For this kind of young master from a big family who came to Gilded, Yanagawa didn't think he could defeat Desu as the 6th life of the gods. The best choice should be to notify Jing Lingting immediately, and then wait for Jing Lingting's support. But I didn't expect that the young master who came to have a mess would actually go. Idiot, don't die here if you want to die. Lu Chuan cursed in a low voice. If Kukyoki Godji died here, I'm afraid the Kukyoki family would not let him go. This matter still needs to be notified to the corpse soul world quickly. I hope the support from the soul world can come in time. The other side. Rumble. The bustling city center. The tall buildings collapsed like a transparent attack. Pedestrians were fleeing in panic everywhere, and thick black smoke spread in the sky. Bang! Another building exploded, and the flames and shock waves erupted, causing a gust of wind to blow. In the smoke, a girl with short orange hair and wearing a high school uniform walked out slowly. P.S. I'm off work, I'm bursting with code words, there are 2 more chapters to add afterwards asterisk. Chapter 010 I just watched a play, what's wrong with me? Damn human woman! Dare to intervene in Lord Ben's affairs and kill you! Boom! In the flames of the explosion, a giant virtual body with a height of about 5 or 6 meters and long teeth like a wild boar rushed out. He grabbed the girl in front of him, but he caught nothing. Almost there was an afterimage. The girl appeared behind him, her arms stretched out in a bow posture, a longbow of spirits gathered quickly, and then hit Desu's back. Under the huge impact force, Desu fell dozens of meters on the ground, and he got up, his eyes almost turned into beast-like vertical pupils, exuding scarlet light. You irritated me completely, woman. Desu's voice was cold, and the violent murderous aura and spiritual pressure were almost as biting as ice. On the back, the exploded muscles continued to grow, and the granulation was disgustingly intertwined, and finally crusted and peeled off. In just a few seconds, it was completely healed and recovered. Is it overspeed regeneration and steel skin? It seems that you left all these two abilities when you evolve. The girl frowned and pulled out an arrow again. Chapter 9. But in sight, the big Su suddenly disappeared. Ranging. With a change of expression, the girl suddenly disappeared into the air and appeared 10 meters away. Under my feet, there was a sudden loud noise. Dasu's claws pierced deeply into the concrete floor of the floor and sank into the space on the next floor. Hey, the Failien feet of Quincy Killer are really disgusting. Dasu licked his lips and suddenly grinned. A woman like you is only delicious. Your soul looks very delicious. After all, the soul of a Quincy is not comparable to a human soul. This kind of delicious, it's so aftertaste. Have you eaten the soul of a Quincy? Damn it! A flash of anger flashed through the girl's eyes, and she slammed on the ground and stood in mid-air. The huge blue spiritual pressure condensed crazily, and finally turned into a blue light of lightning, hitting Dasu's body. Holy destruction! When the explosion sounded, the girl's voice came slowly. She stared firmly at the front, and even chased out from the nearly 100-meter-tall building. During the fall, she continued to launch the divine destruction towards the shot-down figure. That woman is... In the distant street, Shinji frowned and stared at this scene. Behind him was Sato Yanagawa, panting heavily. Kokaki-sama, what are we going to do next? Otherwise, wait for the support of the soul world, right? Gasping for breath, Yanagawa asked tentatively. No, it's over now. Shensi shook his head. In his perception, the girl's Ryutsu was obviously stronger than that of the Daigzu. Although it was only a brief eruption, the gods still caught the fluctuations in the spiritual pressure. This girl is very strong. Nani? Yanagawa was confused, but still followed the footsteps of the gods and turned and left. Of course it is best not to do it yourself. If something happens to Shinji, he, a guy who has spent more than 10 years in Kusa town, will probably have no good life. But at this moment, there was a strange noise behind him. Shinji and Yanagawa turned their heads at the same time, and their faces became extremely exciting. In the sky, a group of ruins fell down. Directly hit the gods. Oh, oh! Yanagawa yelled in amazement, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, staring at the ruins piled up in front of him. Kokaki Shinji won't be crushed to death, right? Just as he was thinking about whether to run away, how to sophistry with Kokaki's family, oh no, it was just when he explained, a hand suddenly stretched out from the ruins. Then, a slash of lightning flashing tens of meters long swept through everything. Why, I'm watching a play here, and it's bothering you. Kokaki Shinji burst into a swear word, his eyelids beating constantly, staring at the sky blankly, and rushing directly up. Ended. Another shot of sacred destruction, aimed at Dasu's heart. But when the girl noticed Daigzu's sly gaze, an unknown premonition flashed in her heart. It's just that everything is too late. Behind her, scarlet paws brushed her body. That's it, woman. He smiled cruelly. He raised his paws and stared at the blood above, grinning grimly. My paws secrete neurotoxin. It is with this toxin that I have been killed step by step from the lower level to Yachika. Do you feel that your body is beginning to become stiff, and you can't even control any movements? Experience this feeling, because this will be your last memory. Dasu stopped falling. On the other hand, the girl couldn't stabilize her body, she was about to fall from the sky. How could it be possible? Obviously that is also physical, why? The girl was weak and clutching her arm, puzzled. Because that is my ability. She laughed cruelly and stared at the girl greedily, split half of the power to form that body. As long as you eat you can definitely get higher growth, right? The greedy mood could no longer be suppressed. Dasu grinned and stretched out his paws, and grabbed the girl who had already begun to fall towards the ground. Just eat her to get one step closer to Vastad. Eat her, eat her. In my head, this voice kept echoing. Daegzu's horns left saliva. Then, a pain came from his arm, and his pupils dilated, looking at the broken arm flying out of the sky. And, a thunder sword that keeps magnifying. Boom! This sword pressure directly set off a shock wave, accompanied by a huge roar. The ground quickly cracked, and Dasu was shot down directly from the sky. The ground in the center jumped to pieces and shook like an earthquake. This made Sato Yanagawa's eyes widened, staring at the scene incredulously. Wrong, illusion? Just now, it seemed that the gilded kid from Kukaki's family had cut that Daegzu from the sky with a single knife? An illusion, this must be an illusion. Lu Chuan shook his head, throwing away this unreliable idea. Then, I saw Kukyuki Shinji carrying a woman in his hand and falling on the ground. Should be saved. The girl's face was pale, and she could hardly even speak. She tentatively wanted to move her body, but she could only be half carried in the air in shame, unable to keep standing at all. The neurotoxin has begun to spread, and she has lost control of her body. Are you, Reaper? Turning her head, the girl curiously saw the god's face. Suddenly her pupils shrank and blurted out. But the young death boy in front of him didn't pay any attention at all. There was a trace of anger in his eyes, and his fingers were placed on the handle of the Zanpi Deo. One sword style thunder burial. PS1, reward +1 because the number will be blocked, so the name will not be typed. PS2, there will be one more in a while *. Chapter 011 I think I can save it. Zanpakuyo gradually returned to its sheath. Behind, a series of jumping arcs fell from the sky, like the gun of Longinus, landing and bombing without dead ends. After 10 seconds, the jumping thunder and lightning gradually disappeared. At this time, Dasu, who had just gotten up from the ruins, had been pierced by lightning bolts and fell into a pool of blood. This power. Sato Yanagawa swallowed and watched the scene in horror. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had always underestimated Kukyuki Shinji. This great nobleman of the Kukaki family is different from the usual gilded guys. This guy is a monster. Do you know what to say? Don't tell the corpse soul world about me, otherwise, you will die. Staring at Yanagawa for a few seconds, Shinji said lightly in Yanagawa's sweaty expression. Today's matter cannot be known by the corpse soul world. If he has the merits, then he will definitely become the high-level team of the Godai 13th team. When the time comes, the battle with Aizen and the 1000-year battle with Quincy will be involved. He didn't want to face Eren and Habage. Yes, Lord Shinji, I understand. Yanagawa nodded respectfully, and before he knew it, he even changed his name. As for you. After hesitating for a few seconds, Shinji carried the almost unconscious girl and disappeared into the street. 10 minutes later, a door across the boundary opened. The big-breasted girl with long blonde hair jumped out. She grabbed Sato Yanagawa by the collar. Where is Shinji? Where is he? Where is the enemy now? Matsumoto Ranju's expression was slightly anxious, worried about Shinji's current situation. That's the mid-level Daxia Chukas. Hundreds of imaginary intertwined and merged to form a lower-level great imaginary Kylian, from which they continued to slaughter and swallow other imaginary forces, and finally stood out and evolved into Yakukas. With this level of combat power, even the deputy captain dare not say that he will win. As for Shinji, he was just a 6-year-old who had just graduated. What's more, she only told the priest before that she should take good care of him and communicate in depth. If something happens to Shinji now, Matsumoto Ranju will never let go. Deputy Captain Luanju, the matter has been resolved. Sato Yanagawa barely spoke. Solution, solved? Nanny. Matsumoto Ranju's beautiful eyes were blank, and he let go of his hand, and Sato Yanagawa almost fell to the ground in a hurry. Solved? How is this possible? That's Yakuka's. Chapter 10. Could it be said that Kyujiki Shinji did it? But this is even more impossible. He is just a 6th-generation rebirth. Even if, with a woman's intuition, Matsumoto Ranzaku realizes that Kukiki Shinji is hiding something, it does not mean that Kukiki Shinji has the ability to solve Akuka's strength. It was made by a Quincy girl. Without any hesitation, Sato Yanagawa chose to help Shinji conceal his power. No matter what the purpose of the gods is doing this, it is no longer important. All he needs to do now is to give his name certificate. This is a great opportunity. Queenskiller? So that's it. A clear color flashed across Matsumoto Ranju's eyes. In the town of Kusa, there are indeed quintessences, and they all have records in the corpse soul world, which is not a secret to the death gods above the deputy captain. Can you defeat the Quincy girl of Yakuka's? It sounds like I really want to see it. She rolled her eyes and murmured, since the reality has been resolved, then I am ready to return to the soul world. That's it. Now that we are here in this world, of course we have to have a good time and go back. Tanshiba Yuxin, the super irresponsible captain, ran into this world every 3 to 5, and then threw all the teamwork to her. Matsumoto Ranju had long wanted to quit her. Now that's good, you can let your team leader taste the hard work of working overtime every day. Suddenly, Matsumoto Ranju's mood was beautiful. Moreover, you can also take this opportunity to have more in-depth exchanges with the little gods, it is simply the best of both worlds. Matsumoto Ranju stretched triumphantly, his lustful body stretched out, and Sato Yanagawa intuitively looked away. Sato-kun, do you know the Fish-side restaurant? Hey? If it's that pub, I know where it is, but how did Deputy Captain Ranju know this place? On the other side, the rooftop of the hospital. Shinji sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the ground. Can you still speak? Say if you can, I can't just leave you in the hospital if you are like this. Facing the question from the gods, the girl didn't say a word, her eyes began to look a little dim. It's really troublesome, is this neurotoxin so fierce? Shinji scratched his head, although he did not grasp the answer, but after checking the girl's physical condition, he still felt a little headache. After thinking for a few seconds, Shinji suggested, should I insert a urinary catheter in a stool bag for you? I'm afraid you will have incontinence soon. I have to say that the neurotoxin of that big virtual is still very fierce. The Quincy girl in front of her had all her nerves completely paralyzed. In this case, don't expect to be able to control her body. So, something shameful will happen soon. For cleanliness and for your own good, you should understand me. I don't know when, the gods held a urine bag connected to a tube and a bag in his hands. A burst of light suddenly burst out of the dim eyes of the Quincy girl who was lying still. It's just that Shinji didn't notice. So, offended. Shinji sighed and began to prepare. The Quencher girl's breathing suddenly increased a lot, and her eyes seemed to have begun to restore a little girl's agility. Just when the priest stretched his hand over, the girl suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed the arm of the gods with a snap. I think I can still rescue. Don't give up on me. The girl's voice was hoarse, and after she said this intermittently, there was no movement. Shinji moved his eyes and asked, can you move? But it was like a flash in the pan, the girl did not move anymore, and even kept such movements frozen, like a sculpture. Sure enough, give up the treatment, you have nothing to rescue, you still have to continue, it is really troublesome. The side, broke the girl's hand, and picked up the urinary catheter on the floor. At this moment, the girl's body suddenly shook. Shenxi's eyes condensed, and he took a few steps back. In sight. On the girl's skin, a faint bloodline was spreading, and an almost noticeable huge spiritual pressure was flowing in the blood, swallowing the dark purple neurotoxin lines. In the end, a tree-like tattoo was formed, gorgeous and stunning. This is a static blood suit. You are. The blood suit is an ability that only a pure-blood Quinzaner can possess. Shinji's eyes shrank slightly, and suddenly a woman thought of it. It was a woman with orange hair, who was also a pure-blooded Quincy, and was able to defeat the physics plug-in of Su Bai. Calculating the time, the orange-haired woman is probably the age of the girl in front of her. This Quincy girl, shouldn't be Kurosaki Masaki, right? PS1, the edition of 2.6 has been completed. Once again thank you, the reader, for your reward. PS2, there are pictures in this chapter. Asterisk. Chapter 012 A Genius Girl from the Quincy Clan. Call. The whirlwind caused by the entanglement of the spiritual pressure dissipated, and the branch-like lines gradually became transparent, and the skin returned to the kind of healthy white of a girl. In just a few seconds, the neurotoxin that had just left her helpless had all been wiped out. It's really a blood suit. The gods sat on the spot and couldn't help but exclaimed. The blood suit is an exclusive skill only possessed by the pure-blooded quintessence. It is divided into two forms, the static blood suit and the moving blood suit. Static blood equipment, that is, permanent passive skills. It will form a layer of protection on the surface of the quince, including the body, to be immune to any attack. As long as the intensity of the attack does not exceed the quintessence's own spiritual pressure, the static blood suit will defend against all attacks. And even if the defense is broken, the static blood suit will recover extremely quickly. The outfit is an active ability. Exciting all the power of the blood suit, gaining huge power, speed, endurance, and spiritual pressure increase in a short time, but at the same time losing the protective ability of the static blood suit. The two forms cannot exist at the same time. What just eliminated those neurotoxins was the ability of the static blood costume. Even if Shinji hadn't hacked the Akuka's class Desu just now, I am afraid that Kurosaki Maki will immediately awaken the blood suit and then fight back strongly. You seem to know the Quincy very well, Reaper. Kurosaki Masaki also sat cross-legged on the opposite side. She looked curiously at the boy in front of her, her hoarse voice quickly recovered with the awakening of the blood suit, turning into a girl's light voice. It's just that I didn't expect to see this rare ability with my own eyes. Shinji smiled and pointed to her skirt, besides, you're gone. Yet. Kurosaki Maki screamed, flushed, and pressed the skirt. You are strange, Shinigami, unlike other Shinigami, you don't seem to be hostile to me. Kurosaki Masaki looked curious. She has not seen the death gods in the past, but those gods of death are often wary and disgusted with them. The kind of sight is far less clear than the youth in front of them. It's like, in the eyes of this of death, she is just an ordinary human girl. It seems that you are not strange, but the Quincy is also very hostile to death, right? Shinji said slowly. Suddenly, the face of the girl in front of her turned redder. She took the initiative to stretch out Baijin's hand to the Shinji. Get to know me again. My name is Kurosaki Masaki, a Quincy. After speaking, Kurosaki Maki winked playfully. My name is Asani Renji. As you can see, I am a of death. Shinji couldn't help but smile, took her cold little hand, and proactively reported Renji's name. What? Why don't you tell Kurosaki Maki's real name? What a joke. Tell her her own name, and then the group of quintessences will write her own name? Who knows if there are people with invisible empires hiding in this ethnic group of Quincy? So I'm sorry Renji. Shinji looked righteous, and once again brushed up some prestige for Renji's name. Renji World Singing Degree +1. Ashuri Renji. Kurosaki Maki tilted his head for a moment and said with a smile, then I will call you Renji. Thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would be dead today. Shinji shook his head, even without me, you won't have an accident today. Without awakening the blood suit, that Akuka's was no match for Kurosaki Masaki. After awakening the blood suit, that Akuka's had no chance of winning. You can't say that. If it weren't for you, I might have died at the time. Who could guess if I would awaken the blood suit at that time? Kurosaki Maki's mentality is very good, also very talkative, and belongs to a very outgoing and sunny character. Up to you. Shinji patted his and prepared to leave. Is this going to leave? I'm still going to invite you to dinner. Kurosaki Maki pouted and muttered dissatisfiedly. Have you ever seen death eat human food? Shensi complained, jumped down from the tall building and disappeared. I just left. After standing on the rooftop for a long time, Kurosaki Maki suddenly smiled triumphantly. Do you think I can't find you? I am a genius girl from the Quincy clan. You can't avoid me. With a triumphant snort, Kurosaki Masaki glanced at the hospital below her feet, and disappeared. A few seconds later, a cool wind blew. A young man with glasses, dark blue eyes, short hair, and white skin, stood on the edge of the roof, watching the back of the girl who was sneaking away from the hospital. Reaper. Chapter 11. The Other Side. In a slightly remote area, in a shop that has not been visited by customers for a long time. A man wearing dark green light clothes, a green and white fisherman hat and clogs opened the door and walked in. On it, there are a few big characters written in Urahara store. I'm back, the store manager. Behind the door, a burly man with reflective glasses was leaning there in his overalls, as if he had been waiting for a while. He is holding Hina Tetshai, the former commander-in-chief of the ghosts. Do you feel that Ryutsu, too? Urahara Kisuk responded and asked suddenly. Ah, I noticed it. Although it was only a burst, it was enough. With this level of Ryutsu, which captain has come to this world? Holding the reflections of Hiratetsusai's lenses, he pushed his glasses and looked at the man in front of him. The answer may still be obtained from the store manager. That's a completely unfamiliar Ryutsu, a guy I'm not familiar with at all. Urahara Kisuk shook his head solemnly. It's really troublesome, at this time, will it be Aizen? Hearing this, he frowned while holding Lingtiazai, his face was not pretty. That's not Aizen. In the corner, a black cat suddenly uttered something, using a male voice, to participate in the conversation. Speaking of Taizai, has there been anything strange happening in the soul world recently? Looking at the black cat, Urahara Kisuk also leaned against the door, his eyes drooping, and suddenly asked. Although they had already resigned from the soul world, it did not mean that Urahara Kisuk and them had completely lost the channel to obtain intelligence and information. To deal with Aizen, intelligence is necessary. They need to monitor the movement of the corpse soul world at all times, so as to analyze the stage of AI Ran's plan has been carried out, or what AI Ran wants to do. To say strange things, there is one thing. After hesitating for a few seconds, holding Hiratetsusai slowly said, Kokaki Byakuya's younger brother Kyujiki Jinji, for some reasons that could not be investigated, was dispatched to Karazacho and became the new of death stationed in Karazacho. Kokaki Shinji. Urahara Kisuk's expression shifted, and suddenly he looked at the black cat who raised his head and squinted his eyes without knowing when. Yaiki, if you remember correctly, that kid named Kyujiki Shinji, isn't it your fiancé? Asterisk. Chapter 013. N.A. Nanny. The eyes holding Hina Iditsusai's surprise fell to the ground. He touched his eyes and put them on again, and asked in disbelief, does Mr. Yayi have a marriage contract with the Kokaki god division of the Kokaki family? Although it has long been known that the relationship between the Kokyoki family and the Saifeng Academy is very close, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a community of interests, it is simply a nostril. But holding Lingtiazai really did not expect that the former patriarch of Saifeng Academy, Yai of Saifeng Yuan, would actually have a marriage contract with the future patriarch of the Kokyoki house, Shinji Kokaki. Ah, that happened many years ago. Feng Yuan shook his tail, squinted his eyes and said, I really miss it. I don't know what that kid looks like now. In the erect pupils, it seems that the figure of the former teenager is reflected. Unlike Menseo Tsundera's Kukyoki Byakuya, Sifenjai Yuan Yika was even more interested in the precocious and very mature Kukyoki Shinji. It can make you remember so clearly. It seems that this Kukyoki God division is not easy. Kisuk Urahara opened the folding fan, half hidden his face, and said with only his eyes exposed. He is indeed a very interesting guy, you better not treat him as a child. Sifenjai Yuan rolled his eyes and reminded him that the topic suddenly changed. We can try to contact him. If he is willing to help us, then we will save a lot of effort. Yet, it seems that Ye Yisang is going to go out in person. Hearing the disappearance of his fiancée in this world, I can't help this young girl's mood anymore. Kisuk Urahara joked with a smile, and what greeted him was a series of cat flying claws. Accept the move, rocket cat flying claws. Hi, my face. After a flurry of flying chickens, his face was covered with scratches, and Urahara Kisuk, whose hat was crooked, squatted on the ground with a sullen expression. One more thing, I tore your face. Jumping to the ground paved with wooden planks, Sifenjai Yuan gave him a slanted look, jumped up, opened the door, and walked out. The store manager, hurry up and talk about it. What is the marriage contract between Mr. Yaishi and Kyujiki Shinji? It stands to reason that even if there is a marriage contract, shouldn't it be Kukyoki Byakuya and Mr. Yaishi? After all, they are relatively close in age. When the knight of Sifenjai Yuan left one by one, Hyotise leaned in front of Urahara Kisuk very gossiping, and squatted down to ask. He was very curious about what happened back then. On the one hand, I want to know why Sifenjin Yika has a marriage contract with Kyujiki Shinji. On the other hand, I also want to understand why Kukyoki Byakuya didn't choose. Compared with the silent Kukyoki Shinji, Kukyoki Byakuya is obviously already the captain and the head of the Kukyoki family, and the powerful Kukyoki Byakuya is even better. Anyone with a brain knows how to choose, right? Unless, there are hidden secrets that outsiders don't know. Ahem, the story here is longer, want to know? You have this. Kisuk Urahara covered his face, making money gestures with one hand. Suddenly, a black line flashed across his forehead holding Hiratetsu Sai. 3 months, I don't need to pay for 3 months, right? No, it's not enough, you have to add money, and the minimum is 1 year. 1 year is too long, I can only agree to half a year at most. All right, half a year is half a year. This time you made a profit. It's so simple to know the past of the Kukyoki family and the Saifeng Academy. This matter is a long story. Urahara Kisuk's eyes were blurred, as if caught in some kind of memory. What he didn't notice was that the unclosed door behind him didn't know when a gap was opened. The black cat squatted motionless behind them, staring at their sly backs. His eyes were gradually replaced by scarlet. Saifeng Yard slowly licked his paws. The hunting moment is on. Bang bang bang. In the middle of the night, a knock on the door rang. Kukyoki Shinji stood up without expression, opened the door, and found that it was a woman with unruly hair and bold clothes standing there with a wine bottle in her hand. Who are you? It seems a bit familiar. Kanji glanced a few more times, and then almost burst into swearing. With this lusty body, besides the bold and unrestrained woman Matsumoto Ranju, who else? But what is this drunken look? It's really unconscionable, the little priest forgot about me so quickly. Matsumoto Ranju leaned against the door, not giving Shinji a chance to close the door, and smiled. Why are you still staying in this world? And how much wine did you drink? The gods covered his forehead with a headache. The captain always says that the wine in this world is delicious, so people want to stay in this world and try it. Matsumoto Ranju burped his wine, leaned against the door frame, and gathered his long hair femininely. I have to say that she is very sultry. But your charming eyes, the weird blush on your face, and the strong smell of alcohol, you are afraid that you have drunk fake wine, big-breasted girl. Shinji's eyelids twitched and pointed to Matsumoto Renju, don't come over, stand there, and don't move. Matsumoto Renju. What is your look? Why, I saw dislike in your eyes. Was the old mother disgusted? Matsumoto Renju's eyes looked resentful. You wait a minute. Shinji thought for a few seconds before leaving the room in a flash. Matsumoto Renju smiled, his eyes bright, where there is still the drunken state before. She half leaned against the door lazily, muttering lazily, the little seems to be a very reliable man, but is the matter of this world really you? You have a problem, Lord God. Matsumoto Renju smiled. When the Shinji came back, she once again became a girl who could be picked up at any time. It should be said that she was the style of the girl who lost her foot on the ground. That's right, she was just to test Kushiki Shinji. Out of a woman's instinct, it is also a woman's sixth sense. From the time of soul burial practice, Matsumoto Renju felt that Kushiki Shinji had hidden something. With the Shani Renji's deformed initial solution, it is absolutely impossible to defeat the two Yakukas. So, who defeated the two Yakukas? Moreover, judging from the death scene of this current Akukas, the remaining breath obviously also carries the spiritual pressure of thunder. This kind of spiritual pressure seems to be extremely similar to the residual spiritual pressure on the two Daigzu whose soul burial practice was killed, or it is from a single person. And this person is probably Kukyuki Shinji, right? Matsumoto Renju squinted, lazily pretending to be crazy. Drink the sober medicine, then go back to sleep and go back to the soul realm. Shinji muffled his face speechlessly, and pushed Matsumoto Renju out. On the tree outside the room, a black cat is squatting there licking sharp nails, squinting, staring at this scene without blinking. PS1, because I have to work during the day, I can only take the time to secretly update the codewords and be unstable, and most of the updates will be concentrated at night. PS2, thanks to the letter reader master for your reward. I won't type it out because I can't type the name, but there will still be 2 chapters added today. PS3, there will be another chapter of flowers to add more changes. Today I was in front of the computer to make it dawn, and I have to knock out 7 more. Please vote. Clang clang, knocked it out asterisk. Chapter 014, Woman, Oh. The World of Corpse Souls, Suri Ting. Chapter 12. Some secret underground experiment base. Pieces of screens are placed there, and all the pictures above are scenes of the city of Kuzuko. Click. The door to the room opened. Ichimaru-jin folded his arms, glanced, and said with a smile, Captain Aizen. How, is there a result? AI Ran smiled gently, pushed his glasses, walked to the screen, and stared at the scene above. Alia, it's really terrible. The young master of our Kukyuki family solved the Akukas very simply and neatly. It seems that it is just an experiment of this level and cannot test the Kukyuki god. The upper limit of the division. Ichimaru-jin opened his eyes and switched the screen to the scene where Kukyuki Shinji was fighting with the Akukas class Daigzu. Is it a thunder-type Zanpaku? It's really a rare ability. AI Ran stared flatly, waiting for the end of the battle before commenting. Yet, when it comes to the thunder attribute Zanpakuto, I have to mention the Deputy Captain Jiro, Minister Sparrow. I really want to see what his interpretation is like, but it's a pity. Tisk tusk tusk. Unlike the tone of that sigh, Ichimaru-jin's slightly raised horns, as well as the nasty expression and the abusive eyes, are clearly deliberately yin and yang. It's a pity that Mako Hirako and his party and Kisuke Urahara did not move at all. It seems we need to increase some weight. AI Ran pushed on his black-framed glasses, and under the reflective mirror, there was a calm look in his eyes. Continuous experiments have fed back enough experimental data. The collapsed jade in his hand was incomplete and imperfect. If you want to evolve towards a higher and more perfect life form, you must get the collapsed jade created by Kisokura, and eventually evolve into a flawless collapsed jade. Fusion with the perfect collapsed jade is the most perfect form in the ideal. Oh? If you do this, isn't Captain Aizen afraid of attracting the attention of the soul world? Ichimaru's silver glasses narrowed, showing a fox smile. Don't worry, Yin, they don't have the energy to notice us for the time being, and they don't even doubt us. Aizen smiled mildly like a good old man. As expected to be Captain Aizen, it seems that he is already ready, so what's the plan? Hearing this, Ichimaru-jin stopped the movement in his hand and asked with a smile. It's time to put Void White on Karaza town. With the existence of Void White, the soul world will be devastated for a long time, and there is no time to investigate other details. Aizen looked at the screen in the corner with interest. His eyes are pure, as if looking at a piece of work. In the dimmed screen, a dark shadow was floating in the culture vessel, and only the deformed corners were vaguely visible. Virtual White. Ichimaru Silver frowned slightly. Will it be too early? The progress of the Virtual White fusion is not perfect at present, there are still some flaws, and besides, is it a bit too much to test Kokyuki Shinji with sub-eye? His squinted eyes opened slightly, and Shimaru-jin also looked at the culture vessel on the screen, with a hint of fear in the bottom of his eyes. The one in there is a complete monster. Yin, have you noticed that you seem to pay more attention to Kokyuki Shinji? Lan Ran suddenly changed her tone and smiled faintly. Ah, maybe it's a genius sympathy, so I can't help but pay more attention to him. Ichimaru-jin's horns rose, and the topic was changed without a trace. Are the geniuses sympathetic to each other? It's really rare to be able to get Silver's approval. AI Ran stroked the black-rimmed glasses, his tone was flat, and his gaze turned back to the scene of the battle between Shinji and Daezu. If it is so easy to die in the hands of Subai, that can only explain one thing. Matter. I looked away, he is just such a man, nothing more. Let's go ahead, Kokyuki Shinji is not as simple as it shows, and what he hides is very interesting. The guy who was obviously dead at that time, actually came back to life again. Aizen dropped her hands, but her eyes were cheerful. Ah, this is really interesting. Ichimaru-jin's tone was relaxed, as if he was talking about unrelated things, but speaking of this, Tsun seems to have started to pay attention to Kokyuki Shinji recently. Aizen's eyes were deep. Tsun, would you like? Kuzuko, in a room in a warehouse somewhere in the central area. A teenager in pajamas was with a black cat, staring wide-eyed, maintaining this stalemate for a long time. Finally, the black cat couldn't help breaking the weird atmosphere first. Oh, I thought how long a guy like you would hide, but I couldn't help but expose myself so soon. Sifenjai Yuan Yi sneered while flicking his tail with the voice of a middle-aged male. With that, she couldn't help licking her paw. Exposure? The name I always reported was Asari Renji. What does that have to do with my Kokyuki Shinji? Shinji smiled and spread his hands, and threw the pod out. Only those insiders. Either he didn't know what his real name was, or he kept his eyes closed like Sato Yanagawa. As for the enemy, Saquon, who had seen the gods make a shot, was already dead. I killed all the enemies I fought, so who can prove that I was releasing the water or getting the merits? Isn't it good for him to check in on time to go to get off work and to paddle? Hey, a man like you can't hide for long. Sifenjai Yuan murmured. Suddenly his vision disappeared, and asked casually, pretending to be indifferent, speaking of the woman who gave you a hug just now, if I read it right, that is the one-minded deputy of Shiba of the Juvenile Division. Captain, Matsumoto Renju, right? How can you tell that it was throwing in his arms? The gods were puzzled. The little girl is about to squeeze that lusty body onto your face. Isn't this a hug? Saifeng Courtyard asked back. She was just drunk. I think it is not her who is drunk, and her purpose is not a bar. Hearing this, the god's eyes flashed. So you can see it too. The horns of the gods rise. To talk about acting, Matsumoto Ranju is definitely at the level of the actor and queen. The drunken Miss Yuja's charming posture was performed by her without the slightest flaw. There was a group of men picking up corpses on the side of the road for minutes. But the problem is, Shinji knows her personality very well. A woman who drinks wine as water and has a good amount of alcohol, can drunk a group of male death. Is she only slightly drunk, and looks bold but attentive and very self-loving? Will she come to flirt with him most of the night when she is drunk? This is obviously a special plan, and 80% of them come here to talk about intelligence. Woman, hat. Thinking of this, Shinji turned his eyes, and then his horns twitched. Your uncle. How come you suddenly become human? Hurry up and change it back. Clothes, jerk. P.S. Thank you for having no money to read the 1998 100 rewards in the code word for hard work, Rua *. Chapter 015 How do you understand the strong? Hey, you are my fiancé anyway. You just don't wear clothes. What's all the fuss about? In the room, Saifanjai Yuanyai returned to his human form, and she was wearing the clothes of the gods that was a circle larger than her on her head. Then don't be so sudden, why not say hello? With a helpless expression on his face, Shinji threw his trousers over, blurring the face of Yoichi Saifanjai Yuan. Ah, aren't you shy? Si Feng Yuan laughed and threw his pants aside, came over and hugged the shoulder of the gods, and then slammed his shoulder with a squeezing smile. Shinji. Feed the cubs, don't give birth to a child by pregnant women, squirting in the mouth. This time, it should be more than just to tease me, or to meet me as simple as that. Turning Saifanjai Yuanyai's head to one side, the gods sat on the bed, looking at the woman in front of him. Her long purple hair was tied into a ponytail, her eyes were golden yellow, her skin showed a healthy wheat color, and her every move exuded the scent of a mature woman. Ah, I think with your mind, you should have guessed the purpose of my visit this time. Saifanjai Yuanyai came over, leaning on the gods, and asked with a smile, would you like to see that guy Kisuk? He really wants to see you. Does Urahara Kisuk want to see me? Shinji thought for a while, then suddenly asked, if I refuse, what will you do? Will you grab me? Hearing this, Saifanjai Yuanyai rolled a pretty eye. If it were you 3 years ago, I have absolute certainty that I can easily subdue you. But if it is you now, I am afraid that you have completely mastered the power of swastika, right? Saifeng Yuanyi turned his head to one side and looked at the profile of the gods. Although she doesn't know how strong the Shinji is currently, there is one thing that Saifanjai Yuanyika can be sure of. That is, the Kukyuki Shinji who has mastered the swastika has undoubtedly stood at the top of the Reaper, has become the leader-level Reaper, surpassing most of the Reapers. I really started paying attention to this man 3 years ago. 3 years ago, although there was a marriage contract, Saifeng Yuanyai had always regarded it as a verbal agreement. For a woman like her, that kind of marriage contract was always invalid. But 3 years ago, Kukyuki Shinji was attacked by a big Su and was dying. Saifanjai Yuanyai secretly sneaked into the corpse soul world. After contacting this man for the first time, he quickly admitted his identity. Whether it's strength, talent, mind, Kukyuki Shinji is the best choice. It may even be because of being stimulated by the attack, which deepened the communication with Zanpakudayo. In just a few days, he suddenly mastered Hajime and started to formally contact the power of swastika. After that, the overall view and foresight shown by Kukyuki Shinji made Saifanjin's Yai even more shocked. Saifanjai Yuanyai really did not expect that in the 100 years of betraying the soul world, no one had discovered the internal problems of the soul world, and it was actually noticed by a student of the spiritual academy. What was even more unexpected was that only with some clues, Kokyuki Shinji would pick out the blue dye that was hidden in the deepest part. It was this series of things that made Siphon-jin Yaishi completely accept the identity of Kokyuki Shinji, and acquiesced in the existence of his fiancée's identity. So horrible. Obviously, he was just a student of the Academy of Spirituality, not even the apprentice reaper. In such a young period of time, without any source of information, he even analyzed the existence of Aizen by himself. You must know that in the entire Godi I-13 team, except for her and Urahara Kisuke, and the group of Hirako Mako who was also forced to defect, no one could detect Aizen's abnormality. Chapter 13. This is true including the captain. Ai Ran's disguise is so terrible, and his good personality has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Siphon Jiyuan suddenly noticed that she had always underestimated her fiancé. Even now, Siphon Jiyuan Yai could still feel that she still underestimated her fiancé. But such an excellent fiancé is too steady. No, it should be said that the wife is too stable. Obviously possessing such a powerful strength and talent, he has already proved himself in front of Siphon Jiyuan Yai, but he is still so cautious. I don't know if this is a disadvantage or an advantage. Of course, in the night of Siphon Jiyuan, it seemed quite cute. Is it very strong if you have mastered the swastika? Shinji scratched his head. Isn't it strong to master the swastika? Siphon Jiyuan's eyes widened at night, and almost couldn't hold back the cat flying to his face. For the of death, usually, the first solution will increase the spiritual pressure of the of death by more than 5 times, and the will increase the spiritual pressure of the of death by more than 10 times. In short, just master the swastika, you can have more than 50 times the spiritual pressure of the ordinary of death. But in fact, such data is not accurate yet. Because after mastering the initial solution, the threshold of the Reaper's spiritual pressure, that is, the limit of the Reaper's spiritual pressure, will be increased to a certain extent. To put it bluntly, the capacity of the spiritual pressure will be increased. And the threshold value increased after the solution is a geometric increase. Therefore, the reinforcement of the captain level Reaper is more than just 50 times that of an ordinary Reaper. Can't this level of power be called the strong? So what can be called a strong one? I don't think it is strong enough to master the swastika alone. Shinji thought for a while and said. At the very least, you have to enter the Bang 6 fusion state, that is, during the Millennium Blood War, the blue-dyed blood blue form can be considered a strong person, right? How do you define the strong? Siphon Jiyuan Yi looked suspicious and wondering whether his fiancée was too cautious. I think that someone who can suppress the virtual circle and the power of the corpse soul world should be considered a strong one. At the end, Shinji added, it's not too demanding, just like Captain Yamamoto. Siphon Jiyuan Yi. You have always defined and understood the strong like this? I think your little head is a cat disease. Seeing the look of Yoichi Siphon-jin's expectation, Shinji thought for a few seconds, nodded and agreed, since Urahara Kisuke wants to see me, let's meet. It just so happens, I also have something to ask him. P.S. The normal update has been completed, the next step is to add updates, continue to code words, please readers, please give me a lot, please asterisk. Chapter 016. There is the road along the night of Siphon-jin Temple, and Shinji soon came to the Urahara store. It's hard to believe that Urahara Kisuke, and Yoichi Shikiden and Yoichi and Hiratetsu Sai would hide in such a place. Siphon Jiyuan Yi stepped forward and put his palms in the air in front of him in a human form. Suddenly, a faint ripple like the surface of water spread, and finally faded away. In order to prevent Aizen from finding us, the existence of a barrier is necessary. Siphon Jiyuan Yi explained. There is Hiratetsu Sai, the former leader of the ghosts, and they relieved a lot of pressure. It is precisely because of the barrier of Hiratetsu Sai that Eren has been unable to lock their exact position. As soon as he walked into the store following Siphon Jiyuan Yi and opened the door, the gods saw 2 people squatting at the door shivering. But when he saw the faces of the two of them clearly, the god's eyelids twitched and he blurted out, "You two, who?" The man with the fisherman hat was almost scratching his face was swollen and his nose was swollen, but it was miserable. On the other hand, another tall man in overalls had his glasses crooked and a missing tooth. After watching for a long time, Shinji confirmed the identities of these two people. The captain of the former 12th Squad of the Godi I-13 team, and the original director of the Technology Development Bureau, Urahara Kisuk, and the former Onadao General Commander, O Onadao Nagao Hiratetsusai. But, why did they do this miserably? Alia Li, you are Kukaki Shinji, Yai that fiancé, right? You laughed. I was accidentally smashed by something while Tai and I were cleaning up the warehouse. Look, this. Kisuk Urahara smiled wryly and stretched out his hand, but he sighed and put his hand back when he saw that his hand was and his sleeves were tattered. Shinji. Why does this seem to be a scar from being caught? Open your eyes and talk nonsense? When I'm blind, is it a cub? Please sit down. Seeing that Shinji didn't answer, Urahara Kisuk awkwardly changed the subject. Where do you want me to sit? Shinji looked around and asked. Urahara Kisuk. After being beaten up, my mind seemed to be a little bit overwhelming. He patted his face. Please follow me. Several people changed rooms. Kisuk Urahara also took the opportunity to change his clothes with Hiratetsusai. His face and body were covered with bandages. Although it still looked weird, it was a lot more pleasing to the eye than before. Kamiji, because of your relationship with Yaiki, I'm going to be more straightforward. The stress fluctuations that erupted in Kuzuko before should be yours, right? If you didn't guess wrong, have you already mastered the swastika? Urahara Kisuk's grimace expression closed, and he suddenly became serious. Hearing this, the Shinji couldn't help but glanced at Saifanjai Yuanyat, and found that the woman blinked at herself triumphantly. Obviously, Yoichi Shikiden did not tell Kisuk Urahara about the information of the shrine. She chose to conceal all the information of the shrine. She is the fiancée of Shinji, and Urahara Kisuk, just the subject of her surveillance. Kisuk Urahara is indeed a very reliable guy, and possesses the big picture and inhuman wisdom, but at the same time, he is also a very dangerous guy. Don't forget, how was Bengaya born? It is a superdimensional product that combines human, death, and virtual souls in a proportion, and then in accidental circumstances. This process cannot be replicated, and the success rate is extremely low. So, where did the soul of this collapsed jade created by Kisuk Urahara come from? This is a question that cannot stand scrutiny. And, during the Millennium Battle, Yoichi Shikiden made it clear that she stayed with Urahara Kisuk to monitor Urahara Kisuk, and Urahara Kisuk also understood this, and said something like, if I continue to do this dangerous things, Yai will definitely kick me. When discovering the danger of collapsed jade and Aizen's coveting, Kisuk Urahara chose to retreat from the rapids and gave up a series of subsequent experiments. The Shinji was very aware of the hidden facts, so he opened his mouth straight and neatly, I won't admit that I have such power. Hearing this, Urahara Kisuk's eyes flashed, then, I didn't deny this too? Alia Li, Yaiki is right, if you underestimate the gods, you will really suffer a lot. Think about it, of death who is not even a seat official, suddenly used it during a battle, how dare you believe it? The enemy who fought against the gods might crash without thinking on the spot. You don't have to say these polite words, do you want me to help deal with Aizen? Shinji interrupted the scene. Suddenly, Urahara helped her pupil shrink. The great aristocratic teenager of the Kukyuki family, the fiancé of Yoichi Saifanjai Yuan, not only concealed the fact that he had mastered the Ja at the age of the 6th rebirth, he even discovered Aizen. Urahara Kisuk's heart set off a huge wave, he glanced at Saifanjai Yuanya without a trace, and found that she nodded slightly before taking a deep breath. It's amazing, what a terrifying boy. No wonder, Yi said, don't underestimate him. I thought this was just what Sifanjai Yuan Yi used to protect her fiancé, but who knew what she said turned out to be true. Have you even discovered the existence of Aizen? Taking a deep breath again, Urahara Kisuk's eyes stared at the Shinji. Kamaji, I will ask you a question next. This question is very important. Please be sure to tell us the truth. Have seen Hajime of Ai Ran Soyajuk, Kyunka Shoyu? After speaking, Urahara Kisuk's eyes didn't blink, and he looked at Shinji nervously. Even Shahaya Tetsui and Sifanjin Yi held their breath, waiting for the answer from the gods. Because the answer to this question is too important. Ah, you said that. Shinji spread out his hands. Every once in a while, Ai Ran will use the ability of the Zanpakuto to help students understand Hajime in advance as an excuse, and take the initiative to show his own Hajime mirror Hwashoyu at the Mao Academy of Spiritualism. So inevitable, I have already seen his first solution in the mirror. Hearing this, holding Lingtiazai and Sifanjai Yuan Yi looked disappointed. Urahara Kisuk also sighed. Sure enough, although there is a slight expectation, Aizen will not leave such a flaw, especially after he has noticed you. P.S. Reward +1 more, please vote *. Chapter 017 The Tendency of Integration, Bengayu's Identification. Based on Urahara Kisuk's understanding of Aizen, it is impossible for the impervious Aizen that counts passers-by in the plan and arranges everything. It is impossible to leave such a loophole. I thought that Kukyoki Shinji had never hit the mirror, so maybe they could have one more whole card to win. Unfortunately, Aizen had already considered this. Those who have hit the mirror Flower Water and Moon will have no strength to fight back in front of Aizen. Because Jinghua Shoyu's ability is completely hypnotic, making it completely believe that the appearance, shape, quality, feeling, and even smell of a specific object are what the master wants. As long as the opponent has seen the moment of liberation once, he can completely hypnotize the other's 5 senses, the induction of spiritual power, etc. This is also Aizen who lied that his Zanpakuto is a Zanpakuto of the flowing water system. Its ability is to use the irregular reflection of fog and water to disturb the enemies in fighting, and it is often displayed in the Godi 13 team and the Mao Spiritual Academy. The real reason he and Sifanjai Yuan Yi and the others lost their resistance because of this. Sure enough, his expectations were too high. Urahara Kisuk couldn't help but shook his head in disappointment, but saw the Shinji suddenly smile and knock on the table. But Jinghua Shoyu doesn't seem to be effective for me. Kamuji said lightly. Urahara Kisuk's face changed for the first time. Sifanjai Yuan Yi couldn't help but leaning over to grab the shrine's wrist. What do you mean by this? It's obviously already in the mirror, why is it neutralized? Have you found the flaw in Jinghua Shoyu? Urahara Kisuk suddenly flashed a glare, and asked incredulously. I found the flaws too, but Jinghua Shoyu is not effective for me, but it is not because I noticed Jinghua Shoyu's flaws. Shinji shook his head, meaning, I'm the one who died once. What is the relationship between the mirror Flower Water Moon in Kukyoki Shinji and the Kukyoki Shinji? Unexpectedly, I changed everyone, and of course it would be invalid. That's why, every time Ai Ran came to the Spiritual Academy in the past few years, Shinji would look for a chance to escape. Only when there was a problem, he went to get another shot in the mirror, and Shinji didn't know whether he could resist the mirror in his current state of integration. Obviously, Aizen didn't think much about it. Chapter 14. In his eyes, Shinji is someone who has been in the mirror once, and there is no threat to Aizen, so Aizen deliberately missed his behavior of showing the Zanpaku sword, but thought that Shinji was hiding. He didn't want to join Aizen's side. Did, once? You were almost dying when you were attacked by Dasu 3 years ago. That's how it is. Kisuk Urahara seemed to have some enlightenment, but no matter what he thinks or what his brain fills up, as long as he doesn't ask it out, it saves the time of Shinji's explanation. Where is the flaw? What is the flaw of Jinghua Shuiyu? Xia Tetsusai couldn't help but asked anxiously. As long as they have mastered the way to crack the mirror, they will have the capital to fight back instead of being passive all the time. Speaking of this, shouldn't you tell me why Aaron has been targeting you and has not given up looking for you for so many years? Shinji smiled and asked, but he didn't show that he knew Bengayu's existence. In fact, now is the best opportunity to formally intervene in Bengayu's assistant Urahara. Although a collapsed jade has been fused, and the process of life evolution has been successfully started, it has completely entered the first fusion state. But Shinji didn't know whether the collapsed jade in his own was a perfect collapsed jade, or a defective product, and whether it would have any side effects. Therefore, he needs this collapsed jade from Urahara's assistant in case of emergency. Since Yai believes in you, then naturally I don't have to doubt you anymore. Seeing Siphon Jinyi faintly nodded his head to express his opinion, Urahara Kisuk reached into his arms and took out a transparent crystal box. In it, a blue-violet gem is lying quietly in it. That's why Aizen has been looking for me. Kisuk Urahara explained. But at this moment, Bengayu suddenly began to vibrate, and an invisible force began to spreading out like tentacles, showing a very high degree of activity. This is not over yet. Urahara Kisuk's face was stunned, and he looked at Bengayu who was struggling in the seal in disbelief, almost flying out of the box. This is, recognize the Lord. How is this possible? For more than 100 years since obtaining Bengayu, Kisuk Urahara has never seen Bengayu in this state. Even if he was the master who created Bengayu, he couldn't get Bengayu's approval. But now, Bengayu clearly showed a tendency to recognize the master, it recognized the existence of a certain person, and showed a tendency to merge with it. Urahara Kisuk's eyes were horrified. The people present are still those few people. Bengayu in his hands, and the sight of Siphon Jiyu and Yai and holding Lingtia's eye, never showed such a strong tendency to merge. So the greatest possibility is because of Kyujiki Shinji? Bengyu, agree with him? But how is this possible? The things in front of him surpassed Urahara's expectations and imagination, which he had never expected. What is this? The gods covered his chest without a trace. At a certain moment, he also suddenly felt a strong desire. That was Bengayu's request. The Bengayu who merged with him is eager to merge with the Bengayu and the assistant Urahara Ki. Shinji has a feeling. If he could integrate this collapsed jade from Urahara's assistant, then his evolution speed would definitely accelerate a lot, and he would enter a higher integration stage faster. This is a very strong hunch. It's terrible talent and disposition. I got Bengayu's approval in an instant. Kokyuki Shinji, you really gave me a big surprise. Urahara Kisuk's shocked eyes gradually calmed down, he breathed slowly, and put the box containing the broken jade on the table. As you can see, this gem contains the power that can be called horror and can change the world. Its name is Bengayu. Bengayu possesses the substance that can break the boundary between the of death and the imaginary. It can help the of death to become imaginary, or it can help the of death to become imaginary. Aizen wants to gain this kind of power and break the boundary between death and emptiness, so he has been looking for us. Bengayu is what he wants. P.S. Reward +2 more, and there will be another chapter plus more, please vote. Asterisk. Chapter 018 Kyodusak, I think I can save it. So, you deserve to be the master who created Bengayu can't get Bengayu's approval. The gods jumped, and resisted the thought of vomiting. Isn't Bengayu a material that breaks the boundary between death and imaginary? The real power of Bengayu is to realize the development of people's inner hopes according to their own thoughts, but the condition is that they need to have the strength to realize this desire. Because Urahara Kisuk's purpose in creating Bengayu is to break the boundary between death and emptiness, Bengayu will show this ability. This is a big misunderstanding. Bengayu can absorb and manifest the heart of things around itself, and can protect the host's body from death. When the host's ability reaches its limit or its life is threatened, Bengaiho can make the host endlessly next time. Metarealm evolution. Even Bengaiho doesn't understand his true ability. How did Urahara Kisuke, the creator, get Bengaiho's approval? Don't be too surprised, Shensai-jun, I was also scared by Bengaiho at the beginning of the period. Kisuke Urahara mistakenly thought that Shinji's silence was frightened by Bengaiho's performance, so he comforted Shinji. So where do you feel of superiority? You are the one who is scared, right? Then can you tell us the way to crack the mirror? Kisuke Urahara asked curiously. In exchange, how about giving me the collapsed jade in your hand? Shinji took the opportunity to say his purpose. Bengaiho, you have to know that collapsed jade is very dangerous. If you are not careful, it is very likely to be extremely dangerous. Hearing the words of Shinji, Urahara Kisuke frowned slightly. He, the creator of Bengaiho, personally didn't want anyone to own Bengaiho. Bengaiho was really too dangerous, even Hirako Mako and the others couldn't compete with Bengaiho's power, so they were forced to virtualize and defected from the corpse soul world. And that time, if it wasn't for his help, Hirako Mako and the others could not survive the process of blurring. Of course I understand, but I won't do those dangerous things. The god's eyes are sincere. Blur? Of course you don't need that kind of thing. What the gods have to do is to fuse this collapsed jade and speed up the progress of fusion with the collapsed jade. In this dangerous world, only with more power can the gods feel more secure. Then, I agree, but you'd better not remove Bengaiho from the seal, otherwise Lanran will feel the fluctuation of Bengaiho. Urahara Kisuke thought for a few seconds before pushing Bengaiho over. Compared with a broken jade, Urahara Kisuke needed a way to defeat Aizen. After putting Bengaiho away, Shinji stretched out 2 fingers. There are 2 ways to crack the mirror. 2 methods? So many. Holding Ling Tizai's face was suspicious. They hadn't found 2 ways to crack Jinghua Shuiyu that they hadn't found for more than 100 years? Yes, there are 2 kinds. After the Shinji nodded, he continued, Method 1, under the premise that you have already hit the mirror flower water moon, as long as you touch the Aizen Zanpaku knife, that is, the mirror flower water moon, it will be hypnotized. It will fail. And the second method, under the premise that there is no Zhong Jinghua Shuiyu, as long as you touch the Jinghua Shuiyu, then even if Lanran initiates Jinghua Shuiyu for complete hypnosis, the hypnosis will still fail. These are currently known, the only 2 ways to crack the spectacle. A glimpse of Urahara Kisuke's eyes flashed, and he gently tapped on the table. Is that so? This is the way to crack the mirror, it's so simple. Sometimes, it's just that we think things too much trouble. Shinji smiled. Shensai-jun, you are such a terrible guy. No wonder Ye will admit your fiancé identity. Urahara Kisuke said with emotion again. In this short period of time, he has no idea how many times he has been shocked by Kukyuki Shinji. He has mastered the Ja as a Liao Huisheng student, and hides it in the dark in a low-key manner, and even Bengaiho has shown a tendency to recognize the master. Moreover, without any intelligence, the existence of Aizen, the man behind the scenes, was investigated, and even Jinghua Shuiyu's cracking method that they had been unable to find for more than 100 years was discovered. This is no longer a word for excellence, and it is no wonder that the proud woman of Sifenjai Yuanyai would recognize the fiancé of Kukyuki Shinji. With such a terrifying view of the overall situation, as well as keen intuition, and a complete solution to the power and ability of which the upper limit is not known for the time being, Kisuke Urahara did not dare to underestimate Shinji. This is the deterrence of J. I will assume that you are complimenting me. The gods chuckled and got Bengaiho, which made him feel good. But don't be careless, let alone act rashly. Urahara Kisuke said with a serious face, and said slowly, Aizen has other helpers by his side, they. The helpers you mentioned, I think I should already know them. They should be Captain Ichimarajin of the 3rd Division and Captain Tisan of the 9th Division, right? Shinji interrupted him. You kid, you really aren't cute at all. Urahara Kisuk's face suddenly collapsed. Are young people now so terrible? Who is that kid, bastard? Saifanjai Yuanyayi looked blankly, just cut his scalp over. Hey, I have known you for so long anyway, can't you save me some face? Kisuk Urahara yelled. You call him kid, where did you put me? Do I have to call you senior? If you want to call me senior, actually I don't mind. Going for death, bastard, go to hell. Ah, don't slap your face, Yai, please spare me, lightly, I think I can save. What kind of help? You are not saved. No, I really can be saved, you believe me. It seems that I have maintained the form of a cat all these years, so you have forgotten it, Kisuk. What do you want to do? Why don't you come here, why do you want to show your paws? Bridge bean sacks, no. Seeing the screaming again and again, Urahara Kisuk was caught with a wound on his face, and the deeply acquainted Hishitetsusai shivered fiercely, covering his face without daring to beep any more. Mr. Yayi, especially Mr. Yayi who protects the cub, is really terrible. P.S. Flowers +1, today's 7 has been completed, please readers to support a lot *. Chapter 019 Fusion, Transformation of Power. Chapter 15. Is this the flawed and broken Jade of Urahara Kisuk? Returning to the warehouse, Shinji closed the door and placed Bengayu on the bed in front of him. The vibration continues. It seemed to feel the existence of the gods, or sense the collapse of the Jade in the gods. It was echoing the call of aggregation. What to do to fuse this collapsed Jade? Shinji frowned, thinking cross-legged. Unlike the collapsed Jade that has been fused with him, this collapsed Jade is currently in an unowned state. Once taken out of the seal, then always paying attention to Bengai's blue dye, will definitely notice this kind of fluctuation. But if it is not taken out, how can it be fused? This is an endless loop. Maybe. I need you to help me. The shrine's hand was pressed on his chest. Bengayu has the ability to realize the portrayal of the soul. Perhaps the gods do not possess the sealing technique, nor can they create an enchantment that shields the wave of Bengayu, but as long as the gods have the power to achieve this goal, then Bengayu will help the gods achieve this goal. Really? After receiving the response from the gods, Bengayu burst out of power in his chest, and this power quickly formed an indestructible barrier, completely sealing the room's breath. The next moment, the god division opened the seal, and a gem gleaming with mysterious blue and black light suddenly appeared in the palm of the god division's hand. This gem is mysterious and abnormal, as if it does not belong to this dimension at all, and it contains endless power. At this moment, this collapsed Jade was floating in the hands of the gods so quietly, and its amazing power was spreading in all directions, as if it were nerve endings, instinctively spreading everywhere. This is instinctively pry into the hearts of others. Bengayu's ability to absorb and manifest the heart of the things around him, and then realize what he thinks in his heart, is the ability to realize his wishes, and this is only part of his ability. My mind is turning sharply. Shensi was holding Bengayu on his back and pressed down on his already exposed chest. In the next second, Bengayu collided with Bengayu at the center of his chest where Bengayu merged, bursting out a burst of intense light. Boom! The spiritual pressure in the body skyrocketed at a terrifying speed, and the quality and quantity continued to change, as if climbing to another dimension. This huge spiritual pressure, even if the gods suppressed it, still let the room. The enchantment kept trembling, and seemed to be about to collapse at any time. The overflowing spiritual pressure flooded every corner of the warehouse. This could crush any soul's power, but it was never discovered by Sato Yanagawa, who was guarding the warehouse. It's as if there is a dimensional gap. Two-dimensional creatures can't perceive the existence of three-dimensional. This feeling is about to enter the second state of integration. God Division squeezed his hand, and it was obvious that the degree of fusion had been further improved. He is about to enter the second stage of fusion with Bengayu. That is the beginning of formal evolution, the pupilization stage. This stage is the beginning of ultra-high-speed transformation. The spiritual pressure, strength, defensive power, endurance, speed, and even vitality and life level of the gods will begin to surpass the death race at an extremely fast speed. Now even if my strength is among the captains, I should be considered to be at the forefront, right? Shinji still maintained a cautious attitude towards his own strength. Too arrogant, the end is often not much better. He also needs to be more careful. Of course, it is best to be able to paddle and clock in on time. Next, a few days passed peacefully. It seems quite interesting to go out to clean up a few miscellaneous fishes occasionally, or to deal with a cat who likes chasing the hills from time to time. But variables often come quickly. Master Shinji, huge fluctuations in REI pressure have been detected in Kusa town, and it is suspected that a lower-level Daigzu at the level of Kylian or higher has appeared. In the warehouse, Sato Yanagawa ran over quickly and respectfully handed over the positioning low point in his hand. This time, he did not underestimate the boy in front of him. After witnessing the Shinji beheading the Yakukas with his own eyes, Sato Yanagawa knew that his opportunity was here. Only by following such an adult can he get what he wants. Here again? Isn't it still an Arcucus class imaginary? Shensi sat up, put down the bun in his hand expressionlessly, and suddenly felt that it was not fragrant at all. Sure enough, there is a big problem in Kusacho. Heavy spiritual land will always attract some weird things. Where is the location? Forget it, I found it. After repeating the last conversation again, Shinji took another instant step and disappeared in place. In this regard, Sato Yanagawa has taken offense. He put away the positioning device, picked up the Zanpadao, and chased it towards the location. This is the Nishi District Development Zone in Kusacho. Everywhere, there are commercial districts that have not yet been developed. At this moment, Shinji was standing on top of a villa, watching the distance. Is there any problem, Lord Shinji? Although Shinji's instant step was countless times faster than him, because the distance was not very far, Sato Yanagawa quickly caught up. What's the problem? A big problem, Yanagawa. Shinji was expressionless, and slowly said, what exactly do those otaku from the Technology Development Bureau eat? You can't even figure out things like monitoring the size of REI. Master Shinji, what do you mean? Sato Yanagawa's heart beat, and suddenly he had some bad feelings. Ah, that guy is more than just a small character like Yakukas. The priest sighed and continued, Yachukas, it's not worthy to give him shoes. That is, the broken face that broke the boundary between the of death and the imaginary. Shinji paused and finished speaking slowly, but Sato Yanagawa's scalp exploded suddenly. At the end of the line of sight, a desperate and overwhelming spiritual pressure erupted, causing Sato Yanagawa's soul to almost die. It turned out that just the radiating pressure of the spirit caused him to almost die on the spot. What kind of monster is this Daigzu? P.S. The first one, secretly coded in the office, please vote asterisk. Chapter 020 Don't Die, Lu Chuan. If it weren't for Lord Shinji, I'm afraid my soul would have been wiped out in just an instant. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, although Sato Yanagawa had heard that the souls of the weak who could be suppressed by only reliance on the spiritual pressure collapsed, this was the first time he had met. Is this the strong and the power? Get out, Yanagawa, you can't face it next, even if you just stay nearby, it's very dangerous. Shinji put his finger on the handle of the Zanpaku sword and looked forward. Yes, Lord Shinji. Sato Yanagawa replied and asked curiously, but my lord, that big virtual look. He looks a lot like a human, right? Shinji glanced at him and knew what he was thinking, so he simply explained, Reaper and Su also have limits, and if you break this limit, you will gain new power. If Su breaks the limit, he will gain the power of the of death. The mask of Su will be broken, revealing the human face, and he will carry a knife like a zanpaku. This level of imaginary will be called a broken face. As for the face, the lowest is also evolved from the big virtual of the Yakuka's level. Also, the strength of the Yachika's level chaos is no less powerful than that of the upper level Great Vastad. Not only that, the broken face has a skin that is as hard as steel. And it can also release the Zanpaku sword like a of death. After liberation, the shattered Zanpaik is the core sealed by power, and the liberation of the Zanpaik knife is actually to remove the nuclear seal and restore the original face of the power, which is called the liberation of the sword, that is, the return to the edge. Its own attacks and the defensive ability is significantly improved. The appearance will return to the virtual appearance, and as long as the blade is back, the injury will be fully recovered. Ashoka's level broken face, is it as powerful as the higher level Great Void Stad? Only the legendary terms appeared in his ears. Sato Yanagawa's pupils shrank suddenly, and all the pressure had been borne by the god, but he still felt as if his heart was being grasped by an invisible big hand. It seemed that as long as he squeezed it lightly, his heart would explode immediately. That invisible sense of oppression is only brought about by a name. This is Vastad. Get out of Yanagawa, you can't participate in the next battle. Shinji repeated it again, but Sato Yanagawa stood still and didn't act, and Shinji couldn't help but look over. In the gaze of the gods, after a brief hesitation, Sato Yanagawa's eyes were firm. Master Shinji, please let me stay here. I want to witness with my own eyes, to witness your strength, and to witness my future. Really, whatever you want, don't die here, Yanagawa. Shinji chuckled and walked forward. Yes, Lord Shinji. Sato Yanagawa responded loudly. If you are not dead, I will give you a present. In Sato Yanagawa's ecstatic gaze, Shinji jumped off the roof. Step into the air and step in the blink of an eye. Shinji stared at the monster destroyed in the city, his eyes puzzled, and he didn't say a word for a long time. The fifth of the 10 blades, Nutra. How can this level of existence appear in Kusa town? This disgusting smell. This disgusting smell is so disgusting. Nutra, who is more than 2 meters tall, wears a blindfold, and has black mid-length hair, stands in the ruins in a frantic mood. He carried a huge scythe in his hand. The sickle is in a weird form, with a chain attached to his waist and a handle entangled together. With just one swing, the wind blade that was raised shredded an unbuilt building. Chapter 16. Ignoring the collapsed building completely, Nutra seemed to be looking for something, yelling loudly, and constantly destroying it like crazy. Hey, the stupid guy over there! There was a crisp girl voice. Kurosaki Masaki appeared in front of Nutra wearing a high school uniform. Because of someone's reminder, this time she specially wore safety pants in her short skirt, so she didn't worry about running out even if she faced the strong wind. A disgusting woman again, hey? With this breath, you are not an ordinary human being. Nutra licked his lips, and suddenly a burst of killing intent erupted from his eyes, disappearing into the spot almost teleportingly, kicking Kurosaki Masaki's head with one foot. So fast! Kurosaki Masaki's pupil shrank, because he was not mentally prepared, he could only retreat reluctantly. The whip leg was thrown on the ground, and the explosion shock wave set off like a tornado, directly knocking her out. This kind of exaggerated power is not at the same level as Daigzu. What the are you? Because of the awakening of the blood suit, Kurosaki Maki was not injured. She stood in the distance, looking at this human-like appearance with fear. It's different from Yakuka's the other day. The great emptiness in front of her gave her a sense of oppression that was not a level of existence at all. What? As if being stimulated by something, Nutra's expression suddenly became hideous. Don't look down on anyone there, woman. What are you kidding me, you disgusting guys, you always like to look at others with that kind of sympathy. I don't know, it's trampling on someone else's wound. Whether it is strong or weak, a baby or a beast, I will kill my opponent with one blow. I won't let you. I have the strength to stand up again. Nutra has serious sexism. He discriminates against women, hates women, and can't stand the sight of women. Just being watched by Kurosaki Masaki's gaze made Nutra plunged into a violent mood that wanted to destroy everything. Slash, one after another. No mercy, extremely fast, but with the power to cut everything. Because he missed the first move, Kurosaki Masaki could only gather the Reiko longbow, and was constantly repelled. Red tree-like lines surfaced on her skin, and the constant shunting impact hurt her body. Without the awakening blood suit, the sheer oppression of this power alone could cause Kurosaki Masaki's internal organs to bleed and die. This kind of monster-like power, what is your fellow? Kurosaki Maki retreated steadily, struggling to support it. Because there is no intelligence source, Kurosaki Maki does not know that Neutrona and the big virtuals she encountered before are not at the same level. Therefore, I didn't use all my strength in the beginning. Hesitate, and you will lose. Go to hell, woman. The golden slash shattered the Lingza longbow in the woman's hand. Nutra laughed wildly, his eyes were cold and he chopped down the sickle mercilessly. P.S. The second one, please support me a lot, and ask for a reward and comment on the Flower monthly ticket evaluation ticket, please asterisk. Chapter 021 Who are you looking down on, rubbish. You're done, this woman is going to die soon. Seeing Kurosaki Maki's eyes suddenly enlarged with a trace of panic, Nutra grinned. Sure enough, it's better to kill women or something. Suddenly, Nutra's slashing deadlocked for a moment. A cold sweat drenched from his forehead, and the super nervous premonition from his face was madly warning him. Instinctively, Nutra took a step back. But a cold sensation still struck, and then a large swath of blood splashed away, and one of his arms flew out. Then, a teenager's voice slowly sounded. Did you hear? Riki's whisper. With the sound of Zanpoku knife returning to its sheath, his sickle was also inserted into the ground. The gods were expressionless, and now he was in a very bad mood. Although it has long been known that Kareza town is a place of great sacredness, Urahara Kisuk hides here, Hirakomako and his entourage hide here, Aizen has been watching here, and finally even wanted to directly sacrifice a city to make a key. But the question is, the frequency of this incident is too high, right? I just want to paddle, what's wrong with me? After all, I have lived a life of clocking in and going to work on time. As a result, it has only been a few days, and there have been two big mistakes. One of them is still in Akuka's class broken face. This level of emptiness, at this stage, even the captain level death is coming is a fierce battle. Why don't you use all your strength? With your strength, it shouldn't be defeated so quickly. Shinji spoke faintly, looking at the girl standing beside him from the corner of his eyes. The hem of her skirt fluttered gently, occasionally revealing a vibrant white thigh. Look at it, I'm wearing safety pants today. Even though he was clamoring, Kurosaki Masaki still covered his skirt with a reddish face. What the is that guy? How do people know that his power is so strong? After suffering from the lack of intelligence, Kurosaki Maki at this moment possesses powerful powers and awakens the blood suit, but she does not know what level of shaman is, let alone the power of the humanoid in front of her. He is Kamen, an Akuka's class Kamen, but Ryutsu is no different from Vastad without Kamen. Shinji explained. Kurosaki Masaki's bright eyes moved slightly, seeming to realize something. The current price range of Kurosaki Masaki definitely possesses the power that rivals Vasto, and she who can defeat Vasto, who is in the face of Vayne, absolutely possesses this power. But Nutra is different from Subai. Subai has completely lost all reason, so Kurosaki Masaki has room for hesitation, while Nutra's character is extremely cruel, hesitating in front of him will only be instantly defeated by him. Damn it! 1 or 2, women, Grim Reaper. Accompanied by a crackling sound, the blood-red granulation intertwined like tentacles, growing rapidly, and a brand new arm emerged. Nutra waved his hand and pulled out the sickle from the ground, his expression ugly. He suddenly disappeared in place, and cut down at the two who were still talking. Mean! Renji, be careful! Kurosaki Masaki, who didn't know the real name of the Shinji, shrank his pupils and tried to push the man in front of him away, but was thrown away by the Shinji. The next second, there was a boom. The ground collapsed crazily under the violent force, like an earthquake, and the ground rolled into waves. Die now, Grim Reaper, ha ha ha! Nutra laughed wildly. The touch of slashing the real thing came, and in the last sight, Nutra clearly saw that he had slashed the of death. The guy who got in the way finally died. Next, it was the human woman's turn. Nutra smiled cruelly and turned around, but her face suddenly changed. Scythe, can't move. He turned his head back abruptly and looked into the smoke in disbelief. There seemed to be a figure looming. Who are you looking down on, rubbish? The voice of Shinji came from the smoke. The gusty wind howled, blowing away all the smoke. In the cracked ground, Shinji's left hand stretched out and grabbed the blade of the sickle. Shinji actually blocked this slash with his bare hands. This is impossible. A flash of astonishment flashed through Nutra's eyes. His slash, even if the steel is as crisp as paper, the captain-level death is absolutely impossible to resist his slash. This kind of defensive power, what the is this young death boy in front of him? Renji, are you okay? In the distance, Kurosaki Masaki, who was thrown out, got up and asked concerned. Ah, I'm fine. The palm of the god squeezed the blade of the sickle tightly, his expression flat. Sure enough, his defense has now been strengthened to an incredible level. I'm afraid that his own defensive power at the moment is not much different from Aizen's fusion state. Even Captain Yamamoto's zero-range cremation and the crescent moon of a certain Kurosaki protagonist can only cause minor injuries to him. This defense, what a joke, bastard. I am the strongest, kill you. Nutra's eyes flashed scarlet, and the golden spiritual pressure burst out, rising into the sky like a beam of light. The terrifying spiritual pressure directly caused the situation to change color, and the sky seemed to be stabbed through a hole. The golden yellow spirit pressure slash, accompanied by the power like the Vastad-class Great Void, slashed again strongly. Rumble. The ground began to vibrate again, and intensified. Just as Nutra smiled triumphantly, the voice of the young boy who disgusted him resounded from under the sickle again. Don't mess around in Kusa town, rubbish. Boom. An even more terrifying blue-violet spiritual pressure erupted, and even set off a storm visible to the naked eye, directly defeating the golden spiritual pressure in front of him, preventing Nutra's unbridled spiritual pressure from releasing. Shinji walked out slowly with a cold face. In the distance, Sato Yanagawa, who was almost crushed by neutraling once again, had a frenzied look in his eyes. This power, is this power? Master Shinji, this exaggerated power. Sato Yanagawa stared, the back of the young boy who was faintly shining with thunder and lightning was entwined by the blue and purple spirit pressure. At a certain moment, he felt as if he was looking directly at a god. Who is being born? Chapter 17. P.S. Third, please comment more, readers, otherwise I always think that I am on a stand-alone machine, bang bang bang, kowtow.jpg. Asterisk. Chapter 022. Asshole, if you want to stop me, you must be killed, Reaper. Nutra roared, staring at the gods who burst out of spiritual pressure in the pit. If I can, I actually don't like to do it. Shinji ignored Nutra's clamor, and looked at him. Two choices, either you choose to leave Kusacho now and go back to where you should go, or, you just stay. Like paddling is one aspect, but responsibility is another. Shinji is the of death, and it is his duty to be stationed in Kuzucho. Allowing Nutra to continue to destroy it, causing massive casualties, is not what the gods want to see. Unexpectedly, said such stupid things. Once you are stronger, the more you will be found in the fight. This is my purpose of becoming stronger. It is for this reason that I can often breathe in the fight. Because I really want to die, I hope I can die in battle. Come and fight with me, so that I can enjoy a higher level of fighting, Grim Reaper. Nutra brandished a sickle and hovered in the air, sprinting over with a crazy laugh. Then you stay. In the exclamation of Kurosaki Masaki, Shinji took the initiative to rush over. The Zanpakuin came out of its sheath and hit the sickle, bursting with sparks. Nutra, her face changed. Bang! He was hit and flew directly, and after sliding hundreds of meters on the ground, he returned to the air with an ugly expression. In the pure power competition, his Akuka's level broken face is not as good as a of death. This power, this level of power. You irritated me completely, Reaper. Nutra's forehead was violent, and he could no longer suppress the rage in his heart, and the violent spiritual pressure was unscrupulously released, even if the collapse of all the human souls in this entire city was suppressed. That's right, compared to fighting, no matter what kind of wine is tasteless. Only fighting is the highest enjoyment. The golden spiritual pressure erupted again, and Nutra's power speed increased sharply. Go to hell, kid! Virtual flash. Almost teleportation, Nutra appeared behind the gods. He opened his eyes, and the golden spiritual pressure on the tongue with the number 5 condensed, and finally sprayed out. This is the flash of Wang Su. Unlike ordinary virtual flash, Wang Su's flash can only be used with 10 blades. It is the exclusive virtual flash of 10 blades. The power gap between the two sides is even more different. Because the power is too exaggerated and can distort time and space, it is forbidden to use it inside the Palace of the Night by Aizen's regulations. But in this world, there is no such rule. With a stern smile, Nutra almost saw the moment when the Death Imp was destroyed by Wang Su's flash. I really can't do anything with you. Facing the golden virtual flash that came in an instant, the god's expression was indifferent, and his 5 fingers slowly flicked on the Zanpo Deo. Beginning to solve. The sun is everywhere, turning into thunder. Riki. In the plain tone, a burst of electric current sounded. Zi 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 zi. The incalculable thunder turned into a pillar of thunder and fell from the sky. This electric current burned everything violently, and in Nutra's incredible gaze, his imaginary flash was directly evaporated by the high temperature attached to the electric current. Even because the distance was too close, Nutra felt like he was going to be melted away. The thunder pillar gradually disappeared, and only a trace of jumping electric arc remained in the air, and the smell of oxygen being burned. Shinji stood in place, and the style of the Zanpaku sword in his hand changed drastically. From about 80 centimeters in length to 120 centimeters, it was covered with blue-violet lightning patterns, and strands of electric arcs leaped on the sword, and even entangled the body of the gods. Obviously it was a violent thunder and lightning, but by the side of the gods, it seemed unusually docile. What's the joke? Wang Su's flash was evaporated so easily. Where are you from, the monster? At this time, there was a flash of fear in Nutra's eyes, but more, it was even more crazy. How could there be such a strong of death? I will never admit that I am the strongest. I am stronger than anyone. In order to be able to fight the strongest enemy, apart from me, there can be no stronger existence than me. Kill you, kid! Nutra roared and rushed over with golden spiritual pressure. Obviously he is the monster. From the weakest and no position, climb up step by step, and sit firmly on the 10-blade 5th blade position. At all costs, at any price, it became the face of the Akuka's class. The strongest defense in the 10 blades, exaggerated ryotsu, terrible ambition, abnormal level of victory and defeat, and desire to become stronger. These are his strongest capital. But, what is this Grim Reaper in front of you? Compared with him, this kid seems to be a monster. Can't see clearly. Can't see clearly. Still can't see clearly. Every collision will cause a burst of thunder and lightning, and the is like a teleport, flashing with blue and purple thunder, and slashing on his body. The steel skin, the strongest defensive among the proud 10 blades, couldn't defend his slash. The Grim Reaper in front of him, whether it is speed or strength, has already surpassed him. This overwhelming power, this overwhelming power. How could it be possible that there would be such a strong of death? Damn it! The body was gradually paralyzed by the attack of thunder and lightning, and the developed nerves were now a drag. Nutra's red eyes backhand slashed, but it did not touch the corner of the gods. Go to hell, kid! Finally, when the Shinji waved Riki again and left a wound on his body, Nutra grinned and grabbed Riki's blade in the Shinji's surprised eyes, completely ignoring the violent influx. The current of the body. Wang Su's, shine. Die, go to die. At such a close distance, there is no time to make any defenses, and it is impossible to use that troublesome Zanpaku knife again to dissolve the virtual flash through thunder. Grim Reaper, he is dead. P.S. The fourth one, thanks to CWK000 Master for the 588 rewards, please give me a variety of feedback asterisk. Chapter 023 UMS, is this a sword flow? The golden flicker erupted, and the terrifying spiritual pressure even shocked the space. Nutra laughed wildly. Then, he saw that the horns of the gods gradually rose, and he said lightly, one sword flow thunder. Instinctively, Nutra made a defensive posture. He was already electrocuted by the Zanpaku knife called Leiji. But then, Nutra suddenly recalled that the Shinji's Zanpaku seemed to be caught in his hand. The blue-violet light condensed on the fingertips, and the empty right thumb of Shinji was aimed at Nutra's chest. In the next second, a current that was countless times more terrifying than Bylay flashed past. Nutra. UMS, is this a one-seat? Grass. Only then did Nutra react. He was distorted by the god's words, and he was blown out before he exploded with a foul language. Rumble. In the white burst of air, Nutra dragged the blue-violet thunder and lightning tail wave, his body was bow-shaped, and disappeared from sight. Nearly 1,000 meters away, a mushroom cloud blasted up on the surface of the lake. What a power, this power, is this the power of Lord Shinji? I'm afraid. Captain is nothing more than that, right? The tornado set off by the shock wave raged. Sato Yanagawa stared at the scene in front of him dumbfounded, his hands firmly grasped the Zanpaku knife deeply inserted into the stone, and he couldn't recover for a long time. It turned out that this is the real power of Lord Kokaki Shinji. He really followed an amazing adult. You are really nasty, Koenji-kun. Kurosaki Masaki's face was weird, but the horns couldn't help but raised slightly and muttered a little. Said it was a slash, but the attack came from the fingers. It is no wonder that the last big Su called breaking face will explode in angrily. This time, it should be over, right? In the girl's perception, the power of this one sword flow by the Shinji was by no means inferior to the divine destruction that she burst out with all her strength. An attack of this level hits directly, judging by her experience of killing hundreds of Su, that Desu is absolutely dead. Kurosaki Masaki easily stood on his toes, with his hands behind his back, happily trying to run over, but suddenly his face sank. She stared at the direction of the lake solemnly. There, a more terrifying and deeper evil force is about to move. That broken face is not dead. How can this be? Kurosaki Masaki's face was shocked. Can an attack of this level not kill him? After the Yachika's class Daigzu broke his face, is the power exaggerated to such an extent than the ordinary Yakuka's? Chapter 18. Don't be too surprised, that is an Akuka's class broken face, and it is not at the same level as Akuka's. The injuries caused by this attack are serious to him, but they are not fatal. Shinji fell by her side and explained. A kilometer away, in the terrifying spiritual pressure, the lake seemed to have evaporated, and Nutra, who was burning with golden spiritual pressure, walked out step by step, carrying a super large sickle. Obviously he was seriously injured, but like a dying beast, it looked even more eerie and terrifying. The violent murderous aura was almost condensed into substance, turning into a black shadow of evil spirits around him. In Nutra's chest, a scorched fist-sized hole remained there, and the charred meat and electricity could still be seen flowing in it. That is the wound left by thunder. At this moment, a trace of granulation continued to grow and heal, and began to heal. This is the speeding regeneration of Daeguzu. As long as the head and important internal organs are not destroyed instantaneously, they can all be quickly healed through ultra-rapid regeneration. What a terrible guy! Kurosaki Maki blurted out, but suddenly realized that there seemed to be a more terrifying guy beside her. The face that could be suppressed, which made her useless to fight back, seemed to have been beaten in the hands of Asana Renji without the power to fight back. In this way, it seems that he is a monster, right? Kurosaki Maki had weird eyes. What is the look in your eyes? The god scratched his head. At this moment, Nutra suddenly speeded up and rushed back. In his body, the golden spiritual pressure has almost become a real burning. I will never admit that there is a stronger presence in this world than me. Death, choose. Either, come and hack me, I hope I can be hacked, and die before I fall, this is what I am looking forward to. Either, I will use every means to destroy you. The strongest is me, Nutra Gilga. Go to the edge. Pray, holy crying mantis. The violent golden spiritual pressure turned into a beam of light, and the burning golden flames continuously injected into his body. He wanted to completely let go of everything and kill the death imp in front of him, proving that he was the strongest. But at this time, the space around Nutra suddenly twisted. Then, a dark space opened, revealing a passage. This is a black cavity. Daeguzu is used to travel back and forth between the world and the virtual circle. Hey, guy! The unbridled spiritual pressure gradually dissipated, and Nutra looked at the passage unwillingly, and suddenly shouted, Boy, what is your name? Ale? Are you calling me? Kurosaki Masaki pointed to his nose. I didn't say you, dead woman, go away. Kurosaki Maki. Cub, you are sexist. Kurosaki Maki's eyelids twitched, and he muttered in an angry tone, his name is Asani Renji, a petty of death. Hear the words. Nutra stepped into the black passage for a while. He turned his head, stared at Shinji deeply, and then gave a cruel smile, Asana Renji? I remember your name. When we meet next time, I will destroy you mercilessly. Remember my name, kid. Nutra Gilga, the strongest Nutra Gilga. The black passage gradually healed. Yes, my name is Asani Renji. Shinji nodded solemnly, ignoring Nutra's final provocative action of cutting his throat. Destroy Asani Renji? Don't be funny, what does that have to do with my Kushiki Shinji? I beg you to hurry up, maybe give him a humiliation, and Asari Renji can directly evolve to the ultimate physical fitness. P.S. Add more changes, the 5th change has been completed, please give us feedback *. Chapter 024. With the evacuation of Nutra, the order in Koraza quickly returned to stability. This level of destruction, logically speaking, even if humans cannot see the existence of death and the void, they will definitely doubt what happened. But in fact, the of death will carry out a certain degree of aftermath, and even the Technology Development Bureau has black technology that can modify human memory, allowing humans to naturally accept the existence of such destruction. Most of the time, Sato Yanagawa is responsible for this kind of logistics. Call out. The sound of breaking through the air came. A black cat jumped up from the air outside the wall like it was flying. Hey? Is it a cat? Kurosaki Masaki's eyes widened, and he ran to the wall in disbelief, looking back and forth between the cat and the tens of meters high wall. How did this cat jump up? It's a bit too much, isn't it? Too much noise. What makes Kurosaki Maki more unexpected is that the black cat in front of him. It turns out. Say. Talk. Ns. Did the cat speak? The cat actually spoke. Kurosaki Maki was frightened and ran behind the Shinji, poked out her head cautiously, and looked at Yoichi Shikidin's eyes as if she was looking at some monster. She had long forgotten that she was a powerful person. Quincy. Hey, human kid, what kind of attitude do you want to call me Mr. Yai? Understand? Also, stay away from the man next to you. Shikiden Yat squinted, staring at Kurosaki Masaki almost touching the body of the Shinji. The eyes swept across her chest without a trace. This woman is pretty predictable. Mr. Yai? But, you are obviously a girl. Just when Shifunjinya lost his mind, Kurosaki Masaki's figure kept zooming in front of her eyes. Then, picked her up and spread her legs. Meow. 1 second later. With tears in his eyes, Kurosaki Masaki squatted pitifully on the ground, covering his nose, and there was a cross-shaped white mark on it. If it weren't for the protection of the static blood suit, she would definitely be broken just now. What a rude kid! Saifunji Yuanyi flicked his tail, jumped on the shoulders of the gods, and licked his paws. It hurts, Renji-kun, what is this cat and why does it talk? Kurosaki Masaki rubbed his nose and pointed aggrievedly at the black cat entrenched on the shoulder of the god. But at this moment, Saifunji Yuanyi moved his ears. Renji-kun? This seems not the name of Kukaki Shinji? What? This woman didn't even know the name of Kyujiki Shinji after a long time of trouble. Fortunately, she had a sudden sense of crisis just now. Although the movement is a bit big, I have already figured out a reason for excuse. Holding Saifunji Yuanyi in his arms, there is no dull Harry of Rukia, but it is also good to slap Saifunji Yuanyi. Seeing Saifunji Yuanyi's enjoyment and squinting his eyes, the gods smiled. The soul world will ask when the time comes, and I will say that when I arrive, the face has been repelled by a Quincy girl. Hey? Me? Kurosaki Maki blinked his eyes and pointed at himself, but the one who broke his face just now was clearly defeated by Kinji-kun. Yes, it's you. Shinji nodded, and he naturally lost the credit to Kurosaki Masaki. He won't take any credit anyway. Want him to be in power? Impossible, Shinji's goal is to paddle and clock in and out of get off work on time. As for Nutra, Asari Renji defeated you. What does it have to do with my Kyujiki Shinji? Looking for him is also going to Asanjing Renji. Sorry, Renji. Good brother is going to stab at it. I see, Renji-kun deliberately gave me the credit and wanted to use this to change the soul world's attitude towards Quincy, right? You are really completely different from other Shinigami, Renji-kun. Kurosaki Maki grinned, with his hands behind his back. The skirt flutters gently in the breeze. Unfortunately, there is an extra pair of safety pants. Shinji. What are you thinking in your head? I'm afraid there is something wrong with the designation. The is speechless. Change the image of Quincy in the eyes of death? Does that have anything to do with Shinji? Chapter 19. I don't know who Sirainai will send over this time. Saifunjin Yai flicked his tail and licked Shinji's fingers. I think there is a high probability that a captain will be sent over, right? The ability of the Technology Development Bureau is still very reliable. Although he couldn't prepare to determine the fluctuation of Nutra's spiritual pressure at the beginning. But as Nutra's spiritual pressure began to erupt, and the gods began to resolve, these two huge spiritual pressures must be captured by the Technology Development Bureau. At that time, the 13 Guardian team will inevitably take countermeasures, and will definitely send a team leader to this world. It should be the captain of the juvenile division. Captain Yuxin won't miss the opportunity to come to this world. Shinji smiled. As long as it isn't blue dye, it's fine, but it's impossible to think about it. He is now a member of the 10th division, and most of the people stationed in this world are from the 13th division. With Shiba's kind of good old man and responsible character, he would definitely come to Kuzucho to support himself. After all, Shiba single-mindedly suggested that Shinji would come to Kuzucho. This is not to satisfy one's own selfishness to relax in this world, but a responsibility. Patriarch of the Shiba family, is Shiba Yuxin. Siphonjai Yuanyai's expression moved, and he suddenly stood up. Here is it, this kind of spiritual pressure. After speaking, she jumped a few times, jumped directly from the top of the building, and disappeared. Her identity can't be revealed at present. As for you, Kurosaki Maki, you should leave now. Shinji glanced at the girl who was at a loss, staying by her side, not knowing what to say or do. Next, it is the captain of the 13th team and some of the gods of death who are accompanying them. Their attitude may not be the same as mine. Shinji suggested. Well, then we will see you next time. Kurosaki Maki smiled very brightly. She waved her hand at the shrine, and fell from the top of the building with a handsome bang, and landed on the ground tens of meters. She awakened in the static blood pretense, and now she can completely ignore this impact. After about 20 or 30 seconds, a black figure suddenly appeared and fell beside the gods. He has a beard on his chin, short black hair, and a Captain Hayori coat with a big cross written on it. The man stared at the back of Kurosaki Masaki's departure, and muttered, "That's Queen's killer, is that?" PS1, today's first update, secretly uploading codewords. Thanks to the 2000 reward of the number master who will be blocked by XX, there will be 2 chapters added for today's edition. PS2, ask for flowers, monthly tickets, rewards, comments, evaluation tickets, .jpg*. Chapter 025 You are connoting your M. Virtual Circle. A desolate desert. Nutra walked out of the black chamber and squinted to the other side. Why suddenly call me back? That nasty Grim Reaper is about to succeed soon. As long as you return to the edge, you can definitely defeat him with overwhelming strength, and then prove that you are the strongest. No one is stronger than yourself. If it weren't for the guy in front of him, he would definitely get it right now. Unfortunately, there is no if. Nutra stared at the man in front of him coldly. It was a man with short black hair, pale complexion, green eyes, and dark green broken facial lines resembling tears. His head has an obvious mask covering the left half of his head. It is in the shape of a horned helmet. His figure is extremely thin, even thin as if it would be blown down by a gust of wind. However, Nutra did not dare to underestimate him. Because the man in front of you is named Ulquiola Sifa. Of the 10 blades, the 4th blade numbered 4. That was the Vastad level, 1 level higher than him, the king level Daegzul who broke his face on his own. Nutra, you've done too much, don't ruin your lord's plan. Ulquiola's face was indifferent, his green pupils did not fluctuate in the slightest, and his speech was like icy ice. Whispering sound. Nutra snorted coldly. Why go to this world? Ulquiola stood in front of Nutra and asked. It just feels the smell of that woman who makes me sick and hypocritical and wants to vomit. Just feeling her breath makes me feel uncomfortable and wants to kill her. So I went straight to the present world, who knew that I met a very interesting Grim Reaper, who could force me to return home. Nutra grinned cruelly and sneered with murderous intent. That woman. Ulquiola's expression moved slightly, as if he was thinking of something. But when he heard Nutra's words, Ulquiola frowned and asked, Little devil. A death devil can force you to go home. There was a hint of surprise in Ulquiola's eyes. Neutra, but the big Su of the Yachika's class face-off, the strength is not lost to the Wang Su of the Vastod class. Only the Wang Su of Vastod's face can suppress him. With such strength, even if the captain of the Corpse Soul World personally played the game, I am afraid that he might not be able to win him securely. And such a powerful Neutra, who was forced to return by a death imp. Obviously, the Grim Reaper in Neutra's mouth must not be a captain of the 13th team. Ah, a kid, next time I meet, I will destroy him personally, and then kill him mercilessly. Neutra showed a cold tooth. What's the name of that kid? Ulquiola asked. Name? Neutra slowly said, Asari Renji, his name is Asari Renji. Asanjing Renji. Ulquiola repeated it, his eyes deep. So, was it the Quincy girl you mentioned earlier that repelled this sudden appearance? Kuzuko, stationed in the warehouse stronghold of the of Death. Shiba put his hands around his chest with one heart, and said in a deep thought that he had already heard what the gods had said. However, I don't know if it was an illusion, Shiba Yuxin always felt that the Quincy girl had a familiar feeling. Ah, that's right, thanks to her, if she hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid Kuzuko would have suffered a great loss this time. Shinji said with a smile, and then pointed to the other side, but then, why did Deputy Captain Luanju also come to this world with him? Is it possible that the 10th Division's team affairs have been put on hold for the time being? Well, the captain has come to this world himself, how can I, the deputy captain, stay in the squad alone? Matsumoto Ranju deliberately pulled the collar of the death tyrant a little bit, his luscious body was very eye-catching. This bold appearance is simply the best disguise to confuse people. Don't listen to her nonsense. The team affairs in the team house are temporarily handed over to other seat officials. This time there is too much movement in Kurezuko. She came with me. Shiba looked at the Shinji deeply, and asked, as if he was very interested, what is the name of the Quincy girl? Why, is the captain interested in that girl? Her name is Kurosaki Maki. Shinji looked at him and joked. Well, after all, I'm getting old, and the family is pressing hard now, ahem, that's the end of the joke. Shiba burst into laughter, and then suddenly patted the shrine on the shoulder and stared into his eyes. I'm afraid that the little Quince girl was not the one who repelled the Kazuo Cho's broken face. What does the captain mean? Shinji raised his head. The remaining spiritual pressure on the ground is obviously the spiritual pressure of the Thunder attribute, and the Quincy master can't make this kind of attack. Shiba shook his head wholeheartedly. Perhaps, she is special. Shinji asked rhetorically. Can't the Quincy make this kind of attribute attack? You don't even know that. As long as you have a pure-blooded Quincy with a specific holy text given by Habich, not only the Thunder attribute, but also the fire, ice, wind, and thunder soil, you can play it all over again. It's just that Shinji couldn't say this to Shiba with all his heart. Don't hide it anymore, Shinji, it's you who repelled the broken face by Sorazacho. Including the sudden appearance of Yakukas in the first few sky towns, and the Yakukas who appeared in the soul burial practice blocked by the Mao Spiritual Academy. You defeated them all. Shiba stared into the eyes of Shinji. Puff. The priest vomited all the tea he had drunk and coughed. Le? Was it really made by the priest? I knew it must have been done by Kyujiki Shinji. A woman's intuition can't go wrong. That's the sixth sense of a woman. Matsumoto Ranzuka grabbed the shoulders of Shinji, bumped him, and praised, You can do it, Shinji, I was really perfunctory the other night. I'm very upset. You want it tonight? Compensate me. Puff. This time Huan Shiba was choked with all his heart. He shivered and put down the teacup in his hand, and pointed at Shinji and Matsumoto Ranju in horror, You two, actually have this kind of relationship. After a short silence, Shiba wiped his face wholeheartedly, and patted Shinji on the shoulder again. In the tone of a person who came by, Shiba said with a sincere heart, "Pay attention to safety, you still have to take some measures. Shinji. You single old bachelor. You are connoting you. P.S. The second update of the secret code, there are pictures in this chapter, please vote **. Chapter 026, You are also a person? The thing in Kuzako was really done by the Quincy girl, and it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 20. Shenxi's eyes were sincere, and he was almost writing sincere on his face. Don't pretend, I know all about it. Shiba cast aside all his attention. Shinji. Are you going to keep talking? This is it. So what do you know? Well, don't look at me with that kind of eyes, it's so scary, it will make me think you want to kill me. Shiba shrank back intently, scratching his face, although I don't know why you hide your strength, maybe it is because of the big virtual attack 3 years ago that gave you a sense of crisis? That's why you hide your strength to protect yourself? I think so. So after the soul burial internship encounters Desu, I propose that you come to this world to hide for a while. Shiba devoted himself to some of the talks during the last captain meeting, and selected some that could be said. Shinji. Do you know you said earlier, let me put my acting skills? Tired? However, it turns out that you arranged for me to come to this world? Good people. It's just that the place is not right. The place in Kusa town is a bit evil, and accidents happen in 2 days. How did you know? Shinji put away his sincere and upright look, and asked curiously. Finally no longer pretend? As a result, I was swindled out of it. I thought it would be very difficult. Shiba laughed wholeheartedly. Shinji. Are you a person too? Just kidding. Shiba waved his hand wholeheartedly, Ichimaru-jin raised it during the captain's meeting. He saw that you used the first solution to solve the enemy, and he also speculated that you suspected that you have mastered it or started contacting the swastika. Furthermore, based on your record of repelling the defensive face this time, and the Ryutsu you detected, I am afraid that you have really mastered the solution, right? What a terrible kid! Shiba sighed wholeheartedly. Obviously he was only a 6-time student, and he was not even the official of death. He had already mastered the UMS Ichimaru Silver. The face of the gods gradually distorted. I hid well in this world, paddling with peace of mind, you stabbed me in the back. I'll be slaughtered for you sooner or later, cub. Well, do you want to come and discuss with me, let me see how you are now. Shiba suggested wholeheartedly. He is indeed very interested in the upper limit of Kukyoki Shinji's strength now. There is no doubt that the current Kukyoki Shinji has stood at the top of the Reaper, in that handful of classes. As long as several team captains pass the joint assessment, Kukyoki Shinji can even become the captain immediately. It's just that there is no vacancy for the captain's position. Can I refuse? Shinji rolled his eyes with a blank expression on his face. I think you'd better not refuse, otherwise, with the captain's wicked taste, I am afraid that you will often do things that make you dumbfounded. Matsumoto Ranju quietly wriggled towards the Shinji. After confirming that the Shinji had mastered the swastika, she became more and more curious about the person Kushiji Shinji. Obviously a genius. But he has been the tail of a crane in the Mao Spiritual Academy for 6 years. Do you dare to believe this? As the young master of the Kukaki family, and the future patriarch of the Kukaki family, Kukaki Shinji was able to endure being treated as waste, and even ignored them all. As long as he showed his talent and demonstrated his own strength, Kukyoki Shinji could immediately become a super genius in everyone's eyes and receive countless honors and praises, but he didn't care at all. Even give the credit to others. What a terrible nature is this! And Matsumoto Ranju is more curious, it is Shinji's Zanpaku. If she remembers correctly, the name of the god's Zanpakuto should be called Leiji. The Reiki pressure of those thunder attributes should come from Leiji, right? It's really troublesome. Shinji sighed, pushed away the lusty body that Matsumoto Ranju was leaning against, and then patted off her hand that was about to touch Riki in her aching gaze. What's that, Mina? Matsumoto Ranju snorted and turned his head away. Captain, would you really not have a problem with the Shinji in this world? You must know Sarainen. There are clear regulations in the corpse soul world. The deputy captain and captain-level death gods are forbidden to liberate the Zanpaku knife and fight in this world. This is because their spiritual compaction is too high. As for ordinary people, even if the vice-captain and the captain-level death did not target them, just the eruption of spiritual pressure can make ordinary people's souls scattered. Ordinary people cannot withstand the oppression of this kind of soul. Just like when Shinji and Nutra were at war, if the Shinji didn't completely block the eruption from Nutra with REI pressure, then I'm afraid that the invisible pressure of REI pressure alone could make the sky empty. Zamaki instantly became a dead city. As for the damage caused, there is no need to mention it. The captain made an all-out effort to chop over half the city with a single blow. So this is the protection of ordinary people. Don't worry, I know in my heart that I will set up the barriers so that the spiritual pressure will not leak out, so there will be no problem. Shiba stood up with all his heart, and went to the open space outside the warehouse with Shinji and arranged them. Soon, the azure blue light curtain rose up, and a light curtain covered the sky, and finally disappeared into the air. Enchantment, forming. It's done. Shiba clapped his hands with all his heart, and laughed with his arms akimbo. This is the secret technique of our Shiba family. As long as this barrier is unfolded, the soul world will not be able to discover what happened inside. Even the people from the Technical Development Bureau of the 12th Squadron stared here all the time, and they couldn't notice the fluctuations in it. Shiba's expression was triumphant. When he said this, Shinji understood. This is probably the enchantment that Shiba will use to shield Aizen's perception and detection and prevent Aizen from looking for in the future. Even Aizen couldn't find out what was in the barrier. As you can imagine, this barrier is still very reliable. Then, I'm starting. Be careful, Shinji, if you don't pay attention, you may get hurt. With a serious face, Shiba put his 5 fingers on the handle of the Zanpaku sword slanting across his waist. I won't let it go, after all, I have to try your depth. Shinji. Is something wrong with you, or something wrong with me? You really don't want to mention the 2 words of depth, it is easy for me to think too much. P.S. The third one is asking for feedback and support. Asterisk. Chapter 027. Cut. Shiba yelled with all his heart, frightening Shinji. During the block, Shinji slashed with a backhand. Bang! Shiba's eyes widened, he was hit and flew out, sliding a distance of tens of meters before slowly stopping. Okay, so awesome, I even knocked the captain into the air, and there is still no limit to the captain of the Spirit Seal. Watching the match, Matsumoto Ranju held her eyes excitedly, her beautiful eyes gleaming, her chest rising and falling rapidly. The limited spirit seal is a restriction on the rank of deputy captain and captain. As mentioned before, because the Reaper's spiritual pressure of the vice-captain and captain-level death gods is too strong, they will unconsciously cause great damage to the world and mankind. Therefore, 80% of the spiritual pressure of the deputy captain and the captain-level death will be restricted by the limited spiritual seal. In other words, after the vice-captain and captain-level Reaper came to this world, their Ryotsu was only 1/5. But this time she and Shiba were totally different. Because the enemy is an Akuka's level broken face, the 2 of them have not been set up with a limited spiritual seal, but came to this world in the strongest state. Kokaki Shinji can actually have a relationship with Shiba in his peak state. I'm afraid no one will believe it. Hey, Luanju, save some face for my captain anyway. Shiba, who couldn't hold his face, spit out with all his heart, and then his eyes condensed. In order for my deputy captain to improve his impression of me, I have to be serious, Shinji. Boom. The ground under his feet collapsed directly, and Shiba appeared behind Shinji with all his heart, and instead of attacking with a knife, he curled up his and made a snapping posture. This is the education of love, kid. Shiba smiled wholeheartedly, and his flicked out abruptly. Boom! It was like a bomb exploding. It was obvious that only a finger was flicked, but it caused a huge explosion. The shock wave alone blew up tens of meters of the ground, as if it had been plowed. Did you hide? At such a fast speed, it seems that your instant step skills are already at the top. A look of surprise flashed through Shiba's eyes. One sword-style thunder burial. A faint voice sounded, without any bells and whistles. The Shinji appeared dozens of meters away as if passing through Shiba Yuxin's body. In the next second, thunder and lightning fell from the sky, accompanied by a roar, and began a dead-end bombing. Rumble! The dust on the ground was flying. Shiba rushed out with all his heart, and burst into a swear word, "Damn, what kind of one-sword style are you? I really believe in your evil." Shiba took a deep breath in despair, thinking that Shinji's attack was a slash, but who knew it was such an attack? What a difficult kid, sinister enough. No one has stipulated that the name of the move must match the attack form of the move, right? Shinji tilted his head and smiled. Chapter 21. Call out the name that matches the name of the move, and then tell the enemy? Don't be kidding, doesn't that make the battle more difficult? In the scattered smoke and dust, Shinji looked at the Zanpaku sword in Shiba Yushin's hand. Compared with the style just now, the Zanpaku knife at this moment has a fiery red color, the handguard is engraved with a simple hexagonal pattern, and there are two tassels at the end of the handle. Just in the smoke, have you solved it? This is my Zanpo Deo Yanyu, a hot Zanpo Deo, it will suffer a lot if you look down on it. Shiba did not take the opportunity to attack, and the implication was clearly to let Shinji also begin to solve. What a troublesome captain! Shinji sighed. Is it finally going to be true? Shiba stood there with all his heart, haha said with a smile. Nani? Isn't it true that it's labeled as such? Matsumoto Ranju was messy in the wind and almost flashed around his waist. Just the few attacks just now, any one of them is enough for her. Isn't that serious? You two were just warming up after just playing for a long time? You two. Can you think about the feelings of salted fish? The sun is everywhere, turning into thunder. Riki. Accompanied by Shijiyu, the Zanpaku knife in the hands of the gods, once again turned into an elegant leiji, the long and narrow blade, as smooth as a work of art. But the sizzling thunder flowing on it is expounding its danger. The Thunderbolt Zanpaku, a rare ability. Let me see, where is your limit, Shinji? Shiba held the sword in both hands with one heart, and his whole body jumped up, slashing down from the sky. The crescent moon rushes into the sky. A steady stream of spiritual pressure was injected into Yanyu, and the spiritual pressure mixed with flames finally turned into a huge slash of blue and red intertwined, and it smashed down violently. One sword stream ray slash. Shensi squatted slightly, and gently brushed his 5 fingers on the handle of the knife. Next second, a blue-violet thunder light flashed. The flow of space in the space seemed to be slowed down. I could clearly see the blue-violet light flashing by, but I couldn't react at all. Rumble. Deafening thunder followed, thunder and fire collided together and turned into a shocking explosion. The shock wave was like a 12th level gust of wind, instantly smashing the warehouse into pieces. This terrible power. Did Kukyuki Shinji hide such a terrifying power? Matsumoto Ranju, who was messy in the wind, and the trembling Jafang Zanpaku knife, firmly guarded a corner. The wind blew her black death tyrant, exposing more skin. Boom! The explosion gradually disappeared. A Shunbyu Shinji appeared above Shiba Ishin. One sword streamed thunder. It's useless. Shiba lifted the knife with all his heart, and then suddenly shrank his pupils. Hey, Shinji, Can you be more yin? Hey! Your uncle, what kind of one-sword style is this? This is clearly a special move for Lao Yin Bai. What is simply made cannot be made again. Yan Yu, who was blocking in front of him, smashed into the air, and a blue-violet light flashed by, hitting him. Boom! The lightning pillar hit Sheba and plunged into the ground, piercing everything along the way, until it hit the barrier when it sank about 10 meters, causing the entire barrier to sway for a while, and then stopped. Team Captain. Matsumoto Ranju blinked, and if she was right, her captain seemed to be flying again. Ahem, you are too dark, and which teacher taught you your insidious fighting method? Sheba, who rose from the deep pit, returned to the ground with all his heart, and watched the Shinji attacking again and waved his hand quickly. If you don't come, you can come here. It's just a discussion, and then try to go down to the enchantment. It's about to split. Sheba Yuman was dull on the surface, but inside was a stormy sea. Just like Matsumoto Ranju said, he came to the world this time, but there is no limit to the spiritual seal. Not only did Kukyuki Shinji not be underestimated in combat experience, he was very adept, and he was able to beat him up to 5 or 5 points. However, a tie is a tie. Kukyuki Shinji, 80% of Ryutsu, is already at the same level as him. Lu Husheng has become a leader-level death god. If this is said, I am afraid that the entire corpse soul world will cause an uproar. P.S. The 4th update, there are 2 more chapters to add in the next. Try hard in the code word, please vote for him *. Chapter 028. You know a fart, Yu-Ji Sai Gao. Why don't I arrange something for you? What do you think of the position of the deputy captain of the 10th Division? In the warehouse that had been flattened, Zhiba crouched on the side of the road, smoking cigarettes in the smoke, and said, like a big boss. He was moved by his love for talent, plus, if there was a in the Jufan team, then he could paddle more leisurely. The dream of paddling is not just for Shinji, he has a dream too. Captain, I'm still alive. Matsumoto Ranju's eyes looked resentful. Oh sorry, forgot you are still there. Matsumoto Ranju. Do you feel my death gaze, cub? Matsumoto Ranju took a deep breath, and barely showed an awkward but polite smile, and his chest hurts. What should I do? No, I still like this kind of plain life. Just treat me as a part-time worker who is clocked in and out of work. Shinji waved his hand quickly. Daige, hurry up and die. He wanted to be promoted. This kind of person would definitely stay away from him in the future. It was too dangerous. Besides, with the super-level paddling of the gods, why should he be promoted? Even if he is the great nobleman of the Kukuki family among the 4 nobles, the younger brother of Kukuki Byakuya, and the future captain of the 6th Division. But now he is just the tail of the crane of Lu Husheng. How can such an identity convince the public? It's a pity, if you come, I will be able to spend my days more leisurely. What a pity! Sheba shook his head and sighed, well, just think about it in my heart. My image can't be destroyed. After all, I love work so much. Shinji. Matsumoto Ranju. Captain, you said it. Matsumoto Ranju's face was muddled with her hands. Yeah? Did I say it? Sheba looked shocked. A shame. Don't be ashamed here, bastard. Matsumoto Ranju secretly glanced at the expressionless shrine, his face flushed with embarrassment. She is also desperate to stand such an unreliable captain. Still passionate about work? Saying that, you cub, won't your conscience hurt? Obviously, my mother works overtime every day to help you handle the team affairs, bastard. I didn't say what I said just now. Sheba smiled with a heart, his face suddenly pursed. Now, Shinji, no matter what, you must be careful. 3 years ago, he attacked Kukuki Shinji once, and even 3 years later he even inserted his hands into the soul burial practice of the students of the Mao Spiritual Academy. The water behind this is very deep. Ah, don't worry, Captain, I'll be careful. Shinji nodded faintly. So, are you going to have a drink? The wine in this world is so much better than that in the soul world. Shiba changed his style with his heart, and put his hippie smiley hand around the shoulder of the shrine. Shinji! Take your dirty hands away, cub! After a few days, Shiba basically didn't stay in the stronghold every day. He ran out if he had nothing to do. At first he said he was out for a drink, but then he didn't say anything at all. God mysteriously didn't know what he did. Finally, with a reluctant expression on Matsumoto Ranju's urging, he returned to the corpse soul world. But, why did Matsumoto Ranju, a beautiful woman staying? Shinji sighed and looked at a corner of the rebuilt warehouse. Matsumoto Ranju is wearing an evening dress and looking in the mirror. A large area of Bai-temp's back was exposed, and his figure was also very dazzling. By the way, Captain Yushin has returned to Sireinai, what are you still doing here? Shinji asked angrily. Why, isn't it okay to have me here to seize your eyes? Matsumoto rolled his eyes, walked over and sat on the arm of the chair, making a pitiful expression. It's really sad, you have no conscience. Little bastard, my sister is still so worried about you in the soul world. Don't do this, I'm afraid. Shinji shuddered. Matsumoto Ranju. You are too much, bastard. Matsumoto Ranju's chest trembled, and her horns kept twitching. The old lady is also a hegemon in the vice captain anyway, and she is respected as the head of Sister Luanju, okay? Chapter 22. Do you know what Ujisai-jo is? Rolled his eyes. Matsumoto Ranzaku snapped and sat on the chair next to him. I am not the captain. He came to life on official business this time. Since he is all right, of course he must return quickly, otherwise the captain will inevitably educate him. Then you mean, he might still sneak over? The priest heard Matsumoto Ranju's implication. Based on what I know about the captain, he will definitely do this. Matsumoto Ranju, pretending to be mysterious, winked at Shinji, and the captain seems to like a human woman, but it may only be unilateral. Like? Fall in love with human women? God's heart moved. Shiba Yushin, this cub kind, isn't it because Kurosaki Maki has taken a fancy, right? No wonder, Shiba would ask for Kurosaki's name. The next few days were also mysterious, and there was no one to see all the time. It seemed that he had no plans. How did you know? Shinji was puzzled. Of course it's because I followed the captain. Matsumoto Ranju blurted out. Shinji. You really deserve to be the eldest sister of Jideo, you really belong to you. Cough, cough, slur, I accidentally saw it when I went out shopping. Matsumoto Ranju poked himself in the face and hummed, I use Yumikuro now, so I occasionally go shopping, and then when I was shopping for clothes, I ran into the captain very accidentally. Yuwu, in short, is the carrier of the soul. It is usually a body used by the of death in an emergency or a container used by the of death temporarily in order to facilitate his actions in the world and appear in front of normal people. But for Shiba Ishin and Matsumoto Ranju, Yoshi's Yoko has become an accomplice for them to drink as human beings in this world. Then, Matsumoto Ranju squirmed a few times, then I accidentally saw it. The little girl ignored him at all, okay, and even almost wrote the word disgusting and are you abnormal? On the face. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but laugh, and there was another tremor. Matsumoto Ranju couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Shiba's uneasy and deflated appearance. It's really messy. Shinji muddled his forehead, sighed, and said, however, a strange imaginary appeared in Kuzuko recently, which seems to have caused a lot of injuries. Speaking of this, Shinji paused slightly, and said in doubt, but, there were no casualties, which seems a bit strange, right? PS1, add one more, there will be another one later, please vote for it, bang bang bang, bang. PS2, don't give away girls, please don't worry. Asterisk. Chapter 029 Blind Experiment. The last few days. The group of people from the Technology Development Bureau often send in the location, saying that there is a virtual haunt. Shinji and Matsumoto Ranju made several trips together, but none of them gained anything. And the strangest thing is that there were no casualties. This is simply a fantasy. Because emptiness is a life that feeds on souls, this is their instinct. But this kind of strange thing happened. The human beings who were attacked only became weak, and their lives were safe. This thing is really strange. Is there something rare? Matsumoto Ranju shook her hair, and a faint scent spread. She stretched out lazily, and said with a smile, "It smells very good, but this is the perfume of the world." Shinji turned his gaze, his eyes calmly, "In short, it is better to find this imaginary one earlier. Since you have stayed in this world, please do whatever you can, and leave it to you." "Hey? Why is this? I am your predecessor, a conscientious little bastard. Anyway, when you are idle, you are also idle, so you can ask for leave to come to this world after a little more credit." "I do not want. Then I will now let Sato Yanagawa report to the Corpse Soul world." The deputy captain of the juvenile team, Matsumoto Ranju, refuses to leave because his own desires stay in this world. Matsumoto Ranju. "You little conscience, why? Did I show you all the scratching and posture of my old lady?" Snorted fiercely, Matsumoto Ranju tilted his head, twisted his waist patter, and left the room angrily. In a long silence, Shinji looked up. "Come in, Yanagawa." With the sound of footsteps, Sato Yanagawa opened the door and walked in and stopped in front of Shinji. He had been waiting for a long time. "Captain Yuxin has been in this world for this period of time, so I didn't fulfill my promise." Shinji glanced at him. "Now, are you ready?" "Yes, Lord Shinji, the subordinates are ready." Sato Yanagawa's eyes were frantic, and his eyes were worshipful. After witnessing the power of Shinji with his own eyes, he no longer had any doubts. "But you might die." Shinji's fingers ran across his chest unconsciously, "Probably 50% of the time. Even if this is the case, are you willing?" The blur experiment was something that Shinji had planned for a long time. There is no reason why Lan Ran can use the incomplete collapsed Jade to do it, and there is no reason why the gods who are in the collapsing to pupilization stage can't do it. As long as there is no error in the process, Shinji can not only do it, but can even do it better. According to Shinji's inference, if he were to preside over the process of blurring, the death rate would not be so high at all, saying that it was 50% just to test Sato Yanagawa and test his xingxing. "Subordinates are willing." Sato Yanagawa nodded firmly in his eyes. "Very good, then Yanagawa, can I trust you with confidence?" Shinji said slowly. Hearing this, Sato Yanagawa knelt on one knee. "The subordinates are willing to be the sword in the hands of Lord Shinji." "Then, let's start." Shinji motioned him to stand up and continued, "I have mastered a method, but this method is immature and extremely dangerous, but if it succeeds, you can successfully break the limit of the of death and succeed in gaining illusion. The power of transformation." Blur. Sato Yanagawa's pupils shrank suddenly, shocked in his heart. Even if it is a marginal character like him, he understands that blur is a force that the corpse soul world explicitly prohibits death from contact. There are even legends that 100 years ago, several team leaders defected from the corpse soul world because they were exposed to the power of virtuality. Lord Shinji, have already mastered the method to make the of death blur? Looking at your eyes, I must have understood something. Shinji's fingertips gently tapped on the table. After the successful blur, even if you don't enter the state of blur, the upper limit of the spiritual pressure will be huge. This is an increase that can be seen by the naked eye. Master Shinji, please start. Sato Yanagawa said firmly. Very well, to survive, Yanagawa. Shinji nodded, stood up, and lightly tapped his fingertips on his forehead. Collapsed Jade? I'm sorry, the Shinji didn't plan to let him know about Bengayu's existence, nor did he want anyone to know that Bengayu was with him, so the Shinji would not let Bengayu and Sato Yanagawa have direct contact at all. A steady stream of material and power that can break the limit is injected into Sato Yanagawa's body. At the same time, an enchantment also appeared in obedience to the response of the gods, sealing the entire room. The blur experiment begins. Sato Yanagawa's eyes glowed with scarlet light, and his sanity began to disappear. The white bony mucus seemed to be born out of thin air, covering all of his body, forming a virtual monster nearly 3 meters high. Roar! The violent roar set off waves of anger. Sato Yanagawa, who had lost his mind, instinctively sensed the danger posed by the gods, and began to gather the imaginary flashes with a grin. Can't let you go on fighting here. The warehouse had just been repaired, and Shinji didn't want to come again. A flash step came directly in front of Sato Yanagawa, held his head, and hit the ground with a bang. Boom! Dense cracks appeared on the ground, and then, strips of lightning appeared out of thin air. One sword flow gravity whirled. The magnetic field formed by the current blocked the virtual Sato Yanagawa tightly on the ground, unable to move. The terrifying pressure even caused his body to make a crisp sound. Shinji stood there, watching the changes in Sato Yanagawa. Time passed bit by bit. An hour later, Sato Yanagawa still did not lift the blur. Upon seeing this, Shinji shook his head. Did it fail? Which process went wrong, Shinji condensed his eyes and looked at Sato Yanagawa, who was lying on the ground. On the white bones of his body, a dense cobweb-like crack suddenly appeared. Then, with a click, all the white bones shattered and turned into powder, leaving Sato Yanagawa lying motionless on the spot. The blur experiment seems to be a success. PS1, add change 2, today's change 6 has been completed. PS2, I will not give away girls, so please rest assured. Asterisk. Chapter 030. There is a saying, I am a loli, greedy her body. This, is the power of blur? I am at least 10 times stronger than before. Sato Yanagawa took off the mask on his face and clenched his fists in surprise. Death is a very pure life. As a highly aggregated spiritual pressure, the nature of Reaper's battle is very simple, that is, the collision between the spiritual pressure, the party with the strong spiritual pressure wins, and there is no water at all. The strong side, even standing there and letting the weak side slash, will never be broken. This is the absolute suppression of Ryutsu. Sato Yanagawa has a deep understanding of this. But at this moment, his Ryutsu was completely in another area, a Ryutsu that he had never dared to think about. Now if you are imaginary, I am afraid that the average deputy captain is no longer your opponent. Shinji felt the pressure of Sato Yanagawa and commented. However, the deputy captain here has to eliminate the battle loli of Kuluyakian Liu. Thank you, Lord Shensi. If it weren't for the perfection of Lord Shensi, I'm afraid I could only be a wasteful officer in my entire life, and I will live in this world in a muddle-headed manner. Sato Yanagawa knelt on one knee, lowered his head, his eyes were hard, but his voice was trembling. Chapter 23. Get acquainted with your own strength, and leave the affairs of Kuzuko to others to deal with these days. The god division waved his hand and removed the enchantment. Of course, it is impossible that there are only 2 gods of death in such a large town. In addition to the gods, there are other gods of death. When Sato Yanagawa exited the room, Shinji put his hand on his chest. Bengayu is hot. Is the progress of integration speeding up? It seems that with the use and development of Bengayu, the progress of integration will be further improved. It should be these few days. I'm about to enter the second state of collapse. There was a faint worry in the eyes of the gods. Aizen's second state of collapse, that is, the pupa phase, has already begun to deviate from the appearance and form of human beings. Including the subsequent Beng San, Beng Si and Beng Wu, the form became more and more exaggerated. It was not until the Beng Lu, the perfect form of death, also known as the blood blue stage, that the human form was restored again. Shinji doesn't want to be in that form. A few days later. Inside a shopping mall in this world. By the way, are you not going to return to the soul world? Continue to stay in this world, afraid that Captain Yuxin will collapse, right? Shinji also put on Yimikuro, sat on the lounge chair, and looked weakly at the woman who was trying on clothes. I have to admit that as long as the figure is good and beautiful, it is a clothes rack, and it looks good in everything, attracting the attention of many men around. Shinji looked admiringly, watching Matsumoto Ranju naturally. And Matsumoto Ranju also understood very well, and after changing his clothes, he came to ask Shinji if he looked good. Regarding the gaze of the gods, Mitsumoto Ranju was not disgusted with the mist Yuja Matsumoto. Moreover, if you don't see it for nothing, don't see it for nothing. There is a saying, I am greedy for her body, I am mean, what's wrong? Finally understand that the imperial sister is high, a conscientious little bastard. Matsumoto Ranju replaced the cheongsam in his hand, raised his horns triumphantly, and suddenly felt a sigh of relief. These days, she has always been dismissed by the gods, and she is almost autistic and suspicious of life. Matsumoto Ranju put his clothes away, but suddenly narrowed his eyes when he got out of the changing room. In sight, a lively girl with orange hair in a high school uniform was standing in front of the priest, smiling and saying something. As the skirt fluttered, a white thigh was faintly visible. That seems to be the human woman the captain has been pestering the other day, right? Matsumoto's chaotic chrysanthemum gathered his hair and walked over. It's not a good performance to be so close to someone else's male partner casually. Matsumoto Ranju walked over, holding the Shinji's arm in the blank look of the Shinji, and swept across Kurosaki Masaki's body without a trace, from top to bottom. There is one thing to say, this is a very beautiful girl. But fortunately, her figure is still a little bit worse than her sister Yu or something, Saigao. But Renji-kun doesn't seem to be your male companion, right? Kurosaki Maki smiled and swept across Matsumoto Ranju's chest without a trace. Damn it, it's a rival. Danger. It turns out that Renji-kun likes a woman with this figure? Kurosaki Masaki glanced at himself. Although she is better developed than other girls of the same age, she is still one level worse than Matsumoto Ranju. Renji. Matsumoto Ranju was taken aback, with a question mark face. She called who Renji, could it be that she was talking about Asami Renji? But isn't Asami Renji in Sirei Inai? Some time ago, I just joined the squad of the 11th squad. When he noticed Kurosaki Masaki's eyes looking at the gods, Matsumoto Ranju's eyes flashed a little. Was it called Shinji? What? It turned out that this little girl didn't even know the name of the gods. Luanju let go and put her hands around her chest, say, don't you think about my captain? Although Captain Yuxin looks a little bad, he is a very reliable man. That's it. Paddling water and soy sauce every day, all day long. If nothing happens, he will provoke her and leave the teamwork to her. Can this kind of man be reliable? Nonsense. Go eat shit. Are you also of death? Hearing this, Kurosaki Masaki's eyes changed. She looked at Matsumoto Ranju with alert, and only when she found that Matsumoto Ranju was not hostile to her, she gradually relaxed. It seems that the companions around Renji-kun also did not discriminate against the Quincy. Sure enough, it was a gentle man. Kurosaki Maki smiled, but when he heard Matsumoto Ranju, especially when he mentioned a certain man, he had a trace of disgust in his eyes. So that perverted guy is your captain? Change, abnormal. Matsumoto Ranju was stunned. Obviously I'm very old, and I chased a teenage girl all day long. Isn't he a pervert? Who is a pervert? Please tell him, don't come and pester me again. Kurosaki Maki's small face is full of seriousness, not like the usual friendly look, but it seems that she is really very resistant and disgusted with Shiba Yuxin. Hear the words. The gods touched his nose. It seems Kurosaki Maki can't look down on the old man Shiba Ishin because of him? Then, what should I do with Kurosaki Ichigo? God's face looked strange. In the weird atmosphere, the three faces changed at the same time and stood up and looked out the window. Suddenly, an unprecedented terrible riotsuo erupted in Kora town. That is, even more than Nutra's terrifying spiritual pressure. P.S. The first update of today. In the afternoon, there will be a power outage in the office to repair things. When the call comes, I will find a chance to secretly codewords **. Chapter 031. The Corpse Soul World, some underground base in the Sarii Garden. Under the surveillance screen, two men in white Captain Hayori's coats were standing in front, staring at the screen in front of them. Yet, it's worthy to be the Wang Su of Vastod's faceless face, this kind of monster-like spiritual pressure, even through the screen, you can feel a desperation, it's terrible. Ichimaru-jin smiled and looked sideways at the man next to him. Silver, don't worry, even if it is not perfect, it will not have the slightest impact on our plan. Ai Ran pushed his glasses, showing the good old man's smile. The gaze of the soul world will be transferred to this world for a long time. In the next period of time, we will have plenty of room to do a lot of things. They trust their eyes too much, but sometimes they have to close their eyes to see the essence of things. Ai Ran's tone is very flat. It's terrible, Captain Aizen. Ichimaru-jin praised. Compared with this, I am more curious, how much can Kukaki Shinji do? The pupils under the blue-dyed glasses didn't have the slightest ripples, but the angle of the eyes was slightly raised. This level of Ryutsu, what kind of monster is that? Matsumoto Ranju's forehead kept dripping cold sweat, and his body was trembling. In the mall, the steady stream of pedestrians was like a statue, suddenly staying still, their eyes were hollow, and then one by one fell to the ground. Then, a blue-violet spiritual pressure burst, covering the entire Kuzuko. Soon, the spiritual pressure exuding desperate suffocation and destruction was completely shielded. Matsumoto Ranju's hand covered his chest, panting as if suffocating for a while. Well enough. The divine secretary who had left Yimikuro held her shoulders and asked. Among the three people present, Matsumoto Ranju had the lowest spiritual pressure. Even if they are far apart, this level of spiritual pressure, just oppression can make Matsumoto Ranju into an extremely weak state. If staying in this state for a long time, Matsumoto Ranju may even die directly. As for ordinary people, they couldn't afford such exaggerated Ryutsu at all. If the gods didn't start the Ryutsu for the first time, in just a few seconds, there would be a large number of casualties in Kuza town. What kind of monster is this? This kind of spiritual pressure is even more terrifying than the last time that was called Nutra's broken face. Kurosaki Masaki's expression was serious, with short orange hair fluttering, rushed to the window and looked outside. But his sight was blocked by a layer of misty white mist. I don't know when, it's foggy. The Dasu that appeared this time, it is very likely that the Wang Su of the Vastod class disfigured, he is much better than the one named Nutra. The shrine was serious. With this level of spiritual pressure, coupled with the fact that this place is the heavy spiritual place of Kareza town, and the calculation of time, I am afraid it is time for the virtual white to appear on the stage. But why should he appear now? Can't he wait until he returns to the corpse soul world to appear again? God's eyes were full of helplessness. If Subai had reason, then he and Nutra would not be of the same grade at all. Together with Ulchiola, who made a face-off for the Vastod class king, there was no way to fight back when facing various white, not to mention the Yachikas class like Neutra. Broken face. To be honest, it was a fluke that Kurosaki Maki was able to win Tsubai. If he had reason, with Kurosaki Masaki's combat experience, he would definitely not be able to suppress virtual whiteness. Several people rushed to the location where Ryotsu burst out, but they were completely empty. Chapter 24. By the time they arrived, the spiritual pressure of Void White had completely disappeared, leaving only a deep hole on the ground. Void White seems to have never appeared before. Gone. Matsumoto Renju sensed it, but couldn't catch Ryotsu, and asked in astonishment. I'm afraid it is hiding Ryotsu. God squinted his eyes. At this stage, Tsubai is not fully mature, so it will show a state of irrational violence. Tsubai will attack everything in front of you, and instinctively find enemies with powerful repressure. Then, eat him. The current virtual white may have been hidden somewhere and fell into a dormant state. I want to report what happened here to the soul world. Matsumoto Renju scratched his head, suddenly a little mad. Obviously I want to come on vacation, but why does this happen? Moreover, will the frequency of accidents in the city of Kuzucho be too high? It's really evil. Shaking his head, Matsumoto Renju nodded to Shinji, and disappeared in a flash. I also want to tell the people what happened here, Renji-kun, remember to ask me next time. Kurosaki Maki stepped back and walked forward, blinking at the Shinji. Also, learn to be proactive with girls. After speaking, she smiled and disappeared into the mist. Is this, asking me? Shinji touched his nose with a strange expression. CO author, this is the real reason why Kurosaki Maki hates Shiba Ishin? Because he saved Kurosaki Maki twice. Did Kurosaki Maki have a good impression of him? Shinji groaned and walked down the street. Suddenly, a small figure pierced through the dense fog, hit the body of the gods, and fell to the ground with a chirp, and started crying. Hey? A human child? God Division was taken aback. It was a little Lolita with green hair and golden green eyes. She was wearing a shabby cyan long coat covering her whole body, and there was a rose-colored horizontal facial pattern on her face. It might be because of a bumping pain, so I was crying. Are you okay? Shinji stretched out his hand, and then suddenly remembered that ordinary people can't see the of death. Then, in the surprised gaze of the gods, the little green-haired loli in front of her cried and raised her head, as if she had heard the god's words and saw him. That's a mask. P.S. The second update today, please give me feedback. Asterisk. Chapter 032 This Sora town is afraid toxic, isn't it? The little green-haired Lolita in front of her has a scar on her forehead extending to the right side of her nose, and the mask like a skull covers her head. That's broken face. An illusion, it must be an illusion, you can hit a broken face no matter how you walk. The gods looked at the sky blankly, although there was a fog above his head and he couldn't see anything. Then, look at the place again. The little green-haired loli still stared at him wistfully, pitifully. An illusion, it must be an illusion. The gods rubbed his face blankly and bowed his head again. The little Lolita with green hair has bigger horns, as if she might howl again at any time. Grass. Shinji burst into foul language. Sure enough, it's broken face. Why would you bump into the face when you walk? This Koricho is TM poisonous. The gods were confused, and now finally figured out one thing, why the fifth blade of the 10 blades of Nutra suddenly appeared in this world, and seemed to be looking for something. That is clearly looking for the little green-haired loli in front of me, Nelly Duhud Shofak. The third blade in the original 10-blade legion, the Vastad class disfigured female Wangsu. Because of serious discrimination against women, hatred of the strong, and jealous of all creatures stronger than herself, Nutra failed to challenge Nelly and was let go by the kind Nelly, and believed that Nelly is looking down on him. As a result, Nutra, who hated women even more, united with another member of the 10 Blades and attacked the unsuspecting Nelly, shattered Nelly's mask, and severely wounded it. Because of the shattered mask, in the loss of spiritual pressure, Nelly Elu degenerates from the Wangsu of the Vastad class broken face to the Akukas class broken face, and her body shrunk into the shape of a lowly, but also lost all memories are gone, and she is aliased as Nilu. Perhaps, because he felt the pressure of Nelly Elu again, Nutra fell into a rage and couldn't bear the killing intent against her, so he chased the world and wanted to kill it. So why are you here? The gods covered his forehead with a headache. And the green-haired little Lori in front of her was startled by the expression of the priest. She shrank and cried loudly, Nilu is so scared, are you going to kill Nilu? Nilu is just hungry? I just wanted to find something to eat in this world, Nilu has never hurt anyone. Looking at the man wearing a death tyrant in front of her, Nilu's eyes were full of fear, her petite body almost shrank and trembled. She has seen a guy wearing this kind of clothes. Those people claim to be the gods of death, and as long as they appear in front of them, they will be killed immediately. That's it, those people in this world will get hurt, it's your cause. Hearing this, Shinji suddenly realized. It is no wonder that those human beings only become weak when they encounter a virtual attack, their lives are not threatened, and they will recover as long as they rest for a period of time. Because what they met was Nelly Elu, an alien in the imaginary. In all the ravages, even in the 10 blades, Nelly is a different kind. Obviously she is inherently cruel, but Nelly is really friendly in the open, she knows her gratitude, and hates meaningless battles and hurts innocent people. She refuses to attack the innocent and weak at will, and once the important companions around her are harmed, will never forgive opponents who hurt partners. It is precisely because of such a character that Nelly Elu didn't kill those humans. Are you here to find food to replenish your energy? Shinji glanced at Nilu's torn mask, and immediately understood Nilu's purpose. Su is a very cruel race. If you want to evolve, you must eat of the same kind, swallow and plunder other virtual spiritual pressure, in order to continue to evolve. And once you stop eating, even the Vashtad class disfigured Wangsu's strength will decay, and it is normal to degenerate into a Kyukus in the end. But Nilu, who had been severely wounded and degraded, lost the spiritual pressure she used to hunt in the virtual circle. And the most dangerous thing is that she has also become the most perfect food among other big empty mouths. As long as they eat her Vashtad class great emptiness, then they may have the possibility of evolving to the Vastad level great emptiness. This is too deadly for Nilu, who has no power at this moment. In order to obtain food, Nilu can only come to this world, and only a small amount of human soul power is absorbed, which is enough to show that Nilu is indeed very kind. Are you going to kill Nilu? Nilu is so hungry. Nilu was wiping her tears and sobbing constantly. She was already very scared, but her voice was still very gentle. Why kill you? Shinji squatted down and squeezed her green hair, which turned out to be great. No, don't you kill me? But when those gods of death see the emptiness, they kill them mercilessly. Nilu gradually stopped crying, sobbing while looking at the gods curiously. I have different ideas from those guys. The gods raised their horns and whispered softly, there are dangerous guys in the death god, and there are also kindness in Suzhong. This is not a contradiction. Want to follow me? Shenxi stretched out his hand, his eyes were sincere. This is a perfect combat power. The character is docile, obedient, and knows the gratitude. Once he accumulates enough spiritual pressure, the memory will be restored, and it will return to its original form, becoming a Vashtad class faceless Wangsu again. This is the top combat power. At this stage, it was the captain level Reaper who came. Excluding Captain Yamamoto and Aizen, no one dared to say that they could win against Nilu. Well, will it make me full? Nilu is very hungry, very hungry, very hungry. Nilu clutched her belly and asked pitifully. Although she lost her memory, Nilu instinctively wanted to eat more food to accumulate Reiki and return to Vastad. Of course, I don't have a bad habit of deducting food from my companions. Shinji smiled and nodded, his eyes more sincere. Okay, Nilu will follow you from now on. You don't need to make Nilu full, as long as you can keep Nilu from getting hungry. Nilu is easily satisfied. When I thought of not worrying about hunger anymore, hiding the same kind in fear, and worrying that death would kill her, I couldn't help but smile into crescent-shaped eyes, showing a very cute smile. Then, she slowly put her little hand in the hands of the gods. Upon seeing this, the gods couldn't help but smile. Very good, Lolita. It is the successful abduction plan of the Vastad class King Su. From now on, there will be one more top combat power next to Shinji. P.S. The third thing is to ask for collection, flowers, monthly tickets, evaluation, rewards, comments, various requests, ask for feedback *. Chapter 033. Shinji Godsai. Nilu is so hungry. In Kuzuko, the stronghold of the of death, Nilu rubbed her belly and held the thigh of the gods, looking at him pitifully. From before to now, you have eaten 5 of them, do you still feel hungry? Shinji scratched his head and sighed. This is simply too much appetite. Although Kuza town is a spiritual place, something weird will come out if nothing happens. But no matter what, this is the world. It will not be like the virtual circle, where there are emptiness everywhere for the gods to catch. But the priest, Nilu is still very hungry. Nilu crawled onto the back of the gods flexibly, rubbing like a kitten. I really can't do anything with you. As for Nilu's current state, Shinji can understand. Chapter 25. Nilu, who is in a severely injured and degraded state, will now instinctively continue to eat, accumulating spiritual pressure to return to the Vastad class. However, too much food is also a problem. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Shinji asked, "Try to see if you can swallow my spiritual pressure." Ale. Nilu was startled, her head shaking like a rattle, her face reluctant. Nilu, don't eat the spiritual pressure of the gods. It's okay, I'm very resilient, this bit of Ryotsuo is nothing to me. Shinji rubbed her hair. The divine division who is about to enter the collapse 2 fusion state, the current resilience is absolutely monster level. It might be unrealistic to want to squeeze out the spirit of the gods. Then, well, but if the priest is uncomfortable, Nilu will stop immediately. Nilu hesitated for a few seconds, but at the strong request of the priest, she still opened her eyes. Then, the constant spiritual pressure was released from the body of the gods and was swallowed by her. The terrifying high-energy reaction was compressed in the room, and if this energy burst out, it would probably blow up Kuzucho in an instant. But even with such violent power, Nilu directly swallowed it. Sure enough, swallowing my spiritual pressure, this plan is also feasible. Looking at Nilu who was falling asleep, the gods smiled slightly. The depleted spiritual pressure of the body is about to step into the body of the collapse 2 fusion state, and it will recover quickly, and it will not even make the gods feel tired at all. Only the Bang 2 fusion state can have such an exaggerated REI. It is conceivable how terrible the REI pressure of the Bang 6 fusion state can be in the 1000-year war. Bang bang bang, knocking on the door. Matsumoto Ranju walked in worryingly. Because of the virtual whiteness, Matsumoto Ranju temporarily stayed in this world. Not only that, under Shiba Yuxin's strong request, even he would later support it again. Shinji, you should understand what you are doing, right? Matsumoto Ranju stood next to the shrine, watching him. Even if you are the future patriarch of the Kukaki family among the 4 nobles, you will take in an Akuka's class destroyer. Noodle. If this were to let the corpse soul world know, I'm afraid it would really cause a disturbance. At that time, maybe even the gods will be punished. Deputy Captain Luanju, of course I understand what I'm doing. Shensi glanced at the sleeping Nilu and smiled lightly. Yachika's class broken face? You don't understand at all. When Nilu accumulates enough reinforcement, she will become a Vastad class female, Wangsu, who is the top combat power. and, absolutely obedient. This day will never be far away. The Shinji has decided that in the future, he will no longer use those inferior voids to help Nilu regain her strength, but will directly use her own spiritual pressure and collapse to help Nilu return to the Vastad class. At that time, Nilu will be the super combat power of the captain level. Don't worry, I have a way to make the soul world accept her. The priest rubbed Nilu's cheek and said with a smile. It's better if you know it in your heart. Although I was still a little worried, since Shinji had said so, Matsumoto Ranju had nothing to do. She stretched lazily, sat down beside the god, kicked her shoes aside, like a duck sitting, burying her face in her knees. Now, Shinji, do you think we will die in this world? That's Wang Su of the Vastad class. Shinji was stunned and couldn't help but squeezed her long blonde hair. What do you think? Even if he is a Vastad class Wang Su, and his face is broken, I am not bad. Compared with Rukia's dull hair and the silky cat's hair at Shifunjin Yoichi, Matsumoto Ranju's golden wavy hair has a unique flavor. Don't ask, just want to slap. Even if it is conservatively estimated that he is about to enter a state of collapse and two fusion, Shinji really does not feel that a virtual whiteness can overturn himself. An irrational vein, almost meaningless. I thought how would you comfort me, but that was the end. Matsumoto Ranju smiled, slapped the shrine away with angrily, and then glared at him, but before the captain comes, I really rely on you, Shinji kid. Matsumoto Ranju showed no doubt the attitude of Jideo elder sister, so he almost called the younger brother Shinji. In the end, he grabbed his face, and in turn began to rub his hair. Woohoo, your most handsome captain is here, have you missed me these days after leaving? At this moment, the door was pushed open with a bang. Shiba stood at the door with his hands on his hips, laughing, but when he saw the two people sitting together in the room, Shiba's face froze fiercely. He closed the door silently, opened it again, and rubbed his eyes. Then, he showed a dumbfounded expression. Shiba's fingers trembled and his lips trembled. You too. As he said, he glanced at the shoes on the floor in disbelief, as well as Matsumoto Ranju's slightly tangled hair and black death tyrant costume, and the act of almost sitting on the gods. He opened his eyes. Finally retreated towards the door. Sorry for disturbance. In addition, you must remember to pay attention to safety, this is very important, understand? Otherwise, it really comes out, Hey Luanju, what are you doing? If you have something to say, don't draw your sword. I'm here to tell you about the experience of others. Hey? What are you doing when you stand up? Wait, Luanju, why do you want to start solving? Go to hell, Captain Idiot. P.S. In the code word, there will be more changes in a while, please pay attention to check it. Asterisk. Episode 034. Hi, I'm also your captain anyway, you're too cruel, right? Inside the room. Shiba squatted on the ground with a swollen nose, smoking cigarettes in his eyes, and puffing out smoke rings bit by bit. In the smoke, he took a breath and rubbed his cheeks grinningly, where he actually suffered a super whip kick from Jideo's eldest sister Matsumoto Ranju. It really hurts. Oh, Captain, you are the one. If you say this kind of thing to ruin the little brother of the gods next time, kill you. Matsumoto Ranju used the Zanpaku knife to pick his nails, and from the corner of his eyes he glanced at Shiba with a single heart. Suddenly, Shiba shivered with all his heart. It's horrible, is this a woman? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and accidentally touching the wound, Shiba twitched his horns intently. He actually slapped his handsome face. How can I go to see that cute little girl? In other words, that should be Akuka's, or is it a bad face? Shiba tilted his head slightly and squinted at Nirla who was sleeping peacefully on the bed. Ah! Captain, that's... Matsumoto Ranju panicked slightly and wanted to explain, but was interrupted by the Shinji waved his hand. She's called Nilu, and she is now adopted by me. In Matsumoto Ranju's surprised gaze, Shinji directly admitted. Adopt? You really are messing up. Shiba scratched his head wholeheartedly. Even if you are the four nobles, you will face a lot of troubles. You should understand. Naturally understand, I know what I am doing. Shinji nodded. When Nilu returns to her original form, everyone will understand how correct the decision made by the gods is. That's good. After taking a deep look at Shinji, Shiba sat on the ground with all his heart. Do you have any new information about the Vashtid class Daigzu that suddenly appeared in Kuzuko this time? There is not much information for the time being. He has not appeared in the past few days, so we haven't found anything yet. Matsumoto Ranju looked at Shinji and shook his head. Is that right? Shiba nodded intently, but saw Shinji suddenly knock off the table. Correct a little, it's probably not the Vastad class Wangsu, but the Vastad class Wangsu after breaking his face. Shinji said slowly. Nanny. With a bang, Shiba stood up with all his heart, and stared at the shrine with a serious expression. Can you be sure? That is the Vastad class Wangsu after the face-off. Breaking the face and not breaking the face are completely two concepts. It's like after the Akuka's class Daigzu breaks his face, his strength is not inferior to that of the ordinary Vastad class Wangsu. After the Vashtid class Wangsu broke his face, his strength was even more terrifying. To put it ugly, the captain-level Reaper has no high chance of winning against this kind of enemy. It can be determined. Shinji nodded. That kind of spiritual pressure is absolutely virtual white, that can't be wrong. Trouble, it seems that I have to apply for more support. Shiba sighed, touching his forehead with his palm. Only Wangsu of the Vastad class can only achieve a win-loss result at most for most captain class at this stage. As for the Vastad class Wangsu after the face-off, if he wants to win stably, at least he needs two captain class death gods to work together. It seems that it has to be called reinforcements. Wait. Shiba patted his forehead wholeheartedly, and looked at the shrine in front of him. Isn't there a ready-made captain-level combat power? What is the look in your eyes? The shiver shuddered and stepped back. You stay away from me, you are not right. Shiba Yuxin. What kind of expression do you look like? Don't make me feel like I have done something to you. Lao-Tzu likes women, fresh and hot women. The horns are twitching. Shiba worked hard to squeeze a gentle, sunny, and charming smile. Chapter 26. Shinji, discuss with you. The gods were expressionless and interrupted directly. I refuse. N.A. Nanny. Shiba's expression was entangled. Let me finish talking anyway. There is no need. Shinji glanced at him and said lightly, no matter what you say next, I don't think it is a good thing, so I refuse. Want to fool me and do virtual whiteness with you? Dreaming, cub. Your ready-made cannon fodder is here. The Shinji has made up his mind to finish the paddling, and at most he can take the opportunity to send an assist and it will be over. Charge into battle? I'm sorry, that was the task of the captain. Shinji is now a man stationed in this world. That is not his business scope. Also, putting away your idiot's expression is really disgusting. Finally, the gods added a blank expression. That's right, Captain, your idiot's expression is so wretched, it's no wonder the little girl hates you so much. Matsumoto Ranju took the collar and shivered. At a certain moment, she even felt that her captain overlapped with some characters in the plot. That wretched expression is simply a divine restoration. Idiot, idiot. Shiba's face froze, his whole body seemed to be stunned, but suddenly he found something wrong. Wait, the little girl hates me. How did you know? Look straight at me, cub. Look into my eyes, don't dodge. Shiba squinted his eyes, looking like a knife at the deputy captain of his mist sister in front of him. Ah, that is actually... Matsumoto Ranju was vague, hesitating, and kept showing his eyes to the god. The priest understood well, and took the words, "She was very interested in your sneaky whereabouts, so she followed you." Matsumoto Renju. "Shinji, you little conscientious bastard, you sold me!" Two loud shouts sounded. Shinji rubbed his face and stared blankly at the two live treasures in front of him. After a long time, Shiba, whose eye was beaten blue, gave a soft cough and sat cross-legged on the wooden board. "Then, continue our conversation just now. Shinji. Don't pretend if it hurts. Moreover, your compelling character has been completely lost, which is a purely funny comparison, so you really don't need to disguise the tall image of your captain. Speaking of this, I actually took time to do one thing in the past few days when I returned to the soul world." Shiba smiled wholeheartedly. Shinji raised his head and looked at him. "I told the captain of the things you have mastered." Although the old man didn't say much, but I can clearly feel that he is actually very happy. Shiba laughed wholeheartedly, and then asked suspiciously, "Hey? Shinji, why are you that expression?" "Shinji. Grass." Shinji exploded directly in his heart. "Why am I this face? Who told you to tell the captain, cub species? What did I come to this world to do? Isn't it just to be a cozy jerk?" "Don't say anything, take it to death," Shiba single-minded. "Hey? What are you doing? Why did you draw your sword? Don't talk too much about the cubs, you and I can only live one today. If you have any last words, just say it. I'm afraid you will run out of time soon." "No, I think I can live a few hundred years at least." "Are you stunned? Jija, die for me. P.S. Add more, please feed me. Asterisk. Chapter 035. The next day, Shinji sat cross-legged in the center of the warehouse, with Zanpokyudeo on his legs. Opposite, is Matsumoto Ranju with a helpless expression. Where is Shiba Yushin, that cub? The gods were expressionless. The captain was afraid that you would hack him to death, so he slipped away a long time ago. Matsumoto Ranju sighed silently, and sat cross-legged next to the Shinji. At this time, suddenly, Shiba looked like a ghost, poked his head in from the door, and compared his hands to a trumpet like a trumpet. "You must remember, and you must not forget to safely prepare, you young people now, it's really a headache than one." Matsumoto Ranju. Death to the old lady. The grey air current carried a sharp slash, and hit the iron gate with a bang. After the iron gate turned into ruins, Shiba Yuksen had long since disappeared. Really, how can there be such an irresponsible captain, childish like a child? Matsumoto uttered a question. "You don't seem to be much better, are you?" Shensi gave her a sideways look. "Hey, I'm a predecessor, you have no conscience. Anyway, I heard that you had an accident in the soul world, right?" Matsumoto Ranju stared, angrily said. "Are we so familiar? Why are you worried about me?" Shensi wondered. "What's the matter? One time you are born and the second time you are ripe, and 3 times you take the initiative to sit on me." Hearing what the Shinji said, Miss Yuja Matsumoto Ranju shuddered and put her hand on the Shinji's shoulder. "Shinji. Do you think even the child is good for the 4th time? You are not right." Quietly squirming back, Shinji got up. "I'm out on patrol." This car's wheel was almost flushed to the face, and Yuji couldn't afford to miss it. Slipped away. "It's good to be young." Staring at the back of the gods, Matsumoto Ranju groaned and stretched lazily. Compared with the captain who was already over 100 years old, Kukyuki Shinji was still a young man, and a young waist. Hiss. No wonder Kurosaki Maki misses the captain, does she understand it well? Matsumoto Ranju also patted his and stood up. Kuzuko, the highest rooftop of a tall building. Shinji closed his eyes and entrenched himself on the wall, hundreds of meters in the sky in front of him, and Leiji was placed on his knees. Knife Zen is a practice that every of death must carry out. Only with the continuous understanding of Zanpakudayo and the continuous running in of Zanpakudayo, can you gradually obtain the real name of Zanpakudayo, master the beginning solution and the solution, and obtain more powerful spiritual pressure. Almost, this kind of throbbing. Shinji opened his eyes and covered his chest with his right hand. That kind of power expansion has almost turned into substance, and the huge spiritual pressure is compressed to such an extent that it can no longer be compressed. If you want to continue to improve, you can only go further. And that is to enter the Collapse 2 fusion state. Shinji's expression moved slightly, and suddenly he raised his head and looked into the distance, as if he had penetrated the limit of the visual distance, and he sensed a place several kilometers away. This kind of fluctuation is an enchantment. Although it was only a very small fluctuation, Shinji still caught it. If it weren't for collapsing Jade, I guess I wouldn't be able to perceive the fluctuation of this enchantment. Who is it? Shinji stood up and stared into the distance. If you change to a leader-level death god, I am afraid that you will not be able to capture this fluctuation. If it hadn't already entered the Bengyi fusion state, or was about to enter the Beng 2, the gods would not necessarily be able to perceive the existence of the enchantment at such a close distance. In that direction, is the barren mountain in Kuzucho? Aizen? Or where is the virtual white hidden? Shinji sat down again, without any intention to act out of curiosity. Being able to create this level of enchantment clearly represents a big trouble. And Shinji doesn't like trouble. But at this moment, Shinji moved his eyes and opened his hands. A faint lingzi flame burned on it, and then disappeared. This is Kurosaki Masaki's Ryutsu. In the woods, a dark cloud enveloped the sky. It was raining lightly, and it hit the emerald green leaves. The air is thick and depressed, and the atmosphere is heavy. Damn, there is a barrier around, we can't escape. Chapter 27. Hey! A dark shadow fell. It was a middle-aged man about 30 years old, with a scar on the corner of his eye, and holding the lingzi longbow in his hand. This weapon is clearly the exclusive weapon of the Quincy. Well, did you finally find it? I thought you wouldn't notice it all the time, Quincy Masters. Eerie laughter came from the depths of the woods. The long and narrow shadow gradually shrank, and a person walked out of the darkness. It was a man with yellow pupils. His face was wearing a black and white two-color mask like a clown, and his right was narrow and long, showing a strange deep purple. The most important thing is that this man is wearing the Death Tyrant of the of Death, and he is also wearing the captain's Haori coat outside, with the clearly visible number 12 written on the back. The captain of the 12th Division, the current director of the Technology Development Bureau, Nai Yuli. Reaper, you deliberately released Daegu's spiritual pressure, deliberately tempting us. What do you want to do? The middle-aged Quincy looked wary and motioned to the tribe to retreat. The Quincy, for generations to regard Su as his mortal enemy. As long as the existence of virtual spiritual pressure is discovered, it will take the initiative to kill the virtual. But this time, because of the discovery of Daegu's spiritual pressure, many of the people gathered together and prepared to join forces to kill Daegu. Whoever came up with it, they actually stepped into a trap that had been prepared for them a long time ago. In this barren mountain, there is no big emptiness at all. The great virtual spiritual pressure exists only to attract them. What do you want to do? I have prepared for so long and even used a large virtual material. Of course, I want to obtain more experimental materials. Nayulai licked his lips and moved the lens of his right eye with his fingers. Above, pieces of data are floating. What? It's just a group of salted fish. There is no such thing as a powerful character at all. Nayuli shook his head disappointedly. Because of the suggestion of the gods, Nayuli made some changes to the device that detects the spiritual pressure of the world, and then got a device that resembled a lens in front of him. This device has only one function, and that is to detect the spiritual pressure data around you. Although the data is not absolutely accurate, it is also quite practical. It's a pity that kid from the Kukaki family didn't join my team. Na Yuli smiled and spread his hands out. Let me take a closer look. What surprises can you have with this group of experimental materials? P.S. First, ask for all kinds of feeding. Asterisk. Chapter 036 I'm very gentle to women. Rumble. The explosion gradually subsided. Na Yuli stared blankly in front of him. Hey, it turned out to be a bunch of rubbish. It's a waste of my time. In the woods, all the Quincy divisions had completely lost their combat effectiveness. Na Yuli moved his fingers boringly, and walked 2 steps forward, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and suddenly disappeared in place. Next second, a blue cross arrow hit the position where he stood before. Boom! The dust is flying. Kurosaki Masaki rushed from a distance. Uncle Yamamoto, Uncle Asai, are you all right? Looking at the people who fell on the ground, Kurosaki Masaki's eyes flashed with anger. Blame her, because chasing the virtual Ryotsu to leave too far. When Kurosaki Maki noticed the fighting here, it was too late to return. Saki, be careful, that guy, he is the of death in the soul world. The middle-aged man named Uncle Yamamoto leaned against the tree and reminded. Damn, you bastard! Kurosaki Masaki shouted angrily and stood in front of the tribe. Absolutely, they won't be hurt anymore. Oh, this spiritual pressure fluctuates. Na Yuli squeezed the lens, and a flash of interest flashed under his eyes. It seems that you are different from them, you are more advanced experimental materials. Asshole, go to hell. Divine destruction. Kurosaki Masaki stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a Lingza longbow instantly gathered and pulled in his palm. In the next instant, a blue arrow with a long tail flame swept past. Oh! What a good attack! Na Yuli tilted his head slightly, and the arrow flew past his hair. Rumble! A shocking explosion sounded behind him, and when the shock wave that was blown spread out in front of Na Yuli, it dissipated as if it had hit an invisible defense. This is really an interesting trick. It's completely different from the attacks of the Quincy divisions just now. The power is not the same level. This is the first time I have seen this strange phenomenon. But compared to you, your people are too rubbish, it's the most useless material. Na Yuli pointed at the group of quintessences on the ground with disgust. Before attacking me, didn't even collect the most basic data? It's really reckless. At the very least, you should keep in mind the top 13 people of Reaper. I'm Na Yuli, the captain of the 12th Division and director of the Technology Development Bureau, but it doesn't matter if you can't remember, you won't know anything soon anyway. Na Yuli observed the destruction behind him in amazement. After the explosion disappeared, he asked, how is it? Are you interested in coming to me as research materials? You won't treat you badly when you come to me, don't worry, I'm very gentle with women. I will treat you with the highest level of treatment. The drug is 8 times a day, and the machine experiment is 5 times a day, and I will try my best to avoid killing you. He moved his 5 fingers pathologically and tilted his neck. Abnormal. Kurosaki Masaki has a limited vocabulary, and her blushing face can only curse such a sentence. She once again pulled out an arrow and asked, why attack us? You set this barrier, right? What stupid thing is this, Quincy? Na Yuli walked step by step. Reaper and Quincy are dead enemies. It is natural to kill you or use you as waste, right? Hey! He disappeared in place, swung a knife and stabbed Kurosaki Masaki. Ah, did you hide it? I have a speed no less than that of Shunbu. I really become more interested in you. Neri looked at the piercing Zanpaku knife, turned his head and looked at Kurosaki Masaki who had just moved to the tree in an instant. This is a rare top-level material. It turns out that the Quincy can still have such a speed? Really, I can't wait to dissect her more and more. As if simulating the process of anatomy, Niri moved the joints of his fingers, while his golden eyes scanned Kurosaki Masaki's body back and forth. Asshole, not all gods of death are crazy and perverted like you, at least Renji-kun is not like that. Kurosaki Masaki yelled softly, retorting Niri's words loudly. Asana Renji is different from other Shinigami. There are also reasonable people in the gods of death. Renji? Where have you heard of it? Nayuli scratched his head, and then his face suddenly became cold. Don't be joking about women there, hurry up and abandon your disgusting sense of justice. You really make me very upset, Quincy. As Nayuli said, he suddenly disappeared in the same place again. Instant step. So fast. Kurosaki Maki's pupils shrank and stretched out his hand to block. Boom. The heavy blow was blocked by the arm, but the ensuing slash continued to magnify. Can't hide it. Boom. Following the impact of Ryutsu, Kurosaki Masaki was directly cut and flew out. Shit. The ground was directly torn into a gap of nearly 100 meters, and a large number of trees collapsed along with the shaking ground, finally revealing a triangular radial chaotic deep groove. Oh, still try to control the strength as much as possible, not to cause too much movement. Nayuli walked forward and turned the Zanpaku sword on his finger. At this level, you should almost completely lose your combat effectiveness. Hey! Speaking of this, he was taken aback for a moment, and his golden pupils looked far away. Kurosaki Masaki stood in the center of the ruins. With her as the center, the fractured ground suddenly spread to both sides, spreading hundreds of meters. At the position of her shoulder, the dress was chopped into pieces, revealing the entire right arm. On Baitemp's shoulder, the branch-like lines can be clearly seen that the spread and growth are constantly being made. It was a static blood outfit, blocking that slash. Ale, another ability that I have never seen before. I am even more interested in you. A touch of joy flashed through Nirvana's eyes. This time, sneaking into the world, it seems to be very meaningful. Isn't there a ready-made advanced material in front of you? Absolutely, can't forgive you. Kurosaki Masaki clenched his hands tightly, and his beautiful little face was filled with unprecedented anger. She shook her arm, and the numbness of being hit by the slash quickly faded. Immediately afterwards, violently attacked. Failien feet. Almost dragging the phantom, the bloodlines on Kurosaki Masaki's body became more and more magnificent. She completely abandoned the defensive ability of the static blood suit and activated the blood movement suit, in exchange for an explosive increase in strength, speed, endurance, and spiritual pressure. Go to hell, bastard! P.S. The second is more, please vote asterisk. Chapter 037 Do I Don't Want Face for Kurosaki Maki? Chapter 28. Boom! The earth is shaking. With Kurosaki Masaki's ability to defeat Void White, completely abandoning the static blood suit's defense and activation blood suit, and then blessing it to combat power, it can be imagined how terrifying Kurosaki Masaki is at this moment. It's worthy of advanced experimental material. It's really disrespectful to be able to resist my slash. I'll be a little more serious next. Nayuli stood 10 meters away. He curiously observed the branch lines in front of him, like a girl burning with blood-colored flames. Is the layer on your body protecting you? So that's it, do you have two forms of change? One is to bring extremely high defense power, and the other is to increase physical fitness and spiritual pressure, but they cannot exist at the same time. Nairi's light words came, making Kurosaki Masaki's eyes widened in astonishment. She bowed her head sharply. Suddenly, I didn't know when, there was a tiny wound on my arm, and a faint bloodshot was slowly oozing out. Oh, did you finally notice it? I'm really busy, so I decided to use the most time-saving method to clean up you. If you don't get rid of that strange state of defense, it might take some effort to clean up you. Nairai waved his hand and walked towards Kurosaki Masaki on his own initiative, and finally stood in front of her. Damn it, I can't move. Kurosaki Maki immediately cancelled the outfit. The blood-colored gorgeous lines gradually faded, and the static blood suit began to activate. However, it is obviously unrealistic to get rid of the abnormal state of the body immediately. She has lost her resistance. Thought of this. Kurosaki Maki bit his lip and violently lit a trace of spirit in his body. Why do you think I have to say so much to you and explain my research to you? I am not so idle. Nai Yuli pulled out the Zanpaku knife, his eyes full of ecstasy. I really want to study you right away. I think every minute and every second is very precious, or else, let's start with the skin tissue. That kind of defense that can be inspired, what exactly is it? I'm really curious. The cold Zanpakuto slowly approached Kurosaki Masaki's arm. But at this moment, Nayulai suddenly stopped the movement in his hand. He looked up at the treetops. There, standing a young man in a death tyrant costume, and on his back, there was a little loli with green hair. Oh, it turned out to be you. I didn't expect to be able to meet you here. How did you find the movement here? Nai Yuli stopped the movement in his hand and stared curiously at the Kukyuki Shinji. He was very curious, how did the gods find the enchantment that even the captain-level death can't detect? Captain Nayulai, please stop all actions immediately. God Division said lightly. Just seeing Nayulai appear here, Shinji immediately understood the reason for the battle. Yet, the smile on Nai Yuli's face froze, his expression gloomy. Are you teaching me to do things? Don't get too smug, kid. I think Captain Nayulai is here, and he probably didn't get the permission of the captain or room 46. Otherwise, why set up this barrier to isolate everything? Talking. Shinji jumped down from the tree. Unlike Shiba Yuxin's act of sneaking into the world just for drinking, it would only end with the captain's education and painless punishment. Nai Yuli's current behavior has already violated the felony of the corpse soul world. You are threatening me, what should I do? Nai Yuli tilted his head, and suddenly grinned, then I will kill you, no one will know? What an interesting decision. Be careful Renji, his strength is very strong, and his glasses are weird, it seems to be able to observe other people's ryotsu. Finally, the dendritic lines reappear on the body surface. Kurosaki Maki jumped back and returned to the shrine's side, curiously glanced at Nilu who was lying on his back, before thinking about it, turned to staring at Nairai with vigilance. Shut up, it's not your turn to intervene in this research material. Nai Yuli scolded impatiently. Kurosaki Maki. It's too much. What kind of experimental research materials are used to open your mouth and shut your mouth? As a genius girl, I, Kurosaki Masaki, don't want to lose face? Hey? Has that already been made? Shinji was taken aback, only to realize that he was just a prop that he mentioned casually, as if it had been invented by Nirvana. Sure enough, this ryotsu has already been mastered and started to solve it. Looking at this amount, it doesn't seem to be much worse than the deputy captain. Nayulai squeezed the lens and exclaimed, is this a so-called genius? Captain Neri, please leave Kuzucho now. Now I am the garrison of Kuzucho, and this woman is also under my protection. The Shinji reiterated again. In any case, he is now the resident death of Kuzucho. I withdrew the title of genius, you are just a little furry kid with a nasty smell. Nayulai looked impatient, and then his eyes glared sharply, and he locked Nilu on the back of the gods, that's, Ashoka's. No, it's not just a Kyukas, it's a broken face of the Yakuka's class. Top research material. Today in Kareza town is really the most correct decision I have made in the past few years. Nayulai's eyes were frantic, and only then did he discover that the little green-haired loli he had overlooked was probably the biggest gain in his business. You know, the big virtual of the Yakuka's class, its strength is no less than most of the deputy captains. It takes a lot of manpower and material resources to capture Yakukas, and even a lot of death can be done. And the Yakuza's level face-off is even more solid captain-level material. This kind of experimental material is no longer so simple, but it may not be collected once in hundreds of years. What's more, this green-haired female Akukas is alive. This means that he can carry out more and varied research, and even genetic and physical modification. Unexpectedly, there is such a precious thing beside Kukyuki Shinji. It's awesome. Nayulai licked his dry lips, and stretched out his hand tremblingly. Give me the year back, and I will treat you and the Quincy girl beside you, and none of these Quincy girls appeared. Oh, but you can only choose one, kid. P.S. Third, ask for a monthly evaluation ticket for flowers, ask for a reward asterisk. Chapter 038, Collapse 2, Pupilization Stage. Don't promise him, Ryan-ji-kun. Only then did Kurosaki Maki realize that the little green-haired girl who was lying on the back of the gods turned out to be an Akuka's class broken face. But when she saw the green-haired lowly crying and curled up in fear, a desire for protection was naturally aroused. Shut up, dead woman, a Quincy dared to be so rampant, you who are still the research material are not qualified to speak here. Nirvana said with a weird yin and yang. Kurosaki Maki. Dead woman? Dead yin and yang people. Kurosaki Masaki's eyelids throbbed, and blue veins burst into his forehead. Captain Nayulai, I choose to refuse. I won't hand Nilu over to you. The priest shook his head. Then there is no way, I can only solve all of you here. Nayulai mocked. Anyway, he didn't plan to let them go at first. As for the promise? Don't be funny, anyone believes that kind of stuff? Nirvana stepped out, came to Shinji and Kurosaki Masaki in a flash, and slashed with a knife. However, it was only a mere deputy captain level Ryutsu. Moreover, even if he did not release the Zanpakuto, he would be more than enough to deal with the Kukyuki Shinji. At this moment, the shrine in front of him disappeared. Nani? Nirvana's pupils suddenly enlarged. Then, a blue-violet slash struck, directly hitting him head-on. Boom! The ground kept cracking. Nayuli jumped into the air, looking at the broken arm. His face was ugly. What happened? Was it made by Kukyuki Shinji? Nayuli's golden pupils were locked tightly to the dead wood gods who was also standing in the air. He took out a tube of light green reagent and injected it fiercely into his arm. Then there was a crackling sound of granulation growth. Including the bones, all returned to their original state in just a few seconds. Was that Shunbu? Nayuli was puzzled. Is Kukyuki Shinji's instant step already approaching this level? In this memory, the dead woman named Shushin Yai and Siphonjai Yuan Yai is probably no different. It seems that you still hide some strength. Nayuli moved the arm of the newborn and picked up the Zanpaku knife that fell on the ground. Ah, it is my captain who thinks that I am too weak, so he will often give me special training. Shinji nodded. Zhiba Yuxin? When did it happen? I'm a pig, I don't know anything. Beginning to solve. Open your paws and kill Jizo. A bleak purple spiritual pressure erupted, and finally gathered on the Zanpai knife in the hands of Nirvana. When the spiritual pressure completely dissipated, a golden Zanpai with 3 blades and the base of the blade for the face of a baby appeared in Nirvana's hands. It hurts, it hurts. It hurts my head to melt away. Chapter 29. Boy, I haven't felt the pain for a long time. As a thank you, let's let you taste the pain. Nayuli swung his knife, and a purple mist spread, and he gazed at the gods grimly. I will control my power as much as possible, and will not damage your body. After all, this is an important research material. Renji, be careful, this fog is poisonous. The dendritic lines on the skin were automatically activated, and Kurosaki Masaki's pupils shrank and quickly reminded him loudly. Shinji. Shinji glanced at her. Do you think I have no eyes? Do you still need to remind you? As long as you have eyes, you know that the purple mist is not a good thing. What's more, the pungent smell of the air spread in just an instant, which clearly shows that it is highly toxic. Kiljizo, ah! The gods watched the Zanpaku knife in Nayuli's hand. As a mad scientist, Nayuli not only modified his body completely, but even more exaggerated the Zanpaku knife. Even if it was damaged, he could repair it by himself. You know, Zanpaku-deo is equivalent to life to the of death. Transforming the Zanpo-deo, this is simply the behavior of a lunatic. Shinji swung the Zanpaku knife, and just wanted to use a slash to disperse the poisonous mist. However, the burning sensation in his chest caused him to stop the movement in his hands abruptly. The evolution has begun, and he will soon enter the Collapse 2 fusion state, that is, the pupa phase. At this time, the gods covered his chest, and amidst Kurosaki Masaki's shocked shout, suddenly gave up resistance and let the poisonous mist erode over. Renji. Kurosaki Masaki's eyes flushed, and the blood-colored tree-like lines ignited all over her body again. Even Nilu stood there, a terrifying spiritual pressure swelled sharply in her body, as if qualitative change would occur at any time. Oh, I have found that I must die, so have you given up resistance? It is a clear choice. Niri looked at Kurosaki Masaki, as for you, goodbye, extinction teacher, although things are a bit troublesome, but I can live, and you will die, this ending cannot be changed. This time, it is finally over. A rare top research material in a century, the Yachika's class broken face. Plus the corpse of a vice-captain level death god. There is also a female quintessence with a slightly strange pedigree, and a group of living salted quinces. This time, a bumper harvest. Nirvana's eyes were filled with joy, and his horns kept rising. While thinking about how to distribute these materials, Nirvana suddenly turned his head and looked at the purple poisonous mist in disbelief. Among them, a spirit pressure that made his scalp numb broke out. How is it possible, with this amount of Ryutsu, how can there be such a monster? Nayuli's face kept twitching, and the lens on his eyes refreshed at a dazzling speed, and finally it exploded with a bang. Shinji's current burst of spiritual pressure has exceeded the detection limit of the lens. Damn, this kind of spiritual pressure exceeds me. Nayuli's face sank. This lens is the first lens created based on his own spiritual pressure limit, and it is also the lens with the highest detection limit of spiritual pressure. But now, because he couldn't bear the spiritual pressure of the gods, he exploded. Obviously he was just a six-turned-born who had no reputation, but he was so powerful that he was so outrageous. Why? Feeling that body that had suddenly become heavy, Nayuli could not understand that the spiritual pressure of the gods had completely suppressed him, and the pressure of the spiritual pressure alone made him extremely heavy. But, why are you so special? It's obviously just a 6 rebirth, and REI pressure can suppress a captain of the 13th Guardian team. Nayuli's golden eyes stared at the depths of the poisonous mist with fear, as if looking at a newborn monster. P.S. The fourth one, please vote *. Chapter 039 Millions of shields and sword pressure, completely collapsed. The spiritual pressure continued to climb as if there was no limit, as if it had reached another dimension. Unimaginable huge benefits, different pouring into the body. For a long time, Shinji was at the limit of the of death, and the spiritual pressure that could not grow again seemed to have broken the limit and increased crazily. Still continuing to improve. Shensi moved his hands indifferently, his body trembling slightly, a change that cannot be observed with the naked eye is acting on his body under the power of Bengaiu. Genes seem to be disintegrating and reorganizing, and life forms seem to have undergone some changes. Shinji's eyes suddenly looked down, and he looked at his chest. There, a kind of mysterious blue-violet lines, like blood vessels, began to faintly spread all over the body. What followed was an all-round improvement in strength, speed, defense, endurance, and spiritual pressure. It seems that the power that can destroy everything at will, this is the state of fusion of the two collapses, the pupillization stage. Shinji slowly fell to the ground. The blue-violet veins gradually receded, and reunited back into the collapsed Jade. Only in the center of the chest, those blood vessel-like lines remained, connected to the collapsed Jade, like a heart. Fortunately, I have a different evolutionary form from Aizen, and I continue to maintain a human form. It seems that compared with AI Ran, I don't need to become that kind of virtual heterogeneous form, until the collapsed 6 fusion state can restore the form of the of death. After observing his current form for a while, after confirming that he had not become an inhuman form, Shinji heaved a sigh of relief. Feeling the spiritual pressure that completely surpassed the death god's limit and the various explosively increased qualities, Shinji was very sure that his current life level had completely surpassed the death god. While silently familiarizing himself with the body, the gods put on his clothes to cover his chest, and at the same time waved his hand to release a glass-like, completely transparent shield in front of him. Single shield? The gods squeezed the palm of his hand slightly, and the transparent shield collapsed. Single shield is a skill that can only be used when entering the fusion stage. The spiritual pressure released from the body surface forms a glass-like transparent shield, which can be used at any time in battle. The defense power is average, but it is also enough to block the slash of the captain-level death. Shinji pointed his finger in front of him again. This time, the transparent single shields were continuously superimposed, but in the blink of an eye, they were superimposed by an uncountable amount. Million dongs. Seeing this, there was a smile on the bottom of the god's eyes. The 1 million layers of spiritual pressure released are continuously superimposed into a single shield, and finally a huge shield is formed, which completely blocks any attack, and the defense power is amazing. With the current defensive power of the gods, even if an attack can penetrate a million shields and then hit the gods, the defense will not be broken at all. It's just that there are still some shortcomings. The direction of defense needs to be set in advance and some improvements are needed. Shinji tried to analyze the principle of 1 million dongs and considered ways to optimize it. Then, Shinji slightly held the Zanpaku knife, and slashed down at the purple poisonous fog that couldn't even break the defense at this moment. Boom! A sword pressure of blue-violet light, with an unimaginable shock wave, directly extinguished the poisonous mist, and hit the enchantment unabated. Boom! The deafening blast sounded suddenly, and this barrier was directly shattered without blocking it for a moment. A terrible explosion began to erupt, and the ground was directly shattered, and all the big trees along the way collapsed. Even the entire body of the mountain was slashed by the sword, and it suddenly broke off in the middle and was divided into 2 parts. All the animals on the mountain wailed, fleeing here in horror, and some of the awakened Quincy masters stared at the doomsday-like scene with horror. Even the human beings far away in the city center of Kusa town noticed the movement here, and looked at the clearly visible mountain peak in horror, and suddenly broke. Spectacular, yet depressing. The shock after the sword slash had not subsided for a long time, and the entire sky was filled with a layer of dust and fog. Is this the sword pressure of the collapse 2 fusion state? Shinji looked at this scene slightly surprised. The sword just now was just that he slashed it casually, without any spiritual pressure attached to him, and he didn't use the power of Bengaiu. It's all just the power that his body wielded the Zanpai knife once, and waved out the spiritual pressure on the Zanpai knife. It's already so terrifying. Renji, are you okay? At this time, Kurosaki Masaki's unbelievable voice sounded, and he was poisoned by the captain-level Reaper. Did Renji have nothing to do? How can this be? You know, Kurosaki Maki still relies on the protection of the static blood suit to be immune to this toxin, and her people have no resistance at all after being poisoned. That Renji had just completely given up resistance, why is it all right now? Kurosaki Masaki knelt on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, her small face was full of surprises, but there was a hint of doubt. Beside her, there is a ruin. That was the destruction caused by the aftermath of the sword pressure slash of the gods. Now, maybe the poisonous fog just now was just for him to block his vision. The gods spread their hands and smiled. How could it be that my static blood outfit was activated just now? How could it? Kurosaki Maki still looked puzzled. At this time, a low groan sounded like something and nothing. Seeing Renji's gaze, Kurosaki Masaki shook his head quickly. It's not me, I didn't speak. Shinji. No, I know that although you haven't spoken, you have already spoken. Glancing at Kurosaki Masaki's opened legs blankly, Shinji walked towards the collapsed rock. Ale. Kurosaki Maki's eyes were blank, and he didn't speak for a long time. It was buried directly. On the other side, the gods covered his face with his hands silently, and then took out the buried Nilu out of the soil. Obviously. The low groan just now belonged to Nilu. Are you okay? Nilu thought you were going to die. Chapter 30. Just after being pulled out, Nilu looked like a koala, crawling up the priest's body, holding his head and crying. Damn, don't crawl on my face if you're all covered. The Shinji burst into a swear word, twitching his cheeks and moved Nilu's collar away, looking at the Quincy girl who was still wondering what the Shinji's previous words meant. Where is the Nirvana? The gods looked around. It's gone. Kurosaki Maki replied naturally. Shinji. P.S. Add more, today's 5th update has been completed, please give me feedback. JPG *. Chapter 040 I will kill you in a while, cub species. Wait until Kurosaki Masaki maintains the tribe. The gods were full of question marks, you just let him run away like this. Not to mention anything else, just a piece of static blood, and Kurosaki Masaki, who possesses the captain level Ryutsu, gave Nyrik's death to his death. It can't be cut, but it can't be poisoned. Meat is justice, and meat is invincible. Are you angry if you beat me and lock my blood? As long as Kurosaki Masaki didn't give up the defense of the static blood suit, he could only grind Nirvana in the brain hemorrhage. At this stage, Nirvana did not have the superhuman potion that restrained the Quincy in his hands. Then how do you ask me to chase him? He is like a magic trick. He suddenly seeps into the soil and disappears. Can I get the whole Kusa town off to find him? It's horrible, it's like a ghost. Kurosaki Masaki held her chest with lingering fear, as if she was really frightened by Nirvana. God's face went dark. Make it clear, you are a captain-level quencher. You can blast the Vastad level Wangsu from the Suanbei class. The ghost, ordinary soul, will have to tremble at the sight of you. You say you are afraid. Ghost? Taking a deep breath, the Divine Secretary lifted Nilu off her head. Why do you think you are a woman everywhere? I met Yaku Kaz Daegzu within a few days of coming. After that, the Yaku Kaz class broke face, Nutra in the 10 Blades Legion. Now I hit Nirvana again. Kurosaki Genscourge Reincarnation Masaki. I am a Quincy, and of course there is me wherever there is emptiness. Kurosaki Masaki's small face was very proud, she snorted proudly, but her face collapsed immediately. But who knows that this time I was overcast, the guy named Nayuli used a big Su as a bait to lure us over, wanting to capture the Quincy. Who is he? Kurosaki Masaki raised his head and asked curiously. He, a very dangerous lunatic, the captain of the 12th Division of the Godai 13th Team, and also the director of the Technology Development Bureau. Shinji said slowly. At this time, there was a scream. Shiba stepped on Shunbyu with a serious face, and fell in front of the Shinji. What's going on, is it that Vastad class broken face? Shiba felt the Reiki burst out from Shinji with all his heart, and rushed over immediately. He turned his gaze and saw the group of quintessences lying on the ground, but when he saw Kurosaki Masaki, his face changed like a trick. "It's you. That perverted uncle who followed me." The two voices sounded at the same time, and Shiba Yuxin's face went dark. "Change? Uncle pervert? I'm a handsome group. Look at my face." Shiba rubbed his face wholeheartedly. "I am not following you, I just want to talk to you." Hearing this, Kurosaki Masaki retorted, "So you have been with me for several days? You are a pervert." "Shiba Yuxin. I'm really wronged. Besides, I already have someone I like. He is Asana Renji. Don't pester me anymore, your perverted uncle." Kurosaki Maki's eyes rolled, and he bounced beside the Shinji and took the Shinji's hand. Shinji's blank eyes and Shiba's murderous eyes smiled very brightly. "Shinji, hey." Shiba single-minded, "Nani? Wait, Asari Renji, who?" Shiba scratched his head wholeheartedly, and suddenly remembered. Wasn't there someone named Asani Renji among the people who were attacked by Kushiki Shinji during the soul burial practice? The guy's talent is not bad, although he is incomparable with Kukyuki Shinji, he is also considered a genius. Zanquingazu, that is, the level of kendo, fist and kick, an instant step, Asanjing Renji is very good, only the ghost way seems to have no talent at all. Just a few days ago, seemed to have joined the 11th squad? However, what is the relationship between Asari Renji and Shinji? Shiba pointed to Shinji's nose and asked, completely ignoring Shinji's crazy suggestion. "Shinji? Kamaji? Who is that?" Kurosaki Maki's face was full of suspiciousness. "Hey? Don't you know? This is the one in front of you, Kyujiki Shinji." Shiba blurted out. "Shinji? I really thank you, Shiba is all about you as a cub. I'll kill you sooner or later." Turning his head, looking at the side who suddenly became expressionless, like a black and orange-haired Quinzaner girl, the gods smiled serenely. "Oh, so you are called Kukaki Shinji. N.A. Actually, my nickname is Ashani Renji. So you're called Kukaki Shinji. Renji-kun. Shinji." A little panic, this murderous danger. Taking a step back without a trace, Shinji tried his best to show an awkward but polite business-level smile. "Actually, I am for the task, so I can't reveal my name." While explaining, Shinji squinted at the culprit who was still smiling and watching the excitement. "Are you still laughing? Gloat? Wait, cub, I'll kill you in a while." "Well, why do you look at me with that look? No matter what, you can't lie to the little girl, it's not right." Shiba was about to laugh out loud. The CEO author Kukaki Shinji didn't tell anyone his real name at all. "It's all right now, hurry up and fight, when the time comes, he can continue to pursue Kurosaki Maki." Thinking of the beautiful picture of the future, Shiba couldn't help but think about what the child would call in his heart. Shinji was still a young man, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. Besides, isn't there that Mist Yuja Matsumoto Renju? Let him go back a little bit to make room for himself as an old man. Shiba raised his horns intently. Then, I heard Kurosaki Masaki speak slowly. "Really, can't forgive me for doing this kind of deceiving me. Here comes the fight." Shiba yelled inwardly. "But I forgive you." Kurosaki Masaki's darkened face suddenly turned into a smile. She squinted her eyes and hugged the arm of the gods, and leaned her head over. "As compensation, please invite me to watch a movie." Kurosaki Masaki dragged his long voice, and the girl's innocent temperament was very cute. "Shinji? Shiba single-minded. No, forgive me?" Obviously he just made a murderous expression, now forgive him? "Can you do whatever you want if you are young and handsome?" Shiba's rising horn froze, and his whole body was petrified on the spot. P.S. The first one, all kinds of requests, bang bang kowtow. JPG *. Chapter 041 Stop talking, who doesn't like UG? Young people nowadays don't like uncles anymore. On the way back to Kuzucho, Shiba was so miserable and sad, his whole body turned into a grey background bored, listless. Obviously he's not bad, so why don't you look at him? Sorry. Shinji patted him on the shoulder. Rolling. Shiba uttered uncomfortably, then rolled his eyes, and suddenly grabbed the shoulders of the gods. Does she have any relatives or anything? Tell me about it, look at my age. Shinji. Take your hand away, cub. Speaking of which, what happened just now? After a light cough, Shiba asked with all his heart to return to the right track. The ryotsu that erupted from the barren mountain before, even though Shiba had speculated and understood the Shinji's ryotsu, it still horrified him. The amount of that kind of spiritual pressure, even if he was asked to solve it, was nothing more than that. And that, I'm afraid it's the ryotsu after God's swastika, right? Shiba wholeheartedly reasoned like this. Chapter 31. Otherwise, the exaggerated ryotsu cannot be explained. It's nirvana. In Shiba's stunned gaze, Shinji continued, Captain Nicoli wanted to experiment with a Quincy, so he sneaked into this world and set a knot that could not be perceived by the gods of death. Boundary. Then all the quintessences were lured into this enchantment, and then they clashed with them. Shiba was stunned, he's crazy. In the corpse soul world, there is only one way for the of death to come to this world, and that is to pass through the world gate. If you want to pass through the gate, you must get the consent of Sireinai. But in addition, there is another method. That is, the use of personal pass-through gate props. In the homes of the four nobles, there were private gates. It is precisely because the Shiba family has a gate to pass through, Shiba Yuxin was able to secretly come to the world to drink one after another without the permission of Captain Yamamoto. Although he would be reprimanded by the captain every time, he was a trivial matter. And what did Nairai do? He is not a nobleman, he has a family-specific barrier gate, which means that Nairai must have secretly created a barrier gate privately. This is absolutely forbidden by the soul world. In addition, he came to this world to liberate the Zanpakuo, arrested the Quincy, and a battle broke out. Each one is a felony. Is he normal? The secretary asked in a puzzled way. Shiba Yuxin. It seems, it makes sense. That guy Nairai was not a normal person at all, and a normal person wouldn't be fine all day to provoke Zhengmu Jianba, that lunatic. You knocked him back? Shiba asked curiously. No. Shinji shook his head. Then how did he go? Shiba paused, and Neri was not the kind of guy who gave up easily. It's a little strange to say, I released Ryotsu for a while, and when I got back to my senses, he was gone. Shinji spread his hands. The movement into the Collapse 2 fusion stage has to find reasons to prevaricate, this is a great opportunity. Shiba single-minded. So he was also scared by your spiritual pressure, so he ran away? Co-authoring is not just that I was scared. Shiba Yuxin suddenly felt a little relief, and he patted the shoulder of the gods, so you have to have a little confidence in your own strength. Even Nirvana is scared away by your spiritual pressure. You don't need to be so cautious. When I was as young as you, if I had your strength, I would have pursued Captain Yuajawa a long time ago. Young people can do things with more publicity. Shiba sighed with emotion. God's eyelids twitched. Was Hawali? When you were young, how dare you still think about her? It's a bit fierce, brother. What happened later? The gods pretended to ask unconsciously. Later. Shiba scratched his head intently and smiled awkwardly. Later I found out that we are not really suitable for you. Understand, how can I say that Captain Yuajawa is so much older than me, and his age is here? What this said, it seemed that he was abandoning Mao's Hawali, so he looked down on others. I think you were rectified purely by Captain Uenohana, right? Shinji slanted his eyes. How do you know? Shiba glanced at Shinji in amazement, and immediately reminded him in a low voice, I'm telling you, you have to be careful of Captain Uajawa. Don't look at Captain Uajawa being gentle all day, like a good wife and mother, but it's actually very dangerous. When Shiba said with all his heart, he remembered the sadness of the past. Back then, he was good friends with Kiriko Chun Shui and Yukatake Shiro, and both secretly liked Uajawa real. A mature woman, Yuja, she has a good personality, gentle and considerate, she is also very beautiful and she has a great body. This is simply a perfect goddess, okay, who doesn't like it? It's normal to have good feelings. But later, Uajawa real agreed to their invitation and participated in a winehouse party. From now on, Shiba Yuxin, Kiriko Chunsui and Yukatake Shiro, have almost regarded Uajawa real as a scourge, and their calves trembles when they meet. Because, that night, all of them had turned Uajawa's potion. Wait till dawn and open your eyes. Shiba urinates on the spot. A group of big guys add guys, one in front and one behind, 2 guys in and out. It's a sad story full of big guys. Although nothing happened in the middle, it still left an indelible spiritual shadow on Kurosaki Yuxin. Mao's Hiwali is a devil. Shiba was full of tears in his eyes, and he wanted to cry without tears. It was in that wave that Uajawa Ri's mental and physical mentality and physiology were all severely damaged, and for so many years he had not dared to find a girlfriend. Because every time he closed his eyes, he was afraid that he would open his eyes again and see a big man again. God's face looked weird. Good guy, you are a ruthless person. I didn't expect that when you were young, you would dare to pursue Mao's Hiwali. It would be nice if the female murderer didn't dissect all of you. If you want her to treat you kindly, at the very least, she must have a wave of favorability, right? But there is only one way to win Yuasa Hana's favorability, to beat her. As long as you win Uajawali, you can please her, and your affection will reach your stomach. Uajawali is different from other little girls. It's not just a few words of rhetoric, or a gift. Did not completely conquer her with strength, everything is floating clouds. Shiba focused on them, and obviously chose the wrong way to win Yuasa Hana's favor. It's really hard for you. Shinji patted him on the shoulder. Shiba single-minded. Cub, are you suggesting something again? P.S. The second is more, please vote asterisk. Chapter 042. Don't worry, Shinji, with your talents, you will definitely become the captain. After returning to the warehouse, Shiba patted Shinji on the shoulder with all his heart, and said earnestly. Yeah, Shinji will definitely be the captain. Although she didn't know what the captain was, Nilu felt that it seemed to be very powerful, so she nodded in agreement. Well, with the spirit pressure of the younger brother of God, as long as there is a vacancy in the position of the captain, it is probably an ironclad thing to become the captain. Matsumoto Ranju also stretched his body and said. The water glass in the hands of the gods fell to the ground with a clatter, and looked at them blankly. What do you say in your I just want to paddle with peace of mind and be a salted fish, clock in and go to work honestly, you let me be the captain? You want to fool me to fight Subai again, isn't it, cub? Ahem. Sure enough, Shiba coughed softly and sat up straight, but if you want to be the captain, you have to be able to get some credit no matter how you say it. Do you want to be able to break this Vastad class? I refuse. Shinji shook his head without hesitation. Listen to me first. Shiba said unwillingly, think about it, your brother Kukaki Byakuya is now the captain of the 6th division, if you become the captain too. Doesn't it mean that the Kukyuki family has a pair of captains? What a dazzling glory is this! It is simply an unprecedented thing in the history of the corpse soul world. Shiba's tone was full of temptation, but he didn't believe in God's heart. For the nobles of family origin, this is simply a big temptation. I still refuse. Shinji was unmoved and refused decisively. My Kokyoki Shinji, even if I starved to death, died outside, jumped down from the stairs, I would never become the captain. Whoever loves to be whoever is, anyway, I am not. Shiba Yuxin. My heart is so tired, is it still too late to return to the corpse soul world to change a captain? Reluctantly grabbing his hair, Shiba sighed intently, it seems that an old man like me has to do it himself. Really, can't you pity me for this old bone? As he said, he turned his eyes, Lanju, is there a new discovery? I haven't noticed anything. Captain, this Vastad class dismantled face seems a bit special. He can hide his spiritual pressure, as long as we don't take the initiative to release it, we will not be able to find him. Matsumoto Ranju takes off Yimikuro and moves his somewhat stiff body. Shinji couldn't help taking a few more glances. Nonsense, don't look at it for nothing. Normal man, who doesn't like to see beautiful women? It's not normal if you don't look at it, right? Shinji is normal anyway, so take a look. Does it look good? Come to me at night if you look good, you can see more. Matsumoto Ranju blinked at the Shinji and bumped the Shinji with his shoulder. I said you too, pay attention anyway, I'm still here. For a moment, Shiba felt as if he was many years old, and pointed to his nose. Ale, the captain is not an outsider, it doesn't matter, right? Matsumoto Ranju smiled and stabbed Shiba Ishin's heart with a knife. So my heart is so tired, I really want a girlfriend, a hot and soft girlfriend. Shiba is full of tears. Jpg. That night, Shinji stood at the highest point of a tall building somewhere in the center of Kuzuko, looking down at the city. In the other direction. Chapter 32. Shiba Ishin and Matsumoto Ranju are also in charge of other areas. This is already the fourth day they went out on the night watch. But what is strange is that the virtual whiteness seems to have disappeared in recent days without any movement. Still not found anything. Swish. A breeze blew. With a faint fresh smell, Kurosaki Masaki squatted beside Kyujiji Jinji. Shinji glanced, and in the fluttering school uniform and skirt, a pair of black safety pants stubbornly guarded the absolute realm. What are you looking at? Kurosaki Maki yelled strangely, saying that he was blaming, rather than acting like a baby. The charming look of a girl always has a special flavor. You are gone again. The gods pointed to her chest. This is a tall building several hundred meters high, the wind speed is very fast, and Kurosaki Masaki is squatting next to Shinji, so. Yet I hate it. Kurosaki Maki jumped his feet in shame and instinctively punched out. Bang! A burst of air exploded on the roof, and Shinji flew out like a rocket. Oops! Kurosaki Maki covered her lips, she didn't mean it just now, she just punched out instinctively. Then, in the face of Kurosaki Masaki's reddened face, Shinji flew back again, and fell to the spot lightly. Are you okay? I didn't mean it just now, if you want, you can change the place. Kurosaki Maki blushed as if smoking, and muttered softly. She stomped herself on her toes, not daring to raise her head. I'm fine. Shinji shook his head. To tell the truth, with his current defensive power in the collapsed state of fusion, Kurosaki Maki might have to move for real, maybe he can break the defense. It's unrealistic to want to break the defense with one punch. Ale. Kurosaki Masaki took a peek at Shinji with a blushing face, and found that Shinji didn't seem to have heard what she had said before. Suddenly, Kurosaki Maki didn't know whether he was relieved or a little depressed. In short, it is a very complicated emotion. Almost soon. Shinji stared at the city full of lights in the darkness, the more he does not appear, the more it means that he will appear soon. Without reason, virtual whiteness cannot be endured for long. As time goes by, he will definitely get hungry. Once the feeling of hungry appears, Subai will act immediately, instinctively hunting for food in Kuza town. Speaking of which, why are you participating in this operation? Shinji couldn't help but glanced at the girl with short orange hair next to her, ignoring her small gesture of sneaking close to him. Because I am a Quincy. Kurosaki Masaki squinted his eyes and leaned against the shrine, and said naturally, I am a quintessencer, so if there is a big virtual haunting my city, then of course I have to participate in it. Quincy? Shinji looked at her silently for a while, until Kurosaki Masaki's face turned crimson, and he squeezed her short orange hair. Correct it, Kurezuko, but my city. P.S. The third one is more, please give me feedback *. Chapter 043 What a shame, let me die. Time, a little bit passed. The lights in the city gradually went out, and the sound gradually disappeared. Only occasionally, the audible sound of the horn spreads in the dark for a long time. Finally, the gods condensed his eyes and looked into the darkness of the city. This action will be awakened by his sleeping Kurosaki Masaki. Why, hey! This Ryotsu, the guy from that day, finally came out. Kurosaki Masaki blushed and wiped her horns, quickly adjusted her emotions, and stood up and carefully sensed the spirit in the air. Yeah, I finally came out. The black cat came out of the darkness step by step. The talking cat that day, are you here too? Only then did Kurosaki Maki realize that the black cat was also on the rooftop that day. If she didn't take the initiative to speak, she wouldn't even notice it. Call me Mr. Yai, impolite kid. Sifenjai Yuanyi glanced at her, and then jumped onto the shoulders of the gods. It seems that Shiba Yuxin has already started fighting with him. The fierce Reiki collision was so conspicuous in the dark night. The azure-blue spiritual pressure and the scarlet-red spiritual pressure continued to collide, and the shock wave set off could even spread more than 10 kilometers away. Is it okay to just follow me like this? The shrine asked. Hey? Are you talking about me? Kurosaki Masaki pointed at herself sensitively, squinted her eyes and smiled like a crescent. It's okay for me, anyway, I can make the decision by myself. He's not talking about you, kid. Saifeng Yuanyi gave her a sideways look and licked her paw. Kurosaki Maki. What a shame. Ah, let me die. Kurosaki Masaki covered her face with her hands. It doesn't matter, my form is not too noticeable, and he has no information about my form. Saifenjai Yuan shook his head at night. Of course she knew what her fiancé was talking about. Kusa town is full of Eisen monitoring, and everything that happens is under Eisen monitoring. Including the real purpose behind this Vashtid class Great Void incident, Saifenjai Yuanyi is clear. These are just the methods Eisen used to find and force her and Urahara Kisuk to appear. And the purpose is to get Bengaiyu from Urahara's assistant. It's just that Bengaiyu is now in the hands of the gods. Thinking of this, Saifenjai Yuanyi couldn't help looking at the face of the gods. She was wondering why her fiancé wanted the collapsed Jade. Is there anything strange on my face? While talking, Shinji snorted Yoichi Saifenjin. Don't be addicted to cats or something, you can't stop after trying it once. Well, that's not the case. Saifenjai Yuanyi firmly grasped the clothes on the shoulders of the gods, looked at the sight passing by, and exclaimed, I am afraid that your instant step level is no longer under mine. So your Shunbu is so strong. This level of instant step, even in the captain class, is definitely in the forefront. As the title of Shine God Yai, Saifenjai Yuanyi has absolute confidence in his own Shunbu. It seems that his fiancée still hides a lot of things. Saifenjin Yai stared at the shrine's profile, thinking. However, she has time, but slowly understands and solves the mystery of the gods, doesn't she? After all, he is his fiancé. Thinking of this, Saifenjai Yuanyi meow and rubbed the head of the gods. In other words, what exactly is this cat? Following closely behind, Kurosaki Maki had been staring at Yoichi Shikiden curiously, the look in his eyes was like seeing something novel. It's not so much that you should speed up. An enemy of this level, even Shiba Yuxin, doesn't necessarily have much chance of winning. Siphon Jiyuan leaned towards her in a strange way, and said slowly. But the king of Vastod's face is broken. Boom! The crimson light, like a laser cannon, directly decomposed all the Okura in front of him, and the shock waves that followed caused the ground to vibrate constantly. What a terrible guy, is this the Wang Su of Vastod's faceless? Unlike the usual carelessness, Shiba Yuxin's face showed a hint of shrewdness and caution. Careless in battle, but it will kill people. Although he has been ridiculing Shinji for being too cautious, Shiba Ishin himself is also a very cautious character in battle, and he is very supportive of Shinji's fighting attitude. Therefore, from the beginning of the battle, Shiba single-mindedly chose to shoot with all his strength. But the result of the battle is still not optimistic. He was completely suppressed. Yes, even if Shiba was cautious and did not retain his strength, he launched an attack the first time, but he was still suppressed. This is the horror of Vastod's face. The ordinary Vastod class already represents the combat power of the captain class. After breaking the face, the strength and spiritual pressure have naturally completely surpassed the captain level. At this time, the crimson spiritual pressure struck again, and the Vastod class with a bull's head mask broke through, and it was as fast as a teleport, knocking Kurosaki into flight. Boom! Under the huge impact. Chapter 33. Shiba tumbling hundreds of meters in the air, he quickly got up, coughed lightly, and clutched his aching chest. He stared solemnly at the bull-headed monster roaring in the distance. Heavy, depressing, and terrifying. Full of ruinous emotions. It seems that there is no reason or wisdom, only instinctive desire exists, that is destruction. Is there no reason? What a fluke! Fortunately, you have completely lost your mind, otherwise my chances of winning may not exceed 20%. Shiba brushed his fingers on the Zanpaku sword, although there are some invincibility, but from my standpoint, it is not qualified. Say this. Beginning to solve. Burn it, Yunyu. The blue spiritual pressure rose rapidly. Next second. The Zanpai knife in Shiba Yuxin's hand turned into a sword with a fiery red pattern on its body. The temperature slowly increased, and visible steam formed in the air. I'm sorry. Next, I will be more serious. It may be very painful. Looked up. Shiba stared coldly at the rushing Nyuta face, with both hands, slowly holding the Zanpaku knife. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. P.S. The fourth is more, please give us feedback *. Chapter 044. Boom! Shiba was shot and flew out, and a white wave exploded. He slammed through several floors of buildings and fell to the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his eyes, Shiba covered his head with all his heart, and burst into a swear word, grass. Obviously he has no reason, and logically speaking, he should have some advantages, but in fact, he was completely suppressed by the bull's head in front of him. Speed, strength, and spiritual pressure are all suppressed. While Shiba was thinking about countermeasures in a frantic mind, the face of the bull's head with a broken face and pale white appeared in front of him again. The red flashes in the two horns quickly compressed, and fired at Shiba's one-hearted face. Boom! The air was distorted, and a red light flashed away. Shiba wanted to avoid it with all his heart, but when he saw that the direction behind him was the city, if he avoided, the virtual flash would hit the center of Kozumaki, and he gritted his teeth and stood still. I really can't figure out why I came to this world on Earth. Also, if you don't come here again, God Division, I really want to explain it here. Danger! It's really dying, bastard! The crimson light was shining, and in the black night sky, an explosion that swallowed everything burst out suddenly. Rumble! The entire street seemed to have been blown up, and dark and unknown cracks appeared in the air, which were broken and healed. This false flash directly tore the sky and the earth. Ahem. In a quiet environment, Sheba crawled out of the rubble with all his heart. He half leaned against the stone, his upper body was almost completely burned, and his left arm was lying on the ground weakly. Broken? It seems more than just a fracture. The situation is not so good. Sheba took a deep breath. Even if he tried his best from the beginning, even if the bullhead in front of him was irrational, Sheba Yuxin did not underestimate the enemy in front of him. But he still seemed to underestimate the bull's head, or rather, he overestimated himself. He was still beaten miserably, and there was no resistance at all. The Wang Su, who is Vastod class, is really amazing. Is this the Wang Su of Vastod's face-off? Shiba's expression was ugly. There is also the stinky kid of the gods. When I return to the corpse world this time, it will be over if I am promoted or not. Obviously, if the two captain-level death gods joined forces, even if they couldn't defeat the Vashtad-level faceless Wang Su, it wouldn't be so difficult. Speaking of this, what about the Minotaur? Sheba cursed wholeheartedly, then stood up. Suddenly a sharp pain came from his forehead. A pale hand suddenly pressed his head and slammed it against the ground. Oh no! In my mind, only this thought flashed through, followed by a burst of pain. Boom! The ground was splashed with dust of tens of meters high, and the entire street was limited to a few tens of centimeters in an instant. The asphalt road spread with waves like the sea surface, which could not be calmed for a long time. Bang bang bang! Intensive collision sounds continued to sound in the smoke. The shaking on the ground also intensified and almost turned into an earthquake. Enough of you, bastard! You have beaten me for a long time, don't you rest for a while. The crescent red and blue crescent slashed, rising from the ground, cutting off the smoke and flying to an altitude of hundreds of meters, with a shock wave that scattered hundreds of meters of clouds. Sheba Yushin's right hand firmly grasped the hilt of Yunyu's knife, breathing continuously. He seems to have reached his limit. From the beginning to the present, I have been beating, and beating again. I'm going to be beaten to doubt my life. Okay, you are a taupe, you don't rest? Sheba suddenly wanted to explode. Just defending against the bull's face attack, he has consumed a lot of spiritual pressure, not to mention that he is still suffering from extremely serious injuries. The left arm was fractured, the ribs were broken, I don't know how many ribs were broken, the head was hit more than a few times, the whole body was burned, and the leg seemed to be broken by the aftermath of a virtual flash. Replaced by the death below the captain level, this kind of injury has long since died, I don't know how many times. There will be a few more such attacks, and he is afraid that he will have to explain here tonight. But Su Bai will not give Sheba a chance to breathe. In his eyes, Sheba is a prey waiting to be hunted. The hunting of wild beasts will not give the prey the slightest chance to escape and fight back. Boom! Reverberating, the virtual white disappeared in place. Then, he stood in front of Sheba Yuxin, his pale face almost touching Sheba Yuxin's face. In his pale white hand, he was holding a white bone knife. And the bone knife, facing his heart, quickly stabbed it down. It's not good, move, can't move. Sheba's eyes widened in horror. Even if he tried to catch it, he was still horrified by the speed of the bull's face. What made him most helpless was that he could no longer make effective resistance because of the serious injury. The injury is still too serious. There is an unbridgeable gap between him and Wang Su, who is Vastod level face-off. It seems. This is the end. The blue light suddenly struck, turned into a sacred loss, and hit Su Bai's chest fiercely. In the scream of Su Bai, Sheba opened his eyes intently, and was surprised to find that she was a black-haired girl with firm eyes, almost maintaining a handsome angle of 90 degrees perpendicular to the ground, stepping on Su Bai. Bai Tan's chest, Bai Tan's small hand, decisively inserted into Su Bai's chest. Upon seeing this, Sheba's eyes widened in disbelief. This is because he was beaten for a long time. Oh no, Cross out the whole line, start over. This is the first time he and Subai have been fighting indiscriminately for a long time, and it is the first time he has seen an effective defense against Subai. And is that girl a Quincy? The previous attack should be the arrow of the soul of the Quincy? So this girl is a member of the Quincy of Kurosaki Masaki? Don't be in a daze, do you want to die? The girl screamed, and quickly pulled out her hand. Puffed out. A piece of blood spurted out, Subai roared violently, a paw grabbed a hole, and the pale face looked angrily in the direction of the girl. Boom! It was launched again like a flicker. In the electric flint. The Quincy girl jumped to Shiba Yuxin's side, grabbed him by the neck, and started to back away quickly. Shiba single-minded. I'm so special, do I want face? If you let go, I can run by myself. P.S. Fifth more, please vote asterisk. Chapter 045. Haha. In the ruins on the other side, Shiba kept breathing heavily. After a while, he looked at the girl next to him curiously, watching the dark girl vigilantly. Queen's killer? What is your relationship with Kurosaki Masaki? I'm Shiraki Yuki, if you say by seniority, she can barely be regarded as my cousin. Shiraki Yuki observed the darkness and said quickly with a cold tone. How did you just do it to dry his chest in one go? Shiba continued to ask wholeheartedly. You know, he saw it with his own eyes just now. Crescent Moon shot the monster at a super close range, that is, it broke a layer of skin. However, this Quincy girl named Yuki Shiraki can actually break through that monster's defense? That's not something you should be curious about, Grim Reaper. Chapter 34. Shiraki Yuki glanced at him coldly, his face suddenly changed. Here. Bang bang bang. The building in front of you shook for a while. That pale white shadow, like a rampaging tank, directly pierced through everything in front of him, and rushed in their direction. They are locked by virtual white. Is it completely healed? It seems to have super rapid regeneration. Shiraki Yuki looked a little bit ugly after observing the virtual white chest. The ability to overspeed regeneration means that it has a very high fault tolerance rate. And they didn't even have a chance to make a mistake. Swish! Void white disappeared from their sight. Gone? What a mess! Shiba Yushin and Shiraki Yuki shouted at the same time. Then, Subai stood beside them at a faster speed than before, kicking the two people out. Boom! Boom! There were two bangs in succession. Shiba bounced from the wall to the ground, widening her eyes, looking at the other girl who had smashed a hole in the ground and fell to the ground. Damn, careless! Shiraki vomited blood, struggling to get up, but couldn't do it at all. Without the static blood costume, although she has extremely strong spiritual pressure, her body is just a human body. Even if the intensity is stronger than ordinary people, it is also very limited. This kick almost killed her. Damn! It seems, only the last resort can be used. Shiba took a deep breath and walked up to her to face Subai. Is there one last trick? Then, don't you use it soon. Shiraki Yuki reluctantly sat up and said quickly. Is this person sick? It's almost time to die, do you have hidden tricks? Then, in Yuki Shiraki's stunned gaze, she saw. Shiba closed his eyes wholeheartedly, and roared, Kokaki Shinji, why don't you come again, I really have to explain it here. The sound, almost visible to the naked eye, spreads in the dark night, and has not stopped for a long time in this city, spreading farther and farther. Shiraki Yuki. Is this another trick you said? That's it. Poof, couldn't hold back. Shiraki Yuki vomited blood out, her face twitched. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't stand up now, she would definitely slap Shiba's minded heavenly spirit cover with a slap. With a burst of anger, Shiraki Yuki rolled his eyes and fainted. Hey, aren't you dead? Damn, don't die, kid, what should I do if you die? Isn't the bullhead scary? Okay. I will do something excessive if I don't get up again. Shiba shed cold sweat on his forehead. Then, a familiar voice rang above his head. If you shake it again, she is really going to die. This voice is Kyujiki Shinji. Shiba raised his head wholeheartedly, and he found that Shinji was standing at the very top on the telephone pole next to him. You finally came. Shiba heaved a sigh of relief, and sat on the ground with a puff. If you don't come again, you are afraid that you really want to collect the body for me. Clenched Zanpaku knife, slowly loosened it. He really has reached the limit. If Shinji arrived a little bit late, Shiba Yushin would really have to use that last trick. Where is Matsumoto Ranju? Relaxed Shiba asked wholeheartedly. He looked curiously at the black cat squatting on the shoulders of the gods, but didn't think much about it. This turned out to be a personal change. Moreover, it was Sifenjai Yuanyai who he knew. I let her stay in the city center. The Wangsu, who is vast odds faceless, is not something she can face. Shinji stared at the empty white who was roaring up to the sky in the distance. That kind of depressive and crazy aura, thick as almost like a Shura field. The aura of the Vashtad class shattered Wangsu can be seen. Swish! Kurosaki Maki was a bit slower than Shinji, and rushed over. She looked at the unconscious girl in shock, and rushed over. Yuki, what's the matter with you? She was kicked by the bull's head and face, and she went into a coma. Shiba explained it wholeheartedly. He looked at Shiraki Yuki with a complicated gaze. If it weren't for this Quincy girl, I'm afraid he had already explained it just now. Hearing this, Kurosaki Masaki breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Subai had finished venting, and found the group of them, holding white bone knives, rushing. Be careful, Shinji, his spiritual pressure is far above the captain level, and even surpasses the captain level. Because he was worried that the gods would underestimate the enemy, Shiba hurriedly reminded him. But the scene that happened next made him stare. In sight, the front of Shinji was like an invisible wall. Subai hit it with a bang, and then it was like a scene reappearing. Shinji held down the Subai bullhead that bounced into the air, and instantly appeared hundreds of meters away. In mid-air, the black cat gave a meow cry and fell steadily to the ground. Next, let's change the location. At this time, the light and fluttering words of the gods rang out with the wind. Then there was a roar. Void White was directly hit on the ground with its head pressed, and the shock wave generated by the explosion was clearly visible even if it was hundreds of meters away. Is this exaggerated speed also a flash step? This is called Shunbu? This is probably called teleport. Shiba's eyes were shocked. It turned out that he still underestimated Kukaki Shinji. That time, I am afraid that Kukaki Shinji was not serious at all, he was still hiding. Shinji, you fellow! How much strength is hidden? But is this the way he was attacked just now? Really, it hurts to look at it, bastard. Did he get beaten like this? P.S. The first one, please vote asterisk. Chapter 046 Crescent Moon Sky Chong, Speeding Evolution. Roar. A violent roar sounded under the moon. Subai roared to the sky, launching an attack frantically. Bang! 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 The crash sounded constantly. The speed of Shinji and Subai was so fast that they had disappeared, only the sound of fighting against each other could be heard, but no figures were visible at all. It's really a rude way of fighting, is it completely dominated by instinct? Shensi leaned back slightly, and stared at Subai with his paws almost rubbing his neck. Because of the complete loss of reason, the virtual white offense has no rules. It is exactly the attack method of the beast, aiming at the key of the gods. For such an attack, there are many flaws in the eyes of the gods. Slow, too slow, still too slow. Shinji kept using instant step to move, his eyes were calm, and he dodged the sub-eye attack that was as fast as a teleport. The gods who had completely entered the collapsed 2 fusion state clearly felt their own power at this moment. The dynamic vision and reaction ability alone have been strengthened to an incredible level. What kind of monster is this kid? In the distance, Sheba felt a toothache. Watching the fight between the gods and Subai, his eyes revealed unbelievable, almost doubting life. The virtual white attack mode is very simple, it will only target the critical position and attack, such as the head, heart, internal organs, etc. Sheba Yuxin also discovered this. As long as you understand this attack pattern in advance, it is not difficult to evade it. But there is a premise. That is faster than virtual white, and can react to virtual white attacks. But the embarrassing thing is that Shiba's own speed and reaction ability are not as good as virtual white, so he can't crack the virtual white attack. But the gods, all the virtual white attacks were avoided. Moreover, it can launch a counterattack in the process of flashing. This clearly shows that the speed and responsiveness of the gods are faster than virtual white. Chapter 35. In other words, Shinji's speed and responsiveness have greatly surpassed Sheba Yuxin. Wanting to understand this, how could Sheba Yuxin not be shocked? Even if he was just looking at it from a distance, the shock of the picture still brought great horror to Sheba Yuxin. Fourth Broken Road Ballet. A faint word came. The figure of Shinji suddenly appeared in the air, pointing his finger at the virtual white bull's head. Idiot God Division, don't use that low sequence deception to deal with enemies of this level. What do you think, idiot? Ballet used it to deal with Yakukas, but you used it to attack the Wangsu of the Vastad class defaced? Like a Sari Renji, Sheba who was watching the battle shouted out and reminded him. Then, Sheba Yuxin's pupils shrank suddenly. In sight. The white thunder wrapped in the blue and purple spiritual pressure hit the virtual white bull's head mask with a thud, and lifted his mask like a drill. Broken defense. What is your MS? Sheba burst into swearing. With Ballet, broke the defense against Wangsu, who had been defeated by the Vastad class. No, his ultra-close-range crescent moon Sky Chong couldn't break the defense, but Ballet shot him into the soul? Are you kidding me? Wait, that's not an ordinary Ballet. In the erupting spirit pressure flame. Looking at the burning and blooming blue-purple spiritual pressure, Sheba looked surprised. The ordinary white thunder is obviously white. And the white thunder sent by the gods was blue and purple. Is this a white thunder that has been improved by the gods? He actually modified the broken path? Sheba thought with surprise. Boom! The half-moon slash cut through the flames, violently tearing through the air and attacking. Shenxi's complexion was indifferent, and he waved his hand to cut it open. Rumble! The black and red spirit pressure slash hit the building, and it collapsed instantly. The ruins of the building continued to fall, smashing to the ground. The unmanned building slowly collapsed and turned into rubble. Are you learning my attack methods? And this slash is Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Shinji narrowed his eyes, examining the looming whiteness in the dust. This slash was obviously the Crescent Moon Sky Clash of the Shiba Yuxin family. And in this short period of time, the virtual white combat method has also changed, and it is no longer the previous reckless attack method. Virtual white is evolving rapidly. He is learning combat experience and various skills, constantly evolving. That slash is Crescent Moon Sky Crushing. In the process of fighting me, he even learned Crescent Moon Sky Chong? Obviously I only used it twice. Shiba Yuxin also discovered this, and Zhang Daxiang was astonished, his eyes horrified. Was this Vastad class faceless Wangsu actually learning from the of death? At this time, the black and red light penetrated through the dust, flashed in the dark night, and hit the who was standing in mid-air. Virtual flash. Many black and red flashes are faster than the previous red flashes. Shinji Kid. God Sai Jun. The voices of Shiba Ishin and Kurosaki Masaki sounded at the same time. Shiba struggled to get up, grasping the Zanpakuo sword that had returned to its normal form, and wanted to start the solution again. And Kurosaki Masaki could not restrain himself, stood up directly, and rushed towards the place where the phantom flash exploded. "Don't come over, I'm fine." Shinji's voice came from the center, making Kurosaki Masaki breathe a sigh of relief, her little hand touching her chest, her eyes worried. Shiba Yuxin also took a deep breath. The smoke gradually dispersed. After seeing the scene clearly, Shiba Ishin and Kurosaki Maki opened their eyes at the same time and were shocked again. What was reflected in his sight was the divine expression that couldn't be more plain. His 5 fingers were opened, and the black and red flash was in his hand, constantly erupting with super high energy reactions. The terrifying heat and energy even distorted the space and vision. But it was such a terrifying virtual flash that was caught by the palm of the gods. In the end, it goes out directly. Shinji actually pinched the virtual flash with his hands. The impact of this picture is so shocking that the brains of Shiba Ishin and Kurosaki Maki crashed on the spot, falling into a sluggish state. Hard to resist virtual flash? Or is it the virtual flash of Vastod's face? This defense power? Shiba's eyes widened, and he blurted out, "Kokaki Shinji, what the are you? P.S. The second one, please vote asterisk." Chapter 047 Killing Su by Bang Er's Power. That's the Wang Su of Vastod's Faceless. To figure it out, that is not a small fish-level character. Shiba was completely surprised. He has already paid the price for his underestimation and for underestimating him. The suspicion of being beaten up by Subai can't take it easy now. Moreover, even the crescent moon sky chong that he slashed out with all his strength, the virtual flash that could not be crushed, was actually pinched by the god's hand? Do you think you are pinching a cigarette? The impact of this picture made Shiba unable to speak for a long time. When he came back to his senses, Subai had no power to fight back in the hands of the gods. It was like a ball in the air, constantly being knocked into the air. "Shinji, so strong!" Kurosaki Masaki murmured in shock. "This kid is just a monster." Shiba Yuxin also had a bitter expression. "I thought that Shinji's strength was at most similar to his own, and maybe even weaker than himself. After all, Shinji has only become of death for a few years?" Shiba Yuxin had made up his mind before. If Shinji is very cooperative with him, then he will be the main attacker and let the Shinji side help. This can be regarded as his predecessor's care for the priest. But reality seems a bit cruel. "Shinji, it seems that Ryotsuo is stronger than him." Roar. The successive heavy blows made Subai's mood even more irritable. His eyes were scarlet locked to the gods, and he fired continuously with false flashes. Faced with this, Shinji directly swung his knife and cut it down. The blue-purple spirit pressure slashed and flew out of the Zanpakuo knife. The starry sky seemed to dim in an instant. The sky was torn apart and the earth was shaking. Successive explosions sounded continuously in the air, and the collision of virtual flash and sword pressure followed. Rumble. And the most central point of the collision, the black and red virtual flashes were constantly cut off by the sword, and finally turned into unparalleled power, oppressing the body of Subai. Roar. Subai swung a white sword to block. But the sword pressure of the gods, of course, could not be blocked so easily. Click. The bone sword broke directly. Immediately afterwards, the slash cast undiminished and covered the virtual white. For an instant, Subai let out a painful roar, and his arms violently rose up to face the sword pressure. Puff! The steel skin and bones that can resist the slash of the crescent moon, even if they can't do it for a second, they are directly cut off. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the sword hit the virtual white bull's head mask, and directly knocked it into the air in the terrifying shock wave. However, the destructive power of sword pressure obviously did not end there. The aftermath that spread not only tore the sky, but even the earth began to mourn. the earth began to break, and the cracks continued to spread. Upon seeing this, Shenxi narrowed his eyes. Lines of transparent single shields continued to emerge, colliding with the aftermath of the sword pressure, and gradually all calmed down. This is the slash of the Shinji. Shiba couldn't change his mind. If it was replaced by him, Shiba felt that he would have to kneel on the spot because he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand a knife. Ended. Chapter 36. Kurosaki Maki murmured blankly, somewhat cute. Don't be careless. The figure of the gods appeared beside them teleportingly, shook his head and said, that's a Vashtad class disfigurement. It just got me a knife and can't die. Shiba Yuxin. It means you die after 2 stabs? Really? A few seconds passed. The roar of Subai sounded again. Compared with the previous ones, the cry of Void White was full of anger, more evil, and more weak. That's right, it's weakness. Shiba Yuxin could clearly feel that the spiritual pressure of Subai had been greatly weakened. Shinji's slash hit him hard. Boom! The sound of breaking through the air hit. Subai, covered in blood, rushed towards the gods angrily. Just at the moment, the bull's head mask on Subai's head was completely broken, revealing a human face. That's Tanaka. Shiba stood up with all his heart, and shouted in shock. That face can never be wrong. That was the face of the of Death in the Godai 13 team. Wastad level Wang Su, his true identity, turned out to be the of Death. Why? Shiba Yuxin's heart set off a stormy sea. One sword-style thunder burial. Facing the Subai attack, the gods placed the 5 fingers of the Zanpoku sword gently, making a starting gesture of drawing the sword. Next second, Shinji disappeared in place and appeared behind Subai. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky one after another, bombing continuously. Did you hear Riki's whisper? Zanpakudayo gradually returned to its sheath. A pool of blood spread. Subai fell down. The violent REI pressure fluctuations gradually disappeared, and his REI pressure disappeared. As for the gods of death, Su or Quincy, and any living beings, the disappearance of spiritual pressure fluctuations represents death. Unexpectedly, really killed the king-level Daigzu of the Vastad level face-off. Kokaki Shinji, what are you on earth? Shiba's eyes widened in shock, staring at this scene closely, constantly turning back and forth on the body of Shinji and Subai. Especially after discovering that Shinji was not injured at all, he was even more horrified. Is Kokaki Shinji so strong that he is so incredible? I just picked up a bargain. He was first consumed by you with a certain amount of spiritual pressure, and then he was injured once by the comatose Quincy over there, and he was weakened to a certain extent. Shinji put the Zanpakudayo back to his waist, walked back step by step, shook his head and explained, and pushed all the credit out. It's impossible to admit directly, and I don't want any credit at all. I don't want to give it away. Otherwise, sooner or later these cubs will be fooled into the captain's position. And what is Shinji's dream? Of course it is paddling. How do you paddle when you become the captain? This conflicts with the idea of the gods. Is that right? Shiba's expression was slightly suspicious, but he also felt that Shinji's reasons were past. You know, that's the king of Vastad's face. Even the captain level of death, he was beaten to doubt his life and almost shut himself down on the spot. If the gods can easily defeat the Vastad class faceless Wang Su with overwhelming power, doesn't it mean that the gods already have a spiritual pressure that exceeds the captain level? This is not realistic, this is not realistic at all. Although there is still something wrong with it, Shiba Yuxin still thinks this statement is more reliable. At this time, Shiba listened to Kurosaki Masaki's exclamation. In the dark, a icy light flashed by, penetrated the chest of the gods. P.S. Third, ask for a monthly pass for the evaluation of flowers, ask for a reward asterisk. Chapter 048 The same scene, I will get tired of watching. In the dark night, the icy blade light flashed, passing by in a flash, and piercing the god's chest fiercely. Quick! Unimaginable fast! It's like being accelerated dozens of times, in an instant, from one point to another point. Everyone could only watch. The knife disappeared into the air after it penetrated the god's chest. Shinji! Kurosaki Masaki yelled with red eyes, and then he was taken aback for a moment. Because in the line of sight, the body of Shinji gradually faded and distorted, and finally disappeared. Then, a slight footstep sounded behind him. Kokaki Shinji stood beside Kurosaki Masaki, his eyes flat, watching the pierced shadow gradually disappear. Then, it turned out to be an afterimage left by the gods. Yet, what a terrible kid, is it an afterimage left by Shunbu? It seems that you are really the captain of the 6th Division team, and the true biography of Kokaki Byakuya. The ridiculous sound of yin and yang sounded in the air, but strangely, Shiba Ishin and Kurosaki Maki couldn't find where the enemy was. Enemies, like transparent ones, can't be found at all. Pretend to be a fool. Shinji narrowed his eyes and disappeared in a flash. Boom! The blue-violet slash hit a tall building tens of meters away, instantly cutting it in half. Click, click twice to land. This time, Kurosaki Maki and Shiba narrowed their eyes. Although they couldn't see where the enemy was, they locked the enemy's position through the sound of the enemy landing. Aizen and Ichimaru Silver? Shinji squinted his eyes and immediately determined the identities of these two people. This way of invisibility is clearly a black cloak. This kind of prop invented by Urahara Kisuke, as long as it is worn, can completely hide the user's spiritual pressure, and it is a clothing that can make other gods of death unable to sense the user's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, in order to obtain virtual experimental data, or to explore their own intelligence and strength, the two of them came to this world in person. Who are you? The attack method just now, is that Zanpakuto? Shiba stood with Shinji in his heart, staring at the air in front of him vigilantly. The ability to be completely invisible? Or is it weird technology? Ale? Guess what? The voice of ridicule before, yin and yang weirdly sarcastically said again. His voice has been synthesized, so there is no way to judge his identity by voice. You guy! Shiba's face went dark, but he suppressed the idea of attacking. The enemy's current identity is unknown, and the attack just now was so fast that he didn't even react. Although it was a sneak attack. However, that is enough to show their strength. These two guys, even if the strength is not as good as the captain, it is estimated that they are not much different from the captain-level death. These are definitely two very dangerous guys. Kokaki Shinji, you really surprised me even more. From 3 years ago, to now 3 years later, I always feel some surprises. Another synthesized voice appeared. Unlike the voice of the yin and yang strange tone, this person's voice is full of gentleness, more like an old friend. 3 years ago, Kokaki Shinji was attacked by Daigzu, you did it. Shiba's pupils narrowed, keenly capturing the information contained in the words, what the are you two? Why do you want to do such a thing? Why do you want to do such a thing? The gentle voice sounded again, and he asked strangely, Shiba Yuxin, you really asked a very strange question. Of course, you did this to see something different. Now, don't you think this sky is too empty? If you look at the same scene for a long time, you will always get tired. Shiba yelled angrily, what a joke! Such inexplicable words. The gentle voice interrupted Shiba Yuxin, and he smiled slightly, so, Shiba Yuxin, you can't see the wider sky, and Shinji-kun is a completely different existence from you. I'm looking forward to seeing you next time, Kyujiki Shinji. The voice gradually faded, as if it had never existed. Want to go? Zhibo directly started to solve it with all his heart, holding Yunyu, wanting to use a knife to cut out the crescent moon to stop them. Chapter 37. But the strange sound of yin and yang sounded again, interrupting his movements. Shiba, the captain of the Judgment Division, is single-minded. Instead of continuing to uselessly stop us, it is better to look at the Quincy who helped you before. Alia, her situation seems to be too short. Void whiteness is not so easy to solve. The yin and yang strange ridicule gradually disappeared, and he seemed to have left too. Hearing this, Shiba froze fiercely and stopped waving Yunyu. He turned his head and looked at Jiraki Yuki, his pupils shrank involuntarily. Reflected in the pupils, the Quincy girl who saved him, did not know when, a layer of white mucus suddenly poured out of her body, like bone fluid, constantly squirming, and it was about to be completely covered. That's Blur. Shiba's expression changed directly. How come? Kurosaki Masaki's face was worried, and his 5 fingers were tightly clasped together. I'm afraid she was invaded by the power of Void White. Shinji glanced at Jiraki Yuki with a weird look, and it seemed that this Quincy girl named Jiraki Yuki had replaced Kurosaki Masaki's identity and saved Shiba Yuxin. Damn it, if it wasn't me. Hearing this, Shiba hit the ground with a vicious punch, breaking through a pit of several meters. Shiba took a deep breath, his expression full of regret. If it were not to save him, Jiraki Yuki would not approach Tsubai recklessly, and penetrated Tsubai's body in a way that he couldn't understand. It was that close contact, in order to save herself, gave the opportunity of Tsubai, which caused the power of Tsubai to invade her body, right? What to do? Now what the hell, what to do? Blur, what is it? Kurosaki Masaki asked puzzledly. Blurring is an absolute taboo. Shiba said with a serious face, his face was not very pretty. As a captain-level death god, Shiba Yushin certainly couldn't help but know what blur was. In the world of corpses, blurred, K is a force that is absolutely forbidden to contact. P.S. The fourth thing is, all kinds of requests king, give it asterisk. Chapter 049 asked me if Reaper has a limit. Shinji said slowly, just like those who can break through the face, break through the limit by breaking through the face, and master the power of the death god. Reaper can also break through the limit and master the power of the imaginary through imagining. But this process is very dangerous, and the mortality rate is extremely high, and after failure, the blur will be completely irreversible and become a total monster. 100 years ago, there was a captain-level blur event in the Corpse Soul world. In that event, 2 or more captains and several deaths above the vice-captain level were out of control. Because of this, imagining is explicitly forbidden by the Corpse Soul world, and no death is allowed to come in contact with it. Because even the captain-level Reaper can hardly resist the erosion of void. And this time, the power that invaded Jiraki Yuki's body was from the king-level Daigza from Vastod's face, which is not a concept at all with Akukas and ordinary Vastos. How come? Yuki, really can't help it. Maki Kurosaki muttered to himself in a daze. The white mucus, erupting endlessly, almost completely covered the girl's body. On her face, a pale white grimace mask was slowly growing. That is, the bull's head mask on Tsubai's face before. A way. The gods groaned. Of course there are ways. Having entered the Bengyu fusion state, as long as the gods want, he can use the power of Bengyu to help Jiraki Yuki to overcome the process of blur, and even master the power of blur. But the priest was not prepared to do this. Mr. Urahara, when are you going to see? Shinji looked at the telephone pole to one side and said suddenly. What? Is there someone else? Hearing this, Shiba lifted Yunyu vigilantly and stood in front of Jiraki Yuki. Those guys who can't perceive the existence of Ryutsu, haven't they left yet? Absolutely, this girl won't be hurt anymore. Relax. The voice of the middle-aged man rang in his ears. Hey? Who? Shiba looked around and opened his eyes wide, but he didn't see any figure at all. Where are you looking, bastard? Saifanjai Yuan Yai jumped onto the shoulder of the gods and licked his paw uncomfortably. The cat has spoken? Look, the cat has spoken. Shiba was shocked, pointing to Saifanjin Yi and yelling loudly. Aliol, Yaishi-san, you seem to scare Captain Shiba. In the transparent air, as if a brush was drawing lines, Urahara Kisuk slowly appeared in a green and white fisherman hat. He leaned on a cane and slowly stood in front of everyone. Behind Urahara Kisuk, there was a tall man with eyes and vest-style jeans. Are you, the captain of the former 12th Division, Urahara Kisuk, and the former chief commander of the former Oni Deo chief and Oi Deo now hold Hiratetsu Sai? Shiba pointed at the two of them wholeheartedly, his eyes surprised. Why are the two guys who defected from the Soul World, Kisuk Urahara and Hiratetsu Sai, appear here? And many more. Stop, the one who just shot the Shinji, and the one who made Shiraki Yuki into a virtual state, wouldn't it be the two of you? Shiba Yuxin's eyes were full of hostility. Forget it, Captain Yuxin, they are here to help us. Shinji patted him on the shoulder with a weird expression. Immediately, Shiba was stunned. Kokaki Shinji, what kind of attitude is this? Is he in touch with Urahara Kisuk? What exactly is going on? Well, speaking of this, God Sai-jun, you really surprised me, even the sub-I Vastad level broken face Wang level Daegzu can be defeated with overwhelming power. Now you, what level of Ryutsu is already at? Kisuk Urahara lowered the brim of his hat slightly, staring at Shinji from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, Urahara Kisuk's heart has set off a stormy sea. Like Aizen and the others, Kisuk Urahara has been hiding here for a long time, leaning on the black cloak. He witnessed the whole process. Kyujiki Shinji suppressed the virtual white scene with overwhelming power. You know, that's the king of Vastad's face. Does that mean that the Kukyuki Shinji at this moment already possesses the spiritual pressure above the captain level? Ah, I just picked up a bargain. God Division said lightly. Don't lie there. Kisuk Urahara gave him a deep look. Has it been recognized by Bengaiu and become the master of Bengaiu? What an incredible character. Kokaki Shinji, how many things did you hide? Urahara Kisuk's eyes were shocked, and his gaze moved away slightly. This young lady's situation seems a little uncomfortable. It seems that I need my help. Can you save her? Shiba's eyes lit up, and his heavy mood improved slightly. Although the two big figures who defected from the corpse soul world appeared here for Urahara Kisuk and Hiratetsu Sai, Shiba has a certain degree of suspicion. However, out of trust in Shinji, Shiba set aside those thoughts for the time being. The top priority now is to save the Quincy girl in front of her. After all, she was caught in this kind of dying crisis just to save herself. Well, do you need more confidence in me? Kisuk Urahara opened the folding fan with a shriek, half hidden his face, and said with a smile. Manager, you'd better not talk about those useless nonsense. Although I have already set up a barrier, I can't guarantee when the soul world will discover the anomaly here. At this moment, Hiratetsu Sai suddenly pushed his eyes, interrupting Urahara Kisuk's wicked taste relentlessly. Want to pretend? Have you ever asked me if I hold Ryatetsu Sai? The enchantment I set up by Fei Li is for you to pretend? Hurry up and do business for Lao Zi, cub. Really, Taizai, you fellow. Urahara let out a sigh of relief, and rolled his eyes unhappy. Then, his face changed, and the whole was a lot more serious. Compared with the smiling look before, he seemed to be a different person, very reliable. Now, Shiba Yuxin, I'm asking you. As a price to save her. Even if it is to give all the power of death, so, are you willing? P.S. Fifth more, please vote asterisk. Chapter 050. Did you still make such a choice? Chapter 38. Under the dark clouds. Shinji stood in the ruins and said slowly. Time, back to a few minutes ago. N.A. Shinji, can I ask you something? Only two people were in the open space. Shiba leaned against the wall, almost shirtless, spitting out smoke rings, and slowly said in the smoke. What's the matter? It's too troublesome and too dangerous. Even if I verbally promise you now, I won't do it. Shinji glanced at him and said lightly. Don't you want to fool him into being the captain again? Ha ha ha, it's really something you can say. Shiba laughed wholeheartedly, pinched the smoke out, and then stared into the eyes of the gods. If you can I ask you to take care of the 10th division and the few inferior juniors of the Shiba family? Lost him as the patriarch. Maybe the Shiba's family will be sad, right? And the children of Shiba-Kian and Shiba-Kongzuru. Have you decided? Shinji didn't agree, and asked instead. Ah, it's decided. Shiba nodded boldly. She saved my life, so a man can't be ungrateful. As he said, his eyes were deep, although this decision is a bit headstrong, but all please, Shinji. After saying this, Shiba turned around and waved his back to Shinji. He's gone. You will leave some mess after you leave. You are really a troublesome guy, Captain Yuxin. Shinji shook his head and smiled. However, he will probably be punished by the Soul World, right? Shiba, the patriarch of the Shiba clan and the captain of the Juban team among the four nobles, disappeared in Kazacho because of him, which will cause huge turmoil and fishing boats in the corpse world. By then, I am afraid that I, the person in charge who is stationed in Kuza town, will definitely be punished. But, seconds. The horns of the gods were raised, with a smile on his face. What I want is punishment. It's better to be demoted again, and if it can be assigned to the virtual circle, or where the horns and corners are to be stationed at the death, it would be even better. For the priest, this punishment is heaven, okay? But has the progress of integration improved again? Shinji moved his gaze slightly downwards, fingers covering his chest. It didn't take long for him to enter the Collapse 2 fusion state obviously. However, after being squeezed by Nilu a few times, coupled with a battle with Subai, the gods realized the feeling that the progress of the integration has improved significantly. According to this progress, I am afraid that as long as she insists on paying Nilu a few months of public food, she can enter the integrated state of the collapse of the three. Beng-san, Beng-er is already like that, I really look forward to it. Shen-si smiled slightly. At this moment, Shinji's eyes were cold. Then, a blue light flashed in the darkness, penetrated the body of the god, and hit the ground fiercely. Boom! The dust is flying. Shinji slowly stood on top of the telephone pole, staring at the alley in the dark. There, a sickly young man with short black hair covering his forehead, spectacles, dark blue pupils, and a pale complexion, walked out slowly with a short grey bow in his hand. Queen's killer. Shen-si frowned slightly. This type of attack was obviously right by the Quincy. But why should he attack himself? Grim Reaper. After a few seconds, the Quincy master man stared at the gods with cold eyes, then raised his hand and another arrow flew over. Hey! The bitter wind almost couldn't catch up with the speed of Ling's arrows. The speed was so fast that it almost passed by in a flash, spanning a distance of 100 meters. Shinji tilted his head slightly and hid, without even looking at the explosion behind him. He tilted his head and asked, "What do you mean?" "As you can see, what you mean is not welcome." The Quincy man pushed his glasses and slowly said, "Introduce myself, my name is Ishida Ryujin, and I belong to the Quincy clan, and he is the cousin of Kurosaki Masaki." Hearing this, Shen-si's eyes moved slightly. So this man is Ishida Ryujin? No wonder, I always feel that this Quincy is a bit familiar, but I can't remember it for a while. Perhaps because Ishida Ryuxian's hair color changed to silver after middle age, and Ishida Ryuxian's hair color was still black at this time, Shinji didn't confirm his identity the first time. Then, Shinji heard Ishida Ryuxian's eyes slightly mocking, and said like a demonstration. At the same time, I am also Saki's fiancé. Shinji frowned, so you came to see me, just want to say this. Show off that Kurosaki Maki has a baby kiss with him? Isn't naive? Still feel that his presence is threatening his status? Don't pretend to be deaf there. Ishida Longxian's eyes suddenly became cold, and when he raised his hand, a spiritual arrow flew over. This is not over yet. A series of blue Lingzi arrows formed in his hand, like a rainstorm, continuously invading. Reaper is the deadly enemy of the Quincy. Don't have any contact with the of death, it is the iron law of the Quincy clan that continues to this day. Saki, she has violated the rules of the Quincy clan. Let's take a look, what is the result of Shiraki Yuki who broke this iron law? She is currently in doubt about her life and death, and her life is worrying. If you don't want to see her and get hurt, you'd better not see Masaki again in the future. Whether it is her position, or from my fiancé's position, it's the same. That said, is it clear enough? Ishida Ryuxian's voice is cold. If I find you see Maki once again, I will kill you. Heard this? Shinji's face suddenly became cold. Stop talking about it, Quincy. Who do you think you are? You can decide the fate and life of others casually. If you want to kill me, you can try. Give you a face, right? Why, Kurosaki Maki didn't recognize your identity as a fiancé, and then came to find a sense of existence by himself. Shinji sneered. A single shield continued to condense in front of his eyes, blocking all the spiritual arrows. This stormy attack could not even break the defense of the single shield. Then don't blame me, Grim Reaper. Ishida Ryuxian raised his hand, and a cross-shaped arrow quickly formed. It is different from the previous attack, which is just a warning. This time, he is going to be serious. Holy, lost. P.S. The first one, please vote *. Chapter 051, True Saki, she loves you. Boom. The flames caused by the azure blue spiritual pressure explosion sprayed into the sky of tens of meters. The surrounding area is completely in ruins. Divine destruction is a nirvana in the hands of the Quincy, and the power of nature is not simple. I gave you a chance, Reaper. Ishida Ryuxian looked at the explosion in front of him and said calmly. For the ending of the of death in front of him, Ishida Ryuxian had no doubts at all, because that was a question of his own strength. As a pure-blooded Quincy, his power is even higher than that of Kurosaki Masaki. Ishida Longxian has absolute self-confidence. Even if the captain-level Reaper appeared, it was definitely not his opponent. Call. A gust of wind passed. Ishida Ryuxian, who turned to leave, suddenly stopped. He turned around abruptly, the pupils behind the glasses shrank suddenly, looking at the scene in front of him incredulously. In sight, the of death named Kokaki Shinji was not dead. Not only was he not dead, but even the sacred and lost hair seemed to stand still, stagnating half a meter in front of him, unable to advance any further. How can this be? Ishida Ryuxian, who didn't see Shinji fighting Subai, shouted in amazement. There is nothing impossible, but with your simple vision, you can't imagine or understand this kind of thing happening. Shinji stared at him plainly, moving forward step by step. Chapter 39. With the sound of footsteps, the azure blue sacred destruction hit the chest of the gods. Then, crash. It's like touching the intangible taboo, the two sides are not in the same dimension at all, and the sacred disappearance will turn into fly ash in a blink of an eye. Ishida Ryuxian stood in place with shocked eyes. Who do you look down on there, rubbish? Shinji raised his head and asked. Then, disappeared in place. Come? Where? Ishida Ryuxian focused his attention for the first time. His eyes kept turning back and forth. With the increase of the static blood suit, his dynamic vision and reaction ability exceeded that of ordinary people countless times. But, can't see clearly. Cannot see. Cannot see. Still can't see it. Even if the blood suit was turned on, his physical fitness was increased to the level of a captain-level death god, and Ishida Ryujin still couldn't capture the movement of the gods. Could it be that Kokyuki Shinji's speed unexpectedly surpassed the captain-level Reaper? What the are you, what? Ishida Ryuxian asked incredulously. Then, an unimaginable blow came from his chest. His eyes widened, his body was in the shape of a shrimp, and he slammed into the nearby shopping mall building. However, this is not over yet. There was almost no time to make any response. Shinji was already standing in front of him, holding his head against the ground and smashing it down. Boom! 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 The branch-like red lines became brighter and brighter, and the successive heavy blows made the static blood suit fully activated. But he didn't hold on for 10 seconds. The branch-like lines quickly dimmed, and eventually disappeared into Ishida Ryuxian's body. The static blood costume was broken by violence. What are you kidding? A mouthful of blood mist came out. Suffocating the dizziness in his mind, Ishida Ryuxian looked at the cold eyes in horror, standing in front of him staring at his own death. Kokyuki Shinji. Ishida Longxian seemed to have fallen into an ice cave, cold all over. This is a static blood costume. According to the size of one's own spiritual pressure, the defense of the static blood outfit will also fluctuate. Ishida Longxian has absolute confidence in his Ryutsu. In the several years of awakening the blood suit, Ishida Ryuxian's spiritual pressure has grown rapidly, and his own strength has already surpassed the tribe too much. Moreover, Ishida Ryuxian has never seen an existence that can break through his static blood outfit defense. Not even an Akuka's class defaced face. Even Ishida Ryujin thought that the captain-level death could not break the defense of his static blood suit in a short period of time. However, why can Kokyuki Shinji be able to destroy the defense of the static blood suit so easily? Does this little devil possess the Ryutsu that surpasses the captain-level Reaper? The ignorant is fearless, and the louder is deficient. I gave you a chance, Quincy. Shinji was expressionless and stared at Ishida Ryujin for a while. Then, turn around and leave. No, don't you kill me. Ishida Ryuxian got up in amazement, coughed a few times, and asked. Attacking me of death is a felony. At the moment of the shot, Ishida Ryuxian was ready to bear this serious crime. If you don't want to reveal the fact that he did it, you can only kill the gods. In this way, he didn't know that he had attacked the of death. And all that Ishida Ryujin did was for Kurosaki Masaki. Yes. Because of jealousy and possessiveness. In Ishida Ryujin's eyes, it was clearly just a marriage that was not recognized by Kurosaki Maki from the elders of the clan, but it was approved by Ishida Ryujin. In his mind, Kurosaki Masaki is his fiancé. And Kokyuki Shinji, the guy who walked very close to Kurosaki Masaki, became a thorn in his eyes. The thorn, of course, must be pulled out. Ishida Ryuxian, I am different from you. The head of the gods did not return, and said slowly. Kurosaki Maki is special and a very interesting girl. Her life should be decided by herself, not your cousin or the people in your mouth, which determines everything about her. No one can decide the life of others privately, that is very selfish behavior. The voice gradually faded. The figure of Shinji gradually disappeared. Selfish. Lying in the big pit of the mall, Ishida Ryuxian suddenly shouted, Kokyuki Shinji, Maki, she likes you. After speaking, he was speechless for a long time. He waited until the lines of the static blood suit reappeared on his body and began to repair his injuries before he slowly stood up. Pushed his glasses. Ishida Ryuxian's eyes were unwilling to be relieved. Kokyuki Shinji. Compared with other death gods, you are really an interesting guy. No wonder, Saki actually fell in love with you, so he didn't hesitate to fall out with the people. It seems that I lost. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Ishidarayakusan glanced at the mall and walked out. Looking up at the sky, Ishidarayakusan smiled slightly. After unraveling this inner bondage, the whole person seems to have become a lot easier. Next, there are a lot of things to do. It's not that simple to want to be with the of death. Don't betray my efforts, and don't betray Masaki's heart, Kyujiji Shinji. P.S. The second is more, please vote *. Chapter 052. Have you heard? The captain of the juvenile team and the head of the Shiba family, Shiba Yukusan, has disappeared in this world. Really? Will that big person disappear too? I heard some rumors that a terrific big virtual appeared in Kuzuko, and that this happened after Captain Shiba fought with him. 2 days later. The world of corpse souls, Sari-ting. The Grim Reapers whispered to each other, discussing the gossip they didn't know where they heard from. Recently, Shiba Yukusan's disappearance intensified, and all kinds of speculations and rumors ran out. The other side. In the captain's chamber. The above is the whole process of what happened in this world. Shinji said slowly, looking to the front. There, an old man with a long white beard was looking at himself with burning eyes. Yamamoto Motoyanagi, the strongest of death in the corpse soul world for thousands of years. The other directions, except Captain Yamamoto, and the missing Shiba Yukusan. Even Yukitake Shirairo, the captain of the 13th Division who often takes sick leave and is absent from the captain meeting, participated in this captain meeting. At this moment, in this small captain's meeting room, all the high-level combat power of Sari-T is already gathered. Well, about Shiba Yukusan's disappearance, Kyujiki Shinji, what else can you add? The old voice of Captain Yamamoto sounded. No, what I just said is all. Shinji shook his head, his eyes flat. Will you tell all the things that happened in Kusa town? What a joke! Tell them that Tsubai was killed by himself, and then expose his power? Shinji can do this only when his brain is sick. I really want to say that, and I will have no relationship with the gods when I want to paddle in the future. So. Shinji threw all the credit for defeating Tsubai to Shiba Yukusan, and then took some of his faults and mistakes to himself. What? You said there is a problem here? Then you just yelled Shiba as a face-to-face confrontation, cub. I'm the only witness and participant in the war. Isn't that what I said? The gods, who were smitten, directly modified the course of the battle. As for exposing Aizen's crime here? Chapter 40. That is not something normal people can do. All the people present were caught in the blue-dyed mirror image. That is how much you want to find death, so that on this occasion, pointing to Lan Ran and saying that he is the culprit of all conspiracies? When the time comes, Captain Yamamoto can't see the ghost sword when he opens the ghost sword. Understood, the Kukyuki Godji, you should go out temporarily, and make a decision about what to do with you later. Captain Yamamoto cast a deep gaze at Shinji and said. Yes, Captain. Here comes the punishment. The gods were delighted, and a secret word finally came. After waiting for so long, isn't this what I'm waiting for? The Shiba patriarch of the 4 noble families, anyway, also disappeared because of his own reasons. And even more because of himself. The corpse soul world lost a captain-level combat power. Poke out such a big basket, even if the gods are the big nobles of the 4 noble families, it is inevitable to be punished. At that time, I will assign it to an uninvited logistics department, or throw it to a corner of the world to be stationed in death. Isn't this all the gods want? Look at how terrible the corpse soul world is. Lan Ran and his team hid in the 13th team of the guarding court, staring at each other, and they might plant the cub someday. Behind the scenes, there is the Invisible Empire, a terrorist organization that wants to destroy the world, hiding in the shadow of the soul world. How horrible it is, how horrible it is. The gods quit the room happily, waiting for the final ruling. It's been a while. The captains came out of the chamber one by one, with complex and weird faces. What, Shinji, you have such a level, why didn't you show it earlier? Zheng Mujianba walked to the Shinji and laughed. God's question mark face, hey. What are you saying? I do not know anything. We will fight each other often in the future. Kendajai patted the shrine on the shoulder, glanced at the shrine full of warfare, and then left. Shinji. What a terrific boy, at this age, he is already, cough cough. This time, Yokotake Shiro came to Shinji's side, looked at Shinji complicatedly, and could not help but start coughing up blood after only a few words. Shinji. So what are you talking about? Can someone talk about it? Shinji-kun, what an interesting guy, I hope we can communicate more in the future. Uajawali cast a deep gaze at the gods and smiled softly. But that smile has an abnormally dark belly. Shinji shuddered. So horrible. Is this the woman who clapped Shiba Yushin, Kiriko Harumi, and Yokotake Shiro? No, can you come to a talker? Shinji asked blankly. What is this all for? Very simple, Shinji, you are promoted. Jingle Chun Shui, wearing a peach-colored jacket, came over and said with a smile. Promoted, promoted? No, this can also promote me? Divine Secretary question mark face. Come, look directly into my eyes. Who are you fooling? Cub. Among the four nobles, the patriarch of the Shiba family disappeared because of him, and Sirainai lost a captain because of him. Is this a great crime of decapitation? If this is not killed by the gods, it is already tainted by the light of the Kukaki family. Are you talking about promotion? Are you talking about Nima? Well, what is your look, don't believe it. Jingle Chun Shui pointed to the room behind him, this is the captain's personal confession. Do you think we are all teasing you? Please, the captain is not so idle, all right. Then, where did I get promoted? Shen-Si asked tremblingly, covering his heart. Isn't the position of captain of the 10th division still vacant for the time being? The captain is important, but there can be no vacancies all the time, so the old man Shan just proposed that you become the temporary captain of the 10th division. A double captain, Tusk, this is an unimaginable glory. Jingle Chun Shui exclaimed, then glanced around. At Shinji? Kukaki Shinji? Don't you faint? P.S. The third one is more, please give me feedback asterisk. Chapter 053 Isn't it just paddling? I'm good at this. My name is Kushiki Shinji, and my dream is to be a salted fish that can punch in and go to get off work on time. However, I really want to be the captain. No, why am I the captain? Shinji has a question mark on his face. Obviously in the captain's chamber, Shinji has carried all the pots on his back as much as possible. Even Shiba would be injured or even disappeared, and Shinji took the responsibility on him. That's it, you got a promotion? Isn't these people afraid of cat disease in their brains? Even if he was sent to the virtual circle as an expeditionary army, it would be better than staying in the corpse of the soul world as the captain. Can you make a discussion? The priest held his head, holding Jingle Chun Shui with a headache. Let's see if this appointment can be revoked. I'm just rubbish, I don't deserve to be the captain. Don't tell me that. I also think I'm just rubbish. I don't deserve to be the captain. Jingle Chun Shui hit it off and said, pointing to his nose. Who doesn't like paddling? Does he have dreams too? A fellow in the same way. After looking at each other, both of them sighed. Confident. My dream is actually a salted fish that can go to get off work and paddling on time. The captain is not suitable for me at all. Shinji bowed his head and looked dejected. My dream, in fact, as long as I can paddle every day, drink a little wine, and be slightly drunk, then I will have a few more girls to chat with, and I will be satisfied. Captain or something, it doesn't suit me at all. Jingle Chun Shui sighed as he sat in the sunset with a sad face. Is there still room for salvation? Shinji tilted his head. As for the way to save, in fact, there is another way. Jingle Chun Shui touched his chin. Hearing this, Shinji's eyes lit up. What is the method? Fortunately, as long as there is an opportunity to remedy it. Captain or something, whoever loves to be, let him be. Anyway, Ikukaki Shinji, even starved to death, died outside, jumped from the stairs, and definitely not the captain. To become a captain, generally speaking, you need to have a captain as a recommender, and then you can become a captain through the consent of 3 or more captains. Jingle Chun Shui said slowly. The implication is self-evident. You mean, let me deliberately fail the assessment of the 3 captains. Second. Shinji's eyes lit up, the lifeless breath was swept away, and the whole person came back to life. Finally, does God still pity himself? The sky is endless. I didn't say this to you. Jingle Chun Shui waved his hands and flicked away, hiding his merits and fame deeply. Kindness without saying thanks. God division understands in seconds. Good guy, I will never sell you, don't worry. Isn't it just paddling on the assessment? I'm good at this. Afternoon. Mao Spiritual Academy. Have you heard? It seems that someone will come to our side for a while and accept the assessment of the other 3 captains. As long as they pass the assessment, they can become the new captain. I also heard that it seems to be the great nobleman of the Kukyuki family, Kukyuki Shinji. Do you know that more than a month ago, Kukyuki Shinji was only the 6th rebirth of the Mao Academy of Spiritual Art? It's true or not? 1 month ago, I was stillborn 6 times. Will I be the captain after 1 month? The students in the Spiritual Academy talked a lot. Far away. The few people maintaining order have complex expressions. Kukyuki Shinji, has he grown to where he is now? Chapter 41. Tsuneya Shiroamine's expression was complicated. I was defeated by Kukyuki Shinji at the beginning, I thought it would be the shame of my life. But now it seems that in the eyes of others, this has become their own capital. Look, that's Tsuneya Shiroamine who was defeated by Kukyuki Shinji. It's inevitable to lose to Kukyuki Shinji, after all, he's going to be a leader at the captain level. It's amazing, I can fight Kukyuki Shinji. Such words are countless. At this moment, an unwilling vent attracted the attention of Tsuneya Shiroamine. Damn it, the guy Shinji caused such a big disturbance as soon as he came back, and I was the first to refuse, Asanjing Renji. Asani Renji's face is stinky, and he is also maintaining order here. Over the past month or so, after he joined the 11th Division, his strength and spiritual pressure have begun to improve rapidly. And not only that. In this process, Asari Renji successfully obtained Hajimi's real name and mastered his own Hajime. His strength has been greatly improved. Compared with the self of the previous 6 rebirths, Asari Renji felt that his Ryutsu was at least 10 times higher than before. Originally, I wanted to find an opportunity to go to this world and show off my initial solution in front of Kukyuki Shinji. Best, I can hang the Shinji again. However, it didn't take long for the news of Kukyuki Shinji's return to the Soul World to Asani Renji's ears. Correspondingly, that was the news that Kukyuki Shinji was going to become the captain of the juvenile team. As long as you successfully pass the afternoon assessment. From now on, Kukyuki Shinji will be the captain. When he thought of seeing Kukyuki Shinji in the future, he would bow his head and shout Captain Shinji, and Asari Renji suddenly had a cerebral hemorrhage. Your uncle, it's obvious that everyone is the tail of the crane at the same time, so I don't want to call him captain of the Divine Division. It's worthy of being a priest, it's really unbelievably good. Compared with him, Rukia's eyes seemed to have small stars popping up, she held her hands on her chest, no different from those girls who were idiotics. Seeing this, Asinjing Renji's cerebral hemorrhage became more severe. "Asshole, I want to challenge you, Kukaki Shinji." His eyes were red, the top of his head was scorching hot, and his whole fighting spirit was strong. But immediately, the voice of Tuko rang in his ears. "Save you, just like you, it seems to challenge Kukaki Shinji." Tsunayaoyamine stared blankly, mockingly. "Cub, do you want to fight?" Akari Renji's eyes slanted. "Come on, who is afraid of whom? I have just recently mastered the initial solution, just to see who is stronger between me and you." Tsunaya Shiroamine is not to be outdone. "You two are really enough." Rukia rolled her eyes, her face full of helplessness. Suddenly, she pointed forward. "I'm coming." Captain assessment, it started. P.S. 4th, ask for flowers, ask for monthly pass, ask for reward, ask for everything *. Chapter 054. Are you calling water discharge? It's Minjian. Who will test me? Shinji was dressed in a death tyrant, with Riki slanting across his waist, standing on the training ground of the spiritual academy that had already been emptied. Surrounding them are the death gods of various teams, as well as some students of the spiritual academy. In order to protect them, the Ghost Daozhong has continuously stacked layers of barriers to prevent the captain-level spiritual pressure from wanton destruction and accidentally oppressing these young students. Well, Shinji, don't get too excited, just perform normally. I don't know when. Jingle Chun Shui stood beside the gods, comforting. Don't worry, I will never disappoint you. God's face was solemn. Hey? What's unintentional? I don't know what you are talking about. Jingle Chun Shui scratched his head and smiled. Your assessment will be performed by me, the 9th Division Captain Dongsan, and the 12th Division Captain Nayulai. Next, you have to fight with the 9th Division Captain. It's a game. Does the 9th Division Captain Dongxian want to and the 12th Division Captain Neri? Shinji's expression suddenly became weird. This is still the perfect candidate for assessment. On one side, Aizen's confidant general. On the other side, there are lunatic scientists who have buried contradictions with themselves in this world. Can they easily take over as captain? Obviously it is impossible. Well, it's too short. There was a hint of joy on the face of the gods. What you want is this kind of result. As long as the assessment can be messed up, then it is best to bring out the blame for the disappearance of Shiba, which was not mentioned before, and press it on himself. At that time, can't you be punished again? In the empty field. Shinji slowly crossed the barrier and walked inside. Standing across from the shrine was a man with brown-black skin, goggles, and purple hair braided. Captain of the 9th Division, Dongsan wants it. Shinji, wearing a black death tyrant costume, and Tsun will wear a white Captain Haori coat, screaming in the wind. On both sides, black and white, form an explicit contrast. Kukaki Shinji, I have been following you for a long time. Tsun said slowly, looking at Shinji. If it hadn't been known for a long time that Dongxian was blind, then his current appearance would really be no different from that in the Shinji. Is this small person worthy of your attention? Shinji answered with a chuckle. You are not a small person. After the words fell, Tsun was going to disappear in the same place. The assessment begins. So fast. Is this the captain level speed? It's like teleporting. The sound of exclamation around him kept on. Asani Renji's eyes widened, but he could barely see a shadow passing by. Having mastered the initial solution, he couldn't even see the captain-level movement at will. Kukaki Shinji, is it this level of assessment that he is facing? Asari Renji was shocked. Boom! Zanpakuto collides with Zanpakuto. Unexpectedly, Shinji was chopped out by Dongxian. Nani? That's it. No way, even Captain Dongxian can't withstand a single blow. Can you be a captain even with this kind of rubbish? Don't say it, I can go on to me, anyway, I can't stand a knife. The students of the school of spiritualism had contempt on their faces and looked at the gods who had stood up again with contempt. You trash, shut up. The blue veins on his forehead have fully explained the feelings of Asari Renji at this moment. He roared angrily, and when he saw that these students were only conscientious, although his faces were not angry, but he did not dare to say anything, he returned his gaze to the gods. Kokaki Shinji, what are you thinking? Staring at the Shinji who couldn't compete with Tisan at all and was constantly being repulsed, Akari Renji clenched his fist deeply. Too slow. Too slow. Still too slow. Dongxian wielded his sword constantly, staggering the gods one by one, almost unable to stand. It took less than a minute. Shinji was already sweating profusely, breathing heavily, as if he could not hold on at any time. Why go back? Dongxian stopped slightly, and Zanpakudayo pointed at the gods. Faced with my attack, shouldn't you face it head-on? Otherwise, how can I pass my assessment? Are you worried that my attack will disappear from your sight in the next second, and then penetrate your heart from behind? Or you are afraid, your eyes can't keep up with my speed at all, no matter how you resist, you can't touch the corner of my clothes. If this is the case, you don't have to worry at all. Because as long as I swing the knife, you will understand that there is a gap called the dimension between you and me. Hey! Tsun was about to disappear in the same place, slashing at Shinji's back with a knife. He snorted, as if the sound came from the body. Then, Shinji hit the barrier like he had been hit by a train. Boom! Dusty! Oh, is it so vulnerable? Chapter 42. A suspicion flashed through the eyes of Nirvana who was watching the battle. It turned out that this little ghost of the Kukyuki family was just a silver gun wax head, not much strength at all, just a rubbish. What was the situation of the spiritual pressure that he exploded when he was in this world? Is it just a fake Ryotsu to bluff people? Nei Yuli's forehead burst into blue veins, and a gloom flashed under his eyes. So, is he being tricked by this kid? It really makes people suddenly a little hot. The acting is too fake. On the other side, Jingle Chun Shui blurted his face with his hands in a dumbfounded manner. Let you paddle, but didn't let you release it like this? You can't even catch a knife when you come up. Isn't this just a show? But, that is. Jingle Chun Shui looked towards the corner of the training ground with false eyes, where a tall, cold-faced man was standing in the inconspicuous shadow. Kokaki Byakuya. It seems that although you don't say anything, you still care about this younger brother. Jingle Chun Shui slammed it, and returned his gaze to the enchantment. In this short period of time, Shinji's situation became even more unbearable. It seems, the result is about to come out. P.S. 5th more, please vote *. Chapter 055. Are you ready to meet my rage? Desperate. This overwhelming power, this feeling of being unable to resist, and you can't even evade my slash once. What qualifications does a fellow like you have to become a captain? Dongxian wanted to stare deeply at the Shinji, and slashed down continuously. With every cut, the Shinji staggered and almost fell. The heavy breathing is clearly audible. Almost. Shenxi's eyes were flustered, but his heart was as calm as water. It is estimated that the performance here is almost enough. The next step is to find a suitable opportunity to be cut down. As long as I lose here, I have no reason to take over as the captain of the 10th Division. But Dongxian is too capable of pretending if he wants this guy, right? God's eyes were strange. Kokaki Shinji, you really let me down. Unexpectedly, you are so weak and humble, like an ant. This is the end. Dongxian will slowly press up. His voice was cold and hostile. It turned out that Aizen-sama valued such a rubbish. He will prove it, as Aizen-sama proved that such is not worthy of Captain Aizen's attention. Your path ends here, Kokaki Shinji. The cold words turned into a green slash and crashed. Rumble. As expected, Kyujiki Shinji was hit by a slash without any resistance, and the assessment was over. Uninteresting. Dongxian slowly returned the Zanpakuto, spit out a word, and turned around. At this time, a blue-violet spiritual pressure spread out with a boom, as if the world collapsed, and terrifying pressure followed. Dongxian shook his body for a while, turned around in disbelief, and stared at the center of the smoke. He was actually oppressed by spiritual oppression. On the transparent enchantment, there was a constant clicking sound, as if it was about to break into pieces in the next second. More gods of death could not help but kneel to the ground just with a trace of spiritual pressure spilled out, unable to move. This is the absolute oppression of Ryutsu. This kind of Ryutsu. Masaka. Dongxian looked shocked. Then, the roar of the shrine came from the smoke. "Nai Yuli, do you want to die?" Shit. The blue-violet sword pressure penetrated the smoke, and violently hit the enchantment that was superimposed on countless layers. Click and click, the dense cracks continue to spread. Finally, the enchantment bounced directly. The sky was torn apart, and the earth was cut into two pieces. And that blue-purple sword pressure, without losing its momentum, slammed into a figure wearing Captain Yuyori's coat, almost touching Nilu with both hands. Nani? Nai Yuli's eyes widened in horror. This slash, was it that Kukyuki Shinji who had been suppressed by Taisen? How is this possible? Then, the blue-violet sword pressure carried an unmatched shock wave, and slammed into his body fiercely. Rumble. Almost instantly, Nai Yuli was knocked out and hit the wall of the spiritual academy a few hundred meters away. The scene was in an uproar. What happened? Is this Kukyuki Shinji's Ryutsu? It's just a monster. Captain Nai Yuli seems to have been cut and flew out. The students of the spiritual academy stared at the scene in front of them incredulously with the death watching the battle, with horror in their eyes. Is this still the Kyujiki Shinji who has been pressed and beaten by Dongsan as the captain just now? Or is it just that Kukyuki Shinji hasn't been serious? Hey? What did Nairai do just now? He seems to have angered the gods. Jingle Chun Shui lowered his straw hat and emptied his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes opened sharply. Is that broken face? It's okay, Nilu. Now. Shinji had a cold face, holding Riki in his hand, standing beside Nilu. Just now, Shinji was ready to release the water and be defeated by Taisen. But at that moment, the gods noticed that Nai Yuli had hidden the trace again, and wanted to sneak attack on Nilu. Nai Yuli, he is still coveting Nilu. Yeah, Nilu is fine, don't worry about the priest. Nilu pulled the sleeve of Rashansi and nodded nicely. But Nilu didn't notice, because of Nirvana's previous movements, the hood that she had been wearing to cover her head fell off, revealing the broken mask. The identity of Nilu's face has been exposed. What is that girl, and why does she have an imaginary mask on her head? Fool, that's imaginary. That girl, the lowest, is also an Akuka's level shaman. Everything is moving, there is a big imaginary invading Sire Garden. The scene is in chaos. Far away, Asari Renji and Rukia opened their eyes in amazement, wondering why the Shinji would stay with a shaman. And if you read it right, Kukyuki Shinji just seemed to have protected that little girl's face from the hands of Nirvana. Oh, I didn't expect it. Weird cynicism came from the smoke. Nai Yuli snapped his crooked head back with a squeak, and then injected a bunch of meat tonics into his body. Suddenly, the damaged body began to recover quickly. A large number of pieces of meat crackled, forming a whole new body. He gently landed beside Dongxian Yao, and then said with a gloomy smile. Unexpectedly, I was prevented from catching the Akuka's class Rapunzel who sneaked into the Sire Garden. Kukyuki Shinji, it seems that you have a problem. Are you betraying the corpse soul world? Or is this Akuka's class broken face, you brought it into the Sire garden itself? While ridiculing, Nyulai said something intriguing, well, I advise you to better not stop me, otherwise I can execute you immediately. At the end of the day, the ill intentions on Nyulai's face almost turned into substance. Nyulai greedily stared at Nilu, who was hiding behind the gods. He has been coveting this top research material of the Yachika's level face-off for a long time. Now, have you finally found a chance to get it? Kukaji, your behavior has violated the great sin of the corpse soul world, and then you'd better give up all senseless resistance. Otherwise, any of your actions will be regarded as a provocation to the soul world. Dongxian was about to wave the Zanpaku knife, his tone was cold without the slightest temperature. Chapter 43. His words are already very clear. That is, there is only one way left for Kukyuki Shinji, and that is to give up resistance and surrender. There is absolutely no possibility to win in the hands of the two captains. Assessment and trial. Shinji took a deep breath and squeezed the Zanpaku knife tightly, with killing intent in his eyes for the first time. Assessment? Trial? That's not important anymore. Dare to attack the people around you. Shinji looked up. Nyuli, are you ready? Welcome, my anger. PS1, the sixth one, please vote. PS2, next, it's the testimonials on the shelves. I hope to see the readers here, take time to take a look, please asterisk. Chapter 056. Now, why do you want to retreat? What is the purpose of becoming stronger? It is to live more safely. Able to protect yourself, but also to protect the people around you. For Nyulai, a guy who touched his taboo, and as long as he was alive, he would definitely make himself or the people around him insecure. Then kill him, that's it. One sword streamed thunder. The purple electric current flickered. Nyurai also experienced Shiba's pain. He slashed into the air, and was blown directly into his chest by the electric current in a daze, and fell to the ground. Rumble. The air seemed to be torn apart, and a shock wave carried an unparalleled gust of wind in all directions. In the terrifying wind, Shinji took a momentary step and disappeared in place. So fast. Dongxian was shocked and grabbed the Zanpai sword abruptly. Where did it go? In the dark space, the spiritual pressure of the gods seemed to have been extinguished, completely unable to perceive. At this time, the voice of Shinji suddenly sounded behind him. Captain Dongxian, haven't you heard? Riki's whisper. Zanpak knife slowly returned to its sheath. Nanny. Dongxian took a step back in shock, wondering, no harm was suffered. Pouch. His eyes were dull. A large number of wounds appeared on the body in an instant, and scarlet blood splattered, staining a large area of the ground. Hello, what the is going on now? Why did Kyujiki Shinji suddenly fight with the two captains? Did the two captains be suppressed? What kind of monster is this guy? That broken face is so cute. Hey? Something strange seems to have gotten in between us. The death gods are in a mess. Is this the true strength of Shinji? It's so exaggerated, it's unbelievable. Asari Renji muttered to himself in shock. Beside him, Rukia's eyes were worried, her small hand was tightly held on her chest. Correct a little, that's not the true strength of the gods. At this time, a slightly teasing voice rang in their ears. Jingle Chun Shui's hands drooped naturally, his gaze kept looking at the center of the training ground. Jing Band Leader! Rukia exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, Rukia-chan, neither party has done the liberation of Zanpaku, so how can it be said that they moved really? Let's take a good look. Next, it's a rare scene. Captain-level battles are not very common. Kirikou Chun Shui pressed the hat, and the peripheral light of his eyes flickered. Now, Captain Tissan, I'm asking you. Why go back? If you want to control me, or kill me, Shouldn't you face it head-on? How else? Hear the words. Dongxian made a shock in his heart, suddenly made a gesture of bowing his head, and looked at his position. He, unexpectedly backed away. The god stopped, tilted his head, and continued. Or, are you worried that my attack will disappear from your sight in the next second, and then penetrate your heart from behind? Or you're scared, your eyes, oh, it suddenly remembered that Captain Tissen is a blind person, and you can't see it. Following the words of the gods, Tissen made his already black face even more ugly. The words he used to humiliate the gods before are so harsh now. You can't even say that you can't keep up with your speed at all, or even touch the corners of your clothes. Now, Captain Dongxian, I can't keep up with my speed at all. It seems that it's you, right? As he said, Shen Si slightly raised his hand, carrying a string of small brass decorations in his hand, and his horns rose slightly. N.A. Nanny. Hearing this, Dongxian raised his head in shock, and his hands had already touched the dirty braids on top of his head unconsciously. Although he couldn't see the object, he also determined for the first time where the decoration in the hands of the gods came from. Kokyuki Shinji, the moment he cut him, even got this headdress from his body. How fast is his speed? Didn't Kokyuki Shinji never use his full strength in the previous battle? This is the real reason Aizen-sama has been paying attention to Kokyuki Shinji. Now can you still tell that there is a gap called the dimension between you and me? Shinji carried the Zanpaku sword and grinned. Do you really treat me as if you give you water? Don't look down on people there. Kisama, jerk. Dongxian was about to explode, his face twitching constantly. Physical pain is of secondary importance. That slight numbness is the most troublesome thing. Is it that Zanpaku knife? Staring at the Zanpaku sword in the hands of the gods, Tsun wanted to quickly analyze it. Damn kid, go to hell. Meat bombs. Nirvana's crazy voice came. Then, a sour explosion sounded at the feet of the gods. Nai Yuli exploded his own flesh. At the moment he was knocked into the air, did he throw his own flesh under his feet? Dongxian stared at the smoke closely, and based on countless combat experience, he analyzed Nirvana's attack in an instant. Hey, this kid from the Kokyuki family is not easy to deal with. Nai Yuli moved the newly grown shoulders, and said with a strange air, it seems that the two of us have to work together to put this sinner to death. Don't get in the way, the captain of the 9th division. Finished. He licked his lips again, and looked at Nilu greedily. The Akuka's class disfigurement, coupled with a suspected captain class Kokyuki Shinji, seems to be a bumper harvest. I'll give you back this too. To finish speaking, Dongxian suddenly turned his head to look into the smoke. Isn't it okay to be hit by such a close-range explosion? In his perception, the spiritual pressure of the gods was not weakened at all. This means that the Shinji has not suffered any harm at all. Hey, this kind of troublesome guy again. Nai Yuli's face sank. Unlike Sun, who can only rely on perception, Nirvana, who has two eyes, can see more clearly. In sight. Shinji slowly walked out of the smoke. On his body, there is still burning spiritual pressure and smoke of gunpowder, gradually disappearing. The explosion that was able to kill the vice-captain level death just now could not even break the defense of the gods. The same disgusting ability as the Quincy girl. Chapter 44. Nai Yuli murmured, and slowly pulled out the Zhanpak knife. Then, when Shinji stepped on the ground, he disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the ground continued to shatter because of unimaginable forces. Dongxian just felt a gust of breeze in front of him, and then his whole body was in the shape of a shrimp, kicked in the abdomen, and Zhang Dachun flew out in pain. Boom! Another wall collapsed. Go to hell, kid! Nai Yuli took the opportunity to chop it down. The Zanpai knife covered with purple weird patterns slashed towards the chest of the gods. If this knife was hit, Na Yuli believed that even the special steel would be cut off instantly. But suddenly, Na Yuli opened his eyes wide and looked at him in horror. His slash was actually blocked by Kukaki Godji with his fingers. Nani! Na Yuli yelled out in shock, his face changed after a brush. The speed is okay, but your Ryotsuo is too weak, Captain Nirvana. After commenting with a calm look in his eyes, Shinji slashed out directly. Puff! The broken arm flew out. Considering that Na Yuli has completely transformed himself, he is extremely capable of recovering. Shinji held his head and cut directly in the middle at the same time. Clean the insects. At this moment, Tsun's voice came from behind him. Shenxi's expression remained unchanged, and continued to cut in the waist, while pointing his fingertips behind him. Single shield. Boom! The green spiritual pressure kept hitting the transparent barrier, and the huge wind and waves almost rolled up the tornado, destroying everything around it. What kind of trick is this? Is the Zanpakuyo's ability? Or, his own ghost way? Seeing that the slash was ineffective, Dongxian stepped back in shock and opened a distance of tens of meters. Why do you want to keep the distance, Captain Tison? If you want to attack me, shouldn't you be close to me? Is you worried that my attack will keep you from avoiding it? If this is the case, you don't have to worry about it, because you will soon understand the gap between me and you. With Tsun's vigilant gaze, Shinji slowly spoke, the 99 of binding the way. Forbidden. Nani. Impossible. The shocked voices of the death gods sounded. Instantly release No 99's bound Dao. A huge wave was set off in Jingle Chun Shui's heart, and he pressed the hat that was blown by the violent wind, and locked the Shinji tightly in disbelief. Actually, can even this level of be cast instantly? Kukaki Shinji, where is your limit? It turned out to be the 99 bound Dao, Kukaki Shinji, what a joke. Dongxian looked astonished. Then, white strips of bandages and nails, as if appearing from the void, penetrated his body, and at the same time sealed him tightly. Bang! Tsun, whose Ryotsu was completely locked, was about to fall from a height, and fell to the ground motionless. He has been sealed by the gods. The bound Dao on the 99th, even the captain, is difficult to break free, and at the same time, he can't break free in a short period of time. What's more, the strength of the seal also depends on the upper limit of the user's spiritual pressure. And the spiritual pressure of the gods has completely suppressed Dongxian. Hey, what happened? Captain Dongxian was actually sealed. Kukaki Shinji, he is a monster. After more than a month of graduation, can he instantaneously cast this kind of top bondage? The death gods looked at the sealed Dongxian with shock, and the chaos caused was further expanded. 1. The gods gave Dongxian a blank expression, and then his gaze shifted. On the ground, a mutilated lower limb was left. I don't know when, Na Yuli has disappeared. Really tenacious vitality, even if it is cut in the middle, can it still be alive and kicking? God squinted his eyes. Puff! Bengaiu, beating like a heart. A terrifying spiritual pressure that could not be perceived quickly swept towards the surroundings. In just the blink of an eye, the gods locked the position of Nirvana. Found it. God's eyes are straight. At this moment, he has completely entered the Collapse 2 fusion state. Na Yuli wanted to shield God's perception and escape? How is this possible? Rumble. The blue-purple sword crushed the ground directly like a divine punishment. In the huge crack, even the ground veins began to break. And in the center of the crack exposed to the air, Na Yuli, who almost turned into a slimy body, was staring at the who was standing in mid-air with a gloomy face. The famous Captain Na Yuli, shouldn't you be the trash who only dared to bully the weak and the old women and children, right? Now, next, come and play with me for a while. Then, a thunder fell from the sky, blasting through the cracks like a bolt from the blue sky. Rumble. The thunderbolt exploded, the thick plasma of the bucket collapsed, and with the hot high temperature, the ground was baked into fiery red, flowing like magma. Oh, what a terrible destructive power! Is this the power of your Zanpaku sword? Na Yuli squatted halfway on the remnant wall of the training ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, watching the scene below. This kind of destructive power and high temperature, if it hits him, I am afraid that it is his own abnormal level of healing ability, and it is absolutely useless. Why do you want to run away? Shenxi raised his head and pointed at him. Nil and I are not the research material in your eyes? Since you want to use us for experimentation, shouldn't you come to hack me? Or, hacked to death by me? Na Yuli looked at the gods deeply for a few times, and suddenly grinned. Oh, kid, how about we take a step back now? You don't want to force me to fight you hard, right? Now, what do you think of my proposal, kid from the Kukaki family? As long as you let me leave, then I can guarantee that Nirvana will never do anything that covets you or that only defiance in the future. How? Na Yuli spread his hands, with a rare sincere tone. He has been severely injured many times now, the meat tonic has been used many times in a short period of time, and he has developed drug resistance. And the body was chopped once. This has caused him to be very weak now. It is not a wise choice to continue fighting. Na Yuli's eyes were cloudy. This kid from the Kukaki family is really terrible. I thought that he was just a rubbish. In the assessment just now, he was crushed unilaterally by Dongxian, and there was no way to fight back. So Na Yuli believed that the spiritual pressure burst out by the gods in this world was just the appearance of that spiritual pressure, but it was nothing. So he thought about it again. That is, snatching Nilu, the top research material of the Akuka's level face-off. Unexpectedly, the game was broken. Kukyuki Shinji is really strong as a monster, incomprehensible. Even the Tsanya who had already started to solve the problem was unable to fight back, and was immediately banned by Kushiki Shinji using the highest level of number 99 to bind the road. Next, going it alone is obviously not a good choice. Are you taking a step back? At this moment, when the secretary heard Na Yuli's words, in his smiling face, he suddenly sneered, "Let's wait for you to say this before you die. Nirvana is too dangerous. Unlike ordinary people, he is a complete lunatic. It seems that he has sincerely apologized and promised that he will never do this again in the future. But can you believe the words of a madman? I'm sorry I was wrong, but next time I dare to TM. Talking about people like Na Yuli. You kid." The smile on Na Yuli's face suddenly froze, and then turned into gloomy, like a ghost. There is no doubt that Shinji is very strong. It was so strong that after he witnessed it with his own eyes, a hint of fear and jealousy arose. However, Shinji is not without weaknesses. Even the strongest of death has its weaknesses and flaws. For example, Na Yuli himself is, his IQ and Ghost Dao are extremely strong, but his physical, defensive power, and speed appear to be very ordinary among the captain-level death gods, and it can even be said to be the weakest. Chapter 45. And the weakness of the gods, through the battle, and some of the data collected, Na Yuli has also been mastered. Na Yuli sneered. Indeed, the defensive power of Shinji was so outstanding that it was outrageous to the extent that he couldn't understand it. But in contrast, Shinji's visceral defense might not be much stronger. Compared with his defensive power, Shinji's internal organs are his weakness. And it just so happens that the self who is good at using poison has countless ways and research results that can restrain the guy with amazing defense power. Shame on your face, Kukaki family kid, then don't blame me. Na Yuli glanced around. After discovering that Jingle Chun Shui didn't know what he was thinking, and had no plans to make a move for the time being, he took out a few bottles and cans. Twist away. Then grinned. Kukaki Shinji, you can't escape my palm. This is a superhuman medicine specially developed to deal with you and the Quincy girl. Chapter 057, The Severed Swastika, The Killing Intent of the God. Zanpoka knife was handed over, a spark splashed and extinguished in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Na Yuli's expression changed, and he finally understood why Dongxian would be cut off directly. A torrent of great power struck, and Na Yuli, like a meteor, glided hundreds of meters on the ground before he could stop. This power, what kind of monster are you? The right hand was trembling constantly. The huge impact directly tore his own muscles, and even the bones showed different degrees of cracks. And this was just because of a slash from Shinji. With a black face, Na Yuli took out a tube of blue reagent and plunged it in. Soon, all the uncomfortable symptoms disappeared. His arm recovered. Now, go on. Shinji rushed over quickly, swung the Zanpaku knife again and chopped it down. The purple thunder fell from 9 days and kept falling. Shinji waved the Zanpaku sword. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. The basic details are trained to the extreme, which is a powerful kendo. In just a few seconds, hundreds of knives have been cut. Na Yuli had no power to fight back at all, and could only be comically like the performance performed by the gods before, being cut back and forth constantly. Fall down and get up. Fall down and get up again. Unable to pause. As long as it stops, it is a slash rushing towards the vital point. Don't take the initiative to attack? Are you afraid of me, Captain Na Yuli? Shenxi's eyes were clear, and he shook the Zanpaku knife, and the blood from Nirvana splashed on the ground. Ha ha kid! Na Yuli continued to breathe, his body rickets slightly, and a lot of physical energy has been consumed. So, take the initiative to observe my attack. Want to find the loopholes in my attack mode? Or do you want to find my flaws? Shinji asked with his head tilted. With his left hand, he covered his chest without a trace. Bengaiyu is hot. The progress of the integration has been further improved. Don't be too early to be proud, the kid from the Kukaki family. Nei Yuli whispered with a gloomy look in his eyes. The power of Shinji was too strong to be defeated head-on. And the speed is also ridiculously fast. It is not like the instant step of the of death, but is closer to the virtual sound, and it is also not that he can keep up. As for the defensive power, there is no need to mention it. Frontally resisted his slash and Dongsan's attack. So, the way to defeat Kyujiki Shinji, really only to disintegrate him from the inside? Na Yuli's eyes flickered, and while discarding the arm that was severed again by the gods, he injected another dose of meat tonic. Ryutsu has been cut again. Although the meat tonic can restore the wounds on the meat, the price is to use the spiritual pressure as fuel. With such a powerful physical body, your visceral defenses must not be on par with the body surface. I just need to find an opportunity to send toxins into your body. So, I will win in the end. Quickly analyzing the situation in front of him, a fierce flash flashed through Nirvana's eyes. Open your paws, kill Jizo. The words of Shijija sounded, and the Zanpaku knife in Nirvana's hand quickly deformed. In a short period of time, Nirvana's spiritual pressure increased by more than several times. This is not over yet. His regrown palm was stroking the handle of the Zanpo Deo. Hello, no way. In the distance, Jingle Chun Shui, who was watching the game, suddenly leaned forward a few steps, his face changed drastically. Couldn't you just want to use that trick in this kind of place, right? In the blank eyes of Rukia, Asari Renji, and others. Na Yuli's angry voice came. Swastika. Golden slaying Jizo. Suddenly, a violent spiritual pressure turned into a beam of light and rose into the sky. Nirvana's spiritual pressure showed a sharp upward trend. It's actually used here to solve the problem. Has it reached this level? Kirikou Chun Shui held down the hat that was blown by the strong wind in amazement, and couldn't talk about it. In Sarii Garden, the vice captain and the death gods above the captain level are forbidden to liberate the Zanpaku sword. This is because the vice captain and the of death above the captain level, after liberating the Zanpaku sword, the spiritual compaction is too terrifying, and coupled with the Zanpaku sword ability, it will cause great damage to the Sarii garden. Especially the captain level reaper, once the Zanpo Deo is released, the REI pressure will directly reach another dimension. Even the vice captain level death could not withstand the pressure of the captain. Therefore, this is absolutely prohibited. And at this moment, it is just the beginning of the explanation, that is still the past. After all, there are more than 2 captains sitting here. But if you can solve it, it would be too much, right? Thought of this. Jingle Chun Shui glanced, his face still calm, as if Kukaki Byakuya glanced at him who didn't intend to intervene at all. Well, don't go too far. Taking a deep look at Kukaki Byakuya, Kirikou Chun Shui suppressed his plan to end. In order to avoid further expansion of the turmoil, he should stay here. After all, Kukaki Byakuya's current attitude is still unknown. Woo! The deafening sound waves spread. In the training ground completely turned into ruins. A monster with a huge golden baby's head, huge grey eyeballs, and a steel hollow circle similar to an angel's halo appeared out of nowhere. There are countless blades under its neck, with many columnar worms like centipede feet, and the lower body is covered with a bright red cloak. Golden Slaying Jizo. Essay, Kukyoki Shinji, how do you deal with it in the face of it? As if he had an absolute chance of winning, Niulai regained that kind of yin and yang character, and smiled sarcastically. His Ja is a rare biological form. After Niuli's transformation, the golden saccharum schizophrenia contains thousands of toxins. Each is a super toxin that can destroy a city in just a few grams. The golden slaying Jizo can spread these fused deadly toxins to poison the target from the mouth. Is this your confidence? Shinji watched the golden slaying Jizo, who was crying like a baby, and said slowly. Hey, it's really disgusting. Research materials should behave like research materials. Obviously, I'm so scared, why do I still pretend to be that calm? It's so disgusting. Niuli clasped his throat and vomited in disgust. But at the bottom of his eyes, he has always maintained an absolute calmness. Almost, soon. He had just opened the bottles of Superman medicine, and now he released the golden slaying Jizo. The air is now spreading poisonously everywhere. In just a few minutes, the life of Kukyoki Shinji can be in his hands. At that time, whether it is to kill Kukyoki Shinji, use Kukyoki Shinji as the top research material, or take the opportunity to control Kukyoki Shinji to become his own power, he will have the final say. Captain level material. Niulai licked his lips greedily, staring at the body of the gods, and had already begun to figure out where to start the dissection. Time, little by little. Seeing Kukyoki Godji dodge the attack of the golden slaying Jizo, Niulai's face became more and more ugly. Chapter 46. Why, Kukyoki Shinji has not been poisoned yet? Are you thinking, why didn't your poison take effect? Shinji stood in place. Cover your chest with palms. There, a piece of hot Bengaiu is constantly echoing. The divine division who has entered the Break-2 fusion phase, in such a short time, has once again surpassed a large section, almost surpassing half of the fusion progress. Evolve, accelerate. Just as Aizen receives lethal damage and promotes evolution, Shinji is damaged by toxins, and the speed of evolution also begins to increase. And, in a very short time, the ability to be immune to these toxins has evolved. Should I be said to be the captain of the 12th Division, the director of the technical start, Niuli? The black technology in his hand is really endless. First, he admired, the god's eyes suddenly became cold. Yes, that's it. The progress of the fusion began to decline, and the gods were completely immune to the toxin of nirvana. Then, the battle can be over. Damn it, Dead kid from Kukaki's house. Golden slaying Jizo. Na Yuli yelled. After receiving his order, the golden slaying Jizang raised up to the sky and let out a baby-like cry. Then, a large amount of toxins gushed out from its eyes, spreading like a tsunami. Hey, it's really messy. Jingle Chun Shui stared openly, and the hip flask in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The key to releasing Ji in the spiritual academy is to release a large amount of toxins. Isn't Nirvana mad? If a large number of students die because of this, you can see that the old man will be done without cutting him. Sighed. Jingle Chun Shui clenched the Zanpak knife tightly and squatted against the wall of the spectator stand, ready to jump down to stop all of this. Then, he gave a fierce meal, and looked at it again. What is it? In sight. A blue-violet slash, like cutting off the space and dimension, violently shrouded everything. Rumble. After the sword pressure exploded, the earth continued to scream, and the sky was also collapsing. The space was chopped by a single knife. This apocalyptic scene made everyone stand still. Immediately afterwards, the golden boiled Jizo, which was still spitting out poisonous mist, turned into two halves and smashed to the ground as if it had been chopped upright. In the end, it broke. Quesadagarba was chopped to pieces. This is not over yet. The purple poisonous gas constantly collided with the sword pressure, and the ground was completely out of shape in the erosion of the poison gas and the slashing of the sword pressure. The rapidly spreading spiritual pressure and poisonous gas swept in all directions at an extremely fast speed. At this speed, even the Grim Reaper and the students who have just escaped for a while will be involved. But at this moment, lines of transparent glass-like shields constantly appear, like mirrors, which will be trained to completely block them. Million dongs. After everything happened, the whispers of the gods rang softly. The tendency of sword pressure and poison gas diffusion was suppressed. Is that the same trick again? Compared to the shield that blocked Captain Tissan's slash, this time the scale is simply not the same level. Jingle Chun Shui murmured in shock. It turns out that this is the true strength of Kyujiki Shinji? The ability of Zanpakuto? Well, it's probably not. How could the Thunderbolt Zanpaku knife have such completely unrelated abilities? Jingle Chun Shui quickly adjusted his emotions, constantly analyzing the intelligence and data inside. Finally came to a conclusion. That is, this ability is probably related to 81 of Bound Dao, suspension. In other words, Kokaki Shinji, has he really developed a new ghost way independently? Thinking of this, Jingle Chun Shui took a breath, and the hat on top of his head slowly fell to the ground. Suspected of being above the captain's REI pressure, there is still no recorded solution, and the ability to independently develop ghosts. This young master of the Kokaki family, seems to be a monster? It's too strong, a complete monster. Tsuneya Shiro Aomine also muttered to himself sluggishly. From the beginning of the battle to the present, Kyujiki Shinji has overwhelmingly suppressed the two captain-level Reapers. Although, he didn't give the 9th Division Captain Dongsan a chance to kill him, so he sealed it off. But at the very least, the captain of the 12th Division, Nayuli, did not he? But what did he see? Nayuli's jaw was smashed to pieces by the Kukyuki Godji directly with a knife, and even the Zanpai knife was directly cut off. Damn the deadwood gods, you hide deep enough, you can be a cub. After slapped himself several times, Asani Renji came to his senses of shock and stared fiercely at the Shinji standing in mid-air. Obviously said yes, friends will walk together for life, and everyone will go to the tail of the crane together. But what are you doing now? First he secretly took Rukia as his own, and now it is so outrageous that even the captain is cut off. Well, it's all right here, it will cause big trouble if you continue. Jingle Chun Shui picked up the hat and put it on his head, and disappeared with a brush. Can't let Kukyuki Godji really kill Nayuli. There will be a big mess. Kokaki Shinji, this rebellious son. At this moment, Asari Renji still felt that he had been deceived, he said viciously. Then, a slightly cold voice rang in his ears. Then, even the air seemed to drop dozens of degrees in an instant. Asari Renji, can you repeat what you just said? Hey? Who? Asari Renji looked like a bad guy, tilted his head and looked over, then shuddered, and almost didn't remove his head. Captain Utki. The man in front of him is clearly the elder brother of Kukaki Byakuya, the current owner of the Kukaki family, and the captain of the 6th Division, Kukaki Byakuya. Gan. I'm going to die, won't he hear what I just said? Asari Renji shivered, then suddenly froze. Kukaki Byakuya, gone? It's over, Nirvana, it's me who won. Shinji walked into the fading center of the explosion and found Nirvana lying on the ground, almost turned into tattered. I was crushed by my own sword, although it was first blocked by the golden slaying Jizo, and then weakened again by the degraded Zanpaku sword, but there was no death on the spot, and it was enough to see Nirvana's life. Tenacious. It seems that the whole body is rotten as if there is no good meat, even the bones and internal organs, and even the brain can be seen in the air. However, Nirvana is alive. The transformed body, vitality, and resilience are no longer human. The air was silent for a few seconds. Nayulai's eyes were hollow, and there was no answer. Has you lost consciousness? The Shinji dragged the Zanpaku knife, and Leiji cut a ravine on the ground, leaving behind a leaping electric current. Now, Captain Nayulai. You know, I don't actually have much ideals and ambitions. As long as you can live safely, or protect the people around you to live safely, that's enough. Obviously, as long as Captain Dongxian slashes that knife, everything is over. I will fail the assessment, then be punished, and be exiled to a remote place, and I will never return to Saraikyo. But you have to make troubles and do things that hurt Nilu. Shinji waved his knife and cut it down. Bang! Splashes of sparks. Slash, was blocked. Jingle Chun Shui was knocked back 10 meters with a grin, feeling the paralyzed right hand. He secretly said that he was really a monster, and then walked back to the spot, blocking the front of the gods. Kukaki Divine Division, it's okay to go here, Nayulai has already paid the price for his actions, and the rulings of Old Man Shan and Room 46 are waiting for him. Here, it's all right, do you understand? Even if you kill him, there won't be any better results, but things will get worse. Jingle Chun Shui's eyes were sincere and persuaded. Yes. Shinji glanced at him and slowly said. But I don't think so. One Sword Stream Thunder. Chapter 058 The Captain's Expectations, The Great Favor. The blue electric current directly opened a hole in Nai Yuli's chest. Chapter 47. Upon seeing this, Jingle Chun Shui's hand outstretched stiffened, and he sighed. Shinji, you really are. Jingle Chun Shui, who has seen this trick with his own eyes, certainly understands that Kukyoki Shinji's trick is used for yin people. However, he was still taken crooked for a moment. And this moment is enough. Shunbu sent Nayoli, who had lost his breath, to another place, and Jingle Chun Shui rushed back and lowered the hat. Hey, Kukyoki Shinji, you should know what you did, right? Beyond the taboos of the corpse soul world, liberate the Zanpaku sword in Sarii Garden, and start the swastika. Even in the Mao Spiritual Academy, toxins are released on a large scale, causing a situation where many people may be accidentally injured. Even if you don't kill him, the one facing Nirvana will be the punishment of Room 46 and the punishment of Old Man Shan. Even so, do you still choose to kill him? Jingle Chun Shui looked puzzled. I just don't like the feeling of being threatened. God Division slowly returned to the sheath. Nai Yuli's uncertain factors are too high, and he will always covet the priest and the people around him, which poses a great security risk. That being the case, as long as you kill it, there is no threat. Hi, why is it so troublesome? I obviously want to paddle. Jingle Chun Shui scratched his head and raised his head again, with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Now, Kokyuki Shinji, although I personally like you very much and want to stand on your side, but if something like this happens, please give up resistance and accept the investigation of the soul world. Also, that little faceless girl over there, you don't want to deny the relationship with her, do you? Jingle Chun Shui pointed to Nilu, who was running over with her short legs, tearful of her eyes. Did you say Nilu? He is my companion. The secretary said firmly. Hearing that, Nilu was crying even more sad. Even if she lost her memory, Nilu didn't understand anything. Nilu knew very well that it was because of her that the gods would fight several big figures in the soul world and kill one of them. Then there's no way. Jingle Chun Shui sighed again and walked towards the Shinji. At this moment, a slightly cold voice sounded. Master Jing, please stand there and don't go one step further, otherwise, I will treat your behavior as a provocation to Kokyuki's family. Swish! Kokyuki Byakuya appeared in front of the Shinji, blocking Kirikou Chunsui's line of sight, and at the same time gently stroked the handle of the Zanpaku sword with his right hand. He was actually defending the Kokyuki Shinji. Captain Deadwood. Jingle Chun Shui's eyes were complicated. You should know what you are doing, right? Kokyuki Shinji has committed a serious crime. Next. Even if Kokyuki Shinji commits a serious crime, he is also a member of the Kokyuki family. Naturally, our Kokyuki family will send him to the captain to decide on their own what to do with him. Kokyuki Byakuya directly interrupted Kirikou Chun Shui. Hear the words. Jingle Chun Shui narrowed his eyes. The scene suddenly became a bit depressing. Hey! 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 At this moment, a few moments of footsteps sounded again, and several figures were distorted and quickly appeared in the field with a series of afterimages. That is, several figures wearing Captain Hayori's coat. Chun Shui. What are you guys? Yukatake Shiro glanced at the two facing each other, and silently chose to stand beside his brother. Although I don't know why this situation is so, Yukatake Shiro believes in Kirikou Chun Shui. Did you kill Captain Nyulai? The old man will never allow this kind of thing that destroys the system of the soul world. Zojin, wearing a helmet, had a firm tone. But at this moment, his behavior has clearly belonged to Jingle Chun Shui. 3-2. The situation seemed to be starting to be unfavorable for Shinji. Oh, actually killed the noisy Nyulai. Zheng Mujianba glanced at the breathless Nirvana and grinned. Shinji, is it quite capable? At the end, come and fight with me, right? There is no meaning to the gods. Even more wood sword 8, just simply enjoy the battle. After finishing speaking, he was carrying a light striker, standing beside the gods with a grinning grin, and staring at the captains on the opposite side. 3-3. Captain Menmu, you actually want to support the sinner Kokyuki Shinji. Well, it's just idle and boring, so I want to find something to do. Several people who ignored the discussion. The petite broken bee cast a deep gaze at the gods, and stood on the side of Jingle Chun Shui. 4-3, the balance is broken again. Yet, it's terrible. Sure enough, Kokyuki Shinji has mastered the interpretation. What a terrible kid. Ichimaru-jin stayed in place, smiling. Beside him, Aizen also pushed his eyes and looked at the sealed Dongsun Yao, smiling gently. Captain Ichimaru, Captain Aizen. Yukatake Shiro frowned and asked. Ale, don't ask me about this kind of thing, I am neutral. Ichimaru-jin raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, smiling like a fox. Me too. Aizen pushed the flat glasses, and said slowly like a good man, compared with this, I believe that Kokyuki Shinji did such a thing, there must be a reason. That broken face should be special, right? Aaron smiled and pointed to the green hair who was holding the thigh of the gods, and his face was full of fear. but he still did not hesitate to stand beside the gods. Nelly? What a funny guy, I saw her here. Neutral? Enough. 4 on 3, even if you fight, you have no chance of winning. Kiraku-chun Shui pondered for a few seconds, and looked at Kukaki Byakuya and Shinji. I personally believe that Kukaki Shinji is not a sinner, but taking away Kukaki Shinji for temporary detention is the best result of what happens now. Old man Shan, I will help Kukaki Shinji speak. Jingle Chun Shui sincerely persuaded. This situation is enough. There can be no more battles, it will only bring heavy losses to the corpse soul world. I think you don't need you to come here to help Kyujiji Shinji speak for this kind of thing, the band leader Kyo. When soft words came, Jingle Chun Shui's face changed drastically. This voice is, Uajawei all. Uajawali's face was gentle, and his hands like a good wife and mother were folded in front of his lower abdomen, standing next to the gods. Seeing this scene, Jingle Chun Shui's brows suddenly frowned. Surprisingly, did even Uajawa Real choose to support Kukaki Shinji? When on earth did Kukaki Shinji have gained so many captains' favor? Don't get me wrong, band leader Beijing. Seeing Kiraku-chun Shui's face, Uajawa Real smiled softly, I'm just here to help the captain convey his words. The captain already knows what happened here, and he wants to see Kushiji Shinji. That is it. After that, she stared deeply at the of Kukyoki, with an unidentified smile. However, in the eyes of the gods, it was extremely terrifying. No, Sister Mao, this woman won't look at herself, right? Shinji wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. What does the captain want to see me for? That's not what I know. Uajawali shook his head, showing a gentle smile of business class. Old man Shan. Jingle Chun Shui groaned for a few seconds before letting out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere disappeared. Now that old man Shan has intervened in this matter, there is no need for him to be a bad guy anymore. The first team building, in the room of Captain Yamamoto. Kukaki Shinji sat cross-legged on the ground, and in front of him was a cup of hot tea. On the opposite side, Captain Yamamoto was slowly writing something on the table. After a long time, Captain Yamamoto put the pen away and looked sharply at Shinji. Kukaki Shinji, liberate the Zanpakuto in the corpse soul world, and openly kill the 12th squad captain. You can have what's the explanation. The body is not tall, but it contains the terrifying coercion like a mountain. This is the strongest of death in the 1,000 years recognized by the corpse soul world, Moto Yanagi Yamamoto. No need for spiritual pressure, just a look, or standing there, it exudes a terrifying aura. To be honest, Shinji is ready to run away at any time. Are you kidding me, head-to-head with Captain Yamamoto at this stage? Shinji didn't think that the Collapse 3 fusion stage was enough for the old man to fight, and the old man Yamamoto directly smashed Wushuan with a knife, and Ai Ran who was not in the 6th fusion state had to kneel. If you want to challenge him, you must at least get the Bang 6 fusion stage before you can begin to have the spiritual pressure that completely surpasses the strongest of death. Chapter 48. He shot the people next to me, nothing more. Shinji nodded and directly copied Nirvana's Lao Di. Actually, when I was stationed in Kuzucho, Captain Nicoli had already sneaked to the world once, and wanted to secretly hunt the Quincy. Looking at the expressionless Captain Yamamoto, Shinji added, during this process, Captain Nairai wanted to kill me and seize my comrades for research, so we fought. And this time, he avenged his personal revenge even more, and attacked me in my assessment. The priest was filled with righteous indignation, and his face was righteous, so he almost engraved the word justice on his face. Anyway, Naiuli has already been cut off by himself, isn't it just about allowing himself to pour dirty water? Dissatisfied? Then you let Naiuli come out and confront me now. I have a clear conscience. Well. Captain Yamamoto groaned, and suddenly the words changed, the Vashtid class in this world has broken face. If the old man didn't guess wrong, you should have killed it, kid from the Kukaki family. Shinji. No, I have already given all the credit to Shiba, so don't mention it, it's scary. You don't have to play that silly set in front of the old man's eyes. The old man has lived for 1,000 years. What kind of people and what kind of things have not been seen? Sipping the hot tea gently, Captain Yamamoto's eyes became sharper. Able to defeat the 2 captains with 1 enemy and 2 in the assessment. Although one of them was sealed off without a, but the captain of the 12th division has already, it can't be faked. There is no doubt that you already have the combat power of a captain-level death god. Captain Yamamoto's eyes were deep, his eyes didn't look like the muddy old man at all, but rather calm and old-fashioned. What the captain meant is that I won't be held accountable. God Division asked tentatively. If you can't run away, of course it's best. It's also very dangerous to be chased by the corpse soul world. This is against the merits and demerits of what you have done in this world, but you still have to be punished. Taking a look at Shinji, Captain Yamamoto's vision was far-reaching. Sending you to this world is a proposal made by the original juvenile team Captain Shiba with 1 heart, and the old man's approval is to protect you. The soul world, it's not peaceful. Hearing this, the god's eyes drooped, but his pupils shrank slightly. It turned out that Captain Yamamoto had already noticed it. This seemingly stubborn and paranoid old man has also noticed the weird atmosphere in the soul world. Although it is impossible to be sure that Aizen is behind the scenes, he hasn't noticed anything at all. You didn't live up to the old man's expectations, nor did you live up to the undivided expectations of Shiba, the captain of the original juvenile team. In just 1 month, your strength has improved too much. Perhaps, you are taking advantage of this month to completely master the power of Jadot. You now truly have the qualifications to become a captain. As he said, even Captain Yamamoto, there was a flash of surprise and shock in his eyes, although it was fleeting. The of death who was able to master the J completely in 1 month. Even if he had lived for 1,000 years, he had never seen it before, and even he himself couldn't reach this level. However, Kukaki Shinji did it. So, does Kukaki Shinji possess the ability to surpass himself? What the captain meant is to still make me the captain of the 10th division. Hearing this, the expression of the gods collapsed, and the whole person became salty. Unexpectedly, still can't escape the nightmare of becoming the captain? This is simply hell. Young people, be more motivated, don't be nervous all day, as if you are facing any threat at any time. With such strength, you are already at the top of the corpse soul world. At the same time as the heir of the Kukaki family, as well as the identity of the team leader, then take your responsibilities to the old man. In sight. Shinji's face seemed to overlap with Kiraku-chun Shui. Almost instinctively, Captain Yamamoto scolded. Although it is a reprimand, it is more caring. It's just that neither of them found out. Hi. Shinji nodded weakly. As for the broken face by your side. Captain Yamamoto pondered for a few seconds. Captain, you listen to my sophistry. No, you listen to me to explain to you, Nilu and her. Suddenly, Shinji became slightly nervous. Captain Yamamoto waved to interrupt, and handed over the previously written paper and a sign. This is... Shinji took a look, and was stunned. The epaulets of the deputy captain and the appointment documents of the deputy captain. And the name and photo above are clearly Nilu. The captain appointed Nilu as the deputy captain of the 10th division. What's happening here? Divine Secretary ? Face. To be honest. Shinji thought about 10,000 possibilities. Perhaps, Captain Yamamoto would choose to kill Nilu ruthlessly, and without saying a word, the gods immediately turned the table and turned around and took Nilu to charge. Let's run first, anyway, leave the corpse soul world first. This landlord is not waiting. Even the possibility of Nilu being directly put on the dissection stage is not unavailable. In the best case, it is nothing more than Nilu being sent back to the virtual circle, or Nilu will be detained and monitored for a period of time, and then released after gaining trust. These are basically the two best situations considered by the Shinji. But in this situation, Shinji really didn't think about it, and he didn't even dare to think about it. This old man directly gave Nilu an ID card, which was still at the deputy captain level. Good guy, there is the captain behind him, who would dare not admit Nilu's identity from now on. Nirvana? If you let him try, he chopped all his paws. As for her origin, Zhiba has persuaded the old man with one heart and stated to the old man that this is his request, and the old man is only helping him to convey it. Captain Yamamoto nodded and said. Hearing that, the expression of the gods suddenly became complicated. After a long while, looking at the back of the gods leaving, Captain Yamamoto had a look of expectation and a fleeting weight in his eyes. The soul world, it's not peaceful. The time left for us may not be much. Kokaki Shinji, don't let the old man down. Walking on the small road leaving the first team building, Shensi has a complicated expression and has been speechless for a long time. Ignoring the captain's appointment document in his hand, he picked up Nilu's ID card. The shrine sighed and slowly said. Hey, Shiba has one mind, he has already chosen to leave, but he still owes me a great favor. With the identity of the deputy captain and the approval of the captain, Nilu suddenly became extremely safe in the corpse world. As long as Nilu doesn't take the initiative to do things that go against the interests of the soul world, anyone who shoots at her must consider the consequences of angering the strongest death in 1,000 years. And Kokaki Shinji's merciless pursuit. In front of Jingle Chun Shui's eyes, he chose to kill Nai Yuli, the of the woods, and he has fully proved his inverse scale. Spread. So, should you choose to go to Shiba's house and have a look? After all, I promised him to take care of his juniors. Touching his chin, the gods thought for a few seconds, and then changed a direction. P.S. To make a point, although I only updated 3 chapters on the shelves, my word count is too large, one is even 3 chapters compared to the normal 2 chapters. 3 chapters have been updated, and the amount of 8 chapters has been updated normally. Thank you very much for the support of the readers. I have nothing to report, but continue to code words and work hard to make more. Chapter 059, Yuji Saigao, Maintenance of Matsumoto Renju. Near the center of Sirei Garden. This is the residence of Shiba's family. Brother, uncle, is he really dead? In the yard, a girl with a height of about 1.7 meters, a girl with smart eyes, asked sadly. She is Shiba Sora, a direct member of the Shiba family. I think it probably should have been dead in Kuzucho, after all, it was a Vashtid class disfigured Wang class Daigzu. In the other direction, Shiba Hyun smiled bitterly in the Death Master costume. What is missing? Those are all excuses and comforting words. He disappeared after fighting against the Vashtid level King level Great Void, where there is any possibility of surviving, it is clearly dead. The disappearance is nothing more than a solace. How come, Uncle Him? Hearing this, Shiba Konghee's eyes began to turn red. Chapter 49. There is no denying that Shiba Yushin usually looks like a very unreliable guy. She is lazy, likes to drink, often skips work openly, and is often admonished by the captain. However, as a family member and elder, Shiba Yuksen is a reliable and responsible man. Without his care, Shiba Kongzuru, his brother, and her younger brother would not necessarily be what they are now. Leave a mess. Shiba Hyun sighed. Miss Shiba Ishin? There is no such time. Having lost the patriarch Shiba Yushin, as the current Shiba family's strongest of death, Shiba Hyun, the deputy captain of the 13th Division, has immediately taken the position of patriarch. Now, it's not a time for sadness at all. The Shiba family needs to quickly get out of the situation in front of them. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a knock on the door sounded. Coming. Shibakura went up. In view of Shiba's wholehearted accident, many people have come to condolences in the past few days. Including the captains like Jingle Chun Shui, but also the patriarchs of various large, medium and small families and many civilian death gods. For these things, she has adapted in a short time. Ah, you are. Pushing the door open, Shiba Konghe was stunned for a moment. The man in front of him has a stray silver hair, a slightly unruly expression, a slender and tall figure, and an extraordinary dress, looking like the young master of a big family. There was a smile in his eyes, but Shiba Kongzuru had a very gloomy feeling. This man smiled a little fake. Sora Tsuru, this is the head of the Tsunoya Shiro family, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. Shiba Kian walked up without a trace of Shiba Kora Tsuru behind him. My sister made Tsunoya Dai Patriarch laugh. Well, it's okay. The man smiled heartily and pointed to his face. I don't go out often anyway. It's normal for Miss Shiba Sorazuru not to know me. After entering the gate, Tsunayayoi Tokinata looked around, and then laughed in a low voice. I took the liberty to visit. I was really disturbing, but I was very sad when I heard that Captain Shiba Ishin had disappeared. I was clearly such an excellent of death. Thank you for the concern of the Patriarch Tsunoya. If the uncle knew that so many people cared about him, he would be pleased. Shiba Hyun became more sad, but smiled on her face. Shiba Yuxin, cub, I'm not dead yet, you are relieved to have a hammer. Speaking of which, I have been favored by Shiba Yishin Patriarch a few years ago. After sitting down, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata took the initiative to bring up the previous events and narrowed the distance between the two sides. With a smile in his eyes, he familiarly controlled the senses of the two members of the Shiba family in front of him. After the sense of distance between the two parties completely disappeared, Tsunayayoi Tokinata knocked on the table lightly, and seemed to point out, Patriarch Shiba, you just took over as Patriarch, you should feel powerless, right? Hearing this, Shiba Hyun, who had already received a lot of affection, nodded and said with emotion, before I became the owner of the Patriarch, I never thought that my uncle would be under such pressure. The glory of the family, the way the family walks, the opportunity for the family to rejuvenate. These are the main things that the family considers. And these are too heavy. It was so heavy that he couldn't spare even the sad time. But, there is no captain-level reaper in the family, you must be very embarrassed now, right? Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata asked with a smile. The four nobles, why are the four nobles? It is not only because of the four great nobles, they have existed since the establishment of the Soul World. It's even more because of the four nobles, the captain-level death has never stopped appearing. In each generation of Patriarch, or among other members of each generation, the captain-level death god will appear in the four major families, and this is the root of the four major families that can continue to this day. As long as there is a leader-level death god, other families and nobles will never be able to shake the status of the four nobles. This is the strategic significance of the captain-level reaper. It is true. I can feel that although many people come to condolences us, they actually contain other thoughts. Shiba Hyun reluctantly smiled. In just a few days, he has matured a lot. At the very least, you can feel the maliciousness that comes from the secret. They want to replace the Shiba family. And Shiba Hyun, never allow this to happen. I will definitely do it, become a captain-level death god, and become a qualified patriarch. It seemed to be talking to Tsunayayoi Tokinata, and it seemed to be talking to himself. Shiba Hyun's eyes were firm. Ah, really good determination. Tsunayayoi Tokinata stared blankly, as if he was admiring him, and then the words changed. However, the patriarch of the Shiba family, have you considered accepting my help? As a thank you to Captain Shiba Yishin, I have always wanted to find a chance to repay Shiba's family. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata smiled, as if he was really waiting for a chance to repay his favor. However, Shiba Hyun's face suddenly changed. He looked sullenly at the smiling man in front of him, his eyes full of anger. Accept the help of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata? Repay Shiba's family? He clearly wants to take the opportunity to annex the Shiba family and further strengthen the Yayoi family. Patriarch Tsuneya, you are not welcome here, please go out. After understanding his true purpose, Shiba Hyun's politeness disappeared suddenly, taking out the majesty of the patriarch, and shouting. Oh, that's a pretty good vibe, but that's all, isn't it? Tsuneyayoi Tokinata patted him on the shoulder, grinned, no longer pretending to be himself, and laughed wantonly. There has not been a captain-level death for several generations, and the declining family finally has a Shiba Yuxin, but Shiba Yuxin unexpectedly disappears in this world. Missing? In that case, go to the ghost, he is clearly dead in this world. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata was convinced of this, so he came. Shiba's family, it's a piece of fat right now. Compared with the other three families of the four great nobles, the Shiba family has fallen. The population alone is completely incomparable with other families. The number of Shiba's family does not exceed 50 people. At present, the strongest of the four nobles has more than hundreds of direct family members, and the number of non-direct family members does not need to be said. The Saifeng Academy is also not to be underestimated. And the Tsuneyashiro family, although there are some signs of decline, it is not a little bit stronger than the Shiba family. The Shiba family has completely declined. If this is the case, then all the benefits should be surrendered. Patriarch Tsuneya, please leave here immediately. Our Shiba family doesn't welcome you. Shiba Hyun said with a cold face, suppressing the anger in her heart, and repeated it again. Hey, don't use that patron's gesture to disgust me, Shiba Hyun. Tsuneyayoi Tokinata's face turned cold, but still a weird smile on his face. Aren't you really dreaming, wanting to lead the Shiba family to get up again? The ability is not enough to control the desire in the heart, it will be very painful. You are only a deputy captain, but you can't be a great weapon. It's better to hand over the Shiba family's clan land, and then move to a place far away from Sireinai, and just stay there quietly like a mourning dog. What should I do? Think about it carefully. At the end of the day, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is almost no longer hiding, and the threat is already very obvious. You guy! Shiba Hyun's face turned black for a moment. He was already a violent temper, and couldn't bear it anymore. In the smile of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's successful conspiracy, he put his hand on the Zanpaku knife. Do you want to start solving? What a waste that can't stand provocation. Tsuneyayoi Tokinata smiled. But suddenly, his smile froze there. In my sight, I didn't know when, suddenly an extra person appeared. His hand was pressed against Shiba Yuxin's hand, preventing Shiba from pulling his sword with all his heart. Now, can Shiba Hyun become a great weapon, then who can say for sure? Besides, where are you from the rubbish, where are you talking about it? Shinji glanced at Shiba Hyun and said slowly. You kid! Tsuneyayoi Tokinata's eyelids throbbed, and blue veins burst on his forehead. Obviously it was about to succeed, and Shiba Hyun couldn't bear it immediately. There was a fierce flash in his eyes. But immediately, he frowned slightly. That clan emblem belongs to the Kukyuki family? Tsuneyashiro Tokinata looked under the earlobe of Kyujiki Shinji, where there was a star tong. The star tongs are special ornaments held by the deadwood nobles. And those who can wear the star tongs, even in Kukyuki's house, are high-class nobles. Through the cut tube shape, a bunch of hair is stuffed into it to form a special decoration. The price of the star tongs is an order of magnitude equal to the price of the silver white wind-spun yarn, and one is equivalent to the price of building more than 10 houses. This is a very rare and precious decoration that can represent identity. Kukyuki. Shinji? Kukyuki noble who can wear star tongs, and still has such a terrible instant step at such a young age, in his intelligence, Only Kukyuki Shinji, who messed up the captain's assessment in the morning, can do it. You are. Shiba-hyun looked puzzled. Shinji waved his hand to interrupt him and looked at Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. Hey, I'm asking you, why do you decide that Shiba-hyun can't be a great weapon? Chapter 50. Isn't that obvious? Tsuneyayoi Tokinata's frivolous hand, leaning back on the chair, pointed at Shiba-hyun and squinted at Shinji. Just like him, who has stayed at the deputy captain level for hundreds of years, can anyone who hasn't made the slightest progress in mastering the and becoming a captain level death? Shiba's house has fallen. Then don't take up these resources, let it out, bastard. At the end, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's expression gradually became grim. It's you, Kukyuki Shinji, are you questioning me now? Pointing to his face, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's eyes were cold. I am the owner of the Tsuneyashiro family, and you are just a member of the juvenile team now? Kukyuki Shinji, what qualifications do you have to ask me what I am doing? Anyway, I am also the head of Tsuneyashiro. And what is Kukyuki Shinji? But just a member of the 10th division. Even if he is a direct descendant of the Kukyuki family, or even the future head of the Kukyuki family, the captain of the 6th division, that's the future, isn't it? Such a small character is actually questioning himself? It's disgusting. In the era of Tsuneyayoi, the horns became more and more obvious, and he stood up. Compared to me, you are nothing now. Understand your identity, Kukyuki Shinji. Just here, a squeaky sound of defending the gods suddenly sounded. Then what if that's the case? Hey! Matsumoto Ranju appeared in the room, stepping on the instant step. She glanced at the Shinji, took a deep breath, and said softly, Really, Captain Shinji, why don't you call me when you come to Shiba's house? As the deputy captain, but didn't keep up with the captain's footsteps, doesn't it seem that people are negligent? When he said this, Matsumoto Ranju looked at Tsuneyashiro Tokinata without a trace, with a trace of anger in his eyes. She took a few steps forward, opened the warm and scented clothing in her arms, moved closer to the priest, and helped the priest to dress well. That is a white haori coat. Behind it, the number 10 is written. Sure enough, Yuji is the most considerate. The horns of the gods rose up, with a smile in his eyes. Then, Matsumoto Ranju turned around and faced Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. Her expression was no longer as soft as she had just been, but she shouted hard and low. Patriarch of the Tsuneyashiro family, what you said just now, can I regard it as a provocation to the captain of the Juban team, Kukyuki Shinji? The captain who provokes others in front of others, as the deputy captain, I can't ignore it. Speaking of this, Matsumoto Ranju paused slightly and said with a slight disdain. Moreover, I understand my identity, the head of the Tsuneyashiro family. The adult in front of you, but was appointed by Captain Yamamoto himself, the new captain of the juvenile team, Kukyuki Shinji. Matsumoto Ranju paused, with an extremely tough attitude, like a lioness guarding her cub, staring fiercely at Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's face kept twitching, and finally turned into a relaxed smile. Well, everyone is so excited and doing what? I'm just joking. He looked at Shiba-hyun, and joked, with the help of Captain Kukyuki Shinji, it seems that you are not as I expected. Incompetent. After speaking, he got up and said goodbye. When he left the room, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata paused in his footsteps. Kukyukis, I'll wait and see. One more thing, I will kill you now. God Division said blankly. A puff of spiritual pressure broke out in an instant, covering the entire Shiba family in an instant. But the strange thing is that no one from the Shiba family seems to be oppressed by the spirit of the priest. Only Tsuneyashiro Tokinata suddenly staggered and almost fell to his knees. The bones all over his body made an overwhelmed sound of clicking, and even his face turned red in an instant. Suffocating, dull, unable to think. This kind of absolute oppression from the soul and higher levels of life, it seems that this little devil of the Kuka family has indeed already possessed the captain-level spiritual pressure. Tsunayayoi Tokinada's mouth kept twitching, and his body was trembling. Had reluctantly let out an almost distorted laugh. Tsunayayoi's face was gloomy, and he left Shiba's house in a flash. The bereaved dog. Staring at his back, Shinji commented slowly. I don't know if it is an illusion. Shiba-Kian suddenly saw Tsunayashiro Tokinada's body seemed to froze for a moment, and finally disappeared from their sight. Captain God Division. At this time, Shiba-Hyun hurriedly saluted the gods, with a respectful and grateful expression. Shiba-Hyun is really grateful from the heart for Kushiki Shinji's relief. In the corner of the room, Shiba Soritsuru secretly poked his head out and looked at Shinji curiously. Is this teenager who looks about her age already the captain? Shiba-Hyun, don't be so polite with me. Shinji waved his hand with a complicated expression, and said slowly in Matsumoto Ranju's similarly complicated expression. Now, I owe an old man a huge debt of favor. Chapter 060 The Method of Swastika, Monster-like Ryutsu. It's like that. Shinji sat cross-legged in a chair, scratching his head and said, Shiba Yuxin asked me to take good care of you before disappearing. It turns out that until the end, uncle. Shiba-Hyun lowered his head slightly and said in a low mood. Well, the current situation of the Shiba family is really hard to explain in a word. After pondering for a few seconds, Shinji suggested, I want to change the current situation of Shiba's family. I have 2 suggestions. Would you like to listen? The person of the gods is very reasonable. Since I owe Shiba Yuxin the old man's favor, then pay it back. The Shiba clan currently lacks a captain-level combat power, which has attracted the coveting of the Tsunayashiro clan, as well as the eyes of other small and medium-level noble families. Losing the captain-level combat power as a pillar, the Shiba family will be swallowed by other families sooner or later. Perhaps after Shiba-Hyun died due to an accident, the Shiba family would be dead in name only, and they were completely driven out from the center of the Sereni, and completely withdrew from the stage of the corpse soul world. Shinji wouldn't let this situation happen, it seemed that he was too incompetent. At this moment, Shiba-Hyun said respectfully after hearing the words of the Shinji, Please speak, Captain Shinji. Even if Shinji has repeatedly emphasized that he does not need to be polite, Shiba-Hyun still respects Shinji very much. Method 1. Shinji raised a finger and looked at Shiba-Kian's eyes. The Shiba family is temporarily attached to the Kukaki family, and the Kukaki family will not interfere with anything in the Shiba family until the Shiba family's new captain-level death appears. Then, what about the second method? Shiba-Hyun hesitated for a few seconds before asking. Unlike the excitement when he saw Tsunayayoi Tokinada before, Shiba-Kian looked at Shinji's clear eyes and believed in Shinji very much, but if it were not for the last resort, he still didn't want to go this far. The second method. Shinji pointed to Shiba-Hyun, that is how you quickly grow into a captain-level death god. As long as Shiba-Hyun can become a captain-level death god, then everything can be solved naturally. With the captain-level death in charge, the status of the 4 nobles will never be shaken. Me. Pointing to her nose, Shiba-Hyun smiled bitterly, Captain Shen-Si, I can't do it. Although I don't want to admit it, I am really just like what he said, it's a waste. I have mastered the first solution for more than 100 years, but I can't touch the fur of the first solution. Shiba-Hyun said frustratedly. Talent? That kind of thing has nothing to do with him. His talent is completely incomparable with his uncle Shiba. For more than 100 years, he hasn't made the slightest progress, so why can he master the and become a captain-level death god? Now, Shiba-Hyun. Taking a deep look at him, the gods patted him on the shoulder and slowly said, The universe is uncertain, you and I have infinite possibilities, how do you know that you can't become a great weapon? Don't let other people's words affect your heart, that's the real loss. Hear the words. Shiba-Hyun was shocked. The universe is uncertain, you and I have unlimited possibilities. Do you really have the possibility of mastering the solution? The other side. When Matsumoto Ranju heard this, his eyes lighted up, and he stared at the Shinji closely. Suddenly, she leaned Lus's body forward, close to the ear of the gods, little unscrupulous, I didn't expect you to be quite talkative. Shinji. Why am I having no conscience? I just said casually, fooling this honest child. The priest also quietly replied. Shiba-hyun. Can you two be individuals, whispering at such a close distance, thinking I can't hear you bastard? Suddenly, it seems that there is no fighting spirit. Shiba-hyun sighed dejectedly. Sure enough, you can't learn how to solve this kind of garbage. Don't be frustrated, I will make a special training plan for you to help you quickly learn how to do it. Shinji coughed slightly and attracted Shiba-hyun's attention. Learn to quickly, can that kind of thing be done? Shiba-hyun asked in shock. Are you kidding me, there is a shortcut to quickly grasp this kind of thing? You must know that even for a death god at the captain level, it will take 10 years, even decades, hundreds of years, to gradually get the real name of the J, and gradually master the J. Chapter 51. How can there be such a way to learn in a short time? The other side. Urabara store is now in Kuzucho. Uraharakisuk pouted his and buried himself deeply in the pile of debris, throwing out one dangerous item after another in his hand. Yeah, it's really strange, it's clearly placed here, why is it missing? Caressing the fisherman hat on his head, Uraharakisuk sat cross-legged in confusion. After a long time, he turned his head and asked, Yai-sang, have you seen my transformation? Saifanjai Yuan Yai glared at him angrily, well, what you put yourself, how do I know where you left it? Really, it's really weird. Is my memory messed up? Recently, the guy who took Taizai took too much medicine and started to affect his memory. Kisuk Urahara rubbed his chin suspiciously. At this time, holding Ryasha Tetsusai stood quietly behind him, Manager, it's time to take medicine. Urahara Kisuk. Looking back at him with a stiff face, Urahara Kisuk hugged his thigh and wailed loudly, no to say, you can't do this to me just because I deducted your salary. You see, my memory has already had problems. Manager, you really should take medicine. Holding Ling Tizai expressionlessly, he pushed the medicine over. But I took your medicine yesterday, ran my stomach for 3 hours and almost died. Urahara Kisuk continued to cry. That was yesterday, and I promise that today will be absolutely different from yesterday. Shahaya Tetsusai assured him with a righteous expression. Yes, is it? Urahara Kisuk looked suspicious. It's absolutely true, because today's medicine expires one more day than yesterday, so it's different. Holding Hyotise, pushing the reflective glasses, said in a deep voice. Sure enough, you still want to kill me, right? Urahara Kisuk was emotionally broken, turned and ran wildly, but was dragged back by Hishitetsusai's feet. I completely ignored the two noisy guys. Saifanjai Yuan squinted, thinking about the events not long ago. What does the Shinji want to do with the divine body? He has clearly mastered this kind of props is completely ineffective for him. Is it, you want to help someone quickly master the swastika? The corpse soul world. Shiba's residence. Is this a prop to help Shiba-hyun quickly learn the swastika? Matsumoto Ranju was standing next to Shinji, his body almost touching his body. At this moment, she kept poking at a white unidentified prop in the hands of the gods. Is this human-shaped thing like a wooden board that can help the of death quickly master the swastika? Matsumoto Ranju is not very convinced. Not only Matsumoto Ranju, Shiba-hyun also didn't have much confidence. What kind of eyes are you two? After voicing, the gods pointed to the prop in front of him. This prop is called Zhuan Shen body, don't underestimate it because of its funny appearance. This is a dangerous item developed by the former 12th Squad Captain Urahara Kisuke, which can help the of Death mimic and take it to the present world forcibly. As long as you defeat the substantive swastika, you can quickly master the swastika. Shinji patted the divine body and briefly described. This is an amazing prop. Generally speaking, the of Death can only enter the space of Zanpakudayo through the sword meditation, and deepen the communication with Zanpakudayo in it. Either fighting, or talking, or game. When the proficiency has accumulated to a certain level, the will be naturally opened. The divine body is different. It will violently bring the to the real world. As long as you defeat it in the real world, you can master swastika. This is currently the fastest way to master swastika. At the same time, this is also the only possibility for Shibohyun to master the in a short time. However, there is also a great disadvantage to using the divine transformation body. Shinji's expression suddenly became serious, and he looked at Shibohyun's eyes. Your time is only 3 days. This is the limit. If you can't defeat it within 3 days, you must stop practicing immediately, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Situation. Probably, you will die. This is by no means alarmist. Moreover, even in the process, all the injuries you have suffered are real, and you will die if you suffer unaffordable injuries. Shibohyun, you should understand what I mean. Godji whispered. After a short silence, Shibohyun smiled freely. Now, Captain God Division, unlike a powerful man like you, there is only one way for a guy like me to quickly master the swastika, right? If you want to protect the family and prevent the Shiba family from becoming the food of other families, I can only master the swastika and become the captain level reaper, right? So, I am very grateful to the captain of the Division of God for giving me such an opportunity. Even if I die in it, I will not hesitate. Shibohyun's eyes were firm, looking straight into the eyes of the gods. This is probably the last chance, right? He will firmly seize the opportunity given by the gods. After that, resignation. Shibohyun, don't die, I'm still waiting to drink with you. Shinji said with a smile, and slowly eased the bandage of the divine body. Bridge bean sacks. Shibohyun stopped Shinji, and in the doubtful eyes of Shinji, quickly said, before starting, I have a reckless request. I hope that Captain Shinji can agree. If possible, can Captain Divine Division compete with me once? I want to know the gap between me and the captain level. Shibohyun said firmly. Before starting, if you can deeply understand the strength of the captain, it should help you learn how to do it. Hearing that, the gods looked weird. Even Matsumoto Ranju smiled uncontrollably. Seriously, you choose Captain Shinji as your opponent, it's really not a good choice. My captain seems to be a monster. In this world, he showed the power that surprised Shiba with all his heart. In the captain assessment, one person also defeated the 2 captains. Among them, the captain of the 9th Division, Tisan, was to be instantly sealed by the prompt number 99 senior bound Deo before using the J. And Nyuli, even if he liberated the Zanpaku sword and used J, he was still defeated by the gods with an overwhelming advantage, and even killed him directly. This kind of power is obvious to all. The Kukyuki God Division is no longer the silent Kukyuki God Division before. He is now the captain of the juvenile division Kyujiki Shinji. But Captain Shensi, it's already the best choice I can think of. Shibohyun smiled bitterly. After Shiba Yuxin disappeared. The current captain-level Reaper, the only thing he is familiar with is his 13th Division Captain Yukatake Shiro. Shiba Shiro's physique that can cough up blood and nourish the disease all day, Shibohyun really can't speak, let him point himself. Then, I can only trouble the Captain Kukyuki God Division in front of me. Trouble, Captain God Division. Shibohyun bowed. Let's start then, I won't have any mercy from my subordinates. Shinji nodded. I'm here, Captain God Division, please be careful. Shiba Hyun shouted and disappeared in place with a scream. Shantao? It looks like the proficiency is pretty good. Matsumoto Ranju commented. This level of instant step can also be ranked in the forefront of the deputy captain level. It seems that Shiba Hyun's basic skills are still very solid. It's done. The Jeonpak knife slashed at the neck of the gods. At the last moment, Shiba Hyun hesitated for a moment, and shifted the Zanpaku Deo slightly. In the next second, Shiba Hyun's face suddenly changed drastically. In his sight, Kyujiki Shinji's health faded and became transparent, disappearing. It turned out to be an afterimage fast enough to leave behind. Then, a touch of blue-violet spiritual pressure emerged. The terrifying coercion instantly pressed Shiba Hyun. He was sweating profusely, looking at the Kyujiki Shinji who didn't know when he appeared behind him in disbelief. Point your fingertips at the position of your heart. The blue-violet spiritual pressure jumps like an electric arc. As long as it is released, the power to destroy his heart can burst out instantly. Lost, without any feedback, lost in an instant. In the hands of the gods, he couldn't even struggle for a moment. Is this the power of the captain class? Shiba Hyun's eyes were shocked and a touch of yearning. If he masters the J, can he also have such power? Experience this kind of absolutely overwhelming power. Matsumoto Ranju saw Shiba Hyun's thoughts and joked with a smile, and Captain Shinji didn't get serious at all. If he were to liberate Zanpakuto, he would be 50 times stronger than he is now. Hear the words. A cold sweat suddenly appeared on Shiba Hyun's forehead. Yes, he also forgot the Zanpaku sword of Kukiki God Division. As long as Kukiki Shinji performs the swastika, his spiritual pressure will at least increase by more than 50 times. What kind of power is it? God? S.A., Captain God Division, please start. Shiba Hyun said with a firm expression, I want to master thee in 3 days, absolutely. We must protect the family and protect the Shiba clan. At the same time, don't let the God Division captain expect him. Chapter 52. In the Corpse Soul world, somewhere in a secret underground research and experiment base. With a bang, the door opened. Tyson in a white Haori coat is about to walk in slowly, his arm is tied with a bandage, and it looks like his injury has not healed yet. Yo, Tyson. Ichimaru Silver waved his hand with a smile, and suddenly asked, Alia Eli, how does it feel to be defeated by Kukiki Shinji? Is it suddenly shocked? Silver, you fellow. Dongxian was about to choke, his eyelids twitched slightly. He is now almost becoming the background board of Kukiki Shinji. As long as there is a place where he appears, there will be people behind him pointing at him whispering. Tsun wanted to admit, he underestimated Kyujiki Shinji. But to be defeated by Kukiki Shinji and sealed in public, this is simply a shame. Yin, don't tease him at this time. Ai Ran gently pushed his glasses, and suddenly asked, yes, what do you think after fighting against Kyujiki Shinji? Regarding the specific data of Kukiki Shinji, there is nothing quicker than asking Tyson for this person to come. Aizen is very interested in the limits of Kukiki Shinji. That kid from the Kukiki family is very strong. Dongxian said in a deep voice. He made a movement to look at his arm, and slowly said, strong, like a monster. The bound Dao of number 99 instantly sealed himself, and suppressed himself with overwhelming force throughout the process. That kind of huge monster like Ryutsu, even if I look back now, Dongxian has a lingering fear. Kukiki Shinji, it's terrible. Well, Tsun. Ichimaru-jin's squinted eyes suddenly opened, if you could solve it at that time, how many chances would you have? Odds. After a short silence, Dongxian said in a deep voice, probably, only 30%, Kukiki Godji's Ryutsu is at the monster level. Really? 30%? Hearing this, Shimaru-jin's eyes were emptied, and there was a slight smile in the corner of the eye. PS1, to explain, my updates are actually quite a lot. The number of words in the 5 chapters is equivalent to the number of updates that have burst 13 times. PS2, thank you all for your support. I don't want to report it. I will try to update more. In addition, please subscribe, ask for a reward, and above. Chapter 061 Sheba's Battle of Dignity, Nilu's True Face. 3 days later, Sheba's residence. Captain God, my brother won't have an accident, right? Outside the training ground. Sheba Sorazuru clasped his hands together, looking anxiously into the room. Her brother Shebahyun has been inside for 3 days. At the very beginning, the sound of fighting can still be heard often. But as time passed, the sound of fighting gradually decreased. Up to now, there is no sound at all. Thinking of this, Sheba Konghi looked worried. He could only look at Shinji, hoping that the young captain could give himself some peace of mind. Relax. Shinji smoothly squeezed her hair. If you want to hear this, then I can tell you, don't worry about it, Shebahyun is not so easy to give up. Shinji's eyes were bright, staring at the door of the room. It should be, almost. A man who can bet on both life and dignity will not die in such a place. Hey, Captain God Division. Matsumoto Ranjo looked around and knocked off the hand of Shinji. You are too proficient in touching people's hair, right? As she said, she poked her head over and said suspiciously, how many little girls have you touched before to be so proficient? Shinji. Murderous. Danger. Taking a step back without a trace, the gods kept his eyes still and reminded, Lanju, you are gone. Serious people who look at this. Anyway, I am not a serious person, so I see. I'm lowly, I'm greedy for others' body. I dare to admit that you dare? Shinji looked righteous and looked again. There is one thing to say, Luanju is really interesting. Then you move your eyes away, that's true, unscrupulous guy. Matsumoto Ranju mumbled, and asked casually, does Nilu really want to make her a deputy captain? It feels as if she is completely incompetent. After speaking, she looked at the little green-haired lowly holding the thigh of the gods, with a timid expression on her face. That's it. This is the newly added deputy captain of the 10th Division, the Yachika's level face? Matsumoto Ranju's face was muddled. Obviously, the Chuka's level face-off is no less powerful than the captain level. But why did this Nilu who came to the priest's office seem to be so weak that he couldn't beat a low-level death who was not even a seat officer? Lanju, don't look down at Nilu too much. Shinji shook his head. Perhaps, the current Nilu looks very weak, as if anyone can be bullied. But when Nilu accumulated enough spiritual pressure to transform directly into a Vastad-level female king level, she would be shocked. Hey, can she still blow my head? Matsumoto Ranju rolled his eyes, and squinted Nilu up. Come on, let my sister Kongkong, have you developed recently? Shinji. If you have something to say, let go of Nilu and come to me. Come at me. I don't mind you like this. Sheba Konghi was full of black lines and couldn't understand the complicated relationship between these people. At this time, the gate of the training ground suddenly opened, and Sheba Hyun walked out in a mess and with countless wounds all over her body. Brother. Sigh, it hurts. With a helpless expression on Sheba Kongzuru, Sheba Hyun looked at Shinji. Captain Shinji, I'm back. It seems you have succeeded. Shinji smiled slightly and said. Thanks to Captain God Division, I can barely master it. Although I still can't master all the power, I can use it. Sheba Hyun scratched her head and laughed. The bottom of my eyes is all gratitude and respect to the gods. If there is no Shinji, probably with his own talents, I am afraid that I will not be able to master the solution in my life, right? Since you have come here, you are like a man, go and finish what you need to do. Shinji took a step back and gave way to Sheba Hyun's puzzled eyes. Captain God Division, you are. Sheba Hyun looked blank. People from other small and medium-sized families who are blocking the troubles in your family, don't you want me to help you solve them? Shinji shook his head, and said badly. This is your patriarch's business. Go and tell them. The Shiba patriarch is not a bully. Now that he agreed to Shiba, he would like to take care of his family and descendants. At the same time, in order to repay Shiba's wholehearted favor, Shinji certainly would not miss this best opportunity to establish Shiba-hyun's majesty. This battle is a battle of dignity. If you bet your life, you must win. Dignity. I understand, Captain God Division. Shiba-hyun nodded resolutely, without changing her clothes, wearing this tattered, blood-stained death tyrant costume, she walked towards the front yard. Don't you help him? With Shiba-hyun's current body, it is a bit difficult to suppress so many death gods, right? Matsumoto Ranju tilted his head and asked curiously. You can't help, you can't help. Shinji shook his head and said slowly. Human, the blood is on the top, this is the tone of contention. If you lose now, you will lose all your life. After speaking, several people also came to the front yard. At this time, the front yard was already full of noise and crowds. Shiba-hyun, your Shiba family has declined to such a degree, right? Since you can't even get the money for changing clothes, just move out of this place. I think the place outside Sereni is good. Hand over all the resources. You should understand that the declining Shiba family can't keep these resources. Several death gods dressed in death tyrants stared at Shiba-hyun, constantly forcing him to abandon everything that Shiba's existing family had, and leave Sariwa. In Sariakyo, resources are limited. If you want to be in position, someone needs to be pulled down. This is the cruel reality. Now, please leave Shiba's house immediately, you are not welcome here. Upon hearing this, Shiba-hyun took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Chapter 53. Shiba-hyun, you haven't figured out the situation yet, have you? Now visiting here is to give you the last dignity. If you don't accept our kindness, don't blame us for showing no mercy to Shiba's family. Leave the Shiba's family with Sirei. This is the only way to continue the Shiba's family. Patriarchs of various families are pressing each other step by step. As long as the Shiba family is swallowed, even if only part of it is swallowed, it can bring great benefits to their family. Then there is nothing to say. Shiba-hyun strongly refused. Suddenly, a trace of hostility flashed in the eyes of all the patriarchs. At this moment, several death gods rushed up. The sound of the collision came, and their eyes widened in amazement, looking at Shiba-hyun, who had blocked all these slashes by just raising one hand. Nani? How is it possible that Zyuajiro is a death at the rank of deputy captain? Why can't he break the defense against Shiba-hyun? Could it be? A flash of anger flashed through the eyes of the few quick-reacting patriarchs. Then, when she saw Shiba-hyun's flaming wave-like spiritual pressure, her eyes were suddenly filled with disbelief. This wave of spiritual pressure has surpassed the deputy captain level. Thank you for the ban from the soul world, I can't free Zanpai here. Shiba-hyun paused and stared at them, but, if only to release Ryotsu. Boom! As if thunder fell from the sky. Shiba-hyun's spiritual pressure began to increase sharply, and it continued to climb. The gravity of the entire space seemed to have increased by hundreds of times in an instant, and the death gods who were still clamoring before were as if they were strangling their throats, their faces flushed and painful to their knees. Desperate, unable to breathe, even consciousness seems to be slowed down. The absolute pressure from the spiritual pressure made them sweat profusely, and their hearts were held tightly by an invisible big hand. Just a slight pinch, it will burst instantly. Next second, the spiritual pressure dissipated. All the patriarchs fell to the ground with puffs and puffs, gasping for breath. They looked at Shiba-hyun in horror. Unexpectedly, has reached the captain level. Shiba-hyun, you hide so deeply, you have already mastered the J, but you have been showing people as the deputy captain, you are so insidious. It's really a captain, how is this possible? Patriarchs of the small and medium-sized families who fell on the ground looked terrified. Captain-level death gods, but they can never provoke big people. Hey! At this moment, a figure wearing a white Captain Haori's coat suddenly teleported over. Only one captain of the entire 13 team would wear that pink jacket. Captain of the 8th Division, Jingle Chun Shui. Hey? What's the situation here? Jingle Chun Shui frowned and glanced at the death gods on the ground. Familiar, they should be guys who know but can't be named, seem to be the heads of other families. Look, turn to the side. Jingle Chun Shui's pupils shrank suddenly and almost burst into foul language. Why is Kokaki Shinji here again? Could it be that what happened here also has something to do with Kyujiki Shinji? Jingle Chun Shui rubbed his nose with a weird expression. Shinji, a very strong spiritual pressure just broke out here, almost no less than the captain-level death god. Does it have anything to do with you? Shinji. What is your look? Don't push everything on my head, cub. Although, the matter here has something to do with me. That's my spiritual pressure, the band leader of Beijing. Zhaibahyun stood up and confessed actively. N.A. Nanny. With Jingle Chun Shui's question mark face, none of them stumbled on the ground. Are you kidding me? You're just a vice-captain level death god? Jingle Chun Shui looked suspiciously. As a brother and friend of Yukatake Shiro, he is very familiar with Shibahyun, the deputy captain of the office of Yukatake Shiro. So, Jingle Chun Shui can clearly determine that Shibahyun is definitely the of death at the deputy captain level. Among them, is there any misunderstanding? It is indeed Shibahyun. Shinji noticed Kiriko Chun Shui's eyes, so he looked at Shibahyun. Let him see. Understood, Captain God Division. Zhaibahyun nodded and released his spiritual pressure again. The second is on and the second is off. Boom. The majestic spiritual pressure was pressed into the field for an instant, and then disappeared in an instant. Is it really the captain's Ryatsu? Jingle Chun Shui looked blank. What's going on in this world? A few days ago, Shibahyun was only a vice-captain level death god, and after a few days he became a captain level? Moreover, someone who hasn't practiced Ja for more than 100 years, how come they suddenly have it? Is there a big problem here? Well, I probably slept a little less at noon, and now my mind is not so clear. Goodbye. Jingle Chun Shui rubbed his face, wondering if he was dreaming now. This is simply too ridiculous. All this has to be thankful to the captain of the Division of Gods. If it were not the captain of the Division of Gods, I would not be able to master the swastikas so quickly and possess the REI pressure of the captain level. Shibahyun said excitedly when he disagrees with Kiriko Chun Shui, who is still at a loss. He was able to learn swastika, all relying on the divine transformation body provided by the priest. So what happened here is really related to you again. Jingle Chun Shui said with a headache. Sure enough, Shibahyun's mastery of swastika was related to Kyujiki Shinji. I just don't know what method Kokaki Shinji used to help Shibahyun quickly master the swastika. Maybe, can you find a chance to get close to the gods? If my own Xiao Nanao can master the Ja in advance, it seems not bad. With a smile, Jingle Chun Shui's horns broke his heart for his daughter. Correct. Shinji didn't bother to pay attention to Kiriko Chun Shui's winking eyebrows, and he grabbed Shibahyun, who was driving away on the ground. If you have a captain-level Ryatsu, you will remember to report to the captain in a while. You don't need to talk about the power of Zanpakudayo, but it's better to record the Ryatsu. The priest ordered. Hear the words. Jingle Chun Shui gave him a sideways look. You seem to be the least qualified to say this here, right? What is the look in your eyes? Shinji slowly raised a question mark. Come to Beijing spring water, stretch your head over, and I will add a buff to you. Jingle Chun Shui. Wait, why do you need to draw a knife to add buff, bastard? You put the knife down first. On the other side, a few hundred meters away from Shiba's home. Kokaki Shinji, kid. In the shadow, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata seemed to blend in perfectly with the surrounding environment, his eyes gloomily staring in the direction of Shiba's house. He, of course, wouldn't let Shiba's family go so easily. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata would not be willing to miss the fat that has come to the side. But because he was afraid of Kokaki Shinji, he cautiously confuses some small and medium-sized families and asked them to come to Shiba's family. However, something unexpected happened. Shiba-hyun, who was still a trash a few days ago, suddenly burst out of captain-level recce. With the captain-level Reaper sitting in control, no one can take advantage of the mobility of the Shiba family and severely tear off a piece of meat from the Shiba family. And this is all thanks to the of dead wood. Shiba-hyun suddenly became the captain level of death, which is definitely related to Kokaki Shinji. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata was quite sure of this. I waited for so long, planned for so long. Kokaki Shinji, this beam, we have forged it. Gazing deeply in the direction of Shiba's family, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's eyes flashed with bitterness, and gradually disappeared into the shadows. That night, the cold moonlight spilled on the corpse soul world. Like the present world, the soul world also has 4 seasons of spring, summer, and autumn, as well as sunrise and sunset. Here is the residence of Kokoki's house. Hey! 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 Several figures dressed in black clothes and masks on their faces moved quickly on the fence, and through the use of instant steps, they quickly sneaked into the Kokoki house. Creak! The slight noise of the door opening flashed away. Chapter 54. The black figure entered the room silently as if it were perfectly integrated into the dark environment. And at the moment, the is asleep. In the next second, 2 gleaming rays of cold light flashed and passed, and the Zanpaku knife smeared with purple liquid was stabbed fiercely. Puff! Zanpaku knife runs through the bed. But the 2 black shadows looked at each other and quickly backed away. On the bed, a long white dress lay there. Shinji has long since disappeared. The third of the 4 maples of the 4 maple empty cicada. One of the figures said in a deep voice. The empty cicada is a high-level usage of Shunbyu developed by Siphon Jin Yaishi. Leave a coat or other object as a substitute immediately before being attacked, and then move the body quickly for a certain distance to avoid damage. As the fiancé of Yoichi Shifunjin, Shinji had already learned this trick. I recognized it at a glance. It seems that your origins are unusual. Shinji slowly walked out from the other side of the room, and looked at the 2 curiously. They were dressed in black clothes and dressed like ninjas. This is the dress of the retainer? Shensi frowned slightly. At this moment, Shinji moved slightly and looked in another direction outside the room. There is the room where Nilu rests. At this moment, a huge amount of spiritual pressure is approaching quickly. Is it so loud, deliberately attracting my attention here, but the real purpose is Nilu. The horns of the gods rose suddenly, his eyes were deep, and he slowly said with deep meaning. Don't look down on people too much, trash. Nilu, it's not something that the captain reinforced death god can deal with. P.S. Thank you readers for your support, 0000 for the reward of 100, thanks to Gundam for the reward, and thank you for the 100 reward from the big numbers. Chapter 062 Death Notice, Nilu's Power. Rumble. A group of flames suddenly rose in the residence of Kokoki's house, which was so dazzling in the night sky. Hey! A blue spirit pressure slash flew out of the darkness, instantly destroying the entire house. The man in black holding the Zanpaku knife slowly fell to the ground. Fainted. The man in black stared at the collapsed house and said slowly. His name is Tsuneyashiro Yushin, who is the retainer of Tsuneyashiro's family, and the captain level of death. This time, he was ordered to assassinate Kokaki Shinji. And his plan was to first capture the Akuka's class Rakus Nilu, who seemed to be very concerned about the Kushiki Shinji, and use it to threaten the Shinji, and finally launch a killer move to kill him with one blow. After all, Kukiki Shinji is the leader-level Reaper, Tsunoya Shiro is a cautious person, and he does not want to fight head-on with Kukiki Shinji. As for Nilu, they have completely investigated this Yachika's class faceless little green-haired loli. Logically speaking, the Yachika's class chaste face is almost no less than the ordinary Vastad class King class Daigzu, possessing a fighting power equivalent to that of the Captain class Death God, and it is very dangerous. But Nilu is different. In the intelligence they investigated, this green-haired little Lolita broke her face and was simply a mascot with no combat effectiveness. All day long, he would only cry in his arms, or act like a baby and be cute. This is simply an excellent breakthrough. Ah, there is no response, it seems to be a success. Tsunoya Shiro waited cautiously for dozens of seconds, and when he saw that there was no movement, he couldn't help but smile. With Nilu, I'm not afraid of getting caught without being caught by the gods of the dead wood. It seems that this time I can also complete the task of the patriarch perfectly. Thinking of this, Tsunoya Shiro Yushin walked towards the ruins of the house, looking for Nilu's trace. He is very cautious, even in this situation, he is still very cautious, maintaining a high degree of vigilance, observing the ground, and watching all directions. Suddenly, there was a bang. The mud tiles on the ground shattered and a small foot kicked out. Didn't you faint? It's worthy of being in Yachika's class broken face. Even if it doesn't have much combat power, this defense is still amazing. Tsunoya Shiro had a smile on his face. In order to avoid accidentally hacking Nilu, he did not use the Zanpaku knife to slash it, but reached out to block it. Boom! An air wave and shock wave exploded on his elbow. Tsunoya Shiro's face changed slightly, the power of this foot was unexpectedly large, and he kicked his feet directly off the ground, floating a few meters away. This is not over yet. The ruins exploded suddenly, and Nilu came to him with anger in her eyes, like a teleport, a very handsome whip, and her little foot kicked him directly in the abdomen. Boom! A white shock wave dispersed in the air. Tsunoya Shiro spit out blood with a wow, his eyes widened, and he was kicked directly from the sky. Rumble! The rocks splashed, Tsunoya Yushin wiped the blood from his horns, and kept squatting, staring at Nilu in mid-air uncertainly. This power! Did you pretend before? After moving his sore elbow, Tsunoya Shiro stood up and said slowly. Boom! At this moment, another explosion sounded from other directions. Nilu didn't answer his words, the usual smiling eyes of the sun were full of anger and murderous intent. That is, N-Island's killing intent was touched. Coming from, the killing intent of the Vashtad-level disfigured female king-level Daigzu. Unexpectedly, dare to shoot at the gods, I can't forgive. Absolutely, unforgivable. The tenderness in the eyes disappeared completely, replaced by a strong anger and crazy desire to attack. Even the gentle Nilu still has a tyrannical gene in her bones. In mad anger, Nilu disappeared in place as if she was teleporting. Then, Tsunoya Shiro vomited a mouthful of blood again, his body as if he had been hit by a meteor, sliding on the ground for hundreds of meters before he could stop. He was actually kicked. Is this the power of the Akuka's level face-off? It is really unreasonable. Tsunoya Shiro held his stomach and slowly climbed up, his hands were glowing with green light, and the spiritual pressure was continuously injected into his body. It's a reply. He is repairing his injury with the revelation. Watching Nilu walking step by step, a look of fear flashed through Tsunoya Shiro's eyes. It is indeed a troublesome enemy. I thought it was just a cute mascot, but I didn't expect it to have the power of the Akuka's class face-off. It's just, I don't know what level of her Ryutsu is. Maybe, the breakthrough is here. Thought of this. The spiritual pressure on Tsunoya Shiro Yushin's body climbed in a very short period of time, and reached its peak in a short moment. The terrifying spiritual pressure immediately covered the entire Kukyoki house. Tsuneya Shiroyushin did not worry about whether the members of the Kukyoki family could withstand the pressure of his spiritual pressure. Now, in his eyes, only Nilu is the goal of the mission. So, you can't move, Nanny. He froze halfway through, and Tsuneya Shiro looked at the small figure in his eyes incredulously. A strong green spiritual pressure permeated Nilu's body, like a flame, constantly growing. Actually, it only took a moment of time to completely resist his spiritual pressure and completely suppress it, and the cord resisted. The spiritual pressure that was oppressing the Deadwood's house disappeared in an instant. This is the house of the gods, who allowed you to mess around here. Nilu looked at the fire in the residence of the priest, and her anger became more intense. The intelligence has gone wrong. He has the captain-level Ryutsu, a true Akuka's-level face-off. Tsuneyaoi's confidence sank. The original plan should be that he quickly knocked Nilu unconscious, and then rushed over to support several companions who had dragged the gods. But now, he was entangled by Nilu. Yes, hurry up. After all, this is the resident of Kukyoki's house. Although it has long been known that Kukyoki Byakuya will not stay at home today and needs to perform duties outside, but at the speed of Kukyoki Byakuya, I am afraid that he will be back soon. So. Beginning. Tell him, Killua Shuzi. The thoughts in my mind flashed past. Tsuneya Shiroyushin held the Zanpaku knife in both hands and started to solve it directly. Boom! The dark purple spiritual pressure turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky. In just a few seconds, Tsuneya Shiro's spiritual pressure increased several times. Chapter 55. In his hand, he was holding a peculiar Zanpaku knife. It was a half-moon-shaped Zanpaku knife like a sickle. At the position where the center of the knife body and the hilt of the knife crossed, a blood-red beast pupil opened, and his eyes looked at the world with bitterness. The unknown dark purple spiritual pressure permeated, like layers of spider webs entwined in the air. Si curse with sound. Tsuneya Shiro's hand slid lightly on the Zanpakuto. A ray of dark purple light erupted, and the scarlet beast pupils widened slightly. Afterwards, everything subsided. It seems that nothing happened. That's it. Even though you are an Akuka's class dismantled face, you don't have any room to fight back in front of my abilities. Swish! Tsuneya Shiroyushin disappeared in place. Compared with the one who just used Shunpo, the current Tsuneya Shiroyushin's speed is more than several times faster. This is the of death, a special life form formed by pure REI pressure gathered and compressed at a high level. As the spiritual pressure increases, the level of life will also increase to an unbelievable level. Tsuneya Shiroyushin, who had already solved the problem, had already increased his pressure by more than 5 times. He is not at the same level as before. The speed has become faster. Nilu frowned, and stepped back slightly, her petite body avoiding Tsuneya Shiro's slash. The ground under his feet shattered directly under the slash. But then, a slash appeared out of thin air and slashed on Nilu's body. Boom! The dark purple light flourishes. The high-energy reaction produced by the spiritual pressure triggers a chain of explosions. Just now, what happened? There was a hint of suspicion and misgiving in Nilu's eyes. She had obviously escaped that slash, but why was she still attacked? Next second. In Nilu's stunned eyes, another slash appeared suddenly and hit her. What is this, and why can't I see it at all? Nilu glanced at the white mark on her arm. This level of slash could not break her steel-skinned defense. Very confused, isn't it? This kind of completely invisible attack, I don't know where the attack will appear in the next second, or whether the next knife will hit your throat. This way of fighting is desperate, right? Tsuneya Shiroyushin lifted the mask on his face, revealing an ordinary face of a middle-aged man. There was a smile on his face holding the winning ticket. Gently brushed the blade of Killua Shuzi. An invisible attack. Nilu frowned. Then, another slash emerged from the void, and slashed at Niall fiercely. It seems, understood. Blocking the slash, Nilu's eyes flashed for a moment. Look at those purple networks in the air that are like ribbons. Nilu slowly said. Is it a sound? Those purple spiritual pressure lines are used to capture sound. As long as someone makes a sound in this venue, they will be slashed immediately. However, you, the master, should be excluded. Following Nilu's own words, multiple slashes fell in an instant. Sure enough. Nilu folded her hands to block the slash in front of her. I've been talking to myself just now, should I also be guiding myself to make a sound? Hey! I found out so quickly. Tsuneyashiro frowned slightly. Indeed, Sisha Ping-ian is just like Nilu said, by creating a spiritual pressure field against the enemy. Except for him, the master who holds the Zanpaku sword, anyone who makes a sound in the REI pressure field will immediately be attacked by Chi Luo Curse Thought. With this weird ability, he assassinated more than 10 vice-captain level death gods, and severely injured a captain level death god. But, what if you have fully discovered it? Tsuneyashiro sneered, and he whispered in the dim purple unknown Ryutsu. Sisha Ping-ian duet. I don't know if it is an illusion. In the air, the already dense purple spirit pressure net seemed to become denser. Nilu stepped back, avoiding Tsuneyashiro's sickle-shaped Zanpaku knife. However, it does seem to have triggered a chain reaction. Rumble. The purple spirit pressure net lit up in an instant. Then, the continuous slashing fell like raindrops. It's done. Tsuneyashiro's eyes wore a smirk of conspiracy. As an advanced version of Sisha Ping-ian, duet ability is even more dangerous. In the spirit pressure field, you don't even need to speak, just make a little sound. Breathing, gasping, footsteps, the crisp sound of skeletal activity, even blinking or the slight rubbing of clothes, will activate the attack of the curse and the sound of the duo. This is an absolute dead end. Every knife is a slash of the captain level death god. This continuous attack is absolutely irresistible even if the captain level death is coming. It is not just a matter of physical exertion, but it is difficult to block such an astonishing number of slashes. The one who wins, it's me. My lord's mission, I will not fail. Tsuneyashiro rushed forward quickly and shouted, next cut, arm. Endless slash hits. Hearing this, Nilu raised her hand calmly in her eyes to block. Boom. Next second. The sound of gold and iron colliding. A large number of shock waves blew everything away, like a tornado. Tsuneyashiro in midair grinned, and suddenly retreated, laughing loudly. You are dead, Nilu. What a pity. Looking at Nero staying in place, Tsuneyashiro Yushin said as if talking to herself, well, you know, the core of my Zanpaku sword ability is curse, and the most powerful attack is death. Inform. Before attacking the enemy, tell the enemy where I want to attack in advance. After that, as long as I hit the position reported in advance, it will trigger an instant death attack. This is a one-shot trick. Tsuneyashiro smiled and waited for the moment when Nilu died. But soon, the smile on his face froze. Time, nearly a minute passed in a flash. Nilu, is not dead yet. How is this possible? Why are you still alive? Tsuneyashiro shouted unbelievably. His death informed that the one-strike tactics had never failed. Enemies attacked by instant death will die immediately within a few seconds. However, a full minute has passed. Why is this Yachika's class shaman not dead yet? Suddenly, his eyes trembled. Could it be that the Yachika's class faceless face in front of him possesses the spiritual pressure that completely crushes him? Only in this way can it be explained why the death attack fails. Because Nilu's spiritual pressure is not at the same level as him, she will naturally be immune to his instantaneous attack. But how is that possible? Nilu is obviously just an Akuka's level broken face, at the same level as him. It's really boring. I don't have any interest in continuing to play with you. I want to get rid of you quickly, and then go to support the gods. Although I don't really want to use it, but for the sake of God. Nilu's eyes were flat. The green spiritual pressure gushed out of the body like a blowout. In Tsunoya Shiro's horrified eyes. In just an instant, Nilu's spiritual pressure had already climbed to another dimension. That is, completely beyond the captain-level dimension. Next second. With a snort, the white smoke exploded beside Nilu. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate, what appeared in front of her was a woman who was nearly 1.8 meters tall and had a look similar to Nilu. She has long green hair that crosses the waist, and her figure became extremely plump in an instant, almost no less than Matsumoto Ranju. The skull mask on the forehead turned into a broken double-horned skull. When Lori looks out, the cyan coat that can cover her whole body can only cover her abdomen, revealing the streamlined soft waistcoat line and bi-tempons thighs. Chapter 56. Fluttering in the breeze. A corner of the cyan coat raised slightly. The black number 3 is looming. Finally, after squeezing the gods countless times, Nilu returned to the Vastad class for the first time, and changed back to her original form. You guy, you are not an Akukas level Ravenous at all, you are a Vastad level Ravenous king. Tsunoya Shiro's eyes were horrified, and he yelled loudly. All his previous self-confidence and playful abuse disappeared, and the posture of being high on the winning ticket was also gone. Instead, there is only the bottomless fear. But the king of Vastad's face is utterly empty. The King Daegzu of the Vastad class already possesses the captain class, even slightly more powerful than the captain class. How much is a higher level of Navistad level existence than the captain level? Tsunoya Shiro does not know. Because he couldn't perceive Nilu's spiritual pressure at this moment, how much stronger than him. But he soon knew. Desperate, depressed, unable to breathe. Just the exuding spiritual pressure made him tremble almost all over, every cell was wailing, and the air in his lungs seemed to be squeezed out abruptly. And this is just the oppression of spiritual pressure. How can I end here? My lord's mission, absolutely, completed. Almost gritted his teeth and shouted out word by word. Tsunoya Shiro stood up abruptly, and clenched the Zanpaku sword tightly. Swastika. In Sarii Garden, the vice-captain and the of death above the captain level are forbidden to liberate the Zanpaku sword? That's not important anymore. In order to complete the adult's task, which is currently the only possibility of winning, he must immediately free the Zanpakuto and get the increase in spiritual pressure. This is the only chance of winning. But the next second, Nilu disappeared. Like a teleportation, Tsunoya Shiro's pupils suddenly shrank, and he watched in horror as the palm of a white hand kept expanding. Like the frequent attacks made by Shinji, Nilu instinctively began to imitate Shinji. Next second, his head was squeezed and hit the ground fiercely. Boom! In an instant, the ground within 100 meters of the surrounding area sank several meters, and the center of it became a Tiankeng. The dust raised a height of tens of meters. Then, Nilu leaped up from the pit. Her eyes changed, and the killing intent and anger disappeared. With a gentle and coquettish smile, she rushed towards the figure not far away. Shinji. P.S. Try to do 20,000 updates today, that is, the amount of 10 changes, please vote. Chapter 063 The Female King Level Daegzu, the war has started. You let go, do you want to suffocate me? Finally I can hug you, so happy. Don't you hug me every day? That's different. At that time, I lost my memory and I was just a child. In the pit, a double image began to appear in his eyes, and the blood-stained Unibu Tsunoyashi looked in astonishment. Just now, she had a cold and unbelievable face. The female Wang-level Daegzu named Nilu, who looked like a queen, rushed into the arms of the priest like a coquettish little girl. Why, Kokaki Shinji has such a monster by his side. That's the king of Vastod's face. Even above the captain level. Why, she would willingly follow Kyujiki Shinji. Tsuneya Shiro can't figure it out, but more is pain. Being forced by Nilu's level of power to penetrate the ground with her head pressed is not just a concussion problem. Without dying on the spot, it is already a manifestation of tenacious vitality and strong defensive power. The footsteps gradually sounded. For that mission goal, Kokyuki Shinji was holding a female king-level Daigzu who looked like a koala, standing on the edge of the sinkhole. You actually know that Vastod's face-off king-level Daigzu has a spiritual pressure far surpassing the captain level. That's right, you are a captain-level death god, with a lot of resource tilt, knowing a lot of things is normal, plus you are still a retainer of a big family, then you know more. Shinji said slowly. I don't know what you are talking about. Tsuneya Shiro barely opened his eyes, stumbling and talking. As Tsuneya Shiro's retainer, he grew up in Tsuneya Shiro's family and dedicated his life to the family. He will never betray the family. Don't you admit it? It doesn't matter, I don't need evidence to do anything anyway. The gods chuckled and put down the reluctant Nilu. Holding, although very comfortable. However, his elder brother Reina is approaching quickly, so he still needs to pay a little attention. Kokaki Shinji, what do you want to do? Don't you want to? How dare you? The eyes that were about to be closed suddenly opened, and Tsuneyoi shouted in disbelief. It's like a backlight. He even ignored his broken body and dying injuries, and stood up directly. Those who are about to die don't have to think about those things. Shinji glanced at him, and the majestic Ryotsu burst out instantly. Boom! The huge spiritual pressure even caused damage to the present world. In the cracked earth, Tsuneya Shiro's eyes suddenly became hollow, and he fell down slowly. Then, a lot of rocks poured out to fill the Tiankang. Tsuneya Shiro Yushin, who had been severely injured by Nero and almost dying, could not resist the spiritual oppression of the gods at this moment. Hey! Kokaki Byakuya's face fell flat on the filled sinkhole, only the cold light in his eyes can show that his mood is not what it seems to be on the surface. Unexpectedly, did this happen? It seems that Kokaki's family has been silent for too long. Kokaki Byakuya, who seems to be a cold-hearted man, is actually a tofu-hearted person, and his temper is not good. He was very angry, very angry. Infiltrated Kokaki's house to initiate an assassination and attacked his brother Kokaki Shinji. This is a provocation to Kokaki's family, and it is also provoking his bottom line. Do you know who the enemy is? Kokaki Byakuya asked coldly. Although there is no evidence, I think he is right, the guy from the Tsuneya Shiro family. Shinji said slowly. At this time, Kokaki Byakuya noticed that she had been standing next to Kokaki Shinji, as if she wanted to plunge into Shinji's arms again. That face, is it Nilu? It has a similarity of 5 or 6 points to Nelu, more like Nelu's appearance in adulthood. And the clothing and the mask on the head. Is it really Nilu? This is her fighting form? Or is it ability? While thinking about it, Kokaki Byakuya's pupils suddenly shrank, and the pace of advancement also suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked at Nilu incredulously. At a certain moment, it was just a moment of spiritual pressure that leaked out, and he seemed to feel the existence that was completely above the captain level. That kind of spiritual pressure is very strong. Maybe stronger than him. Is that Nilu's Ryotsu? Yakuka's? No, it is absolutely impossible for an Akuka's level broken face to have a spiritual pressure above him. So, is it the Vashtid's faceless female king? What kind of thing did his younger brother, Kyujiki Shinji, adopt? What are you going to do? When he stopped approaching Shinji, Kokaki Byakuya asked. What they did, of course I will go back. God Division smiled faintly. The tone is very cold. The assassination came to the resident of Kokaki's house, really bold. And I want to use Nilu to intimidate myself. Shinji, the fire is huge now. The last person who dared to show his hand to Ni was cold. Chapter 57. Shinji doesn't mind, it will be cooler. You don't have much time. Kokaki Byakuya nodded, without even stopping Shinji's thoughts. At the moment the battle begins, you probably only have 10 to 20 minutes at most. After that, the captains will arrive one after another. The captain-level Reaper's Reaper has sufficient spiritual pressure, and he can use Shunbu multiple times in a row in luxury, and because his basic speed is very fast, he has strong mobility. Just like him, he rushed back to Kokaki's house in about 5 minutes. Therefore, the time of the priest will not be much. As for stopping the gods, there is no such need. The dignity and glory of the Kokaki family does not allow anyone to blaspheme. Let's make a big fuss. Then tell them that anyone who provokes the Kokyoki family will face relentless revenge from the Kokyoki family. As the most powerful of the 4 nobles, they are not afraid of any challenge. Because the Kokaki family possesses overwhelming power. Whether it is a member of a direct line or an ordinary member of a non-direct line, the Kokyoki family has the largest number of people. And, the most important thing is, there are 4 death gods at the captain level alone, Kokaki Byakuya, Kokaki Shinji, and Kokaki Yinchuan, the old butler of the Kokaki family, and the previous patriarch Kokaki Byakuya and the grandfather of Kokaki Yinling. Among them, Kokaki Byakuya is the captain of the 6th division, and Shinji is the captain of the 10th division. This directly controls the power of the 2 captains of the Godai 13th team. And Kokaki Byakuya glanced at Nilu without a trace. There is a high probability that this woman who has broken face next to Kokyoki Shinji is the female king of Vastad's broken face. If you count her, the Kokaki family will have 5 captain-level death gods. This is the foundation of the Kokaki family. 10 minutes? Enough. The horns of the gods were raised, turned around, walked in the direction of leaving Kokaki's house, and waved his hand to Byakuya Kokaki's back. And Nilu. He followed closely behind the gods, and finally accelerated and rushed to the back of the gods. Now. Tsuneya Shiro's house. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata stood by the window with an uncertain expression, looking into the distance. He was sensing the spiritual pressure from the direction of Kokaki's house. Doesn't you hide Ryotsuo at all? It seems that Yongzan should have succeeded. After a long time, Tsuneyoi Tokinata let out a deep breath. For Tsuneya Shiro Yoshin, he has an absolute message. Because this is not the first time he has sent Tsuneya Yoshin to assassinate others. Even Tsuneya Shiro's other family heirs were killed by Tsuneya Shiro himself. That's how Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata became the head of Tsuneya Shiro Patriarch. Kokaki Shinji, really a disgusting guy. If it weren't for you, I could definitely tear off a piece of meat from Shiba's family now, or even swallow it all. Damn idiot, actually helped Shiba-hyun's trash master the solution. It's really cheap for you to die so easily. Tsuneyoi Tokinata clenched his 5 fingers and whispered, what a bunch of idiots. Ale? How are you going to kill me and torture me? At this moment, curious voices sounded by the window. Of course he was caught in jail, and then he was killed with a knife little by little. If it's the best, you can torture his family and the people he cares about one by one in front of his eyes. Doesn't he have a younger sister named Rukia? And he seems to care about that woman named Nilu who can only be cute, because she messed up the captain assessment. The moment you lose something you treasure is the moment when despair recites victory. Hey. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata with a smirk on his face slowly raised a question mark above his head, and suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned his head to look, and then his pupils shrank suddenly to the size of a pinpoint, and quickly moved back a few steps. In sight. The man who was about to be tortured to death in his own mouth was leaning against the wall with a smile, listening to his vicious words. Beside him, there is a green-haired woman with long hair over her waist. Kokaki Shinji. Why is he here? And why is that woman, that face, similar to that woman named Nilu? Tsunayoi Tokinata shed cold sweat on his forehead. Yangzin. Did you miss it? Since Kokyoki Shinji will appear here, there is only one result. Tsunayoshi Yushin, the assassination failed. The first miss, and it will be the last miss. But, how is it possible? It is clear that Tsunayoshin's ability is so dangerous and fierce that he will fail? In the perception of Ryotsu, Tsunayashiro Yushin's spiritual pressure suddenly showed a tendency of rapid exhaustion, and eventually disappeared. Suddenly, Tsunayoi Tokinata's face changed, and there was no chance of luck anymore. The disappearance of spiritual pressure means death. Kokyoki Shinji Captain, it's so late, what's the matter for you to come to our Tsunayashiro's house? A smile barely squeezed out of his face. Tsunayoi Tokinata took a few steps back without a trace. Well, it's just boring. The gods opened the door and walked in, Nilu followed behind the gods like a worm. Then, the gods chuckled and slowly said. And, listen to how much the patriarch of Tsunayoi hates me. Unexpectedly, it is surprising that the patriarch Tsunaya hates me so much. Shinji walked in on his own, poured a cup of tea from the already cold teapot, and handed it to Tsunayo Tokinata who was backing away. Now, the head of Tsunayashiro, if you want to catch me and continue to humiliate and abuse me as you said, shouldn't you get close to me? Why go back? Or, are you afraid of me? Tsunayoi Tokinata smiled dryly and picked up the teacup. Captain Kokaki Shinji, all this is a misunderstanding. I just vented it casually. I definitely didn't mean to target Captain Kokaki Shinji. You are lying. Nilu screamed and stood in front of the priest, her eyes full of hostility and disgust. She is innocent and kind by nature and doesn't like fighting. However, that doesn't mean that Nilu can't fight. Any enemy who dares to hurt the people around her will understand what is called the anger of the female king of Vastad's face. For Tsunayashiro Tokinata, the culprit who wanted to assassinate Shinji, Nilu had no intention of hiding her murderous intentions. That is, the thunderous fury of the king of the virtual circle. Captain Kokaki God Division, please keep calm, I really don't understand what you are talking about. Tsunayashiro Tokinata slowly said, and the leader of Kyujiki Shinji, he appeared in the room of the Tsunayashiro Patriarch late at night. Are you really not afraid of causing a conflict between the Kokaki's house and the Tsunayashiro's house? Didn't the conflict have been triggered? You provoked it. The gods raised his horns and stared at him coldly. The war has already begun. Are you ready to meet the anger between me and Nilu? Cub. Hear the words. Tsunayoi Tokinata's face twitched fiercely. Cub. Cub species. He was so humiliated face to face by a hairy boy. It's too deceitful. Captain Kokaki Shinji, don't go too far. Tsunayashiro Tokinata's expression cooled down. I am also Tsunayashiro's patriarch anyway, even if you say what I did, what is the minimum evidence? Without evidence, do you want to cause a war? Tsunayoi Tokinata sneered. He decided that the gods would never dare to attack him. 2 of the 4 major families went to war, and that was definitely not what the corpse soul world wanted to see. Well, I might disappoint you. Shinji scratched his head, and in Tsunayashiro Tokinata's stunned gaze, he continued, I do something, I don't need evidence. I just think you are a threat, so kill it. All right. Threats or something, wouldn't it be gone if you kill it? Besides, do you look down on yourself too much, and also look down on Kokyoki's house too much? Shinji said slowly. With the background of the Kokyoki family, it is definitely the first family in the real corpse soul world. Even in the case of the 4 nobles 1v1, none of them is the opponent of the Kokyoki family. Even if 1v2, Kokyoki house is not without chance. What's more, among the 4 nobles at present, the Saifeng Academy directly vents their breath with the Kukyoki family, and the relationship between the two families is not 3 or 2 days. Even the patriarch of the Sifenjai Yuan family, Sifenjai Yuan Yai, became the fiancé of the priest. Just like this, you still expect the Kukyoki family and Sifenjai Yuan family to fight? As for the Shiba family, they now regard the Shinji as a benefactor. Their patriarch Shiba Hyun only became the captain-level death god with the help of the Shinji. Stabilized the precarious situation of the Shiba family and protected the interests of all members of the Shiba family. How could they still be hostile to Shinji? So, you are a Tsunoya Shiro family, what can you do? Shinji looked suspicious. Where are you so emboldened? Dare to scream as a wild dog at Kukyoki's house? Relying on your viciousness of killing your wife? Or as the last descendant of the division, kill all the other heirs, and then succeed the cruelty of the Tsunayaya patriarch? Chapter 58. Hearing this, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinada's face suddenly became gloomy. His eyes are gloomy. So you know my past. If you know, don't do things that make me sick. Aren't you coming out, Nogawa? Yukoya. In the vicious roar, a man with silver hair and a hedgehog, who seemed to be about 50 or 60 years old, flashed into the room. In his hand, he held a zanpaku knife. On his back, he was also carrying the second zanpaku knife. The one named Yunya was a boy with no gender at all, wearing a short coat and short white hair. Hey, that's your confidence. Shinji glanced at him, even, hid the two captains hidden. Wait, this feeling. Shinji frowned suddenly and looked at the child named Yunya. With this chaotic power, Shinji's eyes moved, and he suddenly remembered the origin of this child. Ah-le, it seems that you have also found out, Kukyoki Shinji. Tsunayoi Tokinada had vicious eyes, covered his face with one hand, and pointed at Yunya with the other, laughing like a ghost. This child is my most perfect masterpiece, and it is my true confidence. Henya, he is both the beginning and the end. Reproductive function, gender, and growth are all unnecessary. As long as he has the power, it is enough. It is an honor for you to be able to witness Yunya's power and die in his hands. Kukyoki Shinji. It was me who won, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinada. I am destined to become the king of this world. Kill them, Yunya. Chapter 064 Tsunayaoi's shock, the copied Zanpaku sword. Hikoya, ah! Shinji groaned, and finally remembered. Hikoya is a life form created with the core of multiple shards of the Spirit King that Tsunoya Shiro Tokinada seized from others, and then using the corpses of many death gods, humans, quintessences, and performers as materials. As a special product, Yanmi possesses the combined power of death, void, and Quincy, and is very powerful. It can not only use the broken steel skin, but also the quiet blood suit of the pure-blooded Quincy. At the beginning of his birth, when Yunya was born, there was nothing above his neck, and there were various defects in his body. Just reluctantly form a spiritual power cycle with lock knots and soul sleep. Later, Tsunayoi Tokinada sent him to the Mao Shiyan in Sariwa, and Shiasuke Yamada, the chief representative of Mao Shiyao, rescued him. It turned out that during this period, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinada had already created Hikoya. Rumbling. The house was directly turned into rubble in Yunya's slash. Shinji Hai jumped up and stood on the wall. By her side, there was Nalu with a strong hostility. She was angry again. Kukyoki Shinji, you don't even know who I am. Tsunayoi Tokinada sneered constantly, and looked up at Shinji, you don't even understand, what the am I doing? To annex Shiba's house? That's just the first step. After that is the beginning of the plan. He wants to step on the highest throne step by step. I don't know who you are? Stop joking there, the existence of the Spirit King, do you think it is a secret? The god's horns twitched. The moment he saw Hikoya, Shinji knew the true purpose of Tsunoya Shiro Tokinada. When I saw the Spirit King secretly, I thought I had a glimpse of the truth of this world. This guy really looks up to himself. There are definitely more than 30 people who know the truth about the world and the true face of the Spirit King at this stage. Kokaki Shinji, you bastard! Tsunayoi Tokinada's pupil shrank, and he blurted out, you also know the Spirit King, have you secretly been to the Spirit King Palace? The Palace of the Spirit King, the residence of the Spirit King, is sealed on the sky. Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible for the people below to enter the Spirit Palace without permission from above. How did the Kokyoki Shinji know the Spirit King? You who have seen the Spirit King, after confirming the current status of the Spirit King, so you have the idea to replace him. It's really sad, thinking that what I saw is the truth of everything. Shinji shook his head. Replace the Spirit King? As long as it is a normal-minded person, he would not think this way. Because as the foundation of the creation, the Spirit King is equivalent to the existence of Kizai, used to stabilize the world. Immortal, 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 and sealed in the Spirit Palace forever. Such a living dead, there is still someone who wants to take his place? Stop talking about it. Tsunayoi Tokinada's forehead burst into blue veins, and he covered his face with one hand. My plan will never go wrong, I am the who rules everything. Nogawa, Yanya. What are you waiting for? Kill them. Hear the words. Nogawa and Yanya disappeared in place. Yanmi took the initiative to rush to Nilu. But Nogawa slashed at Shinji with a knife. Bang! Sparks splash. Shinji's eyes moved slightly, and suddenly he stretched out his hand to block him. Boom! The sword pressure came, and it was severely cut on the arm of the gods. The dark green of the explosion was outside the spiritual pressure. Tsunayashiro Tokinada held a Zanpakuto in his hand, which was the Zanpakuto that Nogawa was carrying on his back. Kokaki Shinji, you wouldn't think that the only enemy is Nogawa himself. This time, it's 2v1. Tsunayoi Tokinada smiled insidiously. Scream, just like my wife you said, crying and begging me for mercy, maybe I will spare your life. He likes to torture others. It's like having tortured his wife to death, and enjoy it. It really upsets me, rubbish. The cold voice of Shinji came from the dark green spiritual pressure. Then, slash it. The gust of wind howled, and a huge crack was cut out on the ground in an instant, and the dark green spiritual pressure that entangled the god's body was completely destroyed in an instant. Nani? Tsunayashiro Tokinada stepped back in shock, staring incredulously at Shinji's unwound arm. When he was hit in the arm by his slash from the front, didn't he even leave a trace of the wound? What is this defense? Surprised? Such a completely incomprehensible power. The voice of Shinji suddenly came from behind. Tsunayoi turned back in shock, trying to distance himself. Then, there was a sharp pain in his face, and he was directly kicked into the face by the whip of the gods, and fell fiercely from the sky. Boom! The white shock wave spreads with smoke. Shinji tilted his head slightly, avoiding the icy slash, and looked at Nogawa whose Zanpaku sword in his hand had completely changed. Have you solved it directly? Shinji glanced at the sword-like Zanpaku in Nogawa's hand. In an instant, Zanpo Deo was completely liberated, and he took the opportunity to sneak attack on himself, which seemed to be a very cautious killer. Noting Tsunayoi Tokinada with a gloomy face rising from the ruins, Shinji slowly said, Have I always been curious about how I defeated the two captains by one person in the captain assessment, and cut through Nirvana's solution, or even killed them? Now, Tsunayashiro Tokinada, take a good look, this is my slash to cut Nirvana Ryuki. The blue and purple spiritual pressure continued to gush out and merged into Leiji's blade. Look carefully. This is my sword pressure. Shinji slashed down with a knife. In Tsunayashiro Tokinada's horrified gaze. For an instant, the sky seems to have collapsed, and the space is constantly collapsing and weird and twisted lines appear. Then, the sword pressure with blue and purple electric lights, like a horizontal push, seemed to be slow, but instantly hit Nogawa, whose face changed drastically. Rumble. Sword pressure collides with Zanpaku Deo. Lightning and flame intertwined. Next second. With a click, a crisp sound echoed in everyone's ears. Chapter 59. There were a lot of cracks in Nogawa's Zanpaku. Then, in his horrified gaze, the blue-violet sword swallowed him unabated. In the end, it crashed down on the residence of Tsuneya Shiro's house. Boom! The thunder and lightning flickered, and the sight was completely replaced by blue-violet light. Wait until everything subsides. Tsuneyoi Tokinata looked pale at the huge gully on the ground, bottomless. One knife. With just a stab, the sword pressure of the Shinji smashed the death of a captain-level death god, and destroyed it with the Zanpaku sword, or even killed it directly. The family residence was even more destroyed under the pressure of this sword. In this world, how could there be such a terrifying sword pressure? That is the power that people can have. Kukyuki Shinji, what exactly is it? No, it's definitely not Kukyuki Shinji. It is impossible for him to have such power. So, is it that Zanpaku knife? Tsuneyoi Tokinata's eyes suddenly became greedy, and he stared at Riki in the hands of the gods. Right. It must be that Zanpaku knife. This kind of slash, how could it be possible for Kukyuki Shinji to slash it out at will? This must be the ability of that Zanpadao. Tsuneyoi Tokinata smiled grimly, and he gently brushed his fingers on the Zanpaku toe. Kukyuki Shinji, I really want to thank you very much. Unexpectedly, sent such a powerful Zanpaku knife to me. Beginning. Sip from all over the world, wrap your body around the horizon, overwrite and cut away everything, Yan Luo Jing Dian. Tsuneyoi Tokinata released the Zanpaku sword loudly. His spiritual pressure was growing at a strange rate. With the increase in Ryutsu, Tsuneyoi Tokinata's pale complexion became paler. However, his smile grew even stronger. Hands. Yan Luo Jing Dian suddenly began to twist. Lines are drawn on the knife continuously. In the next second, the dark green spiritual pressure soared into the sky. Wait until the light disappears. Tsuneyoi Tokinata smiled grinningly and swung a Zanpaku sword that haunted the thunder, and pointed at the in the sky. Kukyuki Shinji. S.A., your Zanpaku knife is mine now. The other side. Boom. Nilu was once again possessed by the gods, and she who had been by the gods' side, once again used the usual attacks of the gods. She pressed Yanmi's head and hit the ground fiercely. There was a buzzing sound like an earthquake. Ignoring the clansmen of the Tsuneya Shiro family, Nilu looked at the sinkhole in front of her with suspicious eyes. The touch just now, is it steel skin? But is the enemy clearly Nada of death? That knife is indeed Zanpai Deo. Nilu frowned slightly. It hurts. Some immature grumbles sounded. Yanmai rubbed his head and jumped out of the pit without injury. His voice is biased towards children's neutrality, which is the same gender as he does not, making it difficult to distinguish men and women. Master Tokinata told me to hack you to death. I'm sorry. First bowed politely. Yanmai's eyes were innocent, and he clenched the Zanpaku knife tightly. Beginning. Around the stars. It's already there. The huge REI pressure continued to rise, but strangely, Yanmi's REI pressure did not increase at all. Those spiritual pressures seemed to be acting on the Zanpo Deo. Nilu frowned and looked at the Zanpaku knife in Yanmai's hand. The appearance of the knife after it was first released was exactly the same as Desu's arm. It's coming. Yanmi kindly reminded. Then, the Zanpaku knife in the form of a big virtual arm waved its arm, and unexpectedly launched a scarlet virtual flash. This knife. Nilu's pupils shrank, raised her hand, and directly pinched it out aggressively. Regardless of the virtual flash that continued to hit, Nilu ran all the way, violently snatching the big virtual arm-shaped zanpai knife in her hand. This feeling can't be wrong. It's imaginary. In close contact, Nilu immediately confirmed the true shape of the knife in her hand. It wasn't the Zanpaku knife of death at all. It's the emptiness sealed in the knife. You are so strong. Yanmai's eyes were sparkling, he showed an innocent smile and clapped his hands. Swastika. Mourning and remembering. It's already gone. He can remotely liberate the Zanpo Deo. With the end of the chant, Nilu's hand-shaped Zanpak knife burst into a burst of crimson light, tearing the sky apart. Are you Vastad class Daegzu? Nilu withdrew a distance, with a rare shock in the bottom of her eyes, looking at the huge body that was close to Killian's body in front of her. It was a giant imaginary that was about 30 meters tall. His eyes were red and his back had wings, and just one roar could cause a huge tornado. And that huge spiritual pressure is definitely Vastad's great emptiness and nothing wrong. Roar! Dasu roared, his eyes full of anger and madness, as if there was no reason at all. He opened up. A huge amount of spiritual pressure gathered in an instant and condensed into a virtual flash. The crimson light flashed away, swallowing Nira, who was staying in place. Ale, it seems that my task has been completed. It's time to go back and report to Master Tokinata. Yanmi raised his horn slightly and walked forward. Suddenly, his footsteps paused, and his head looked up suspiciously. End of sight. The crimson light gradually disappeared, and then suddenly appeared, turning into a light red and crimson light intertwined. Nilu opened her eyes, and the condensed Ryotsu aimed at Daegzu's direction. The next moment, it was almost as if from one point to another, the spirally super-accelerated virtual flash flashed with a ray of light, and hit Dasu's body. Boom! In the painful howl of the emptiness, the spiritual pressure soaring into the sky shattered everything, and only the aftermath of the rolling up caused an earthquake, and a large number of buildings collapsed. This is the ensemble of virtual flash. And, the flash of Wangsu. As a king-level Daegzu of the Vastad class, the virtual flash used by Nilu is naturally the flash of Wangsu that can tear space. The virtual flash ensemble is Nilu's unique move. After absorbing the enemy's virtual flash, he adds his own virtual flash to reflect it back to her enemy. Double virtual flash, representing unparalleled destructive power. With just one blow, it disintegrated the body of the Vastad class Daegzu in front of him, causing it to collapse back to the form of the Zanpaku sword. Immediately afterwards, Nilu picked up the Zanpaku knife that was forcibly beaten directly on the ground. The next second, he appeared behind Yanmi. One kick, kicked up hard. Boom! As if hit by a train, Yanmi screamed in pain and flew out as an afterimage. Then, there were continuous attacks. With the power of the Vastad class disfigurement that can destroy everything, Nilu constantly attacked Yanmai's head. This kind of high-intensity heavy blow only lasted less than 10 times before it was over. Accompanied by a clicking sound, Yanmai screamed, and the steel skin was violently broken by Nilu and fell into a coma. Nilu's palm suddenly rested on Yanmi's neck. After hesitating for a moment, she smiled. Well, the Shinji might find you useful, after all, your Zanpaku sword is very interesting. Chapter 60. Thinking of the Shinji, Nilu retracted her attack with a smile, holding the Zanpaku sword in one hand and Yanmai in the other, and rushed towards the Shinji. The look of joy is like getting some loot and wanting to contribute to the owner to be praised. Kokaki Shinji, thank you so much. Unexpectedly, my biggest surprise turned out to be you brought me. Tsunayoi Tokinata's pale face exclaimed in surprise while brandishing the Zanpaku sword with thunder and lightning. It's the Zanpaku knife in your hand that can swing that kind of slash, not you. You rubbish, how do you deserve to slap this kind of doomsday slash? All of this comes from the Zanpaku knife in your hand. Only in this way can it be explained. But, Kokaki Shinji, your slash is mine now. Tsunayayoi Tokinata laughed in surprise. Everyone was deceived by him. He told others that the ability of this Zanpakuto 9 Heavens Mirror Valley is like a mirror to reflect the enemy's attack. But in fact, 9 Heavens Mirror Valley is not a real liberation form at all. The real name of this knife is Yan Luo Jingdian. The ability is to imitate any kind of Zanpaku. Although it will be limited by the user, that is, Tsunayayoi Tokinata's own spiritual pressure, the effect may not be as good as the original version, and the power will be worse. Moreover, every time you use this ability, you will reduce your own soul, which causes Tsunayayoi Tokinata's strength to gradually weaken, and become increasingly weak, and lifespan is affected. However, as long as it gets the slash from Kokyoki Shinji, everything is worth it. Even if it pays some life and strength, the soul is reduced. But as long as you get this kind of slash that can destroy everything, it is enough. Tsunayashiro Tokinata watched silently, as if in a state of shock and fear, and pointed Zanpakuto at the sky with a grim face. He can't wait any longer. I want to try to sway this kind of sword pressure that can destroy everything. At this time, a green shadow flashed. With joy in Nilu's eyes, she dragged a clear afterimage at an astonishing speed. Ruin slammed into the chest of the priest like her arms. Boom! Shinji was knocked out. Tsunayayoi Tokinata. P.S. It's equivalent to 8 words, so I feel dizzy. Take a break to see if I can gather my energy tonight and write Chapter 4. Chapter 065 Nilu's Super Head Hammer, am I promoted? Shinji, I'm back. With joyous cheers, Nilu knelt on the waist of the goddess and shouted like a baby. Nilu, you really are. The gods got up, dumbfounded. With the speed of King Nelu's face breaking, coupled with the super head hammer just after the super acceleration, it is possible to change the individual captain to stand here, and I am afraid that it will be directly into the soul with one shot. Hematemesis is already the lightest result. Fortunately, he has the protection of Bengaiu. Having entered the collapsed 2 fusion state, he would not be defeated in such a simple way. Shinji smiled helplessly, and pulled Nilu up to her feet, only to realize that both of her hands were holding things. And Tsunayayoi Tokinata also noticed this. He almost stared out, looked at the spoils of Nilu's hands, blurted out, "This is impossible." "Is that Yanya? Yanmi lost? What a joke! That's an alternate for the Spirit King." Indeed, after knowing the true face of the King of Souls, Tsunayashiro Tokinata had no desire to become the King of Souls. However, that does not prevent Yanmi from becoming the Spirit King, and he took the opportunity to seize the power of the Spirit King. This is the real last step of his plan. In order to strengthen Yanya's strength, Tsunayayoi Tokinata even sneaked into the Spirit Palace again and stole a Zanpaku knife. This Zanpaku knife was sealed in the knife vault on the seabed of the Phoenix Palace of the Spirit Palace, and was given to Yanya to use after Tsunayada Tokinata invaded and seized it. The Zanpaku knife has a variety of liberating language and corresponding different abilities, is self-aware, can open the black chamber, and is extremely powerful. And at this moment, as an alternate to the Spirit King, Yanmi, who also has a special Zanpaku knife in his hand, is stronger than the captain class, unexpectedly lost? That long one is somewhat similar to Nilu, like the woman who enlarged the mature version of Nilu, can actually defeat Yanmi and this knife? That woman! And many more. Could it be that she was not an Akuka's level chaste face, but a Vastad level chaste king level Daigzu? Thinking of this, Tsunayayoi Tokinata flashed an incredible light under his eyes. Vastad level face-off, that's a combat power that surpasses the captain level. Why does this level of combat power help Kokaki Shinji? Why is he? Kokaki Shinji, I am jealous of you, hate you, hate you. Go to hell. Tsunayayoi Tokinata's eyes were bitter, and he cut in the direction of Shinji and Nilu. Shinji. Dead. Shinji. Go to die. Shinji. Sign. After slashing more than 10 times in a row, except for a little wind pressure, he didn't even cut a centimeter of sword pressure. Seeing this, a question mark slowly appeared on Tsunoya Shiroto Kainada's head. What the hell, what went wrong? Obviously Kukyuki Shinji was very relaxed, and with a single slash, he could wield a sword that would destroy the world and destroy the earth. Why can't he do it? Isn't it weird? Why can't you slash the slash that I can swing at will, but you can't slash it out with all your hard work? Shensi couldn't help but walked over here with a smile on his face. Don't come here. Tsunoya Oito Kainada's face was ugly, and he didn't believe it would be like this. He still kept slashing at Shinji, but he couldn't cut the same slash as Shinji. Now, Leiji, it's a very pure Zanpaku knife. Its ability is to control thunder and lightning, nothing more. Shensi shook his head and chuckled lightly. In other words, Leiji doesn't have the ability to cut out the sword pressure at all. That's my ability. Hear the words. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinada shook his head in disbelief and denied it. I absolutely don't believe it. How can a person like you slash that level of slash, that kind of power? You don't deserve to have it at all. Worthy or unworthy, you shouldn't have the final say. The fake in your hand makes Riki very angry. Shinji said slowly, and Riki pointed to the sky. The sky was overcast. Black clouds covered the sky in an instant. The billowing thunder is accumulating. One sword-style Audi Lay's decision. Click. There was a huge hole in the sky. The thick thunder and lightning of the bucket landed suddenly, and the terrifying electric current with the high temperature enough to burn everything directly penetrated the sky and the earth, and smashed Tsunoya Oito Kainada's body fiercely. Zanpaku knife slowly returned to its sheath. Did you hear that, Riki's contempt? With thunder, die. In the thunder pillar that received the sky, the incidental high temperature evaporated everything. Large areas of carbonized magmatization began on the ground, showing a flowing trend. The air seemed to be filled with dense sparks and electric charges, stinging everyone's lungs. The members of the Tsunoya Shiro family stared in horror at the thunder pillar that penetrated the sky and the earth, speechless for a long time. The thunder column gradually faded away. At the very center, a magma pit measuring several hundred meters long was directly burned out, and everything in it was directly gasified by the instantaneous high temperature. Tsunoya Oito Kainada's Ryotsu completely disappeared. He died under Riki's ability. Kokaki Shinji, what have you done? At this time, an angry roar came. A figure quickly rushed towards the gods, but immediately, it was knocked out at a faster speed. Nilu stood in front of the Shinji, her eyes full of hostility, looking at the Tsunoya Shiro family member who was half kneeling on the ground, panting. Shinji waved Nilu not to attack and looked at him. Can you still stand up, Tsunoya Chifeng? My name is Tsunoya Shiro Aomine, not Tsunoya Shiro Chifeng. Remember my name, bastard. Well, it's almost the same. It's too much difference, you are looking down on me, forget it.